Chapter 2316 War Erupts. That rune was left behind by the heavenly Taos. Once merging with that rune, the world would acknowledge you as a true netherpassage expert. However, such a rune wouldn't appear for just anyone. Most experts would only absorb the lightning to the standard of the heavenly Taos and would obtain that acknowledgement. The rune would then appear in their body. A rune that manifested itself outside of the body was much stronger. Kun Pengxi, Tian Ziazi, Di Feng, and the other peak heavenly geniuses had all had a rune manifest outside their bodies. That was why their hearts dropped upon seeing this rune. It signified that Long Chen had passed the tribulation. Once he merged with it, he would fully step into the netherpassage realm, and his combat power would soar. Kun Pengxi turned into a bolt of lightning shooting at Long Chen. His halberd pierced toward Long Chen's head. He wanted to kill Long Chen before he could merge with his rune. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air, releasing blinding light. Baitang Rushuang had taken action. The tribulation had vanished, and they didn't have to have misgivings any longer. Baitang Rushuang's arrow infuriated Kun Pengxi. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't ignore this arrow. Kun Pengxi's lightning halberd swung through the air, shattering the arrow. But his movement came to a stop. Before he could attack again, Baitang Rushuang unleashed another arrow, forcing him to stop his advance. Baitang Rushuang, you are courting death, roared Kun Pengxi. At this critical moment, Baitang Rushuang was stopping him and allowing Long Chen to merge with his lightning rune. Long Chen, hurry and merge with the rune of the heavenly Taos. Leave the rest to us. Nangong Zheyu also stepped forward. A curtain of water descended from the heavens, falling into the martial heaven sea ring. The martial heaven sea ring began to boil. One giant water dragon after another soared out, attacking Tian Ziazi and Di Feng. Di Feng and Tian Ziazi roared furiously, blasting those water dragons apart. However, the water dragons came in an endless tide. Just at that moment, a giant furnace slammed apart countless water dragons. A graceful figure stood on top of it. The Pill Fairy had come with Pill Valley's divine item, the Day-Night Furnace. The Day-Night Furnace had just appeared when a giant multicolored umbrella blocked it. Images of mountains and rivers moved atop of it. They seemed alive, as if there was a world inside the umbrella. In front of that other world was Nangong Zheyu. She blocked the Pill Fairy's path. You aren't a match for me. If you don't want to be killed, get out of the way, ordered the Pill Fairy. The Day-Night Furnace rumbled toward Nangong Zheyu. The umbrella's mountains collapsed. Nangong Zheyu was forced back bit by bit. Your Nangong family's mountains and rivers umbrella might be an ancient divine item, but it has no god's inheritance. If you still refuse to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless. The Pill Fairy coldly pressed forward. The mountains and rivers were torn apart. Cracks appeared all over the umbrella. In this clash of divine items, the mountains and rivers umbrella was clearly no match for the Day-Night Furnace which came from a god's inheritance. Blood dripped out of Nangong Zheyu's mouth, but she remained calm. She showed no sign of retreating. The Pill Fairy formed hand seals, causing the Day-Night Furnace to rumble. As she prepared an even stronger attack, she asked, "Do you like him so much that you're willing to sacrifice your life to protect him?" Nangong Zheyu smiled and shook her head. "It has nothing to do with liking him. I believe in the sovereigns. Since the sovereigns favor him, I will use my life to protect him. I believe that even if Long Chen cannot become a sovereign, he is the hope for the future of the martial heaven continent." How stupid. There are clearly gods in this world, yet you place your faith in the ignorant. The Pill Fairy snorted. A divine rune lit up on her forehead, and the Day-Night Furnace's runes blazed with fire. It came smashing forward with several times the power compared to before. This time, the Pill Fairy was using her god energy to bring out the full power of the Day-Night Furnace. If this attack landed, Nangong Zheyu would definitely die. However, even in the face of this fatal attack, Nangong Zheyu didn't retreat. The mountains and rivers umbrella revolved. Even if she had to die, she would receive this attack. A zither suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the Day-Night Furnace. A powerful explosion rang out accompanied by the music of a zither. The zither and furnace separated, leaving the void still distorted. When things settled, Zi Yan's figure appeared. Zi Yan's gaze was icy with killing intent. "You Qingshan, you've really disappointed me. I always thought that you still had some of your old emotions deep in your heart. But you're cold to the core. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." In all her life, Zi Yan had rarely been angry. But this time, She was truly enraged. She had always had some hope for the Pill Fairy. She felt that the Pill Fairy loved Long Chen, and even if they had to be enemies, she wouldn't really kill him. However, seeing her unleash a killing blow without hesitation against Nangong Zheyu extinguished those hopes. Ziyan understood Long Chen's character. If the Pill Fairy was targeting him, Long Chen would give her wiggle room based on their past relationship. However, if she killed Nangong Zheyu, Long Chen would feel endless guilt and rage. Long Chen always said to target him, as he was afraid of implicating the innocents. Hence, the Pill Fairy's actions were equivalent to fully breaking off ties with Long Chen, so Ziyan was enraged. Icily, Ziyan began to play her zither. It was completely different from the gentle music of the past. Now her zither music was filled with murderous intent, and every note resonated throughout heaven and earth. A sharp blade shot out of the zither's strings. The invisible blade sliced through the void. Shocked, the Pill Fairy vanished, reappearing miles away. A strand of hair slowly fell. Following that, her cheek became slightly hot. A trace of blood flowed out. The Pill Fairy was startled. She had clearly dodged the attack, so how was she still injured? Large waves soared in her heart as she looked at it. That zither is strange. Although the 7-string sea-suppressing zither was renowned, it was not a god's inherited divine item. How could it threaten her with the day-night furnace and her god energy? Ziyan continued playing, unleashing a multitude of invisible blades. The Pill Fairy immediately moved the day-night furnace in front of her. The invisible blades smashed into the day-night furnace. The sound was like that of a heavenly drum shaking the world. Following Ziyan and the other experts of the various powers also took action. One portion of them wanted to kill Long Chen, and another portion wanted to protect him. With the heaven-splitting blade, the old man attacked Yu Xiaoyun and the others. Little bastards, let's have a fight to the death today. The martial heaven virtue tablet came out thanks to Ku Jianying, unleashing radiant light. The Xuantian tower and the reincarnation mirror appeared. All the divine items of the various powers appeared. War had erupted because of Long Chen. Hundreds of the martial heaven continent's strongest divine items began to clash against each other. The sight of such a thing was no less terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Kun Pengxi, Tian Ziazi, the Pill Fairy, Di Feng, and other experts on their side were charging toward Long Chen. But Ziyan, Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, Yi Lingshan, Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the other experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance were stopping them. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance's army was clearly weaker than the combined forces of the various powers, every one of their experts was fighting all out. Kun Pengxi and the others were unable to get past them. Long Chen was standing right within the rune now. He began drawing it into his body. Suddenly, a sword pierced out of the air. At some point, someone had managed to sneak over without anyone noticing. It's Yi Benchang. Bao Buping let out a furious roar. That bastard from the divine families was actually abusing his position to kill Long Chen. He was a powerful third-step netherpassage expert who was able to match ordinary fourth-step netherpassage experts. Yi Benchang, you're finally no longer hiding your power. Could it be that you're confident in killing me this time? Long Chen smiled disdainfully. You looked down on the divine families, broke the laws set down by the divine families, and instigated a war on the continent. You, Long Chen, deserve 10,000 deaths. Even with all of that, you still dare to slander people and add to your sins. Yi Benchang sneered and stabbed his sword straight at Long Chen's head. The void exploded and a giant dragon claw smashed into Yi Benchang. Long Chen snorted, "Who do you think you are, Yi Benchang? Did you think I wouldn't have any defenses?" As soon as the rune had appeared, Long Chen had known that such a thing would occur. Hence, Lei Long had been hidden in the void, preparing the lightning channel and telling the Drake King to be ready at a moment's notice. Yi Benchang slashed his sword at the giant claw. However, he was swatted away. He almost coughed up blood from the impact, causing his expression to change. "Idiot, do you think that you're a sovereign?" Long Chen was full of contempt. The sovereign had managed to easily cut off the Drake King's claw with his sword, but did this fellow think that he could do the same? Long Chen focused himself on drawing the rune inside him. However, he found that there was a powerful repulsion preventing him from absorbing it. Long Chen angrily shouted, "I gave you face, but you reject it. Get in here." Long Chen opened his mouth. The rune shrank down until he swallowed it. Explosive rumbling came from Long Chen's body. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as the rune resisted. "Haha, you got yourself killed." Yi Benchang laughed. His body suddenly split into 18 clones that attacked him from every angle, making the Drake King powerless to stop them all. However, unexpectedly, the Dragon Claw didn't come. Instead, it retreated into the lightning domain, leaving the giant channel in the air, through which a group of people came charging out. Yi Benchang, you son of a bitch, just try to touch a single hair on my boss's head. Chapter 2317 Dragonblood Legion vs. Heavenly Dragon Legion. A golden arrow reached Yi Benchang in the blink of an eye. Yi Benchang suddenly sensed something off, and a giant shield appeared in his left hand. The arrow exploded, unleashing a wave of golden light that shattered Yi Benchang's shield. This was Guo Ran's attack. Following that, the Dragonblood warriors charged out, all of them with towering killing intent. They all advanced to Nether Passage. Originally, this was the Dragonblood warriors' collective tribulation, but Long Chen had interjected himself midway, strengthening the tribulation and sending them into the lightning domain. Within the lightning domain, the tribulation lightning had grown so powerful that it had far surpassed the limits of what they could endure. In reality, their Nether Passage rune had long since been formed at that time. It was just that they hadn't realized it, and so they continued absorbing as much of the lightning as possible. Due to the Drake King's help in absorbing a portion of the lightning's most violent aspects, what was left was comparatively gentler. As for the Drake King, it wasn't too familiar with the human race's cultivation style, so it didn't know that the Dragonblood warriors had absorbed more than enough. Thinking that they hadn't absorbed enough to pass, the Dragonblood warriors continued absorbing more and more even though they had reached their limits. They had compressed the energy when it filled them up and then absorbed more. With Long Chen in trouble, they came charging out. As a result, as soon as they stepped into the world of the martial heaven continent, the runes in their bodies came to life, causing their auras to instantly explode to a level that even they found unbelievable. An indescribable energy roared to life within their bodies. Ji Yu Yang took the lead, his manifestation bursting into existence behind him and his spear piercing toward Yi Benchang. In this one-on-one exchange, Ji Yu Yang was blown back, his arms shaking. However, he didn't receive any substantial injuries. That delighted him. Before this, he had been like an ant in front of Yi Benchang. Just one attack could have wiped him out. But now, not even one hair on his head was harmed, although he didn't have any actual hair to harm. Yi Benchang was also startled. He had expected to give Ji Yu Yang at least a serious injury just now. Even though Ji Yu Yang and the others had advanced to the Nether Passage realm, he still didn't view them as anything more than insects to be swatted. "Kill his clones," shouted Tang Wan. Holding translucent wind blades, she shot toward one of those clones. That clone of Yi Benchang's blocked with his sword, only to have that sword cut through like it was tofu. Her wind blade pierced forward, stabbing him through the head, killing the clone. What? Yi Benchang's expression changed. That clone had possessed 80% of his power. Although he was not in his full power state, that clone was stronger than an average third-step Nether Passage expert. Suddenly, another clone shuddered. A dagger had stabbed through the back of his head. A delicate figure appeared, a delicate figure who was the continent's most terrifying assassin, Dong Mingyu. Yi Ziqiu, Chu Yao, Meng Qi, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others all surrounded Long Chen. They slaughtered Yi Benchang's clones in just a few seconds. A towering willow grew high into the clouds. Lu Ruyan brought Long Chen into the heart of the undying willow. If anyone wanted to harm him, they would have to defeat her first. Eliminate these hypocrites from the divine families who think they have any authority. Guo Ran charged straight toward Yi Benchang's true body. His dual sabers came out, their runes blazing with light. One of his sabers fell, causing sparks to fly. Guo Ran was blown back. Just at that moment, sword light pierced the heavens. The cold light and the sword intent made Yi Benchang feel cold. With a roar, Yi Benchang's manifestation burst into existence. With the pressure of Yu Zifeng's attack, he had to summon his full power. The reason he hadn't done so before wasn't just to put on a show. It was related to his cultivation technique. When he was in this state, he couldn't summon his clones. His original goal had been for his true body to stop the Drake King, while his clones killed Long Chen. He hadn't expected the Dragonblood Legion to come out, and for their power to far surpass what he had predicted. Vanish slash. Yi Benchang's sword swept forward, drowning Yu Zifeng's sword chi. A wave of his attack continued toward Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others. Blocked together, shouted Guo Ran. When Yi Benchang was at full power, he was comparable to a fourth-step nether passage expert. Hence, the Dragonblood warriors linked their manifestations, and 10,000 swords flew in unison. Sword chi exploded. The Dragonblood warriors collectively fell back. Yi Benchang's power was actually on par with theirs. Yi Benchang was also forced back several steps. Blood dripped down his arm. At some point, a bloody hole had appeared in his shoulder. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Just now, his attack had wiped out the Dragonblood warriors' attacks. The only thing he hadn't been able to erase was Yu Zifeng's sword chi. In the end, he had been forced to dodge, using his shoulder to take it. The sharp pain made him frown. The will of the sword Dao remained in his wound, and his heavenly Dao energy was actually unable to heal it. He was unable to believe that Yu Zifeng's sword Dao had reached such a terrifying level. Guo Ran crossed his blades. Runes appeared around every member of the Dragonblood Legion. As a result, all their power surged toward Guo Ran. A giant cross split the void, crossing the distance in an instant. At the center of it was Yi Benchang. Yi Benchang's hair stood on end. He felt a sensation of death envelop him. If he took this attack alone, he would be on death's door, if not already dead. Heavenly Dragon Blood explosion, 10,000 Daos into one. Just at that moment, the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion sent rays of divine light into Yi Benchang's manifestation. The Heavenly Dragon Legion actually had their own way to merge their power. With the support of the Heavenly Dragon Legion, Yi Benchang slashed his sword. In this instant, his manifestation vanished, with all the power that had gathered within it entering his sword. This was a clash of world-shaking attacks. The combined power of the Dragonblood Legion met the combined power of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. A giant black hole appeared where they crashed, and it rapidly grew. The void shuddered. Time and space were destroyed. The Dragonblood warriors felt like they had been struck by a giant hammer and hacked up blood. The Heavenly Dragon Legion was the same. Some of their experts had their foreheads split open and let out cries. Their souls had been merged into that attack, so the impact of that attack had been felt even more closely by them. Yi Benchang was sent flying, his sword-wielding arm broken. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and was pale with some lingering fright. That attack had been even more powerful than he had expected. If it hadn't been for the support of the 10,000 members of the Heavenly Dragon Legion, he definitely would have died. "Kill them," roared Yi Benchang. Long Chen couldn't be left alive, but now Yi Benchang knew that the Dragonblood Legion couldn't be left alive either. "Kill." The Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors charged out in full force. "Brothers, the Dragonblood Legion was created by our boss. Today, we'll show the world just who the strongest legion in this world is," shouted Guo Ran. His armor blazed with light as he led the charge against the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Cloud, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan charged toward Yi Benchang. Endless falling wood, brambles bury the heavens. As Guo Ran led the charge, Chu Yao made the first move. Her wooden staff summoned countless whips of thistles and thorns in midair. They shot toward Yi Benchang like pythons. These brambles had actually taken root in midair. That was a strange sight. They were completely black, like creepers from hell, and were filled with the aura of death. Yi Benchang had never seen such a strange wood attribute magical art, nor had he ever heard of such a thing. Which wood element magical art didn't sprout from the earth? Sensing their oddness, he didn't dare to be careless. He retreated as he attacked them. Yi Benchang's sword slashed into the brambles, only to find that they were so tough that he could only break a few of them with each strike. Most shocking of all, after being severed, the brambles would take root again and continue coming after him. Within the world of brambles, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Yu Zifeng, and the others' attacks sent Yi Benchang further and further back, completely flustered. Bastards! Yi Benchang saw that the Heavenly Dragon Legion was actually in a stalemate with the Dragonblood Legion. The Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors were all nether passage experts of the 3rd step, but they were unable to suppress these rookies who had just stepped into the nether passage realm. Seeing Long Chen hiding within Lu Ruyan's towering willow body while absorbing the rune, a sense of crisis overwhelmed Yi Benchang. If Long Chen managed to absorb it and advance to the nether passage realm, he would no longer be able to rest in peace. Divine blood ignition. Blood suddenly seeped out of Yi Benchang's skin, transforming into flames that enveloped him. Yi Benchang slashed his sword, tearing through Chu Yao's brambles. In that instant, Yi Benchang's aura doubled in power, and his figure vanished as he charged through everyone's blockade, going straight toward Lu Ruyan. Long Chen, die! Yi Bencheng concentrated all his power into this one attack. Ruyan, shouted Meng Qi. The sword fell and caused Lu Ruyan's towering willow to explode along with Long Chen. Chapter 2318 The Nether Passage Realm, Life and Death Energy. Meng Qi and the others let out startled cries, but Yi Bencheng didn't show any delight. What he had killed was a fake. After the willow exploded, the space in the distance twisted and another giant willow appeared. It was unknown what method Lu Ruyan had used to switch out with a scapegoat and bring Long Chen away. Lu Ruyan's figure had only just appeared when a giant figure came charging forward. It was Kun Pengxi in his Kunpeng form. Watch out, he's igniting the Peng Emperor's essence blood. Baitang Rushuang's furious cry rang out from the distance. Even working together with Nangong Zheyu, they were unable to stop him in that state. That Peng Emperor's essence blood he had ignited was incomparably precious. Kun Pengxi's current power was alarming. With every flap of his wings, it seemed like an entire cosmos could be suppressed. His power was not at all inferior to Yi Bencheng's previous attack. Lu Ruyan could use her scapegoat art once within a certain timeframe. Hence, this time, she could only wrap her branches together into a gigantic wall. However, in front of Kun Pengxi, who was igniting the essence blood of the Peng Emperor, her defenses seemed weak. They were instantly blown apart, and Kun Pengxi's giant wings slammed toward Long Chen and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's expression finally changed. The current Kun Pengxi was horrifyingly powerful. His attacks contained the pressure of an emperor, and her abilities were unable to stop him. She prepared to fling Long Chen away, using her own life to win him some time. Just as she prepared to throw him into the distance, Long Chen's body blazed with light. A heaven-shaking aura shot out in every direction. Evilmoon let out its own dragon roar and slashed at Kun Pengxi. A giant explosion rocked the battlefield, and blinding light exploded like a firework. It was like a star had just exploded. It was both beautiful and stunning. When the light dissipated, it revealed Long Chen's figure. Wind whipped his black robes and hair. His aura was calm, so calm that it was almost impossible to sense. It was completely different from his old explosive aura. His aura was now so calm that it was a bit frightening. Wielding his saber with one hand, he blocked Kun Pengxi's wing, which was as big as a mountain. Divine light roved within his eyes. He suddenly roared, "Scram!" His voice was like thunder. As Long Chen's aura exploded, his divine ring revolved, with 6 stars appearing in his eyes. His power burst forth like a volcano. Kun Pengxi's giant body was sent flipping back. Even while igniting the Peng Emperor's essence blood, he was unable to resist that power. A pillar of light soared into the sky with Long Chen at the center. His aura was like 2 furious dragons coiling around each other. Space rumbled as if it would be torn apart by a hurricane. What horrific life and death energy! He only just entered Nether Passage. How can he possess such an explosive aura? The other experts were all stunned by this sight. Just standing there, Long Chen released his aura, which was like a volcano erupting after it had been dormant for millions of years. A huge amount of energy burst into the sky, forming a giant whirlpool. Kun Pengxi's aura was extremely powerful, especially after he had ignited the Peng Emperor's essence blood, but even his aura was suppressed by Long Chen. The current Long Chen was like a devil king descended upon the mortal world. Killing intent surged within his eyes. He suddenly stamped his foot down. Seeing Long Chen suddenly vanish from his original location, Kun Pengxi was horrified. His full power lock was actually something that Long Chen could completely ignore. Evilmoon lit up above Kun Pengxi's head, and its 2 dragon marks seemed to come to life. An evil air exploded out of Evilmoon, like a sealed fiend had been released. Kun Pengxi felt like a devil was locked onto him, and his whole body turned cold. He folded his wings, manifesting an entire cosmos in the air. Countless stars revolved within that cosmos. Peng Emperor divine ability, Kunpeng breaks the heavens. Kun Pengxi's blood chi reached a peak. The cosmos that he had manifested smashed into Long Chen. The cosmos was split as easily as tofu by the saber image. Kun Pengxi was stunned, unable to believe that even the Peng Emperor's divine ability was unable to stop Long Chen. It was too late to dodge. The only thing he could do was avoid being struck in his vitals. As a result, one of his giant wings was cut off. Kun Pengxi screamed. The wings of the Kunpeng race contained their life's essence. Every feather was linked to their soul. The pain of having a wing cut off was equivalent to having his soul torn apart. That wing had just left his body when Long Chen grabbed and sent it into the primal chaos space. Ha ha ha, tonight I'll feast on roasted kunpeng wings. Long Chen laughed as he swung Evilmoon again. Even Long Chen couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by excitement. He had finally advanced to the Nether Passage realm. His 108,000 astral spaces had grown 10 times larger, and the Nethergate Star had been fully activated. Through the Nethergate Star, he was able to unleash the full power of his astral spaces. The thing that delighted him the most though was that his astral spaces had gained their own life and death energy. As he had been refining the Heavenly Tao rune, his astral spaces started to give off their own life fluctuations. They began to manifest life, their own laws appeared. The first law to appear was the law of life and death, and Long Chen was the master of this law. His 108,000 astral spaces were now capable of giving rise to life and death energy. With just a thought from Long Chen, every astral space sent a stream of life and death energy into the Nethergate Star, giving Long Chen endless power. Furthermore, when Long Chen sent his energy into Evilmoon, he could clearly feel that some kind of shackle had been broken. Evilmoon's power had also grown explosively. As a result, Kun Pengxi was unable to block him. Long Chen felt like he had inexhaustible energy. Although it wasn't too easy to control it all, that feeling of power was delightful. After cutting off Kun Pengxi's wing, Evilmoon's next target was Kun Pengxi's head. Kun Pengxi suddenly spat out a bolt of lightning. He had actually unleashed his inherited divine item, his lightning halberd. Evilmoon slammed into the lightning halberd, and a heaven-shaking explosion sent the halberd flying. The resplendent lightning halberd was now dim. What kind of broken thing is this to dare to face me? Long Chen, smash apart that broken halberd. I've been suppressed for so long, it's time to show my might. Cried Evilmoon. Once Long Chen broke through to the Nether Passage realm, another level of the seal within its body came undone. Like a magical beast that had been trapped for countless years and had regained its freedom, Evilmoon wanted to kill until it was happy. Evilmoon's power merged with Long Chen's power. Even without using any techniques, their power was terrifying. With one blow, they sent the lightning halberd flying, and Long Chen pressed onward to Kun Pengxi. Kun Pengxi rapidly retreated. Long Chen taunted, "Didn't you say that my reputation was fake and that you would personally kill me? What happened to that arrogance?" Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he stepped forward. Having lost one of his wings, Kun Pengxi's speed had obviously dropped. Long Chen caught up and unleashed another slash. Kun Pengxi's expression changed. His lightning halberd's internal divine runes had cracked from the previous exchange. If he used it to defend, then it would be forever crippled. Furthermore, his own soul would be injured by such a thing. However, there was nothing else he could do, and there was nowhere for him to go. He could only use the lightning halberd. By sacrificing it, he could win a brief chance to breathe. As long as he severed his spiritual connection to his divine item when he sacrificed it, it would reduce the backlash to the minimum. However, this divine item whose inheritance stretched back countless years would be gone forever. Seeing Long Chen's saber coming, Kun Pengxi had no other choice. He summoned the lightning halberd. He was about to sever his connection to it when a sword emitting a chilling light stabbed toward Long Chen's back. This sword was quick as lightning, and was his savior. If Long Chen chose to continue striking him, he would be forced to receive this sword. The timing of it was perfect. "Yi Benchang, I was looking for you, but you actually sent yourself over." Long Chen's smile was cold. He swung Evilmoon behind him, giving up on killing Kun Pengxi. The sword and saber collided. Both Long Chen and Yi Benchang's bodies shook. Long Chen's arms tingled, but he saw that Yi Benchang's hand had torn and was bleeding from this exchange. Clearly, with just the cultivation base of a third-step Nether Passage expert, Yi Benchang was slightly inferior to Long Chen when it came to pure power. "Yi Benchang, you almost killed me last time in front of the Yin-Yang world when you schemed against Dong Mingyu. Today, I'll settle our past and present enmities together." Long Chen immediately began attacking Yi Benchang, completely ignoring Kun Pengxi. The ambush from last time had been extremely dangerous. At that time, he and Dong Mingyu had only been in the Life Star realm, while Yi Benchang, a third-step Nether Passage expert, had actually been so shameless as to sneak attack them. Long Chen was filled with fury toward him over that, but he was also wary. A person who would do anything to achieve their goals was the most shameless and also the most frightening. You caused a war on the continent and completely disregarded the divine families. You and everyone with you must be put to death. I'll be killing you today for justice, snorted Yi Benchang, slashing his sword. Then let's see who kills who today. Long Chen focused on Yi Benchang. Now Meng Qi and the others were free of him and could control the rest of the battlefield. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Evilmoon shivered, ready to strike. However, just at that moment, a black hole appeared in the void, devouring Long Chen in an instant. Following that, an enormous entity appeared silently. Chapter 2319 Heaven-Devouring Toad. That enormous entity was a giant toad, and its body was semi-translucent. After devouring Long Chen, its body became dark green. The Heaven-Devouring Toad is a descendant of the ancient divine Heaven-Devouring Beast. It contains its own world inside of it. Once someone is swallowed, there's no way for them to escape. Cried someone. The Heaven-Devouring Beast only existed within legends and myths. The legends spoke of a beast in the divine world capable of swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, as well as devils and gods. It was called the Heaven-Devouring Beast. As for the Heaven-Devouring Toad, it was originally just a magical beast, but due to a battle between divine beasts, it had swallowed a drop of the Heaven-Devouring Beast's blood, resulting in a mutant that possessed the blood of a divine beast. Although the Heaven-Devouring Toad was not as frightening as the Heaven-Devouring Beast, it still possessed its own world within its body. It couldn't devour the sun and moon, but the world inside it was known as the Blood Domain Prison. It existed to devour. Any magical beast sucked into its internal world would find itself in an endless sea of blood. That sea of blood was the Heaven-Devouring Beast's digestive juices. Even a divine item would be digested by those corrosive juices, let alone the physical body. The Heaven-Devouring Toad was similar to the cloud-chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race in that they both possessed a trace of the Heaven-Swallowing Beast's blood. However, in comparison, the Heaven-Swallowing Toad's intelligence was much lower. It was more like magical beasts rather than a Zon beast. Due to how great of a threat they posed, it was said that the experts of that time had banded together to make them extinct. Unexpectedly, one had appeared here. Furthermore, its aura was extremely powerful. It was at the peak of the 12th rank. This was a monster of nightmares that horrified people. It was different from the cloud-chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race in that its devouring ability trapped people in a prison. For the cloud-chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race, what was swallowed would be instantly annihilated in its stomach. But the Heaven-Swallowing Toad's stomach was said to slowly corrode anyone who entered. Supposedly, it was a slow torture of pain, terror, and despair. Yi Benchang jumped onto the Heaven-Swallowing Toad's back. He placed a hand on its head and sent a rune into its body. Long Chen, I won't let you die so easily. Yi Benchang smiled cruelly. Long Chen had many secrets, so it would be too regretful if he simply died. This Heaven-Swallowing Toad was Yi Benchang's steed. Due to its low intelligence, he had to send this rune in to control the prison and make sure Long Chen wasn't killed. He had the utmost confidence in this steed of his. This Heaven-Swallowing Toad had been raised with the full resources of his family. The amount that had been spent was unimaginable. It might even be more than what had been spent on him. Even a fourth-step nether passage expert wouldn't be able to escape upon being swallowed. It was his strongest trump card, and even within the divine families, only a few people knew this secret. Today, he had exposed it to great effect. Suddenly, two large bubbles bulged out of its cheeks. The void rumbled. Blood-colored runes appeared all over its body, turning its dark green body red. At the same time, its body began to inflate. What? Yi Benchang was startled. He had never seen such a thing happen to the Heaven-Swallowing Toad. It transmitted its feeling of terror, but its thoughts were too muddled for him to understand what it was saying. Not good. Seeing cracks appear in its skin, Yi Benchang immediately jumped off and fled. The giant Heaven-Swallowing Toad had inflated to the point that it was 10 times its original size when it finally exploded. Flames exploded out of it, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The Heaven-Swallowing Toad's corpse was incinerated into nothingness. Within the dancing flames stood a figure with a black saber. The intense flames were gentle in front of him. They were like a cool breeze blowing back his clothes and hair. You actually sent out a toad to die. Yi Benchang, has your silly ass run out of tricks? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen had also been badly frightened upon being swallowed. He had entered a world that was a sea of blood. When he entered, the sea of blood had transformed into countless strange beasts that pounced on him. The corrosive power of that blood had made his heart shake. The worst thing was that that world's laws were strange. giving Long Chen a feeling that he wouldn't be able to leave no matter how strong he was. However, when he used the World Extermination Flame Lotus and activated the Nirvana scripture, he found that even within this strange world, the Nirvana scripture still worked. Endless flame energy had gathered toward him. What Long Chen didn't know was that the flame energy he was drawing out wasn't from the martial heaven continent. It was also from this strange world, and as a result, when the World Extermination Flame Lotus fell, that entire world's laws were shattered. It had inflated until it had exploded. "Bastard, what did you do?" roared Yi Benchang. The steed he had nourished with his blood and sweat had been killed. Just at that moment, Long Chen came charging at him, unleashing a simple slash of his saber. Due to the distraction, Yi Benchang used his soul to lock him down. Yi Benchang's expression changed. The opening from the death of his heaven-swallowing toad had been grasped by Long Chen. He barely managed to raise his sword but was blown back, coughing up blood. In a clash between experts, a single opening was enough to decide victory or defeat. Suddenly, the space behind Long Chen rumbled, and lightning spears shot toward him. Kun Pengxi had returned. Just now, Yi Benchang had saved Kun Pengxi. Seeing him in trouble, Kun Pengxi came to disturb Long Chen. It wasn't due to how loyal he was, but that they had no choice but to join forces. A blood-colored spear also tore through the void, bringing with it the cries of ghosts. That spear was like a curse from hell. A chill filled the air. The only one capable of unleashing such an evil curse attack was Tian Xiaozi. Tian Xiaozi wasn't planning on just watching as the most powerful experts fought. He also unleashed his strongest trump card. At the same time, a giant figure appeared in the air. It was an emperor with a golden crown. Another spear pierced toward Long Chen, as Di Feng had also made. His move, he stood in the head of the giant emperor and merged with the blood emperor, unleashing immense pressure. Kun Pengxi, Tian Xiaozi, and Di Feng unleashed their strongest attacks. As for Yi Benchang, who had been retreating, he let out a cry and came to a sudden stop. He spat a mouthful of blood onto this sword, causing wriggling blood runes to appear over it. Blood sacrifice, life-devouring slash. Yi Benchang's sword slashed out along with the attacks from the other three. Even if you join forces, so what? Other than the sovereigns, have I ever been afraid of anyone in the same realm? Long Chen shouted. His 108,000 astral spaces all sent a stream of life and death energy to his Nethergate star. The Nethergate star shuddered, linking all that power. At the same time, the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars lit up. All of Long Chen's power streamed into Evilmoon. Evilmoon shook intensely multiple times. It was like one shackle after another inside of its body was being broken. Its power crazily climbed. Haha, there's finally enough power. Long Chen, no need to use split the heavens, I'll teach you the peerless technique of my evil dragon race. Evilmoon cried out excitedly. An evil aura caused the world to shake. Evil dragon executes the heavens. Suddenly, Long Chen and Evilmoon let out an identical roar. The void exploded as a giant saber image soared. That saber image was like a giant dragon's tail, as well as a crescent fang. Tian Xiaozi, Kun Pengxi, Di Feng, and Yi Benchang's attacks instantly exploded. Huge ripples spread in every direction. All five of them were sent flying. Tian Xiaozi's spear shattered, Kun Pengxi's lightning halberd vanished, and Di Feng's blood emperor figure disintegrated. They began hacking up blood, and their foreheads split open. Yi Benchang's sword was broken, with its fragments stabbing his body. This had been a collision capable of shaking the world. The ripples even affected the entire battlefield to the point that countless experts were blown far into the distance and badly injured. The chaotic battle came to a stop because there was no way to continue fighting. Everyone had to focus on staying alive, and they fled for their lives in the face of those shockwaves. As they retreated, they saw four wretched figures within the distorted space. Where's Long Chen? People cried out, unable to see the fifth figure that they had just seen. Young master, watch out. Suddenly, the Kunpeng race's experts let out heart-rending cries. They had noticed a figure with a black saber suddenly appear behind Kun Pengxi. When they saw that figure, every expert of the Zon beasts froze in horror. Before Kun Pengxi could react, that sinister black saber stabbed through his back. Chapter 2320 Slaying Kun Pengxi. Evilmoon pierced through Kun Pengxi's body. Wrapped in black chi, it was like an evil dragon's toxic fang, devouring Kun Pengxi's life. Young master, The Kunpeng race's experts along with the rest of the Zan beasts cried out. Kun Pengxi was the descendant of the Peng Emperor and the hope of the Zan beasts. All their hearts sank. Long Chen, if you dare! Roared Peng Wanli. Evilmoon shook ever so slightly and Kun Pengxi exploded. In that instant, a translucent figure shot out. That was his Yuan spirit. However, just as it fled, Long Chen's saber fell, instantly blasting the Yuan spirit into specks of light that slowly dissipated. A peerless genius of his generation, descendant and heir of the Peng Emperor, a monster that had been sealed in the ancient era, the heavenly genius shouldering the hopes and dreams of the Kunpeng race and the Zan beasts, died. Seeing those specks of light slowly fade, shock filled everyone. Kun Pengxi had been killed. Kun Pengxi was an expert blessed with immense karmic luck, someone who had the blessing and protection of the heavenly Taos. Such a figure rarely died. Even when encountering experts stronger than themselves, the protection of the heavenly Taos would allow them to escape with their lives. But Kun Pengxi had still been killed by Long Chen. A wave of mournful cries came from the Zan beasts. That one blow from Long Chen had severed any hopes of the Zan beasts rising. That was satisfying. Let's continue. Evilmoon cried out excitedly, its killing intent even stronger than Long Chen's. Perhaps it had been sealed for so long that its urges now exploded. It had an urge to slaughter the entire world. Long Chen rushed toward Yi Benchang, who had already lost his mind out of fear. Of the four, Kun Pengxi had been closest, so he was the first unlucky target. As for Yi Benchang, he had become the second. Seeing Long Chen charging over with such killing intent, Yi Benchang finally revealed a look of terror. The previous exchange had badly wounded him, and he had yet to recover. Long Chen's attack just now had not only broken their combined attacks but also their confidence, leading them to no longer have the courage to keep fighting. Yi Benchang took out a soul-calming jade that made Long Chen's pupils shrink. It didn't have the same design and color as his, but the fluctuations coming from it were definitely the same. The design was different, but it also had 9 lines, making it a 9-line soul-calming jade. Yi Benchang was about to crush it. An invisible wind blade silently slashed down, cutting off his arm before he could crush his soul-calming jade. Tang Wan appeared. That wind blade came from the priceless treasure that Lang Yuyan had given her. It was perfectly suited to her cultivation technique, and she was able to use it to sneak up on Yi Benchang without anyone noticing. Yi Benchang's expression changed. Before he could grab the jade back, Evilmoon arrived, so he could only raise his broken sword. Yi Benchang's divine sword was easily sliced through, and Evilmoon cut through his ribs. Yi Benchang had been cut in two. As his weapon was broken and his body was crippled, he despaired. Long Chen, release our commander or the Heavenly Dragon Legion will annihilate your Dragonblood Legion. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion tried to charge over, but the Dragonblood Legion stopped them. Their crazy charge only resulted in deaths and injuries amongst themselves, with not one person managing to get by. Annihilate the Dragonblood Legion, how about we annihilate you first? Sneered Guo Ran. Although the other side was composed of third-step nether passage experts, in terms of combat power, 10,000 against 10,000, the Dragonblood warriors were completely suppressing them. Almost 2,000 deaths had appeared amongst the Heavenly Dragon Legion, yet they dared to threaten the Dragonblood Legion. At this time, Di Feng and Tian Xiaozi were dumbfounded. Kun Pengxi was dead and Yi Benchang was crippled. Theoretically, they should charge forward to run interference and give Yi Benchang a chance to recover. However, they were already defeated. Despite knowing what they should do, they didn't dare to. A desire to flee began to rise within them. After cutting Yi Benchang in half, Evilmoon didn't stop. Long Chen stabbed Evilmoon straight for Yi Benchang's head. Someone like Yi Benchang had to be eliminated. At such a young age, you're already so vicious, with no sense of mercy. Can someone like you lead the people against the foreign invaders? Just at that moment, an icy snort rang out. Although it was just a snort, the sound covered up the commotion of the battlefield. A hand reached out of midair toward Long Chen. In that instant, the world froze and every expert stopped moving. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but that they couldn't. Every fluctuation seemed to repeat itself, as if the laws of heaven and earth had changed. This was the samsara power of a fourth-step nether passage expert. Everyone knew that only someone capable of controlling samsara power could forcibly change the laws of heaven and earth. Only now did they see an elder with a white beard appear in front of Long Chen. His face was covered in wrinkles, and it was extremely grave. The strange sight of his hand appearing first and only then noticing him showed that his power was affecting their senses. The elder's hand reached toward Long Chen's throat. Life and death energy manifested in his eyes. It was as if the world was under his control. Even Long Chen felt that his body was frozen. However, despite that, Long Chen still sneered, "What does my viciousness have to do with you? Are you another bastard from the same hole as this one?" The elder seemed to be the master of life and death. Killing intent sparked within his eyes because of Long Chen's words. "Little brat, it seems your parents never taught you manners. I'll teach you in their place." Brilliant light exploded from his hand. However, just as it was about to touch Long Chen's throat, a giant figure appeared behind him. A bone club viciously slammed into the back of his head. People recognized that giant figure. It was Wild. He had actually managed to silently sneak up on this elder. A resounding explosive sound rang out, and the frozen world instantly became undone. The laws of the world returned to normal. However, shockingly, even though Wild's club had smashed into the back of the elder's head, that elder's head didn't explode. Those familiar with Wild knew that his physical strength was even greater than Long Chen's, so were the heads of fourth-step nether passage experts really that hard? Although his head didn't explode, his scalp was split open. Long Chen saw a ring of light around Wild's club, blocking it. Most likely this was an instinctual defense. A fourth-step nether passage expert seemed to possess an instinctual reaction to any danger. However, even if this club wasn't enough to kill him, it did make the elder dizzy. Long Chen took advantage of that. With the space around him unfrozen, he raised a hand and smacked the elder in the face, sending him flying. After that, his hand was quick as lightning, grabbing Yi Benchang's throat. Only then did the elder recover. Seeing the odd gazes of countless experts, he shuddered from rage. "Long Chen, you are courting death," he roared. He hadn't been planning on killing Long Chen and only wanted to suppress him. However, who would have expected that someone had been hiding within the void? Caught off guard, he was actually slapped in the face. "Old fellow, you're the one courting death. Last time didn't count. Let me try again and see if your head is really so hard," demanded Wild. Wild was different from the Dragonblood warriors. He didn't have any realms or tribulations to go through. He also didn't have any of the aura of a cultivator. Moreover, he was not affected by any restrictions or suppressions of the heavenly Taos. Guo Ran had once said that if he made an invisibility cloak for Wild, he might be an even better assassin than Dong Mingyu. That little joke by Guo Ran was remembered by Sha Chen. He had specially made a special belt that could conceal Wild within the void. As long as Wild only moved around, no one would sense his existence. When he had first obtained that belt, Wild was so excited that he started playing hide and seek. As a result, no one could find him. Only when he was too hungry and began to munch on things was he exposed. During this tribulation, Long Chen had had Wild hide in the void. As long as Long Chen didn't give the order, Wild wasn't to come out. Wild always listened to Long Chen, so even though the powerful shockwaves of the battle had sent him rolling back and forth, he had remained silent. Only when that elder came and froze the world did Long Chen give the order. Wild had stealthily gotten close as the elder's frozen space was unable to affect him. As a result, he managed to smash the elder in the head. However, because it was a sneak attack, it wasn't his full-strength attack. Seeing the elder was fine, Wild was indignant and wanted to try it again. "Wild, wait." Long Chen stopped Wild. That was a fourth-step nether passage expert, and this battle was too dangerous for Wild. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Elder Long, how long are you planning on just watching the fun?" Chapter 2321 Yi Yaochen. Long Chen suddenly shouted into the void. Everyone looked into the sky, only to see the void slowly twist. A group of 7 elders walked out, with one of them being Elder Long. Elder Long smiled. "Long Chen, congratulations on advancing to Nether Passage. With this, a brilliant path of endless possibilities has been opened to you." "A brilliant path? I doubt it. I am just a regular cultivator, while it's the divine families that stand above everyone and control this world's fate. You decide what black and white is. How could I possibly enter your eyes?" said Long Chen mockingly. Long Chen was extremely dissatisfied with Elder Long right now. His previous good opinion of him had been wiped out. It was Elder Long who had taken over his matters, and when he had left, he had entrusted things to Shen Chengfeng and the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. That was all understandable. However, once Long Chen was gone, Shen Chengfeng was replaced by Yi Benchang. Long Chen refused to believe that Elder Long had been unaware of that. Long Chen, there might be some misunderstandings here. Just now, Elder Yi Yaochen was just trying to stop you in order to make things clear before any rash decisions are made. You're too tense, said Elder Long. Yi Yaochen. Long Chen suddenly recalled that when the Dragonblood Legion had been stopping the blood race from entering the martial heaven continent, there had been a group of idiots from the outer branches of the divine families who had tried to make things difficult for him. They had thought that with the heavenly divine writ, he wouldn't dare to touch them. But Long Chen had immediately started killing. He remembered catching one of them called Zhao Feng and demanding to know why they were targeting him. It was at that time that Shen Chengfeng had appeared, and Long Chen had given Zhao Feng to him to handle. At that time, Zhao Feng had been scared witless and had said that the mastermind was Yi Yaochen. However, that also seemed wrong. Hadn't he heard that Yi Yaochen was only 37 years old? Why did he look more like 73? But Elder Long was clearly intentionally telling Long Chen his identity, so it couldn't be wrong. Elder Yi Yaochen is the youngest member amongst us heaven elders. He's only 37 years old. However, within the samsara realm, it is possible to change the form of your life. For him to be in an old state is no surprise, said Elder Long, seeing Long Chen's suspicions. It seemed that these 8 were all heaven elders of the divine families, but only Yi Yaochen had taken action ahead of the others, while they continued to watch. In a place that Long Chen didn't know of, a pair of eyes was silently watching everything happening here. Long Chen, release Yi Benchang and I will investigate this matter, demanded Yi Yaochen, glaring at him like a viper. However, despite his hostility, he didn't directly charge over. Long Chen looked at Yi Yaochen and then to Elder Long and the others. Seeming to understand something, he sneered, "What are you investigating for? Are you a bailiff? Are you a judge? Things are already so simple. Yi Benchang wanted to kill me. What else is there to investigate? Are you blind or dumb?" One was called Yi Benchang, and one was called Yi Yaochen. Clearly, they were from the same side, maybe even one family. Releasing him would be freeing a tiger. Yi Benchang tried to speak, but his throat was clenched tightly by Long Chen, so it came out garbled. As for his soul, it was completely suppressed by Long Chen's Yuan spirit. With just a thought, Long Chen could kill him. Long Chen, Elder Yi Yaochen is correct. Things are still unclear. I'd advise you to consider Elder Yi's suggestion, said Elder Long lightly. Hearing that, Long Chen instantly understood that Elder Long was indicating to him that he didn't need to be afraid of Yi Yaochen's threat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Long Chen just had to consider Yi Yaochen's suggestion. Of the 8 elders, 7 of them were just standing there indifferently. Clearly, Yi Yaochen did not have absolute authority here. Long Chen could accept or not accept. Had he misjudged Elder Long? Or was this to say that the relations of divine families were much more complicated on the inside than he had thought? Elder Long, what are you saying? Long Chen is just a mortal disciple. How is there room for him to consider obeying the orders of the divine families? Demanded Yi Yaochen, also having heard Elder Long's subtle indication. Elder Yi, that's wrong. The divine families exist for the world's living beings. In this situation where a sovereign has not become apparent, we must work together with the outstanding heroes of the martial heaven continent against foreign invaders. We are all working together, and although the power of our divine families is a bit stronger, all the martial heaven continent's people have the right to express their opinions, even if they differ. For you to be so tyrannical, it seems that you're going against the Lord Venerate's orders. He won't be happy. Elder Long shook his head. Elder Yi Yaochen shrank back at the mention of the Lord Venerate, his expression growing ugly. He shouted, Long Chen, this matter involves the divine families, and before things are clear, I demand that you release Yi Benchang into our custody. Once we find out the truth, you will naturally have your justice. The truth, justice, are you going to find a bunch of scapegoats and push all the responsibility onto them, then kill them so that they can't testify? Do you want to play such a game with me? Elder Long told me that you were 37 years old. Based on your appearance, I didn't expect you to say such a brainless thing, but now I believe it, sneered Long Chen. Yi Yaochen, tell me, how did I end up offending a heaven elder of the divine families? Why are you targeting me? What nonsense are you spouting now? Shouted Yi Yaochen. You're going to keep acting. This kind of play is something I stopped doing in my youth. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously. He found that the higher the cultivation base, the lower the intelligence and the tricks played also grew cruder. Such tricks were child's play in the Phoenix Cry Empire. But it seemed that these supreme experts liked to play them. Perhaps due to being stronger, they no longer needed to use their brains. That was why their excuses became laughably implausible. Long Chen, I am ordering you to hand over Yi Benchang. Perhaps Yi Yaochen's age was still too immature to have patience, resulting in him shouting. Yi Benchang suddenly exploded in Long Chen's hand, transforming into bloody mist. For a moment, every expert of the martial heaven continent was simply stunned. The giant battlefield was so silent that it would be possible to hear a pin dropping. Long Chen had actually killed Yi Benchang in front of 8 of the divine family's heaven elders. Those were 4th step nether passage experts, and Long Chen had killed a commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion just like that. Was that a declaration of war against the divine families? Long Chen, you. Yi Yaochen's eyes were scarlet with rage. Long Chen had actually killed Yi Benchang, his blood nephew. It's not my fault. You shouted so loudly that you scared him, making him self-detonate. It has nothing to do with me. Long Chen waved his hand. As he slowly stepped away, he was like an innocent person leaving, as if afraid of being falsely accused. Long Chen. Yi Yaochen spat out Long Chen's name from the cracks between his teeth. His bone-chilling killing intent erupted out of him. Long Chen felt his body move against his will. He hastily tried to flee. You think you can leave? Leave your life behind first, roared Yi Yaochen. However, he had barely moved when Elder Long blocked his path, indifferently saying, Elder Yi, what do you think you're doing? This was definitely a stall. Was he giving Long Chen a chance to get away? Yi Yaochen roared, I'm telling you to get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Yi Yaochen's roar made Elder Long smile. That's fine. Are you going to be hostile to the one up above as well though? Elder Long pointed up to the sky. Yi Yaochen looked up and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment a voice rang out from the sky. Right and wrong will be decided later. Do not make a rash move now. The voice wasn't loud, but it contained unquestionable dignity. However, the voice was heard only by the 8 elders. Others were unable to hear anything. Yi Yaochen had been like a mad dog just now, so these words were effectively a slap in his face. He no longer possessed the courage to even fart. Suddenly, rumbling rang out that made everyone look at Long Chen. They jumped when they saw that his retreat was just a cover for him to charge toward the distant Difeng. Evilmoon shone with its evil light as Long Chen used this opportunity not to flee, but to approach Difeng in an attempt to kill him. Difeng's expression changed. He had used up everything in the fight and was now exhausted. He had no energy to recover, and Long Chen was now rushing over like a life-reaping devil king. Although he had the army of the ancient family alliance standing behind him, they didn't give him any sense of safety. His manifestation suddenly shuddered, with the Blood Emperor spreading his arms and enveloping him. Runes formed into a giant shield. Long Chen's saber smashed into the runic shield, blowing it apart. He unleashed a second attack to split open the 2 hands. Runes dissipated through the air, and the heavenly Tao manifestation faded with them. However, Difeng's figure had vanished. He had craftily set up these defenses as bait while he used a secret art to flee. It could be seen just how terrified he was of Long Chen. Difeng had vanished. However, in the distance, there was another figure covered in black runes. Spatial energy exploded out of there as Tian Xiaozi also used a secret art to flee. A blood-colored arrow flew over, with a golden runic talisman hanging on it. It exploded beside Tian Xiaozi. Hee, want to run? Keep dreaming. Sha Chen and Guo Ran laughed wickedly. They had interrupted Tian Xiaozi's secret art. Just at that moment, Long Chen rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 2322 Hunting down Tian Xiaozi. We were still a bit lacking. We let Difeng get away, grumbled Sha Chen. When Long Chen had pretended to be retreating, they hadn't understood what he was doing. It was only once he actually attacked that they realized, otherwise they might have been able to stop Difeng. In that instant, Sha Chen had understood Long Chen's intentions, and seeing Tian Xiaozi prepared to run, he took out a rune talisman for Guo Ran. Guo Ran had immediately used an arrow to shoot the rune talisman over. It disrupted spatial formations, interrupting Tian Xiaozi's transportation. Furthermore, for a short while, the spatial laws remained broken, preventing any further attempts. Tian Xiaozi's expression changed, and he immediately summoned the corrupt god ancient tower, jumping inside of it. Boom! The corrupt god ancient tower was sent flying by a slash from Long Chen. If Tian Xiaozi had been the slightest bit slower, he would have been killed. A giant scar was left on the corrupt god ancient tower, shocking the experts present. Just what kind of origin did Long Chen's black saber have to be able to do such a thing? Not only had it broken Kun Pengxi's lightning halberd, but it had also injured this divine item left by a god. As Tian Xiaozi fled with the corrupt god ancient tower, the corrupt experts charged over at Long Chen. Long Chen hacked Evilmoon repeatedly, slaughtering the experts trying to stop him. Not even a third-step netherpassage expert was qualified to block his path. With lightning wings and the celestial lightning body blink, he shot after Tian Xiaozi. The two of them quickly vanished from sight. When the two of them were gone, the experts of the various powers were left in a daze. They looked around. The Kunpeng race's ancestral land was long gone, and they still were not quite able to believe what had just happened. Elder Long Chen ignored the heavenly divine writ, disrupting the peace of the continent and starting a war. He creates countless calamities. Are the divine families going to be so indifferent toward him? Shouted Peng Wanli furiously, his voice hoarse. Kun Pengxi's death and the destruction of the Peng Emperor's statue meant that the Kunpeng race was doomed. Long Chen was their bane. The originally glorious Kunpeng race would fully decline. The Peng race's experts wept. Just how glorious had the Kunpeng race been? Everything they were seeing in front of them was unacceptable, and this had all been caused by Long Chen. They demanded justice from the divine families. Peng Wanli seemed to have aged countless years. Elder Long looked at him and said, "We will be able to determine right and wrong after investigating. We will naturally get justice for the martial heaven continent. If Long Chen really did deliberately start a war to harm the continent, the divine families will bring our full power to remove the scourge. However, if there are reasons, then we'll need to investigate them first. The divine families won't let off a bad person, but we won't wrongly blame a good person." Bullshit. This matter was clearly caused by your Yi Benchang, shouted Peng Wanli, but before he could finish, a ray of divine light pierced through his body. He instantly stiffened, terrified to find that he couldn't move. Maintain the appropriate respect when you face the divine families. We are always just and impartial. To push all the responsibility onto a dead person, what kind of wicked intentions are the Peng race harboring? Ordered Yi Yaochen. With just a pointing of his finger, he had managed to pierce Peng Wanli's body. That single finger contained a powerful warning. If he wanted to kill Peng Wanli, then all he would have to do was point at his head. Peng Wanli was infuriated. He didn't have Long Chen's guts to resist in front of a fourth step netherpassage expert who was also a heaven elder of the divine families. Long Chen willfully slaughtered innocent people. Everyone saw it. However, this matter involves many things, and even the divine families must be careful with how we handle it. You just need to listen to the conclusion, said Yi Yaochen icily. As a result, Peng Wanli clenched his teeth furiously but didn't say anything. Elder Long Chen is hunting down the top genius of my corrupt path. Doesn't that mean that the heavenly divine writ has lost any effect? In the future, we can ignore it too and fight the righteous path again, right? Demanded Xie Wenchen coldly. In the front of Xie Wenchen's icy questioning, Elder Long indifferently shook his head. Now you're thinking of the heavenly divine writ. Tell me, when Long Chen was undergoing his tribulation and you attacked him, did you think of it then? Well, Xie Wenchen was stunned for a moment, but he quickly said smoothly, it was the commander of the divine families who said that Long Chen was attempting to overthrow the martial heaven continent and wanted us to attack together. Xie Wenchen instantly threw all the blame to Yi Benchang. It was true that Yi Benchang had called for everyone to kill Long Chen. Everyone could bear witness to it. Hence, the divine families could not escape responsibility for it. Yi Benchang had a personal enmity with Long Chen. I'm sure that essentially everyone here is aware of it. The 8 of us came specifically to investigate this. However, Yi Benchang was only in charge of defending the path to the yin-yang world and helping you. How did he have the authority to order you? As for why you listened to his appeal, there were probably many reasons, but we're still not sure about those matters. The position of the divine families has always been explicitly clear, so don't try to blame us. We are only overseeing the battlefield and would never order any person or power to do anything. You laugh when you benefit, but cry when you don't. That seems to be lacking the manner of a leader of such a major force, said Elder Long lightly. His words were said without any fury as if he would never get angry, but he easily voiced their guilt without actually saying the words. Yi Benchang was in charge of the entrance to the yin-yang world, and during that time, the various powers had constantly squeezed the righteous path, taking up more portions of the battlefield. The Zon beasts in particular had provoked them several times. They had even killed the Xuantian Dao sect's genius and started a war. That had been the result that Yi Benchang had wanted, and his actions had encouraged even more arrogance from the various powers. The Zon beasts were the most tyrannical. They had even sent their experts to wipe out the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Long Chen had caught them, and his fury was what had resulted in this. The source of the problem was still them, so they could only blame themselves. When asked who the source of the problem was though, they blamed it on Yi Benchang, making the divine families bear responsibility, even acting right and confident. However, Elder Long's words made the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, and the others speechless, unable to retort. When you bullied the disciples of the righteous path, did you think of the heavenly divine writ? When you killed our brothers and sisters, did you think of this day? Yi Lingshan coldly raised her sword, which still had some blood on it. That's right, senior apprentice brother Wang Zhen was killed by you, but where was your sense of justice then? Have you forgotten your disdain and indifference from then? Cursed Hua Xiu, she was still choked with emotion at the thought of Wang Zhen. He had only died to save everyone else. A generation's genius didn't die to the blood race, but instead to some brutes who only know how to fight amongst their allies. Just how wrong was his death? You still have the face to accuse others. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples immediately began to curse them. Who do you think Wang Zhen was to count as a generation's genius? Sneered a disciple of the Zon beasts. That one sneer caused the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to erupt. Compared to senior apprentice brother Long Chen, who do you think you are? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen crushed Kun Pengxi like swatting a fly, so what do you have to say about that? If we were to compare you, you would be dog sh*t in front of senior apprentice brother Long Chen. When he's here, you all become cowering tortoises. If you dared to make so much noise in front of senior apprentice brother Long Chen, he'd slap you all to death with one blow. You animals, you were all so arrogant when bullying others. Just keep acting arrogant. Why do you all look like your dads just died? The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples joined the cursing of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The time when Long Chen had been absent was truly stifling. Now that he was back and had even successfully advanced, sweeping through the other geniuses, they were excited enough to dance. He had killed Kun Pengxi as well as Yi Benchang, and Di Feng had fled in terror. Now, Long Chen was chasing after Tian Xiaozi. The righteous path's disciples, morale soared. Could they possibly let go of this chance to mock their abusers? The Zon beasts clenched their teeth furiously. They didn't say anything else though because the Dragonblood warriors were looking at them like tigers looking at sheep. Although the Dragonblood warriors had stopped fighting, their killing intent had not diminished. In the battle just now, they had killed over 3,000 members of the Heavenly Dragon Legion without losing a single one of their members. The Dragonblood Legion was too terrifying. The Zon beasts felt a cold breeze blow past their necks with the Dragonblood warriors looking at them. What now? Boss isn't here, so do we need to find an excuse to wipe out these Zon beasts? Wondered Guo Ran out loud. What kind of excuse? Asked Ji Yuyong, his grip on his weapon tightening. For example, the weather's not bad. Offered Guo Ran. Don't mess around. Ji Yuyong rolled his eyes. The 8 heaven elders of the divine families are still here to clean up the mess. We can't make a move now. Let's just wait for news from Long Chen. Meng Qi shook her head. She looked in the direction where Long Chen had gone. She knew that even if he had to chase Tian Xiaozi to the ends of the world, he would still kill him. Chapter 2323 Corrupt God Cemetery. The void exploded, and a giant bone tower came charging out like a shooting star. Chi waves blasted out of it as it rushed away at maximum speed. Another explosion followed. A saber image slashed into the corrupt god ancient tower, sending it flying with even greater speed. A new scar appeared on the corrupt god ancient tower, which was already covered in scars. Within the bone tower, Tian Xiaozi's aura was turbulent. Blood was pouring out of his orifices, yet he persevered. Long Chen was like a death god unleashed from hell to drag him down. Every time he attacked the corrupt god ancient tower, a piece of Tian Xiaozi's soul crumbled. If this continued, then even before the corrupt god ancient tower fell apart, he would be dead. Long Chen continued chasing and attacking. He asked Evilmoon, "What's going on? Why isn't this damn tower breaking?" Evilmoon answered, "How could it be so simple? That's a legacy divine item. with countless years of faith energy from the entire corrupt path condensed inside of it. It must have absorbed countless souls to strengthen itself. Although it might look broken and on the verge of blowing apart, the actual damage isn't that great. Without harming its core, the damage done to it isn't even as great as what we did to it last time. Once we exhaust all the faith energy, it will lose its support and be blown apart. As for that little fellow, he's badly wounded and has no chance to heal. As long as you keep attacking like this, he won't last long. But I don't have that much energy left either. Long Chen sighed. After advancing to the Nether Passage realm, he had been fighting against powerful opponents the entire time. He had fought against the 4 of them, and at that moment, over half his energy was used up by Evilmoon to activate its divine ability. Right now, Long Chen was only acting tough. He merely had a bit more than 10% of his spiritual yuan left. It's fine, he's in a worse condition than you, so you'll definitely last longer. Just work hard, snickered Evilmoon. Then can't you put in some work? Grumbled Long Chen. How? Yunshang's seal makes it so that my power must come from you. You'll need to rely on your strength, said Evilmoon. Didn't you say that you already broke the sovereign's seal before? Demanded Long Chen. I'm still a long way from that. I only broke 1 level of it. Yunshang's seal isn't something you can imagine. At that time, I really was too arrogant to run into him. To tell the truth, I still regret it. Well, whatever, just keep attacking. He'll definitely fall apart before you, said Evilmoon. Even it felt great respect for Sovereign Yunshang despite constantly cursing him. Seeing Evilmoon wasn't in a good mood, Long Chen didn't pursue the topic. He continued attacking. Originally, Long Chen should have brought Cloud with him to chase. But the corrupt god Ancient Tower was too powerful, and he didn't want her to be injured. Even if Long Chen had the power to unleash one of his bigger moves, he wouldn't have time to unleash it. Tian Xiaozi would have long since fled, so all Long Chen could do was continue attacking like this. Every time Evilmoon attacked, the bone tower quivered and the void rumbled. They passed by countless cities and sects. People looked up in shock when they passed. They barely managed to catch a glimpse of Long Chen with his saber chasing a giant tower and attacking it. Some people recognized it to be the corrupt path's core divine item, the corrupt god Ancient Tower, shocking them even more. However, both of them were so fast that they were gone in just a twinkling. Only some people with stronger cultivation bases saw them. Long Chen's arms were growing weary. He didn't even know how many times he had attacked, but he didn't stop. He had no idea when he would be able to break the tower. Even with his willpower, he was thinking of giving up. However, seeing Tian Xiaozi's blood pouring out of him inside of the tower every time he attacked made him continue. They had gone to the other edge of the central plains. At this moment, a giant gate appeared in the air. The gate opened and black chi gushed out. The green mountains instantly turned into a land of death. Giant trees withered, while even stones aged and cracked. The air of death enveloped the tower. This wasn't the law of death, but a kind of death aura, an aura of decay and darkness. It was like the air of a tomb. Tian Xiaozi laughed once he flew inside the gate. Long Chen, you want to kill me? Come and fight in here. This should be the legendary corrupt god cemetery. A grave look appeared on Long Chen's face. This place was said to contain the body of the corrupt god. It was the corrupt path's strongest support. Who do you think is afraid of you? Sneered Long Chen. He charged in, his figure vanishing into the gate. Just a moment after he entered, a group of people arrived. It was the 8 heaven elders, followed by another mass of people. Back in the Kunpeng race's destroyed ancestral lands, the various powers no longer dared to fight. But they didn't want to just foolishly stand there, so they had chased the 2 of them here by following their auras. Tian Xiaozi actually opened the gate to the corrupt god cemetery. Elder Long frowned. The corrupt god cemetery had several entrances, but most of them were fake. There was only one true gate. It was said that ever since the corrupt god cemetery had appeared, the main gate had never been opened. It was said that once it was open, a calamity would befall all life. That was the prophecy left by the corrupt god. Or perhaps it should be called a curse. Elder Long watched the giant gate emitting endless death chi. The vitality of this region was gradually being corroded. In the future, this region would be a land of death. It seems that Long Chen actually chased Tian Xiaozi inside. Has that little fellow never heard of the corrupt god cemetery? One of the other heaven elders also frowned. He has definitely heard of it. But he has one hobby which can be summed up as playing with his life. Elder Long shook his head. HMPH, someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't have the slightest shred of respect for anything. He'll sooner or later lose his life like this. How can such a person be of any use to the divine families? He just advanced to Nether Passage, and he's going to die in the corrupt god cemetery. Elder Long, you can give up on your fanciful thoughts, sneered Yi Yaochen. Clearly, Yi Yaochen was against Long Chen, while Elder Long had always been supporting him. The conflict between the two of them was growing increasingly obvious. Elder Long lightly smiled. Every person has a different cultivation path. Although Long Chen likes to wear black and has his own peculiarities, I'm sure that even you have no choice but to admit he has a charisma that no one else possesses. All the people beside him are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Even the 12,000 members of the Dragonblood Legion are of one heart. At any time, they have absolute trust in each other. Can you tell me if there is anyone else on the Martial Heaven continent capable of doing such a thing, including the divine families? Are the 8 heavenly dragon legions capable of such a thing? If they were, then in a battle of 10,000 against 10,000, with them being in the 3rd step Nether Passage realm with absolute advantage, how could the 7th heavenly dragon legion be suppressed by the Dragonblood Legion? Elder Yi, you shouldn't keep being biased because of some small things, or it will appear intolerant and damage the dignity of the divine families. Long Junwu, what do you think you are saying? Yi Yaochen's expression changed. These words were far too insulting. Elder Long practically declared him to have embarrassed the divine families. The two of you should stop fighting. Lord Venerate will most likely handle this matter, so right or wrong will be decided by him. Fighting until you're red in the face here will make others laugh at you, said one of the other heaven elders. At this time, the other experts of the Martial Heaven continent were arriving. The Dragonblood Legion was the first to arrive thanks to Cloud. The others were also arriving one by one. As a result, Yi Yaochen could only shut his mouth, but his expression was growing increasingly ugly. Ha ha ha, Long Chen actually charged into the corrupt god cemetery. He's definitely dead. The corrupt path's experts arrived. When Xie Wenchen saw the open gate, he raised his head and laughed. The other corrupt experts also laughed. No one knew better than them just how terrifying the corrupt god cemetery was. Having entered, there was no way Long Chen would be leaving. Idiots, who do you think my boss is? How can a little cemetery trap my boss? The corrupt god, he isn't even fit to carry boss's shoes, sneered Guo Ran. Blasphemer of the corrupt god, you are courting death. Raged the corrupt experts. To carry my boss's shoes is praising your corrupt god. What? Don't like it? Come at me then. Don't think that when my boss isn't present, the Dragonblood Legion is afraid of you. Come, let's see who in the Dragonblood Legion is afraid of you idiots. Guo Ran walked out and pointed at Xie Wenchen arrogantly. The sound of 10,000 swords coming out of their sheaths rang out. The Dragonblood warriors held their weapons, practically daring the corrupt path to come over. With the divine families present, they weren't in a good position to launch the first blow, but if the corrupt path attacked first, then that would be exactly what they wanted. Stop. Those who blaspheme the corrupt god will be punished by the corrupt god. All that awaits them is death and terror. Killing them now is letting them off easy. Xie Wenchen raised a hand, preventing the corrupt experts from attacking. Perhaps Xie Wenchen's words were believed by the corrupt path's people, but the others knew that he was afraid. Even if Long Chen wasn't present, he didn't dare to start a fight. The righteous path's experts clenched their fists. They had been fighting the corrupt path for countless years but had never terrified them to the point that they didn't dare to make a sound like this. Big Brother Guo, I'm hungry. Can I kill a few Zon beasts for food? Asked Wild. The Zon beasts' expressions changed. Chapter 2324 Heaven Executioner. The Zon beasts' expressions changed upon hearing Wild's words. Powerful existences like them had actually been viewed as food. That was the greatest insult to them. Now isn't a good time. Why don't you take a nap? Suggested Guo Ran, glancing at Elder Long and the others. The 8 heaven elders of the divine families were present. Although Elder Long had said that he wouldn't force anyone to do anything, ignoring them like that wasn't good for the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Guo Ran didn't give the order to attack the Zon beasts. It was better to wait for their boss to return. All right. Wild obediently obeyed. He was about to go to sleep when Meng Qi suddenly handed him some roast chicken. Here, your big brother Long wanted me to prepare this for you. Upon seeing that roast chicken, Wild's eyes lit up. He immediately took it. Thank you, big sister Meng Qi. Everyone was shocked upon seeing that roast chicken, even the heaven elders. That was no roast chicken, it was clearly a peak 12th rank magical beast, the raging flame bird. It was covered in divine flame runes which allowed people to recognize its identity. While it looked like it had been roasted, that was actually its natural color. Wild munched down on its leg. Flames burst out of his mouth as he chewed. People shivered. The raging flame bird lived in lava, and its natural flames were on par with the power of the top 10 earth flames. However, Wild was eating it like it was barbecue. It only tasted a bit hot to him. He continued eating after blowing on it a few times. In just a short while, a peak 12th rank magical beast was eaten. He definitely possesses the barbarian race's bloodline, and a high-ranking bloodline at that. Otherwise, there's no way he could endure the blood chi of that magical beast, said one of the heaven elders upon seeing this. The barbarian race has been extinct for countless years. There can't be one in existence. This person had to have encountered some kind of miracle to awaken the barbarian race's bloodline. One of the other heaven elders shook his head, thinking that Wild couldn't possibly be part of the barbarian race. If Wild really was part of the barbarian race, then he couldn't possibly be alone. He had to have a mother, a father, or a family. If such a terrifying race existed on the martial heaven continent, then it would be impossible for it to be kept secret. If you want to know his origins, isn't it simple? Just ask the heaven executioner and everything will become clear. Yi Yaochun's lips curled sinisterly. The other elders' expressions clearly changed upon having the heaven executioner mentioned. It seemed that this name was taboo. Elder Long darkly said, Yi Yaochun, I'd advise you to curb your craziness. Don't go too far, or you might lose your own life. Elder Long had always managed to act very indifferently, but a flash of fury appeared when the heaven executioner was brought up. Ha ha ha, what, did I say something wrong? The heaven executioner is knowledgeable about all kinds of foreign races. This big fellow will definitely be research material for the heaven executioner in the future. Yi Yaochun laughed brightly as if he had won a round and taken the advantage. The other elders didn't say anything. They all just looked at the gate. Only Elder Long remained dark-faced. He looked coldly at Yi Yaochun, and Yi Yaochun returned his gaze. The atmosphere was frosty. When Long Chen entered the gate, the world turned dark. Although it wasn't pitch black, it was dusky. The air was filled with the aura of death and decay. Long Chen's saber slashed into the corrupt god ancient tower once more, sending it flying. Inside, Tian Xiaozi became covered in cracks. He had reached his limit. One more attack and he would be dead. Ha ha ha. However, despite that, Tian Xiaozi laughed like a madman. Long Chen, you can't kill me. I am the heir of the corrupt god. Not only am I blessed by heaven and earth, but I also have the protection of the god. That includes all the karmic luck of the corrupt path. You could kill Kun Pengxi, but you can't kill me. I don't believe it. Let me try another attack, and if you don't die, I'll believe it. Get over here. Long Chen charged over, preparing another attack. The bone tower flew away. Every time, after unleashing an attack, it would take a few breaths time before he could catch back up. Didn't you say I couldn't kill you? Why not stop and let me try again? If I can't kill you, I'll turn and leave. Called out Long Chen. Let's talk about it when you catch up, sneered Tian Xiaozi. Long Chen, something's wrong. We've been surrounded, warned Evilmoon. No worry, today, we must kill him one way or another. Long Chen pressed on, ignoring everything else. Very quickly, he was close enough to raise Evilmoon once again. His saber fell toward the bone tower. However, the void suddenly exploded and the surrounding space completely changed. At some point, he had appeared within a giant cemetery. Countless gravestones could be seen, and they went further than he could see. Those gravestones now shot out chains toward the corrupt god ancient tower. Divine runes flowed through them, and the bone tower seemed to have received the nourishment of some kind of energy. Long Chen's attack landed and his arms shook. He was blown back by the backlash, which almost caused him to cough up blood. Inside, Tian Tixizi was coughing up more blood. Just how much blood did he still have in his body to not have coughed it all up after all this time? Ha ha ha, Long Chen, how is that? Now you believe me, right? You can't kill me. Tian Xiaozi wiped off the blood and laughed. He actually flew out of the tower to stand on top of it, looking down on Long Chen. By standing there, all the energy of the surroundings surged toward him. It was like he was the master of the world, and his injuries slowly began to heal. Long Chen, the most foolish thing you've ever done in your life is to chase me into the corrupt god cemetery. There is no way you will ever leave. Perhaps this was the guidance of the mighty corrupt god, letting me obtain another powerful puppet. Xianxia clapped his hands together, and countless gravestones split open. They were like a giant formation shooting out rays of light that completely sealed this area. How laughable. Since I dared to come, it means I'm not afraid of your little tricks. Long Chen sneered. A dragon cry rang out and a giant lightning dragon appeared. Lightning blasted apart the barrier that had just formed. HMPH, even if you have Thunder Force, how will you fight against the energy of the entire world? Xianxia was not at all surprised by Lei Long's appearance and the destruction of the barrier. It was no longer any secret that Long Chen was raising a lightning dragon capable of devouring tribulation lightning, turning that lightning into its own. Heavenly tribulation lightning was of the pure yang aspect, the bane of all fiendish and demonic energies. He was well aware of that, yet he was still confident. The entire world shook as more gravestones split open. Pillars of light shot over. Lei Long's giant form still appeared small in the face of the power of the entire world, and it was trapped within the intertwining lights. The corrupt god cemetery was so large that it was impossible to see its end. Chains of death shot out, and parts of Lei Long began to crumble. Long Chen, you must not be aware of this, but the corrupt god cemetery does not just contain the bones of the corrupt god. It also has the true body of the one that you call the corrupt emperor. At the same time, it has millions and millions of heavenly geniuses born throughout countless years. Every gravestone has an outstanding figure buried beneath it. In their lives, they killed countless experts of the righteous path, giving them the qualifications to be buried here. Every one of them buried their life's power here. Do you know why the divine families can wave off the other powers, but must maintain the proper respect toward the corrupt path? It's because the power contained within the corrupt god cemetery is enough to destroy the entire martial heaven continent. Even if the 8 heaven elders from the divine families came in, they wouldn't be able to leave, sneered Xianxia. More pillars of light soared, as if agreeing with Xianxia. The entire corrupt god cemetery was covered in light. Chains of death were also present. Within the light was their darkness, and the aura of death was thick. Lei Long's body flickered as it fought. It was like a lamp in a world of darkness. Hence, it retreated behind Long Chen and glared at Xianxia. Are you bragging? After being chased down to your ancestors' tombs, your ancestors are cursing you inside their coffins. They probably want to charge out and beat you for this disrespect, responded Long Chen. All you have is a sharp mouth. I'll just treat those as your final words. Just quietly enjoy the taste of death. Xianxia suddenly slammed the corrupt god ancient tower with a palm. Just now, as they were talking, the corrupt god ancient tower's wounds had all healed. Its aura was even more terrifying than before. Long Chen, don't worry. I won't use the laws here to kill you. I will openly defeat you. Don't you claim to be undefeatable within the same realm? Today, I will break that miracle, letting the world know that in front of the one known as Xianxia, you, Long Chen, are just an ant. Xianxia's manifestation burst into existence, and the giant corrupt god unleashed boundless pressure. It actually grabbed the bone tower to use as a weapon. Its aura was completely different from before. On the martial heaven continent, my manifestation is suppressed by the laws and unable to bring out its full form. I can't use its true power. Now, I'll show you my true body. Xianxia waved a hand. A blood-colored spear appeared and suddenly stabbed into the void. Chapter 2325 Ninth Form of Heaven Corruptor, Soul Drawer. Layers of chains surrounded Long Chen and Xianxia, following Xianxia's movements. At the same time, the martial heaven continent's experts standing outside the gate to the corrupt god cemetery suddenly got to watch a revealed scene. Rumbling sounds accompanied the images. Is that Long Chen and Xianxia? Where is that? How is it so bizarre? Is it really the interior of the corrupt god cemetery? Shocked cries rang out. The gate was showing Long Chen and Xianxia facing each other amidst endless darkness. Ha ha ha, Long Chen has been drawn into the depths of the corrupt god cemetery. Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Laughed Xie Wenchen. What a joke. Even the netherworld was barged into by my boss along with the rest of us. As for a little corrupt god cemetery, you must be dreaming if you think it can trap my boss. Sneered Guo Ran. HMPH, just wait for the moment we can enjoy the sight of Long Chen dying, snorted Xie Wenchen. Within the corrupt god cemetery, With a lightning dragon curling around him, Long Chen looked up to see a screen of light in the air. From that screen, he could vaguely see what was happening outside. He looked back to Tian Xiaozi, knowing that Tian Xiaozi wanted everyone to watch as he killed him. To tell the truth, sometimes I really admire you, sighed Long Chen. Oh, what do you admire? Asked Tian Xiaozi curiously. He seemed to believe that victory was already within his grasp. I've never been able to figure out how you people have so much blind confidence. Just where does it come from? You have nothing to base your belief on. Do you know my trump cards? Do you know why I dared to enter the corrupt god cemetery? To be honest, your confidence is a bit worrying. It's like your trump cards are stronger than mine. I'm very curious about the truth, said Long Chen. What a waste of words. You want to see the truth. While chasing me, you must have recovered to about 30%, right? Then I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you attack first, and I'll use power to show you what despair is. Tian Xiaozi's aura had fully recovered. With the support of the laws here, his power was growing even greater than before. Really? Then I won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen suddenly reached out a hand. He slowly raised it, and in front of Tian Xiaozi's cold gaze, he lightly snapped it. The snap of his fingers left people guessing just what kind of peerless technique he would be using. His aura didn't change at all. But at that moment, the lightning dragon behind him opened its mouth. A lightning sword shot out toward Tian Xiaozi. The countless chains filling the air shuddered just from the existence of that lightning sword. Cracks appeared along them. Although Thunder Force was the bane of the laws here, it was more like water against fire. One drop of water couldn't possibly resist in the face of a blazing inferno. Tian Xiaozi controlled the laws of the entire corrupt god cemetery, while what Long Chen had was just a lightning housepit. Besides, what kind of power could possibly destroy the laws of the corrupt god cemetery? The lightning sword definitely didn't have the requisite power to do such a thing. Hence, Tian Xiaozi didn't even have to care about it. Runes condensed from every direction of the world and pulled into his blood-colored spear. The surrounding death chi was sucked up by it. Lightning exploded and Tian Xiaozi hacked up blood, his spear flying out of his hold and vanishing. On the other hand, the lightning sword continued onward, smashing through the thousands of chains and creating a giant hole. The people outside were dumbfounded by this result. Tian Xiaozi was like the ruler of a world. With just a wave of his hand, he could control the corrupt god cemetery's laws. Everyone knew that he had currently reached an unimaginably horrific level. However, Long Chen didn't even attack him personally and had only sent out a single housepit. This kind of attack should be considered a probing blow that Tian Xiaozi could wipe out easily, but the result was inexplicable. Xie Wenchen in particular was stunned, unable to accept this result. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaozi stared in shock at his right hand, which was completely crushed from that exchange. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is my boss's #1 trump card. With just a snap of his fingers, he can make Tian Xiaozi piss himself. Guo Ran arrogantly laughed. The sight of the shocked corrupt experts was incredibly refreshing. This one attack didn't just shock the corrupt path but also everyone here. Even the 8 heaven elders were startled. That sword, it seems to possess the aura of a sovereign, said one of the heaven elders, bewildered. It truly did have the slightest aura of a sovereign. Although it was just a tiny bit, it was enough to break apart the laws inside the corrupt god cemetery. That lightning housepit of Long Chen's is incredible, said another heaven elder. That lightning housepit is a defiance of the heavens. The sovereign left a mark on the heavenly tribulation, and that was enough for it to take in the slightest aura of the sovereign. That little bit of aura is capable of making its attacks supersede the various laws, so power on the same level is unable to compete with it. To suppress it would require at least double the power. The oldest of the 8 heaven elders spoke for the first time. His voice contained some praise as well as envy. If Long Chen raised his lightning pet properly, it would become a supreme killing weapon. As for Yi Yaochen, he had a hint of jealousy, as well as darkness in his eyes. An unreadable smile appeared on his face. Within the corrupt god cemetery, Tian Xiaozi was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Long Chen's lightning pet would be capable of such a terrifying attack. When that attack had been unleashed, he had felt the power supporting him in this world being stripped away, resulting in him losing most of his power. Damn, Long Chen, you really are crazy. You managed to absorb the mark of the sovereign. Evilmoon cried out in shock. But of course, a treasure that has reached my hands cannot escape, chortled Long Chen. When he had absorbed the final lightning rune left behind by the sovereign, he had managed to assimilate a part of its aura for Lei Long. Having been stabbed through by the sovereign's sword, Long Chen had a profound understanding of what made that sword so terrifying. He had hoped for Lei Long to be able to imitate it. Since the heavenly Daos were able to imitate the sovereign's techniques, then Lei Long should be capable of the same. Unfortunately, reality was far from his fanciful thoughts. The rune had just been a mark of the heavenly Daos, and the sovereign aura had vanished with the fading away of his clone. Fortunately, he had been clever and had Lei Long absorb it with him. As a result, Lei Long managed to imitate the slightest bit of the sovereign's aura, but that slightest bit was enough to allow Lei Long's attacks to become incomparably sharper. That was why Lei Long had not participated in the battle after the tribulation. Long Chen had conserved it as a trump card. Even when hunting down Tian Xiaozi, Long Chen didn't think that he was worth using that trump card. This trump card was why Long Chen dared to charge into the corrupt god cemetery so recklessly. Today's the day for you to become famous. It'll be up to you. Long Chen jumped onto Lei Long's head and laughed. As a reply, Lei Long let out a heaven-shaking roar. Lightning exploded in every direction, and the entire corrupt god cemetery quaked. With Lei Long at the center, one grave after another exploded. After the tribulation, Lei Long had gained its own true dragon pressure. It seemed that this tribulation had allowed Lei Long to awaken some kind of mysterious energy, making it into a dragon. Be suppressed, Tian Xiaozi roared. He had never imagined that Long Chen's lightning dragon would grow to such a terrifying level. In all his calculations, this had never entered the equation. His manifestation quivered, and the corrupt god ancient tower came smashing toward them. With a flick of Lei Long's tail, the tower was sent flying. Its tail was like a heavenly whip tearing through the void, smashing apart laws. Opening its mouth, Lei Long shot out another giant sword. It didn't want to be entangled with the corrupt god ancient tower. Its only target was Tian Xiaozi. Tian Xiaozi's manifestation waved a hand, and the spear that had been sent flying returned, shooting toward the sword. The lightning sword exploded, but the figure in Tian Xiaozi's manifestation was also forced back. Even his manifestation of the corrupt god wasn't able to keep up with Lei Long so easily. Ninth form of heaven corruptor, soul drawer. Tian Xiaozi's face twisted malevolently. Chains shot out of the forehead of his manifestation, binding him and pulling him inside. Tian Xiaozi's flesh and blood dispersed throughout his manifestation. His manifestation was infected with his aura as it came to life. That giant manifestation suddenly opened its mouth. Tian Xiaozi's voice was hoarse but still contained dense killing intent. Long Chen, I already said that I am the ruler of this world. You aren't qualified to fight me. Tian Xiaozi had actually used his own soul and spirit blood to control his manifestation. His manifestation waved a hand, and all the laws of the corrupt god cemetery moved with it. A spear pierced toward Long Chen. Chapter 2326 Corrupt Emperor Xie Qianmo. I'm not qualified, then I won't bother with you. Lei Long, kill him, said Long Chen. Lei Long's giant tail whipped toward the corrupt god ancient tower from another direction, and a dragon claw reached toward the blood-colored spear. Lei Long let out a furious roar, and its terrifying aura caused the world to shake. It was possible to see the laws of the corrupt god cemetery bounce off of it, unable to suppress it. Lei Long grabbed the spear and tried to pull it away. Tian Xiaozi fought back with his manifestation. One person and one dragon began a competition of strength. Their immense power caused the surrounding space to distort. Black qi continued to pour into Tian Xiaozi's back. The entire corrupt god cemetery's power was supporting him. However, as Lei Long unleashed its light, the black qi was gradually dispersed. The power supporting Tian Xiaozi was silently stripped away. Although Lei Long could only control the slightest aura of a sovereign, something that couldn't even count as a hair of their power, just that little bit when combined with Lei Long's tribulation lightning nature was enough to suppress Tian Xiaozi here. How can this be? Tian Xiaozi let out a soundless roar inside his heart. The corrupt god cemetery's power could basically be called unlimited. As a divine son, he had the corrupt god's approval. He was the only one in the corrupt path capable of freely entering the corrupt god cemetery and the only one capable of using the cemetery's power. Here, he was a god. But Lei Long's attacks now contained the aura of a sovereign, weakening the effect of the laws here. Furthermore, Lei Long's attacks were gradually wearing down his connection with the laws of this place, reducing his power. He was so furious he felt like his lungs might explode. Work hard, xianxia. I look favorably upon you. With your talent and aptitude, if you train for another 10,000 years, you'll be close to winning, called out Long Chen from atop Lei Long's head. Long Chen had no intention of interfering. He had left everything to Lei Long, while he silently recovered his own energy. He also wanted to see just how powerful Lei Long was. At the same time, he cried that it was a pity Lei Long hadn't been able to fully absorb that rune from the sovereign's clone. If that had happened, then without him having to lift a single finger, he would probably be able to sweep through the world. However, when he thought of Sovereign Mo Li's final words to him, he felt uneasy. Sovereign Mo Li had said that the clone of him was in the same realm as Long Chen. In other words, that sovereign clone had only been at the peak of the Life Star realm, but his power had been horrifying. Long Chen hadn't even been close to matching him. That was Long Chen's first defeat within the same realm, and it had been a miserable one at that. Furthermore, he knew that Sovereign Mo Li hadn't even used his full power. Despite that, he had still been defeated. He also had a question. The Sovereign's karma had manifested as an opponent during his heavenly tribulation. However, the Sovereign had helped him cheat. In other words, a Sovereign was a figure who stood above the heavenly Taos. How could people on that level die? It made no sense. A powerful explosion knocked Long Chen out of his thoughts. The blood-colored spear had actually been torn apart. Its destruction was accompanied by a mournful wail from its item spirit. Lei Long pounced on xianxia, its sharp claws dragging through the air. Every clash with xianxia's giant manifestation caused the world to shake. Long Chen began to shout directions from atop Lei Long's head. At first, Lei Long's fighting style was a bit awkward due to its immense power increase. As he directed it, its movements grew smoother, and its killing power grew more terrifying. As a result, xianxia was roaring furiously. Fuck, xianxia's eyes were about to spurt flames. He had tried several times to retreat and use the corrupt god ancient tower to block Lei Long while he prepared one of his big moves, but Lei Long didn't give him the chance. It stubbornly clung to a clash of physical bodies. Due to Lei Long's aura, a portion of the corrupt god cemetery's laws were stripped away from him, making him unable to unleash his full potential. With Long Chen's directions, its attacks grew sharper and more difficult to block. 4 claws repeatedly came at him, along with a dragon tail. Sometimes there would even be a strange attack or a wave of dragon breath that forced xianxia back. He was so furious that he felt like he might cough up blood. I remember someone saying about being the ruler of this world, something about how no one could beat him, something about how even the heaven elders of the divine families would be crushed to death like ants if they came here. My memory isn't that good, so do you remember who said that? What kind of heroic figure said such grand words? I'd really like to know, asked Long Chen. Xianxia was incredibly infuriated. Even knowing that Long Chen was trying to infuriate him didn't help because he had truly said those words. That slap was incredibly painful. He had already used a secret art so that the outside world could see and hear what he said. He had only said that the heaven elders wouldn't be able to leave if they came here, not that he could crush them like ants. Now that the heaven elders were hearing such things, that didn't bode well for his future. That's nonsense, I never. Xianxia calmed himself and tried to explain, but Lei Long unleashed a furious tempest of attacks that left him with no chance to speak. You don't even dare to accept the words you said yourself. I really look down on you more and more. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously. Bastard, you are forcing me. Xianxia finally ran out of patience. The corrupt god ancient tower suddenly vanished. Another giant gate appeared behind Xianxia. Long Chen was startled. It was a similar gate to the one they had entered from, but this one had a giant tower-shaped notch in it. What, you want to summon the corrupt god's bones to fight for you? Alright, show me just how hard the corrupt god's bones are and whether they're harder than my saber. Long Chen fearlessly looked at the gate. In reality, the reason Long Chen had chased xianxia here was to probe the secrets of the corrupt god cemetery. His curiosity was piqued by this gate, and while he appeared indifferent, he was extremely wary. You blasphemed the corrupt god. You won't have a good end. Xianxia's face twisted at this blasphemy. The corrupt god ancient tower appeared inside the giant notch. It fit inside perfectly. The corrupt god ancient tower is the key to open the gate. The experts outside were all startled. The 2 doors of the gate slowly opened inwards. Red light shone from inside, appearing particularly blinding. My eyes. One of the ancient family alliance's disciples suddenly covered their eyes. Blood flowed out from between their fingers. Following the first disciples, more and more disciples cried out. Their eyes were bleeding, and there was no way for them to stop it. Even circulating heavenly Tao energy was useless. Disciples below Nether Passage, don't look. The corrupt god's curse is inside. If you stop now, you can still preserve your eyes, shouted Ku Jianying. Most of the people that had come were Nether Passage experts, but a few others had been drawn over by the disturbance. Amongst the righteous path in particular, quite a few young disciples had begged their seniors to bring them. There might be no problem with their seniors protecting them at other times, but the light coming from inside that gate was something that made those below the Nether Passage realm feel like their eyes were tearing apart. It seems that the legends are true. The corrupt god cemetery is split into inner and outer regions. The inner region contains the successive generations of the corrupt god's true body. I've heard that only gods are qualified to be buried inside there. However, there was one person that was an exception. That person was Xie Wenqian's ancestor, the corrupt emperor, Xie Qianmo. The old man spoke quietly as he looked at the gate slowly open. Xie Qianmo was the most brilliant figure in the corrupt path's history. Due to him, the Xie family had remained the dominant power within the corrupt path, with no one able to shake their position. The regretful thing about the three emperors was that they were born at the wrong time. Every one of them was born in the same generation as a sovereign. In the end, their brilliant light was drowned by the radiance of the sovereigns. They could only become one of the accompanying stars of the bright moon. Despite that, Xie Qianmo's name was well known amongst the senior generation. Although he was a follower of the corrupt god and never took the name of emperor, everyone, including the corrupt path and the righteous path, acknowledged that he had the power to stand alongside the Peng Emperor and the Blood Emperor. Blood qi dispersed from inside the gate, and the red light infected the world. Just looking at the scene, it was possible to smell the scent of endless blood. Even though the martial heaven continent was currently sunny, people felt a chill. Even the Nether Passage experts were starting to feel an ache in their eyes. At the same time, they felt some kind of summons. Their souls were trying to leave their bodies. That was such a frightening feeling that they instantly turned away. Only the corrupt path's disciples continued to stare, their faces full of worship. Even Xie Wenqian was amongst them. All the corrupt path's experts knelt toward the gate and kowtowed reverently, chanting some kind of scripture. Finally, the inner gate was fully open. Right in front of it was a platform, and there was a person sitting cross-legged on it. Upon seeing that person, Ku Jianying, the old man, Li Tianxuan, and the others cried out in shock. Xie Qianmo, Chapter 2327 Resolving Grudges. Upon seeing that figure, everyone was shocked. He wore blood-colored robes, with shoulder-length hair and sharp cheeks. He looked young, surprisingly so. His eyes were closed like he was meditating there, and there was a strange sword resting on his knees. Heavens, that's the corrupt emperor, Xie Qianmo, the most mysterious expert of the corrupt path's history. The junior generation of disciples didn't know that much about the corrupt emperor, but of the senior generation, many had seen his image. It was said that the corrupt emperor's talent was so amazing that he had soared like a shooting star, sweeping through all the experts within the same generation. He reached the peak of the martial path and became an emperor before he was even 100 years of age. Just as the corrupt emperor was unrivaled and the righteous path was on the verge of destruction, Sovereign Mo Li was born and rose. Although the corrupt path brought out their full power to stop his growth, Sovereign Mo Li still rose to the very peak and defeated the corrupt emperor. After that battle, the corrupt emperor had never appeared again. Some people said that he had been so badly wounded by the sovereign that he had died not long after getting back. Others said he had gone into seclusion to cultivate until he was stronger than the sovereign, wanting to wipe away that humiliation. In any case, the corrupt emperor silently vanished after that battle. Later on, the sovereign had led the martial heaven continent against the invading world's experts, and that brilliance had completely drowned out the corrupt emperor's light, causing him to be forgotten. It was the later descendants who had been looking at the history of the continent that brought up his existence again. They called him the corrupt emperor, as after all, his power qualified him to have that title. Below the 5 sovereigns, the 3 emperors were the strongest. As for Shi Changsheng being the Stone Emperor, that was a title he had bestowed upon himself. Although his cultivation realm had reached that level, compared to the corrupt emperor, Peng Emperor, and Blood Emperor, he was still lacking a little bit of prestige and maturity. That was why the continent did not recognize him as an emperor. Hearing the startled cries of the senior generation, the junior disciples realized who this young man was. When the gate opened and Xie Qianmo's figure appeared, Long Chen didn't have Lei Long continue attacking. He stood in front of the gate, quietly looking at that figure. Although Long Chen didn't recognize the corrupt emperor, he sensed a pressure that felt like the weight of the entire cosmos was pressing down on him. Tian Ziazi smashed himself in the chest with his fist, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He grabbed that blood and waved his hand. As a result, a blood rune appeared in the air and then exploded. A resounding sound rang throughout heaven and earth when that blood rune exploded. The young man slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing that, Hu Jianying and the others felt their hearts stop beating. The corrupt emperor wasn't dead. Xie Qianmo slowly opened his eyes, and strange runes flowed within them. It was only after a long moment that his eyes focused. He looked at Tian Ziazi in front of him and then at Long Chen who was outside the gate. He frowned. "Why do you want to disturb the successive heroic spirits of the corrupt gods?" demanded Xie Qianmo. His voice contained the unquestionable might of an emperor. "Master Qianmo, disciple is Tian Ziazi." Tian Ziazi hastily bowed. He didn't call Xie Qianmo the corrupt emperor because due to their devotion to the corrupt god, they could not call themselves an emperor. No need to say any more. As a divine son, against someone in the same realm, you were chased all the way into the corrupt god cemetery and now wish to disturb the corrupt god's heroic spirits. As a divine son, you are useless. The corrupt emperor's gaze was cold. "Master Qianmo, it's Long Chen." Even as a divine son, Tian Ziazi felt great fear and trepidation toward the corrupt emperor. Defeat is defeat. If you can't even admit to such a thing and need to find excuses, it just makes you more useless. The corrupt emperor snorted and ignored Tian Ziazi. He focused on Long Chen. Upon seeing the lightning dragon below Long Chen's feet, he nodded. "So that's the case. It's the aura of Mo Li. Are you Mo Li's disciple?" "No, Sovereign Mo Li is my big brother." Long Chen shook his head. Evilmoon was still lazily resting on his shoulder. Even facing the corrupt emperor, Long Chen wasn't affected by his pressure. Perhaps it was due to having faced a sovereign before, but despite the corrupt emperor's frightening pressure, Long Chen felt that it lacked the sovereign's will that caused everyone to submit. What nonsense. Mo Li was born through the entire world's karmic luck. He has no father or mother. How could you be his brother? Snorted the corrupt emperor. Hearing that, Long Chen was startled. He had never heard of such a thing. The experts outside were also shocked. This secret was also something they didn't know. "We weren't blood brothers, but we called each other brothers." "So what? Is that not allowed?" demanded Long Chen. He was starting to feel irritated by the corrupt emperor's appearance of supremacy. As for Tian Ziazi, he was quivering to the side, too affected by the corrupt emperor's aura to even say anything. The corrupt emperor looked at Long Chen. He snorted, "You really are stupid. Mo Li was born through karmic luck. A whole era's karmic luck was 80% occupied by him alone. I took a tenth, while the rest was split by the remaining heavenly geniuses. The reason I wasn't as strong as him wasn't due to my talent, but simply because he was blessed by the heavens. The only difference between us was karmic luck. It is precisely because of how much karmic luck Mo Li occupied that it affected the function of the rest of the world. The heavenly Taos grew chaotic, resulting in more and more karma. As his cultivation base increased, it only grew worse. Anyone who got close to him was destroyed by the heavenly Taos, so the successive generations of sovereigns were always solitary figures. Those who got close to them were affected by so much karma that they ended up dying. Others could only show their respect for them from a distance. You call him brother. No wonder you charged into the corrupt god cemetery. There must be karma involved that's drawing you to your death. Hearing those words, the Baidang family's experts standing outside the gate became dumbfounded. Baidang Rushuang looked at Nangong Zheyu with wide eyes. That's why, Sovereign Ziyong noticed that problem back then and so, you let the Nangong family be blamed for so many years. I hereby apologize to the Nangong family on behalf of the Baidang family. Baidang Rushuang got on her knees and kowtowed. The grudge of so many years was resolved in an instant. All the Baidang family's people felt guilty. Back in the day, Sovereign Ziyong had had a romantic relationship with the Baidang family's heavenly genius, but due to the interference from the Nangong family's people, those lovers ended up apart. However, hearing what the corrupt emperor had just said, they immediately linked it to that mystery. At that time, Sovereign Ziyong had not said much about that matter, resulting in a grudge growing between the Nangong and Baitang families. According to reason, a sovereign wouldn't intentionally cause such a conflict between families, but he never brought up that matter or explained it. Now, they realized the truth. At first, when Sovereign Zi Yang's relationship with the Baitang family's heavenly genius had started, he was still young and not so powerful. He most likely hadn't sensed the effect of his karma. He must have sensed it later and made his decision. As for why he didn't explain, it was definitely related to karma. Perhaps if he had, the two families would have fallen into desperate straits. The Baitang family's experts were ashamed of their actions, with Baitang Rushuang kowtowing. However, Nangong Zayu immediately pulled her up. Baitang Rushuang's voice shuddered. "Are you not accepting my apology?" In the beginning, the two of them had also been in conflict, but ever since Long Chen appeared, they had started to get along better. Neither of them wished to bring up the conflict between their two families, so they always avoided that topic. With the righteous path in trouble especially, they had to stand on the same side. In private, they even called each other sisters. Nangong Zayu was not necessarily wrong to refuse to accept such an apology. This misunderstanding had existed between the two families for so many years. The Nangong family had been insulted and humiliated behind their backs for countless years. That kind of injustice could not be wiped away by a kowtow. No, it was the Nangong family that was wrong. A wrong is a wrong. Even if those ancestors did it to shield her, they should have done it the right way. The sovereign was the strongest expert of that time and capable of seeing through the river of time. For him to not mention anything, he must have known that the two of our families would be able to resolve our differences eventually. Now that we have, let's let it go. The burden that our ancestors left behind can be left in the past. We will now use our hands to create our own history. Nangong Zayu held Baitang Rushuang's hand. Hearing that, countless experts felt emotional over Nangong Zayu's actions. She was truly worthy of being the heavenly genius that the Nangong family had raised. A grudge that had lasted tens of thousands of years was wiped away with just a few words. Just how vast was her heart? That was someone capable of leading people, someone possessing both boldness and charisma. In the future, if Big Sister needs help, then I will accompany you through blades or fire. Promised Baitang Rushuang. These words also moved people. After all, her words represented the Baitang family. She also had great daring, having tied the fate of her entire family to the Nangong family. The two of them would advance or retreat together. They were both figures that made the other heavenly geniuses present blush with shame. Just at that moment, divine light grew within the corrupt god cemetery, drawing everyone's attention back there. The seated corrupt emperor actually began to stand. As he stood up, Long Chen's saber appeared before him. His nerves tightened. Chapter 2328 The coffins inside the inner cemetery. Just as the corrupt emperor stood, the energy of the world condensed into one point and crashed onto Long Chen. It was as though the weight of the entire world was condensed on where Long Chen was standing. He felt a strange energy trying to crush him. However, beneath his feet, Lei Long was completely unaffected. Long Chen realized this was not the power of the laws here but a spiritual pressure that wanted to crush his will. Holding Evilmoon tightly, Long Chen's figure was as straight as an iron spear. Even in the face of the corrupt emperor's pressure, he didn't cower. Who cared about a corrupt emperor? Long Chen was someone who called a sovereign brother, and the sovereign was someone who could crush the corrupt emperor. The brat can't fight any longer, so the senior is coming out. Asked Long Chen lightly. The corrupt emperor shook his head. Even though I am already dead and just a trace of a discarnate soul, you aren't worth me doing anything. You have Mo Li's aura on you, so I'll treat you as his brother. A lightning housepit isn't enough for you to be so arrogant. The corrupt emperor turned to Tian Xiazi. I will transmit a portion of my techniques to you. If you can kill him, I will pass on my entire inheritance to you. But if you still can't beat him, it means you aren't qualified to continue the corrupt god's will, and I won't save you. The corrupt emperor pressed a finger against Tian Xiazi's forehead. The latter's body trembled, and his aura began to transform. Blood-colored runes began shooting out of the cemetery, merging with him. Many thanks, Master Qianmo. Tian Xiazi gratefully bowed to the corrupt emperor and then turned to Long Chen with a confident smile. Long Chen, face your death. Tian Xiazi's manifestation shook. His aura had changed from before. It now contained a trace of an emperor's aura. With his spear destroyed, he sent a fist smashing toward Long Chen. This punch seemed like it was supported by the entire world. Just you, give up and have that old ghost come out. Long Chen sneered and Lei Long vanished. His divine ring shuddered as he raised Evilmoon high into the air. Black and white scales appeared on his body. This was the phenomenon from the merging of the Azure Dragon battle armor and the evil dragon's power. Before this, the black had been clearly a bit faint in comparison to the white. That was because an evil dragon's power could not compare to the power of the Azure Dragon. However, today, with Long Chen having advanced to the Nether Passage realm, another level of the seal-locking Evilmoon had been undone. With both forms of power boosting him, Long Chen's power soared. Lightning burst into existence around Evilmoon as a giant saber image rose. Long Chen added Lei Long's power to Evilmoon. A resounding dragon roar rang out, one that was 3 voices in one: a lighting dragon, an evil dragon, and an azure dragon. Long Chen's saber crashed down with such power that Tian Xiaozi's expression changed. Having obtained the support of the corrupt god cemetery and some techniques of the corrupt emperor, he had thought he could crush Long Chen with a wave of his hand. Even the corrupt emperor's pupils shrank when he saw Long Chen's attack. Tian Xiaozi screamed as his manifestation was blown apart. Half his body vanished, with half remaining, which was covered in cracks and on the verge of shattering. The corrupt emperor grabbed Tian Xiaozi, saving his life. If he hadn't, the shockwaves would have blown Tian Xiaozi's crumbling body apart. Although he had said that he wouldn't save him, that had just been a threat to make him use his full power. This is the power of the corrupt emperor. After spouting such crap, you eat it back without saying a word. That is something that even the sovereigns can't accomplish, sneered Long Chen upon seeing the corrupt emperor eat his own words. The corrupt emperor's expression darkened. In his life, he didn't know how many heavenly geniuses he had killed. His life had been full of glorious legends. This was his first time having to eat his own words. After all, Tian Xiaozi was a divine son, someone chosen by the corrupt god. He couldn't just watch as he was killed. On the other hand, Long Chen's naked insult made killing intent finally appear in his eyes. However, before he could make a move, Long Chen suddenly charged inside the inner gate of the corrupt god cemetery. Courting death. Seeing that, the corrupt emperor was stunned and enraged. He immediately slashed the sword on his knees at Long Chen to prevent him from entering. Ha! If you really had the power from your peak, you would have immediately confined me instead of letting that idiot Tian Xiaozi try to stop me. You knew from the start that Tian Xiaozi wasn't a match for me, sneered Long Chen. From the first moment he had seen the corrupt emperor, he had felt things to be off. The corrupt emperor had acted as if Long Chen was nothing, as if he was definitely dead. However, he didn't sense any feeling of mortal danger from him. In other words, the corrupt emperor himself didn't possess the power to kill him. After thinking about it, Long Chen had guessed that he was trying to scare him away. If that was the case, then there was definitely some secret within the tomb. Furthermore, this attack the corrupt emperor had launched at Long Chen was launched to the area in front of him. In other words, he just wanted to stop him and didn't have the power to kill him in one blow. The sword light that the corrupt emperor had summoned in front of him was torn, and Long Chen charged through. Originally, he should have used Evilmoon's divine abilities to get by, but Evilmoon's technique covered a wide area and would have its power dispersed throughout the entire sword light to destroy it all. But all he needed to do was pierce a hole. After all, that was the corrupt emperor. Even if he was just the slightest discarnate soul, Long Chen wasn't sure of crushing his full-strength attack. Furthermore, Long Chen had to conserve energy. He had barely recovered to about 50% of his energy. With the smallest price thanks to the barrier-piercing effects of Split the Heavens, Long Chen got past the corrupt emperor's barrier and entered the inner region. The experts outside were all stunned to see that Long Chen was able to get by the corrupt emperor. Wasn't it said that the only ones capable of fighting the emperors were sovereigns? However, Elder Long nodded. Long Chen's got guts. Even in the face of sovereigns and emperors, he can muster the will to fight. Yes, others can't even raise their weapons in front of the glory of the sovereigns and emperors. Even if they could manage to summon the will to fight, they wouldn't even be able to unleash half their power. But Long Chen is completely unaffected, added another heaven elder, nodding with praise. Long Chen charged in, and the blood-colored inner region was lit up by his lightning. He saw one giant stone coffin after another. The corrupt emperor's expression changed. He suddenly pointed a finger. A ray of light shot out, not toward Long Chen but the screen up in the air. The screen that xianxia had summoned so that others could see what was happening inside exploded. The secrets of the inner region could not be revealed to outsiders. Suddenly, the inner gate slammed shut. The corrupt emperor, xianxia, and Long Chen were locked inside. Long Chen ignored it. He appraised the situation within the inner cemetery. This space wasn't as large as outside. There were 16 giant coffins scattered in every direction, seemingly according to some pattern. It seems that the corrupt gods' corpses are here. Long Chen didn't have much time, so he rushed over to the closest coffin. This coffin was like a giant mountain. Standing at the bottom, he grabbed it with both hands and pulled. "Get up!" Long Chen's arms bulged as he tried to pull up the coffin. It was as heavy as a star, but it slowly began to rise. "Bastard, what are you doing?" roared xianxia. "What do you think? Have you not heard that bandits never go home empty-handed? I went through all the trouble of coming here, so no matter what I have to get something in return. Don't be so stingy. You have 16 coffins, and I'm only taking one. Be happy," shouted Long Chen. You fucking madman." Xianxia couldn't help cursing. He had never cursed before, but this was too much. He had heard that Long Chen dared to do anything, but he even dared to take the coffin of a corrupt god. Was that a giant joke? Master Qianmo, Xianxia could only turn to the corrupt emperor. However, upon seeing one of his hands in a special seal, he shut his mouth. The giant coffin was really picked up by Long Chen. His arms trembled from the effort. It was unknown just what kind of material it was made of. It was precisely because it wasn't ordinary that he wanted it. He might not recognize the material, but Guo Ran definitely would. Perhaps he could smelt it into some legendary divine material. "Get in." Long Chen activated the primal chaos bead. However, just then, the earth shuddered. Only at this moment did he realize that at the other side of the coffin, there was a giant chain connecting it to the core of this region. At the core was another platform. There was someone sitting on top of it. Long Chen barely got a look at that figure when his heart turned icy cold. He shot back. A ray of light shot out from the stone platform, flying right past Long Chen. An icy sensation filled him. He felt like his skin was about to rip apart. Chapter 2329 Lotus Throne. Long Chen narrowly avoided the attack. As a result, it struck the gate and unleashed ripples that spread throughout the cemetery. "What is that?" Long Chen's expression changed, and another ray of light shot out from a different angle. Unable to avoid this one, he slashed Evilmoon at it. Bang! Long Chen's arms shook, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open. Flying back, he saw that these lights were coming from below the core platform. It was only at this moment that Long Chen realized there was a giant black lotus suspended in the air above the core region, linking together the 16 coffins. The black lotus had many petals, and every petal had a person embedded into it. Those people had their hands clasped together. Their bodies were like withered corpses. At the base of the lotus were 16 chains connecting to the 16 coffins. It was no wonder he had been unable to take a coffin. At this moment, it was the black lotus unleashing rays of light at him. Long Chen glanced toward the corrupt emperor to see him forming seals. "So it was you, Long Chen. You're sharp to have been able to realize that I can't fight you in my current state. But you were too careless. Even if I am a discarnate soul, even if I offered up 99% of my power, even if the wearing of time has weakened me, I am still the guardian of this cemetery. Killing you is still easy. The Devil Lotus Divine Throne has locked onto you. As it awakens, its power will grow. I only have less than 1/10,000th of my original power, but even if I was at my peak, I would need a large amount of time to stop this lotus. So, you can peacefully face your death," said the corrupt emperor indifferently. As he said, the black lotus continued to grow stronger like a wild beast awakening. Its attacks grew sharper and more concentrated. Long Chen dodged 7 in a row before his expression changed. That lotus throne made him feel a familiar aura. That aura was something he had sensed from the Nethergod's throne. Although the aura between the two had fundamental differences, it definitely had enough power to kill him. Its terrifying aura continued to grow. After dodging one attack, Long Chen stamped down on the coffin, surprisingly charging toward the lotus throne. Long Chen's target was the person sitting on the central platform. His back was facing him, so he couldn't see his face. Evilmoon slashed toward him. A layer of divine light appeared over the person's body just as Long Chen was about to strike him. Evilmoon bounced right off, and a terrifying ripple spread in every direction. Long Chen was struck head-on by that ripple. He coughed up blood and cracks appeared on his body. He almost died right there and then, horrifying him. Just who was that person? At the same time as Long Chen was shocked, the corrupt emperor's pupils shrank upon seeing this. Just what kind of origin did Long Chen have to possess a physical body that wasn't blasted apart by that counterattack? More and more lights flew toward Long Chen from the Black Lotus. Its attacks grew stronger and faster. If struck by any one of them, there was a chance he might be instantly dead. Fuck, what a scam. It seems I can't get anything good today. Well, I'll treat it as a scouting mission and wait for when I come with Mo Nian. Long Chen used the celestial lightning body blink to dodge. As the lotus awakened, its power began to compress the space around him. Any longer and he would no longer be able to dodge. Long Chen suddenly unleashed a slash at the corrupt emperor and Tian Xiaozi. The corrupt emperor shook his head. Although my current state is weak, it's not so weak that you can kill me. The corrupt emperor pointed a finger, and a protective light appeared around him and Tian Xiaozi. Layers of runes stacked up within the light. Long Chen's saber merely caused the barrier to quiver once. All his power was instantly sucked away by it. Long Chen, in front of Master Qianmo, you are just an ant. Even all your power isn't enough to harm a single hair of his, taunted Tian Xiaozi. Idiot, why would I care about the hair of a dead person? Sneered Long Chen. He took out a strange object and suddenly thrust it forward. That object was the door knocker from the gates of hell. Holding the ring, he smashed the knocker forward. The corrupt emperor's expression changed when he recognized the carving of the knocker. He couldn't help exclaiming, a Purgatory Yama spirit. Purgatory Yama spirits were monsters that protected Purgatory. It was also known as the three-headed Purgatory dog. However, its other heads were located below its neck and were normally just 2 marks. Only when it fought would it manifest its 3 heads. Those 3 heads represented 3 different laws: heaven, earth, and man. Long Chen had no idea about that. All he knew was that something from the gates of hell would definitely be good at warding off evil. He still didn't know that those 2 knockers were part of the seal that had been suppressing a terrifying divine beast. Even the corrupt emperor had only heard of Purgatory Yama spirits and had no idea about the origin of the door knockers. All he knew was that there was no way such a thing could exist on the martial heaven continent. The barrier shattered instantly. The effect was even better than Long Chen had expected. The corrupt emperor retreated several steps. His body seemed to fade slightly. Tian Xiaozi was horrified. He had absolute confidence in the corrupt emperor, so it was unimaginable to him for Long Chen to break the corrupt emperor's defenses. My target is you. Long Chen slashed his saber at Tian Xiaozi. The corrupt emperor slashed his sword, blocking Long Chen's saber. Long Chen snorted and sent a foot smashing into Tian Xiaozi's neck. At the same time, he smashed the knocker at the corrupt emperor, who surprisingly used his hilt to block the attack. This time, there was no amazing effect. Long Chen's arm shuddered, and the knocker almost flew out of his grasp. Starting, Long Chen retreated, swinging Evilmoon in defense. As for the corrupt emperor, he seemed to have predicted how easily he could block the knocker, and his sword turned, slicing toward Long Chen's waist. In the end, an emperor was an emperor. Even if he had less than 1/10,000th of his original power, he still had his combat experience. He combined offense and defense into one, and despite Long Chen clearly managing to avoid the sword, it was like a viper spitting poison. A flicker of light extended out of it, slicing open Long Chen's waist. Long Chen was startled. If it weren't for his dragon scales, he would have been cut in 2. This was an existence that could challenge sovereigns. Long Chen shot back, avoiding the next 2 attacks from the Black Lotus. Watch out, shouted the corrupt emperor. He vanished from his original location. Tian Xiaozi suddenly realized that he was flying in an arc, while Long Chen was shooting through the air. They were going to intersect. Long Chen had no intention of killing the corrupt emperor. Although it was a nice thought, it wasn't possible. The corrupt emperor wasn't that weak even in his weakened state. He was an apex existence. Even just a trace of his discarnate soul was extremely dangerous. It wasn't worth it for Long Chen to risk his life on such a thing. From the start, his target had been Tian Xiaozi. Even though he had been injured by the corrupt emperor just now, things were still going according to plan. Tian Xiaozi roared and summoned his final dregs of energy to punch at Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he swung his hand naturally, slapping him in the face. Tian Xiaozi had less than half the combat potential of his peak state and was no match for Long Chen. As a result, He spun through the air from the slap, and Long Chen grabbed his leg. He switched out Evilmoon for the knocker again and smashed it at the gate. The gate was incredibly tough, but this unremarkable knocker still smashed a hole into it. So that's how it works. Long Chen was now sure that the knocker had its own laws, and those laws had a terrifying destructive aspect to them. However, they were useless against attacks that didn't contain their own laws. The corrupt emperor's previous attack was the best proof. Without hesitation, Long Chen flew through, dragging Tian Xiaozi with him. A dragon cry rang out and lightning filled the outer cemetery. Within this sea of lightning, Long Chen could essentially teleport. With a single step, he arrived at the outer gate. One more step and he could leave the corrupt god cemetery. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared along with a cry. Long Chen's hand lightened as he stepped through the gate. His vision darkened and then brightened once more as he appeared outside the corrupt god cemetery. He looked back to check on Tian Xiaozi. He found that he was gone, and he was just holding a bloody leg. There were countless experts in front of the gate. When Long Chen had charged into the inner gate, the corrupt emperor had cut off their vision. Just as the corrupt experts were smiling at Long Chen's misfortune, Long Chen came out alive and well. Furthermore, he was holding a leg that caused a wave of shock as people recognized it as Tian Xiaozi's. Chapter 2330 Judgment Day for the Kunpeng race. Fuck that bastard. Looking at the leg, Long Chen raged and flung it into the air. It then exploded into bloody mist. Even now, he didn't know how the corrupt emperor had managed to do this. Everything had been calculated perfectly by him. In the end, he had even been willing to unleash all of Lei Long's power to summon a lightning domain to reach the outer gate in an instant, just to capture Tian Xiaozi alive. But the corrupt emperor had still managed to snatch Tian Xiaozi away. Long Chen's expression was ugly at having been beaten by a discarnate soul of the corrupt emperor. However, on the other hand, everyone was stunned by his reaction. They didn't know what had just happened inside. The image had been cut off just as Long Chen charged into the inner region despite the corrupt emperor trying to stop him, and then he came out holding Tian Xiaozi's leg. Even Elder Long and the others were shocked. In front of the corrupt emperor, he had still managed to cut off Tian Xiaozi's leg. He had practically ignored the existence of the corrupt emperor. Long Chen suddenly turned and charged back toward the gate, causing everyone to jump. The runes on the gate made Long Chen bounce back. The corrupt god cemetery had been closed from the inside, and no one else could enter. Long Chen almost coughed up blood from the impact. After all the battles, his body had reached its limit. The corrupt emperor's last attack, which had sliced through his waist, contained its own power that was erasing his life energy. Even the primal chaos space's life energy was unable to heal the wound, only able to temporarily suppress it. Also, the impact from being repelled from the gate had caused it to tear open again. He really needed to find a place to heal. Long Chen had no choice but to give up on charging back in. He suddenly turned to the corrupt path's experts. His fury instantly soared. Even if he couldn't kill the big ones, killing some extras was good too. Warriors of the Dragonblood Legion, slaughter the corrupt path's people, shouted Long Chen. He was the first to charge forward despite being covered in blood and having a wound on his waist. His saber slammed down toward Xie Wenchen and the others. Over 10,000 swords came out of their sheaths at the same time. With Long Chen's orders, the Dragonblood warriors no longer cared about the Heaven Elders from the divine families. They charged. HMPH, with the divine families present, you still dare to be wild? Demanded Yi Yaochen angrily. However, he found that Long Chen and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion were completely ignoring him. Bastards, you're asking for it. Yi Yaochen furiously prepared to unleash an attack when Elder Long appeared in front of him. Elder Yi, this was started by Yi Benchang. As a fellow member of the Yi family, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to interfere. What are you saying? Yi Yaochen's face was frighteningly gloomy. You should leave things here to me. If you're busy, you can leave first, said Elder Long lightly. You. Yi Yaochen pointed at Elder Long, shuddering with fury. That was clearly telling him to scram. Alright, fine. We'll see who wins in the future. Yi Yaochen took a single step, vanishing from sight. Long Chen, count yourself tough this time. But my corrupt path's foundation isn't something you can imagine. Just wait, your nightmare will soon descend. Xie Wenchen sneered. The void behind him suddenly split open and formed a giant vortex that sucked in the corrupt path's experts. They vanished, leaving behind only Xie Wenchen's voice echoing through the air. Long Chen and the others pounced on empty air. The corrupt path had managed to run. Suddenly, a bout of dizziness made him feel like the world was spinning. Meng Qi caught Long Chen as he collapsed. Long Chen, are you alright? Chu Yao immediately came over to help him recover. She found that there was extensive damage to his meridians. They had almost reached the point of crumbling, and he could no longer fight. Long Chen was also aware of his condition, but he had to act tough until the end. If the corrupt path has run, then fine. Exterminate the Kunpeng race. Long Chen took a deep breath. The corrupt path and the righteous path's enmity was something that stretched back tens of thousands of years. He wasn't in a rush to get revenge on them. If they had run, then the Dragonblood Legion could start with the Zon beasts. Boss, you rest. Leave this to your brothers. Guo Ran saw how pale he was and led the charge against the Kunpeng race. Seeing the Dragonblood Legion charging over so furiously, Peng Wanli and the others' expressions changed. He shouted, "Seniors of the divine families, are you going to allow the Dragonblood Legion to slaughter the innocent so indiscriminately? All things have karma." Even during the time of the heavenly divine writ, the Zon beasts launched a sneak attack on the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. You've already ignored our rules. The bitter seed you planted results in the bitter fruit you reap. Even if it causes tears, you still have to eat it. Sorry, but the divine families are powerless to interfere, said Elder Long. Upon hearing that, Peng Wanli's heart dropped. He suddenly turned to Pill Valley to see Yu Xiaoyun not looking at him. He then looked at Di Long of the Ancient Family Alliance and saw that his eyes were closed in meditation as if he was unrelated to this matter. The most unacceptable thing to him though was that even Long Zhongkang of the ancient races had, at some point, brought the ancient races, experts away to retain a respectful distance from the Zon beasts. Even the ancient races, loyalty didn't stretch this far. The Dragonblood Legion fell upon them. Guo Ran was the first to charge at Peng Wanli. However, before he could attack, a giant bone club came smashing down at Peng Wanli. Wild's furious roar rang out. This one's mine. Wild's furious attack was met with Peng Wanli's full-power defense, but he still hacked up blood. He was no Yi Yaochen, who was capable of using his hand to receive Wild's attack. Peng Wanli was injured in just one blow. Stars spun in his vision. This one attack from Wild caused the morale of the Zon beasts to crumble. The Dragonblood warriors and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow races experts attacked. Their enmity with the Kunpeng race could no longer be resolved by any other means. The martyrs that had died to the Kunpeng race during these countless years would also not permit such a thing. Those who didn't participate in the attack against the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race should get away now. Today, the Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race are getting vengeance, and our only target is the Kunpeng race. Announced Long Chen. The hesitating experts of the Zon beasts who were undecided about running or not instantly fled like the wind. The Kunpeng race's conflict with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race has nothing to do with our shadow devil leopard race. Announced one of the leaders of the Zon beasts as he led his people away from the battlefield. It has nothing to do with our wind wolf race. It has nothing to do with our blood ape race. It has nothing to do with our scarlet python race. In just a moment, the Zon beasts still standing behind the Kunpeng race had left due to Long Chen's words. The Zon beasts were arrogant, but they weren't so stupid as to not understand their current position. The divine families had chosen to look on without lifting a finger. Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the ancient races, all their allies had chosen to ignore their plight. The ones that they were facing were the Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion, the ones who had defeated even the Heavenly Dragon Legion. That was a killing legion that slaughtered their enemies without blinking. Although the Zon beasts had always had a hostile relationship with Long Chen, they all knew his character. He wouldn't go back on his word and attack them. As a result, the Zon beasts collapsed from the inside. In the end, the only ones staying with the Kunpeng race were the Nine Heavens Phoenix race and a few other loyal followers. Those were the races that had slaughtered countless experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race in the past. Their hands were covered in their blood. Even if they surrendered, it would be useless. Peng Wanli managed to block 3 of Wild's attacks. On the 4th, his spear was knocked out of his hands, and the back of his head was smashed apart by Wild's club. His Yuan spirit shot out, trying to flee, but it was swallowed by a giant mouth. It was Cloud. After swallowing Peng Wanli's Yuan spirit, she let out a resounding cry, one that contained grief and sorrow for the fallen members of her race. With Peng Wanli dead, the grudge of countless years was finally settled, and all the accumulated years of resentment were unleashed now. The other members of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing race echoed her cry. With Peng Wanli dead, the Kunpeng race, the Nine Heavens Phoenix race, and the remaining experts of their side were unable to stop the Dragonblood Legion. They fled in every direction. A rain of blood followed as the Dragonblood warriors and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts chased them down. Having lost their will to fight, the Zon beasts were unable to counterattack. As Long Chen watched the Dragonblood Legion slaughter them, he didn't say a word. There was no need to say anything about mercy or letting off cornered enemies. There was no compassion to be had. This kind of enmity was so deep it had sunk into their bones and even their souls. This kind of enmity could only be settled when one side was destroyed. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race couldn't possibly let off the Kunpeng race or their loyal followers, just like how the Kunpeng race and the others had never had mercy when they were hunting down the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The human race might be one to easily forget the past, but the Zon beasts were different. This kind of enmity was something that continued through their bloodlines. There was no way for them to forget it. Suddenly, Elder Long and the other heaven elders' expressions changed. A tablet on each of their waists was flashing rapidly. The 7 of them vanished at the same time. Chapter 2331 Unknown to be alive or dead. Elder Long and the others' disappearance gave everyone else a bad feeling. Suddenly, Ku Jianying let out a startled cry as her own tablet began flashing. When she checked it, her expression completely changed. Without a guard on the yin-yang world, the blood race has invaded the martial heaven continent. All the various experts' expressions sank. If the blood race managed to get onto the continent, countless people would be killed, and the situation would take an even worse turn in the future. That was because after killing people from the martial heaven continent, the blood race would steal their root chi and grow even stronger. We have to get over there. The old man grabbed Long Chen and dragged him off. In Long Chen's current state, he was afraid of Pill Valley and the others trying to kill him. Wild, eat later, shouted Long Chen. Wild was munching on a wing, even eating the feathers. It was a bloody sight. Hearing Long Chen's command, Wild put away Peng Wanli's corpse and came rushing over. Long Chen, are you alright? You were really vicious this time. I thought you were doomed several times. The old man had a hand on Long Chen's shoulder. His spiritual yuan gently entered his body to help him heal. Hehe, you don't need to worry about me. I'm always confident in what I do. You don't need to waste the effort right now. Due to my cultivation technique, your spiritual yuan can't help me heal, said Long Chen. Having entered the Nether Passage realm, his body essentially contained its own cosmos. His 108,000 astral spaces were fully connected with his 6 stars. They had their own ability to help him recover. As for the old man's spiritual yuan, it was true that Long Chen could absorb it, but it was like a bucket of water on a burning cart in his current condition. It wasn't enough for anything. Long Chen's divine ring slowly revolved as he absorbed energy from heaven and earth. His astral spaces were slowly recovering. Having endured Sovereign Mo Li's attacks, they had reached the verge of collapse. Later on, he had absorbed the Heavenly Tao rune and successfully advanced to the Nether Passage realm, giving him control of life and death energy. But his astral spaces had not yet had a chance to recover. With the battle finally over, he quickly absorbed energy. Once his 108,000 astral spaces were recovered, they could provide him with practically limitless energy. Cloud came flying over with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and Dong Mingyu on her back. What happened? Asked Meng Qi. They had received the news and came rushing over with Cloud, while the others were slaughtering the leftovers of the Kunpeng race. It's a good thing you came. We have to hurry over to the yin-yang world, said Long Chen. He, Ku Jianying, the old man, Li Tianxuan, and some of the seniors of the Martial Heaven Alliance jumped onto Cloud's back. Cloud flapped her wings, and the void twisted. They shot through the air, the light twisting around them due to how fast they were going. They couldn't even see the outside world clearly. The Martial Heaven Alliance's seniors sighed in amazement. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's reputation for being #1 in speed was not unearned. The void suddenly untwisted, and they saw the world around them. In just a few breaths' time, they had reached the entrance to the yin-yang world. However, they saw that this area was a complete mess. The earth had been torn asunder, with lava still bursting out of the ground. A bloody scent hung in the air. The sky was dusky with black and white ripples still clashing. This was the result of life and death energy. This is the result of fourth step nether passage experts going all out. It seems that Elder Long and the others have taken action, said Ku Jianying. The aura of the sovereign seal has completely vanished. The blood race unleashed a full power assault to exhaust its final shred of power. We were tricked by the blood race. They pretended to seem weak, as if the martial heaven continent had an advantage over them. By doing so, they made us overconfident. The moment we relaxed, they took advantage to break through our defenses. But why are they all gone? If the sovereign seal is broken, a giant army of them should have charged through already. But I don't see or sense any of them, noticed Li Tianxuan. We must have been too late. The battle's already over, so quickly. Long Chen didn't feel that this was possible. They had arrived in just a moment, so how could the blood race's army already be gone? This battlefield is strange. Li Tianxuan examined the surroundings and shook his head. The earth quivered slightly. An explosive sound came from an extremely great distance. That direction, isn't it Devil Spirit Mountain? Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. He jumped back onto Cloud's back. Let's go. They rushed over to Devil Spirit Mountain, only to see Elder Long and another Heaven Elder staring gloomily at the Sovereign Seal in front of them. The Sovereign Seal was now infected by black blood. Fiendish runes flowed on top of it. When they arrived, Elder Long sighed, "We were careless. 37 peak nether passage experts have joined forces to destroy the Sovereign Seal. They even left a demonic blood curse on it, corroding it. Devil Spirit Mountain's Sovereign Seal should have lasted for years, but now, it probably won't be long before it breaks apart. This is adding to the calamity which has struck the continent." Ku Jianying shook her head dismally. Elder Long said, "It's worse than that. Do you not see that there are only 7 corpses of the blood race that we killed here?" Only then did Long Chen and the others notice the corpses. They were wrapped in white and black chains. Their auras were frightening, but they were already dead. 2 against 7, they had annihilated their opponents. That meant that the power of Elder Long and the other Heaven Elders had to be shocking. Although we killed them, they achieved their goal. They were just sacrificial pawns, sighed the other Heaven Elder. "You mean, the others?" Long Chen stared. Elder Long nodded. "Yes, they split into 3, with the others going to the ancient battlefield in resentful Death City." Just at that moment, the 2 Heaven Elders' tablets flashed again. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help sighing. Clearly, the same thing had befallen those 2 places as well. The Heaven Elder waved his hand, gathering the corpses of the blood race. Elder Long said, "Things are serious now. The blood race has always been brainless before, but they actually came up with such a scheme, catching us off guard. We'll need to discuss this with the Lord Venerate. As for the reward for you from the divine families, you don't need to worry about it. Rest. The true dark era is about to come. This might be your final chance to breathe. Cherish it well." Elder Long nodded to Ku Jianying and the others before leaving with the other Heaven Elder. The Dragonblood Legion had returned from seclusion. The Kunpeng race's ancestral lands had been destroyed by heavenly tribulation. A heavenly tribulation had manifested a sovereign. Long Chen had killed Kun Pengxi, charged into the corrupt god cemetery, cut off Tian Xiazi's leg, and exterminated the Kunpeng race. Every single one of these matters was enough to shake the martial heaven continent and should have been the most popular gossip for a long time. However, when news about the sovereign seals around Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and resentful Death City spread, no one was in the mood to chat. They all knew that the true tribulation was about to come. When the terrifying races from Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and resentful Death City were added to the blood race of the yin-yang world, how could the continent survive? Every time the dark eras had come, even with sovereigns present, only 1/10 of the continent's experts survived. Most importantly, during those eras with the sovereigns, they had only been against one invading race at a time. After driving them back, they sealed the entrances to those worlds, preserving the continent's safety. Now though, the yin-yang world, the Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and the mythic resentful Death City's seals had all been broken. Once the races from the other side attacked, would there still be any hope for the continent? People felt like the world had lost its color. Past tribulations had had sovereigns to protect them, but now there wasn't a single person who possessed the disposition of a sovereign. None of the heavenly geniuses of the world met the criteria to be a sovereign after all this time, meaning it was very likely that there would be no sovereign in this era. A dark era with no sovereign signified the end of the continent. Some cultivators had lost their drive to get stronger. What was the point? With a sovereign present, the past tribulations had still resulted in only a tenth of the continent's experts surviving. Now, 4 worlds were about to attack on an unprecedented scale. Unless 4 sovereigns appeared at once, there was no chance the continent could survive. Their only hope rested on the shoulders of the divine families, but even that hope was extremely dismal. Could the divine families be even stronger than the sovereigns? That didn't seem likely. However, as the rest of the continent's people despaired, the Martial Heaven Alliance remained cool-headed. Others were afraid because they had nothing to rely on. But they had Long Chen. Long Chen had advanced to the Nether Passage realm and crushed 3 peak heavenly geniuses to the point that 1 was killed, 1 fled, and 1 had suffered an amputation. He had even fought a sovereign and the corrupt emperor. Even in the youth of the sovereigns, they probably hadn't had such achievements. Long Chen was viewed as the hope of the righteous path, unifying them to an even greater degree. After 3 days, Long Chen recovered 50% of his combat power. His astral spaces had fully recovered, but the rest of his body would need at least 10 more days. This battle had left behind quite a few hidden wounds in his body that were taking a particularly long time to heal. "Boss, a disciple from Mo Gate has arrived," reported a Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen had the disciple brought in. "How is that little fellow Mo Nian?" asked Long Chen. "My family's young master. He has yet to successfully advance to Nether Passage. It's unknown whether he's alive or dead," said the disciple, his eyes red. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. Chapter 2332 The Killing God's True Face. "You don't know if he's alive or dead?" Long Chen's heart shook. "What exactly is going on?" The disciple from Mo Gate said, "The young master has yet to come out of seclusion from attacking the Nether Passage realm. His body remains in a quasi-dead state. What about his soulstone?" "The soulstone is still fine." Hearing that the soulstone was fine, Long Chen relaxed slightly. That meant that Mo Nian hadn't failed. It was just that even after all this time, he had yet to pass. "The family head wished to inform you of this. It wasn't that the young master didn't want to help you this time," said the disciple. Long Chen shook his head. It seemed that the current family head of the Mo family was not Mo Nian's grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such a thing. Long Chen knew that Mo Nian would have his own reasons since he hadn't shown up. He wouldn't go thinking such petty things. However, it also didn't seem that Long Chen would be able to help him. Ming Kangyu had said that the reason they had entered her netherworld was because she had set it up that way. She had meddled with the laws. The only ones from the Martial Heaven continent that had entered the netherworld that Ming Kangyu administered were the Dragonblood Legion. This was why they hadn't encountered anyone else from the Marital Heaven continent inside the netherworld. Right now, he couldn't even send a message to Ming Kangyu. Even if he did return to the netherworld, he wouldn't necessarily enter her territory. Ming Kangyu had said that there were as many netherworlds as there were stars in the sky. She was only in charge of one. The reason he was able to be brought over to her world was because of the karma between them due to their past relationship. However, Mo Nian wasn't in the area that Ming Kangyu administered. She wouldn't be able to investigate even if Long Chen could send word. Right now, the only one who could help Mo Nian was Mo Nian himself. Long Chen comforted the disciple, telling him that Mo Nian had definitely encountered a problem, but the fact that he was still alive meant that he was currently breaking out of that crisis. Furthermore, Long Chen's intuition was telling him that Mo Nian wouldn't die so easily. The disciple left and Dong Mingyu came in. The two of them exchanged a smile. Long Chen held Dong Mingyu's hand and they walked out together. A giant set of gates were blasted apart by a punch. Long Chen and Dong Mingyu walked through. They had just entered when space twisted and one figure after another appeared. Long Chen, Dong Mingyu. The leader of those people was an old man whose heart sank upon seeing the two of them. That old man was the Bloodkill Hall's master, Xianxia, and this place was the headquarters of the Bloodkill Hall. It was completely secret, but as the divine daughter, the Bloodkill Hall's secret headquarters was no secret to Dong Mingyu. "What are you doing?" demanded Xianxia. "Theoretically, I should be coming here today to destroy your Bloodkill Hall and kill all of you. But Mingyu did come from the Bloodkill Hall, and her cultivation comes from you. So don't worry, I won't kill you today." Mingyu came to pay her respects to the killing god to settle things with him. "In the future, the Bloodkill Hall will have nothing to do with us," said Long Chen indifferently. Zhang Ziyang was a third-step Nether Passage expert. His assassination arts would give even a fourth-step Nether Passage expert a headache. But Long Chen didn't view him as a threat. HMPH, a traitor of the killing god has the face to return and pay respects to him. A voice rang out in the air. Dong Mingyu pointed a single finger. The void twisted, and a figure came falling down. It was a very young disciple. His head had been pierced, and his sneer still hung on his face. Even before his death, he hadn't sensed the danger. Those who don't wish to die should leave. Those who wish to die can stay, said Dong Mingyu. She was even more direct than Long Chen. After that, she pulled Long Chen in. Zhang Ziyang's expression changed, but in the face of the divine daughter Dong Mingyu who had advanced to the Nether Passage realm, even he didn't have the courage to stop her. They were both assassins, but she had the power of the killing god. That put a sense of extreme pressure on him. As for that unlucky fellow she had just killed, it was a warning. That attack had contained god power. An assassin who lived on the edge of a knife was extremely sensitive to any danger, but Dong Mingyu had killed that person without him sensing anything. That was due to the god energy of the killing god, which was especially effective against the followers of the killing god. That was the absolute authority bestowed to a divine daughter. The most inexplicable thing to Zhang Ziyang was that despite betraying the killing god hadn't unleashed any divine punishment on her and even allowed her to retain his god energy. In the end, Zhang Ziyang stepped back, opening a path for her. You can enter, but Long Chen, I'll go wherever I want to. If you have the guts, then come and try to stop me. It just so happens that you'll give me an excuse to wipe the Bloodkill Hall out of existence, snorted Long Chen. Long Chen very much disliked the Bloodkill Hall, viewing them as even worse than the professional assassins within the Phoenix Cry Empire. At least those assassins had some morals. They had 3 no's: no killing the pregnant, the ill, or children. However, the ones known as the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 assassins organization had no taboos. For money, they could do anything. As long as they were paid, they didn't care who they killed. Back then, they had sent Dong Mingyu as a 3 or 4-year-old child to assassinate Long Chen, drawing his greatest wrath. If it weren't for Dong Mingyu, he would be destroying the Bloodkill Hall today. It was Dong Mingyu who wished for Long Chen to not do that today. No matter how it was put, she came from the Bloodkill Hall. The reason she was with Long Chen now was because of them. Perhaps that was a kind of fate. The Bloodkill Hall had done so much evil and were now doomed. This could be considered their own karma. It probably wouldn't be long before they fully vanished from this world, so Long Chen didn't mind letting them off as a favor to Dong Mingyu. However, if they really wanted to die and further provoked him, then he wouldn't mind killing more of them. Regretfully, the Bloodkill Hall's people weren't as tough as he had hoped. After the first was killed by Dong Mingyu, the others shut their mouths. Dong Mingyu led the way through a large palace, and they arrived at an underground passageway. At the end of the path, they found a small transportation formation. Who goes there? The voices of 4 old men rang through the air when they arrived. Dong Mingyu waved her hand, and 4 heads flew through the air. Nonchalantly, she stepped onto the transportation formation with Long Chen, saying, "These black and white robed fellows are the wildly fanatic elders, the most loyal dogs of the killing god. They aren't under the administration of the Hall Master and even have the authority to replace the Hall Master with a new one if they wish to. They've been brainwashed to the point that anything they view as blasphemy to the killing god would result in immediate death, even if it was the current Hall Master. Brainwashing really is amazing. It turns people into bigoted madmen." Long Chen shook his head. The transportation formation activated, and they arrived in a dark and gloomy world. This was most likely somewhere underground. There was a long passageway, with dark red flames flickering along the walls. Long Chen examined the stone walls. There were some ancient carvings left there. Within them, he saw a man holding a blade in front of many experts. Sometimes his blade stabbed right through their foreheads, while sometimes it cut through their throats. Sometimes he was dragging their heads. "This is the killing god?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, but the killing god has been beautified in those carvings," said Dong Mingyu, her expression a bit odd. Beautified. The 2 of them quickly reached the end of the passageway. At the end was another palace, one that was mostly empty. There was simply a throne with an old man on it. His white hair was balding at the center, and he was heavy-set. "He is also the killing god?" asked Long Chen with some disbelief. "Yes." Dong Mingyu nodded. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. How did a lecherous fatty end up being a handsome young man in those carvings? They say that this sculpture is of the moment the killing god condensed his Tao fruit. As for the murals and other statues, they're from when he was young. Dong Mingyu shrugged. And people believe that nonsense. They don't even look like the same person, said Long Chen speechlessly. Hee, that's what I've always thought too. But they said that when the killing god was young, he was handsome enough to bewitch others. Later he had the fortune to condense a god fruit, resulting in his looks becoming like this as a warning to others. However, those who can see this sculpture must have made great contributions to the killing god, so only a few people have seen it, said Dong Mingyu. So the killing god is actually a lecherous fatty but has been beautified to such an extent by those bootlickers. Aren't they just lying to themselves? Long Chen shook his head. Who dares to make a racket in the killing god's palace? Long Chen and Dong Mingyu had barely entered the palace when a furious shout came from within. Inside, they saw 8 elders wearing black and white robes glaring at them. They held staves in their hands. Kneel and receive 40 whips for your disrespect to the killing god. The first elder was slapped in the face before he could finish speaking. He spun through the air as Long Chen sneered, "Did that wake you up? Who dares to talk big to Master Long?" Chapter 2333 Seizing the Divine Rune. Perhaps these old men had never encountered someone as formidable as Long Chen in their lives. Long Chen sent that old man flying back. These old men had been looking down on them even though they recognized Dong Mingyu as the divine daughter. These were the wild fanatic elders of the killing god, and even if it was a divine daughter who blasphemed the god, they would still punish her. However, these elders were essentially cut off from everything happening in the outside world, with their only focus being waiting upon the killing god. Hence, they hadn't even paid any attention to Dong Mingyu's betrayal of the killing god. In their eyes, Dong Mingyu was the child of the god, and after a lecture on her naughtiness, she would return to the righteous path of the god's guidance. That was why their first thought upon seeing Dong Mingyu was that she had come to repent and cleanse herself of her sins in front of the killing god. Long Chen's slap woke them up from that dream. Dong Mingyu hadn't come to repent. She had even brought a fighter with her. "If you don't want to die, then scram to the side," sneered Long Chen. These elders were second-step nether passage experts. Long Chen could essentially ignore them. "This is a blasphemy against the god. You've insulted those who serve the god. You will." Dong Mingyu waved her dagger, and those elders were instantly killed even as they brandished their staves against them. "I told you that they're crazy. There's no way to speak to them like normal people," said Dong Mingyu. With her understanding of these elders, she knew that there was no need to waste the effort of talking to them. Killing them was their only choice. She walked over to the killing god statue, circling around it as if looking for something. Big Sister Yuyan said that Enputa has an extremely powerful set of assassination techniques called the Heavenly Desolation Extinction Art. However, that technique was not in the inheritance I received. Big Sister Yuyan said that my contributions to the killing god weren't great enough to receive it. Hence, I came to take it. Even Big Sister Yuyan thinks that it's important, so I have to obtain it. Hee, I've found it. Suddenly, Dong Mingyu found a dark red speck of light on the killing god's forehead. That speck of light was very well concealed. If she hadn't pointed it out, Long Chen wouldn't have noticed it. However, following the first one, he suddenly realized that there were dozens of those red spots of light throughout the statue. Dong Mingyu said that these specks represented one inheritance from the god. They were split into different grades. The initial grade could be obtained by anyone who had spent enough time in the Bloodkill Hall and done their work. Normally, around 80 years of service would automatically qualify someone for it, and there was no need to come here. Any of the statues in the other strongholds could borrow the power of this place to transmit that divine blessing. The middle grade inheritances had a portion that required coming here to the main statue, but some of them could still be transmitted through the other strongholds. Most members of the Bloodkill Hall would never qualify for such a thing. It was usually just the Hall Masters who could receive such a thing. As for the high-grade inheritances, only the Divine Daughter was qualified. However, even she hadn't received this inheritance, which meant it was of an even higher level, an apex inheritance. Lang Yuyan had wanted to give her something in the netherworld, but she was a Divine Daughter, and if she had transmitted anything to her, it would have silently invoked karma. However, she knew of Enputa's Heavenly Desolation Extinction Art and where she could find it herself. "What are you supposed to do with this thing?" asked Long Chen. Big Sister Yuyan said that the inheritance won't be given to me, so I have to snatch it myself, said Dong Mingyu. Can you do it? Asked Long Chen. This was a god's inheritance. It could easily harm or even kill her. I definitely won't be able to do it. But isn't there still you? Dong Mingyu giggled. Me? I don't know anything about this. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't know anything about this inheritance. Here, you protect me from the back. Press your head against mine. Dong Mingyu held his hand and he held her waist from behind. The two of them slowly rose into the air until they were on the same level as the killing god's head. Dong Mingyu pressed a finger against the red speck of light. The two of their souls were connected by a bridge. God energy surged into Dong Mingyu's head and also Long Chen's head. Long Chen's head buzzed. He felt like he had entered another world. In this world, countless runes were flickering. Every one of these runes was filled with God energy. He knew that they were inheritances. At the very top of these countless runes was a beautiful rune whose light eclipsed all the others. Big brother Long Chen, that's the apex inheritance. I want it. Dong Mingyu pointed. Alright, since Lang Yuan told us to come here, it should be possible. You should try it, said Long Chen. Dong Mingyu formed hand seals. Threads of God energy shot out of her and toward the rune. However, the rune incinerated her threads. Those threads were God energy that belonged to the killing god. But even that wasn't enough to shake this rune. Again, Long Chen sent his spiritual strength into her body, merging their powers. Together, they stretched toward the golden rune. Just like last time, her God energy was incinerated. Long Chen also felt a burst of pain as if he had been burned. Did I give you too much face? Long Chen snorted and his spiritual strength burst forth, forming its own net. Get in here, Long Chen shouted and pulled with his spiritual strength. The giant rune began to shake and move toward them. It's working. Dong Mingyu was delighted, but her expression quickly changed. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in her soul. As the rune got closer, a terrifying will also followed. Her soul was being shaken so badly that it felt like it would collapse. Just that moment, the light from that rune erupted, and within the divine light appeared a pair of eyes. Dong Mingyu couldn't help shuddering. Killing God. Dong Mingyu's voice quivered. Those were the eyes of the god staring at her. She was like a disciple who had committed a grave sin and was facing the worst punishment. She turned pale. Long Chen also looked back at those eyes. He felt like needles were stabbing his soul, but he glared back. He knew that these eyes weren't looking at Dong Mingyu but at him. That sharp pain was a probe. As the pain in his soul grew, the divine gate star in his mind began to quiver. Following that, the nether gate star also slowly lit up. Suddenly, the eyes vanished, and the rune gave up on struggling. It instantly entered Dong Mingyu's head. Dong Mingyu and Long Chen opened their eyes. Long Chen saw that the red mark representing the inheritance had gone dim. Dong Mingyu's face was filled with disbelief. How was it? Did it work? Asked Long Chen. He put a hand on her shoulder and investigated her body. He didn't find anything off. It seemed that the rune had given up on fighting and decided to merge into Dong Mingyu's body, but he didn't feel at ease about that. Big brother Long Chen, the killing god gave me the heavenly desolation extinction art, and he asked me not to destroy his inheritance. Dong Mingyu had yet to recover from her disbelief. Just now, the rune had merged into her soul, but at the same time as she received the inheritance, she heard the killing god's voice, please don't destroy my inheritance. The killing god had not only forgiven her betrayal and given her the rune, but he was almost pleading with her not to destroy the Bloodkill Hall. This sudden change dumbfounded her. Long Chen was frowning even more now. The killing god had been probing him, but as soon as the divine gate star and nether gate star had been provoked, he had immediately pulled back and given the rune to Dong Mingyu. What was that supposed to mean? Did he manage to test out Long Chen's power? Or did he know something? Dong Mingyu was delighted at obtaining the heavenly desolation extinction art. It was a truly terrifying divine art that didn't disappoint her. However, Long Chen was vaguely feeling uneasy, as if he had been schemed against. Did the killing god know the secrets of the 9 stars? It had been a long time since he had heard the call of that mysterious voice. He felt some terrifying threats slowly getting closer. This time, there was no need for that mysterious voice to warn him. He himself felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Let's go. Long Chen walked out with Dong Mingyu. Zhang Ziyang and the others only watched as they left. Long Chen and Dong Mingyu received some good news once they returned. Chapter 2334 Opportunity Within Crisis. The Dragonblood Legion had advanced to the first heaven stage of Nether Passage. During this time, They had started refining the immemorial essence blood. Boss, based on your previous estimates, an ordinary person would need 10 drops of immemorial essence blood to activate their spirit blood and connect to their manifestation. But I'd guess that they'd need 100. Guo Ran immediately ran over to discuss this matter with Long Chen when he returned. Seeing the surging blood qi around Guo Ran and his faint dragon qi, Long Chen guessed that Guo Ran had been the first to try absorbing the immemorial essence blood. His lip curled. How many drops did you use? 93. Guo Ran was a bit embarrassed. Even a weak chicken like you needed 93 drops. Then someone like Ji Yu Yong will probably need 200. Long Chen sighed and shook his head. Guo Ran's physical body was the weakest of the men of the Dragonblood Legion. When considering the Dragonblood Legion as a whole, he was second to last, ranking only in front of Meng Qi. Boss, it's not nice to bring up your brother's flaws. Guo Ran turned red. Well, isn't your calculation way off then? What do you mean around 100 drops? Aren't you the only one who's going to use less than 100 drops, while everyone else will be using way more? Demanded Long Chen. No matter what time it was, Guo Ran never forgot to give himself some extra face. Isn't there also big sister Meng Qi? Retorted Guo Ran. Meng Qi is a soul cultivator. You're going to compete against her in how weak your physical body is? Long Chen was speechless. Hee, boss, as long as you understand it's fine. You don't need to say it out loud. Give your little brother some face, proposed Guo Ran. Long Chen rolled his eyes. How do you feel after activating your spirit blood? Powerful, very powerful. The immemorial essence blood has fully ignited the evil dragon essence blood. My power has increased by at least 3 times, said Guo Ran, growing excited. 3 times? How is that possible? Long Chen was startled. That was too much. It was said that the power increase should be around 30 to 50%, with only rare cases of 80%. It's true. After I absorbed the immemorial essence blood, the dragon blood inside me began to unleash limitless power. I've tested it multiple times, and it really is a 3 times increase. Hee, maybe it is because I was just too powerful from the start, chortled Guo Ran. Long Chen instantly understood this sarcasm. The other Dragonblood warriors had absorbed the metal-devouring evil dragon's essence blood as well, but to unleash its full power required corresponding power and will. Guo Ran was weak in both aspects, resulting in him being unable to bring out the full potential of the evil dragon essence blood, unlike the other Dragonblood warriors. Thanks to the immemorial essence blood, he had fully activated the dragon blood, increasing his power by an exceptional amount. Then are you unbeatable now? Asked Long Chen. A 3 times increase that was then multiplied by his armor meant that Guo Ran's power was definitely shocking. You overpraise me, hee. Guo Ran was very pleased. If he had a tail, it would definitely be up and wagging with pride. He patted his chest. I secretly tested myself against Wild. As long as he doesn't go big, I can overpower him. That's pretty amazing. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. Only Long Chen could match Wild in power. Even Ji Yu Yong wasn't able to do that. Regretfully, Wild couldn't train in cultivation techniques or battle skills. He could only fight with brute power, otherwise, he'd be even more threatening. For Guo Ran to be able to match Wild in power, then adding on his special fighting techniques, he was definitely extremely powerful. Boss, this immemorial essence blood is truly a priceless treasure. Due to the dragon blood in our bodies, we'll need a huge amount of it. Based on my calculations, we probably only have enough for 500 people. So, Guo Ran trailed off. He didn't know how to distribute the immemorial essence blood because it was such an important matter. Hence, he needed Long Chen's opinion. Do you need to ask? Give it to the strongest members first. Once they're finished with it, they can go for a stroll through the yin-yang world and then we'll have enough for everyone. But the divine families. The divine families had stationed 2 armies to guard the yin-yang world due to the last sneak attack. They had mobilized 2 Heavenly Dragon Legion and were not allowing anyone to enter. We're not going to bother with them. We just have a collaborative relationship, but they can't restrict us. I'll handle this by talking to Elder Long. If he doesn't agree, we'll just charge through. Long Chen flapped his hand dismissively. Last time's matter was caused by Yi Bencheng, and that meant it was the divine family's fault, not the Dragonblood Legions. For Long Chen to not go make demands over this matter was already not bad of him. If they tried to make things hard on him though. Alright, I'll handle it right now, said Guo Ran. Good. Remember, we have to be ready for the Starfield Divine World when it opens. I want as many people as possible to have their spirit blood awakened before that, said Long Chen. Last time, Elder Long said that it would take some more time to open the star-field divine world. Supposedly, it took quite a few resources from the divine families to do so. Now that the blood race had broken the sovereign seals, the divine families had quickened the pace because this was the final chance for the divine families in the junior generation of the martial heaven continent to get stronger. Before those seals fully collapsed, they had to strengthen themselves as much as possible. As for the blood race, they were currently gathering their forces in secret. Once the forces from Devil Spirit Mountain, Resentful Death City, and the ancient battlefield were ready, they would definitely attack the continent together. Once Guo Ran left, Long Chen went to see Zheng Wenlong. The tense atmosphere of the continent was actually benefiting the business of the Huayan sect immensely. Everyone knew a bloody battle was coming. They needed to get as strong as possible, so they didn't mind spending all their sect's resources and foundation on buying various life-saving treasures. They were willing to bankrupt themselves. When Long Chen arrived, Zheng Wenlong smiled. Brother Long, I really am admiring myself more and more. When I first met you, I was just a rookie of the cultivation world, but I had the great vision to invest in you. Everything I have now is proof of just how wise that decision was back then. Are you praising me or yourself? Long Chen smiled. Although I'm very indifferent about fame and fortune, your praise is still making me conceited. Zheng Wenlong's special charisma was able to make him feel calm even with the impending crisis coming. Furthermore, he saw that the Huayan sect was operating quite well. The disciples smiled and greeted him. It was a stark contrast from the bleakness of the rest of the world. I believe the part about not caring about fame, but as for being indifferent toward fortune. You should know that in this world, without money, it's difficult to advance even by a single inch, said Zheng Wenlong with a smile. You're right, I was wrong. Money really is very important, agreed Long Chen. I came to buy a few medicinal ingredients. Haha, I had difficulty buying them the last time you came since no one wanted to sell them. But now, with the pressure of the Dark Era, people are willing to sell even their treasures for things that can protect them. They're not thinking about long-term profit any longer, so now is the best time for you to trade things, said Zheng Wenlong. Having worked with Long Chen for so long, Zheng Wenlong was aware of what kind of things Long Chen possessed. The essence blood, crystal cores, and divine materials that Long Chen possessed were in great demand during this time. Long Chen smiled. He knew that this was the best time to trade. It was the worst era but also the best era. Long Chen left a long list of ingredients he wanted. They were all ingredients for precious 11th tier medicinal pills. When he had advanced to the Nether Passage realm, many pills formulas had silently appeared in his head without him even being aware of it. With the immemorial essence blood as well as the support of medicinal pills, the Dragonblood Legion would be able to soar in power. The upcoming Dark Era gave him immense pressure. Furthermore, Sovereign Mo Li had said that his cheating this time would increase the karma for next time. As a result, Long Chen's next heavenly tribulation would be on an unimaginable level. If he didn't do everything he could to increase his power, he would be doomed. However, it seemed that many opportunities also appeared during these dark times that could boost the power of the Dragonblood Legion. That increased his confidence. Long Chen had a premonition that the Nether Passage realm would be the chance for the Dragonblood Legion to erupt in power. In the future, they would be his greatest support. After leaving Zheng Wenlong's place, he went into the wild world. During this time, the original devil race had also been very busy. The devil race was continuing to attack the wild world. It seemed that they had sensed something wrong, and stronger devil races were attacking. Fortunately, with the formation that Sha Chen had set up, not one of them had managed to escape. Everything was progressing rapidly, but with no need for concern. Long Chen walked away with a huge amount of resources, including divine materials and precious materials from magical beasts. Those were all things that the martial heaven continent urgently needed. He left them for Zheng Wenlong to handle. After arranging those things, he returned to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, whereupon he jumped in shock. Countless experts of the Zon beasts were currently pouring in. Chapter 2335 It's a Trap. There were currently millions of various Zon beasts gathered within the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. Long Chen had an icy smile. The Zon beasts really forgot their beatings quickly. Had they come to find another mountain to rely on? When Long Chen came walking out of the transportation formation, he saw that not one member of the Dragonblood Legion was present. Upon seeing him, the clamor died out. All the Zon beasts looked at Long Chen apprehensively, but not with any panic. Big brother Long Chen, you're back. Come to the cloud-chasing palace. Cloud grabbed Long Chen's hand and dragged him to the palace. The Zon beasts in their way all bowed to her. What is going on? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, all our old enemies like the Kunpeng race, the Nine Heavens Phoenix race, and the others have been wiped out. A few of them got away, but in the end, other Zon beasts sent them before us. Having lost the support of the Kunpeng race, the Zon beasts wish to raise the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race as the emperors of the Zon beasts. The large and powerful races have already ascended, and their leaders are in the palace discussing it with our race leader. However, she hasn't agreed to anything yet and is waiting for you to return to discuss it, said Cloud excitedly. Ha, Long Chen snorted. What, is being emperor bad? The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race has been suppressed for so long by the Kunpeng race. Now we can return to an even greater glory. Cloud looked at Long Chen with surprise. You're still too young, said Long Chen, rubbing her head. The Peng Emperor's statue had been broken, with his inheritance gone. The Kunpeng race had been hunted down. Their accomplices like the Nine Heavens Phoenix race were also wiped out. Hence, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race truly possessed the power to replace them, but things definitely weren't so simple. Long Chen arrived at the palace to see hundreds of Zon beasts standing inside. Kei Yuzhu and the other core elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were also present. Only Kei Yuzhu was permitted to be seated. When Long Chen walked in, their voices stopped. It seemed that they had been discussing something but didn't wish to continue in front of him. Long Chen, you're finally back. It just so happens that we have major affairs to discuss with you. Kei Yuzhu hastily stood. In front of all the others, she could grandly sit while others stood. But in front of Long Chen, she never viewed herself as his senior. She would forever remember that everything that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had was because of him. You're too kind. This is an internal matter of the Zon beasts. As an outsider, it's not good for me to participate. Long Chen shook his head. What are you saying? No matter how much time passes, you will forever be the benefactor of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. We will always follow your lead, said Kei Yuzhu. She seemed to have sensed something as well. As the leader of her race, she had to have a sharper vision than others. She seemed to sense Long Chen's displeasure. These words of hers were not just for placating him either. They were heartfelt. Without him, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would have been killed by the Kunpeng race. She didn't know why Long Chen was unhappy, but she and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would never go against him, so she first stated that clearly. Long Chen nodded to her. He then faced the people in the palace and announced, then everyone here can leave. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race will not be your emperors. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why Long Chen would say this, not even the elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. In terms of power, bloodline, or inheritance, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is not inferior to the Kunpeng race or the Nine Heavens Phoenix race. It's not out of place for us to lead the Zon beasts, said one of the elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Uncle, Kei Yuzhu indicated for him to be quiet. This elder's cultivation base wasn't particularly high, but his seniority was above hers. Kei Yuzhu had a bad feeling upon seeing him rise. He immediately said, Yuzhu, I understand what you're saying, but some things must be said explicitly. After all, we are Zon beasts. Our bloodlines are special. Kei Yuzhu's expression changed. This was clearly saying that Long Chen was a human, and not part of the Zon beasts. Although there was nothing wrong with saying that, for him to say it now seemed to indicate that he didn't care about Long Chen's favor to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. After being lifted by Long Chen, he wanted to kick him away. When she thought of that, her expression sank and she became furious. Had this old fellow grown muddled with age? Race leader, our cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is about to enter our most glorious era. We've wiped away the humiliation of tens of thousands of years. By leading the world of Zon beasts, won't our name go down in history? What is wrong with that? Another elder of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race stood as well. Long Chen, we've always cared about you and are very grateful to you. But we don't understand why you wish to stop our rise. Are you threatened by us? You all, Kei Yuzhu raged, and killing intent finally appeared within her eyes. Aunt Kei, Don't be angry. They are not wrong, said Long Chen. Since we're not wrong, can you explain why you wish to stop our growth? Demanded one of the elders. One of the Zon beasts asked, is it because you have a prejudice against us? If so, we will collectively kneel toward you in apology. It was the guidance of the Kunpeng race that caused our conflict. Now, we wish to remain unified. We don't wish to see the Zon beasts fracture and start fighting amongst ourselves. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is currently the only one in a position capable of winning all of us over and being a stable leader. That doesn't seem to pose any harm to you. These words were very reasonable and not directly against Long Chen. However, there seemed to be a tone of grievance within them. It incited the other Zon beasts' resentment at being forced into submitting to such a person. Everyone's gazes concentrated on Long Chen, with more than a few containing some anger. Long Chen smiled and looked from that Zon beast to the elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. He shook his head. Do you know why I helped the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race? Those elders didn't say anything. They didn't know what to say. So Long Chen continued, let me put it to you this way. If I put the effort I did into raising the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race toward the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I could have created another Dragonblood Legion. Although it would be weaker than the current Dragonblood Legion, it would definitely be stronger than the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Those elders remained silent. Long Chen had essentially smashed resources into the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to help them grow. Just the grand formation was something that cost an astronomical amount. Meng Qi had even freely shared the myriad spirit diagram with them, allowing them to regain their lost divine abilities. Otherwise, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would not possess its current power. We will remember what you've done for us, but you can't expect us to allow you to control the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race forever just become of some kindness. Shut your mouth. Ke Yingfeng, using my status as race leader, I dismiss you from your post as Grand Elder and expel you. Shouted Ke Yuzhu. The elder that had been speaking fell silent. The first expression on his face was not anger but sadness instead. In front of the other shocked elders, he took a deep breath and walked away. However, he was stopped by Long Chen. His expression changed. He demanded, what, are you going to take my life for this? Despite his position, he had to listen to the race leader's words, or he would be a sinner of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. But just because he had accepted his dismissal didn't mean he was a coward. Everyone, calm down. Let me finish speaking. There's no need for such drama. Long Chen looked over to the elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. My main reason for helping the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is Cloud. Cloud is one of my closest companions. If her race is in danger, I will help without hesitation. When I help people, I don't ask for compensation, so when you say I want to control you, there is no such thing. I already have a group of life and death brothers I can rely on, and I don't need anyone else. Elder Ke Yingfeng's anger faded hearing that. Everyone was aware of Long Chen's pride. His accusation truly had been a bit too much. Cloud stood beside Long Chen, tightly holding his hand. She was extremely grateful. Do you know why I oppose you becoming the emperors of the Zon beasts? It's because, it's a trap. Long Chen looked at the various Zon beasts that had come and sneered. What? Ke Yuzhu and the other members of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were startled to hear that. Chapter 2336 The Hand Behind the Scenes. Long Chen, we are sincerely pledging loyalty to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. We fully support them as emperors of the Zon beasts. How does that become a trap in your eyes? Shouted one of the Zon beasts furiously. Long Chen, what intentions are you harboring? This is clearly a matter for the Zon beasts alone. As a human, you don't understand our feelings. The Zon beasts continued to talk angrily for a while. Shut up, Long Chen suddenly shouted, cutting them all off. The icy killing intent made them shut their mouths. If I wanted to kill you, is there anyone within this palace capable of blocking one of my attacks? You want to act tough in front of me. If you want to die so badly, hurry up and come. His gaze swept through them icily, with no one daring to meet it. He was someone who had even killed Kun Pengxi. None of these Zon beasts could fight against him. Long Chen sneered, your little thoughts can be concealed from others, but do you think you can trick me? Do you think everyone is as childish as you? I almost can't be bothered to ask whether it was the idea of the divine families or Pill Valley. When he said this, he noted quite a few people's expressions changed. Clearly, he had guessed right. Kei Yuju also sensed it due to her experience from leading the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race through years of bitterness. As for the elders, they also found something odd and began to listen carefully. The Zon beasts have no leader now and are like a plate of sand. When the invaders strike, you will definitely take enormous losses. Who knows how many races will be wiped out entirely. I don't believe that you wouldn't go begging for aid from the divine families, as well as Pill Valley and your other so-called allies. However, you didn't get any help, so you threw away all your dignity and ran over here for the protection of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. I also refuse to believe that no one helped you come to that conclusion. You must have weighed the pros and cons of this before jointly deciding to come here. Long Chen's gaze swept across them. Now that the Dark Era is imminent and your greatest support, the Kunpeng race, is gone, the Zon beasts no longer have their old glory. Now, all you can do is hope to ally with the human race's experts just like you did back in those years. However, when the human race declined, your treatment of them made such a thing impossible. The human race no longer cares for you. So you've run over to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, by calling it the glorified action of consecrating them as emperors, when in reality you just want a powerful backer to protect you. Putting it even more frankly, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race will be your shield, the boat you sit in to pass through the upcoming Dark Era. What nonsense. Long Chen slapped that Zon beast who stood against him. That was a third-step nether passage expert, but he had no ability to resist in front of Long Chen. The Zon beast slammed into a stone pillar, shaking the palace. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. After that, Long Chen grabbed his neck and raised him until his feet no longer touched the ground. With a thought, he could kill him. Long Chen, what are you doing? You're going to use martial power to suppress people now. Are you planning on killing all of us? No one is allowed to go against you, is that it? You're going to claim the entire martial heaven continent as your own. Another Zon beast started going off, and Long Chen simply flicked a finger, sending a lightning arrow that exploded his head. You're intentionally trying to confuse right and wrong. I'm not so bored as to waste time with you. If you want to die, then keep opening your mouths. Long Chen's expression was dark. Quite a few of these people were set up to oppose him, irritating him. In an instant, no one else in the palace dared to open their mouths because they found that Long Chen was truly angry. If they continued antagonizing him, that would be too stupid. Seeing no one else speak, Long Chen turned back to the expert whose throat he was holding. Tell me, who prompted you to come here? After saying that, Long Chen added, don't try to lie in front of me. Even the divine family's heavenly dragon legion was slaughtered by me, so don't think that I won't dare to kill you. I've completely locked onto your spiritual fluctuations. If you lie, it will only mean that you've grown tired of living. The expert in his hand was pale with terror. Despite his fury, he turned cowardly in front of Long Chen's cold gaze. It was the elder of the divine families who gave us the idea. What? The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's elders were stunned, especially those that had been in agreement with this plan. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's people treat each other sincerely, but that doesn't mean that others will treat you with that sincerity. Senior, you should not let your temper control you. Long Chen looked at the elder that had almost been expelled by Kei Yuju. Long Chen was expressionless. It seemed he had known that this would be the result from the start. He continued asking, was it Yi Yaochen? No, it was another elder. The expert seemed to have admitted his defeat and obediently answered. Long Chen nodded, too lazy to even ask who that elder was. Clearly, Yi Yaochen had grown ahead and wasn't going to be caught so easily. He had sent someone to do his dirty work. Long Chen ordered, tell us the details. The expert told them about how the Zon beasts were terrified of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race after they had wiped out the Kunpeng race and the other strongest pillars of the Zon beasts. After all, during the time that the Kunpeng race had led them, they had listened to their orders and hunted down the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. After tens of thousands of years, every powerful race had killed some members of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They were all afraid that they would turn on them now. Under that pressure and fear, they had cast their lot to the divine families, only for them to say that they had no time to handle them due to the destruction of the sovereign seals. In fact, they had been so impatient that the representative they had spoken to had told them to screw off. Having lost the Kunpeng race, the Zon beasts were no longer viewed as important by the divine families. Helplessly, they had run over to Pill Valley. After all, they had been allies. Unfortunately, those former allies didn't give them any help. Yu Xiaoyun refused to even see them. As for the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance, they viewed them like the plague, afraid of associating with them for fear that Long Chen would come. Tian Xiaozi had yet to reappear after having his leg cut off by Long Chen. He had not come out of the corrupt god cemetery. As for Di Feng, after fleeing, it was said that he hadn't dared to return to the headquarters of the ancient family alliance. He was still in the wind. Long Chen didn't seem to have any intention of searching for him, but who knew if this was the calm before the storm? After all, Long Chen never acted according to conventional means. If he was secretly waiting, then revealing himself would practically be giving Long Chen an excuse to kill him. The current Long Chen wasn't an existence that the divine families could control. Antagonizing him at this time was very unwise. Long Chen was like a ferocious beast quietly lying beside them. Once he found a chance, he would devour them. Even the Kunpeng race had been wiped out in the end. So all the various powers were afraid of the current Long Chen. No one wanted to be the one to offend him and end up being targeted. The corrupt path and Pill Valley could be said to be undying mortal enemies with Long Chen, and theoretically, they should be supporting the Zon beasts against Long Chen at this time. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, they didn't dare to. The attitude of the divine families was not favorable to them. Yi Yaochen wanted Long Chen dead, but Elder Long was protecting him. It was due to this incomprehensible state that the Zon beasts were left with nowhere else to go. The divine families didn't care about them, and others didn't want to associate with them due to fear. Just as the Zon beasts were looking for any kind of support and not receiving any, a mysterious elder of the divine families pointed them to a smart path. That elder had said to rely on the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, saying that they were a race of the Zon beasts and couldn't possibly work together with the human race for too long. They would eventually split with Long Chen. By throwing themselves to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, their experts would definitely stand at the very front when the Dark Era's battle started. That would give them a greater chance of survival. That elder had even subtly indicated that a few people should try to incite disharmony between Long Chen and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to antagonize him. Once he grew angry, then with his pride, he would no longer bother with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. He would gradually distance himself from them, and then the Zon beasts would be united again. Furthermore, as a former ally of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, once they were united, Long Chen wouldn't touch them. Bastards! I'll kill you all! The elder of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow coughed up a mouthful of blood. That was from rage. With a furious roar, he pounced on those Zon beasts. Chapter 2337 Deciding with just a word. Only now did he realize the ulterior motive of the Zon beasts. That elder of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was so infuriated that he completely forgot himself and attacked. When the Zon beasts had come here to willingly submit to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race and put on such a respectful attitude, he had felt years of resentment fall off his shoulders. He had been so happy that he almost forgot about that pain. The old elders had endured the most and were especially emotional to see the day that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would be crowned emperors. To be able to see their race rise to such a level brought them too many emotions to describe. It was due to these emotions that they hadn't thought too much about the Zon beast's surrender. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race truly possessed the power to lead the Zon beasts, and they were their only option. However, they hadn't expected that this loyalty was just a facade to make the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race their shield. They had been treated like fools. The Zon beasts gave them a paltry crown to make them their sacrificial shield. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was taken for fools. Furthermore, they had even tried to instigate a conflict between them and Long Chen. The elder was stopped by the oldest elder of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, Elder Ke Yifeng. Ke Yifeng himself was ashamed, and he suddenly slammed his own hand toward his head to repent for his actions. Startled cries rang out from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts, but when his hand was just 3 inches from his head, something caught his wrist. Long Chen, seeing that the one to stop him was Long Chen, Ke Yifeng was even more ashamed. He had doubted Long Chen's motives and almost caused the downfall of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The only thing he could do was offer his own life as an apology. Senior, killing yourself like this is really contemptuous. Long Chen shook his head. This is the only way to atone for my foolishness, said Ke Feng. If every mistake required dying to atone, then there wouldn't be any living creatures in this world. I've made mistakes, but aren't I living quite shamelessly anyway? All that matters is that you don't make the same mistake twice, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I really. Long Chen waved his hand. Seniority has nothing to do with it. We are all novices when it comes to mistakes that we haven't made. If you die here, that would be the real sin. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race still needs you. The entire martial heaven continent needs you. This is a critical moment for all living beings of this world. As one of the top fighters of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, how many enemies is your life worth? How many others can you protect with that life? If you die, who would shield the children who have yet to grow? The elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race hung their heads, and Ke Feng had an urge to find a hole to hide himself in. My life is not my own. It belongs to every member of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Hearing those words from Ke Feng, Ke Yuzhu felt a weight lift off her shoulders. No one else could have stopped this stubborn old man from what he had decided, not even her. But Long Chen was able to make him lower his head and accept his mistakes with just a few words. Although Ke Feng was stubborn and stuck to old habits, he had fought for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race countless times and had accumulated a lot of hidden wounds within his body. He was one of the few remaining Grand Elders. There was no other person from his generation. He was the only one who had survived those tumultuous times. The merit he had contributed to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was such that even she, as race leader, had to be somewhat deferential to him. It was due to this that Ke Feng's temper had grown stranger. He was also the only one within the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race who dared to go against Ke Yuzhu. Seeing him calm down with just a few words from Long Chen relieved Ke Yuzhu. Long Chen also smiled. The Zon beasts were, after all, not humans and were lacking in many aspects of human thinking. Long Chen put down the Zon beast in his hand. Looking at him, Long Chen said, "As soon as I saw you, I knew your goal. If you were really sincere, you would have come to join as soon as the Kunpeng race was annihilated. After capturing a few of the Kunpeng race's evildoers, you could have brought them over to express your greatest sincerity. However, you waited. You waited for days before suddenly coming here. You are taking advantage of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's inflated hearts from this victory to deceive them. To tell the truth, I'm not trying to look down on your intelligence, but when it comes to scheming, the Zon beasts will never achieve any great heights. There was definitely someone who proposed this to you. Amongst the Zon beasts, a few were panicking. Those people had clearly known about this before, but most of them were still lost, not realizing that such things had occurred behind the scenes. We were also foolish to so easily believe them, sighed Ke Yuzhu. She had also been delighted to see the Zon beasts come. After all, this was a grand occasion, one with great meaning to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. However, the difference was that she had known that they had to at least hear Long Chen's opinion over such an important matter. Inside though, she had been the same as the other experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They all hoped to become emperors. Now that Long Chen had arrived and explained it, they realized it was just a trap. This crown came with a terrible blood price. Race leader Yuzhu, we sincerely wish for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to be our emperors. We are willing to listen to all of your orders. You don't need to doubt our sincerity. No matter how you put it, we are all Zon beasts. The current Zon beasts are in chaos and fractured. We need an emperor race to lead us. Yes, the Zon beasts must be unified. Otherwise, when the Dark Era comes, we will be the first to be wiped out. More and more of the Zon beasts began to speak up. Based on their appearances, it seemed that they were very sincere. Long Chen, falling for the divine family's lies was our mistake. However, believe us when we say we are willing to be fully loyal to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Every one of us will listen to our emperor's orders. We'll go wherever the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race says. Our fates will be bound together. The Zon beast that Long Chen had grabbed by the neck also spoke up brazenly. The Zon beasts were enemies with you because of the orders of the Kunpeng race. We had no choice but to carry out orders. Now that the Dark Era is coming, the Zon beasts need a leader. We also want to survive. Even if all of us have to die, at least our descendants have to survive to continue our bloodlines. Long Chen, I beg you to allow us to follow the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Even if you put us at the front of the battle lines to be crushed, we won't mind, said one of the leaders of the Zon beasts. That elder was weeping, and he knelt toward Long Chen. Many of the Zon beasts that had come were old members of their race. This kowtow was a kowtow for his descendants. More and more of the Zon beasts began to fall to their knees. But before their knees could touch the ground, a force lifted them up. Long Chen waved his hand, preventing their actions. I don't need anyone to give up their dignity for me. Since you've said this, then we can discuss this properly. I didn't want the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to be used, and I didn't want any of the Zon beasts to be secretly listening to the divine families and ruining things. Now that you've come together, I won't participate in whatever the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race decides on. After saying that, Long Chen prepared to leave, but Kei Yuju held him back. She said, Long Chen, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's current achievements are thanks to you. We also don't have your intelligence. What we can do is trust you wholeheartedly. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race will always follow your lead and fight together with you. Even if we become the emperors of the Zon beasts, we will always listen to your orders. So you can decide things today. We are all willing to listen to your decision. All the elders of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race looked at Long Chen. Everyone's gaze is concentrated on Long Chen. The atmosphere inside the palace grew incomparably tense. With just a word, Long Chen would decide the fate of the Zon beasts. Chapter 2338 The Unified Zon Beasts. Seeing everyone looking at him, Cloud held Long Chen's hand tightly. He could feel how sweaty her palm was. Although she was just a child, the pride and sense of honor of being part of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was part of her core. After being humiliated for so many years, they all thirsted to return to the peak and prove themselves. They thirsted to use this generation's glory to comfort their fallen ancestors. Zon beasts naturally were very direct and didn't consider things too much. This was also a weakness of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, and it was something that the divine families had noticed. Based on the calculations of whoever that person was, whatever Long Chen said, due to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race wishing to be emperors, they would slowly escape his grasp. In the end, the two sides would be fractured. Even if there wasn't a full split, by secretly instigating some conflict between them, they would end up growing more and more distant. Silently, Long Chen would lose one of his allies. With this plot exposed, no one knew what decision Long Chen would make. His choice would be the choice of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Long Chen looked at everyone and sighed. I know many of you have ulterior motives. Some of you have been bought by the divine families in Pill Valley. To tell the truth, I have no interest in your squabbling. What you're playing is just a boring children's game to me. But for Cloud, I have no choice but to make things clear. Alright then, I will give you one option. You want to surrender to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Fine, but you must swear on your soul and bloodline to follow the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race for your lifetime. All the Zon beasts' expressions changed. This kind of oath was too over the top, as it would be shackling themselves. If they betrayed it, the curse of the heavenly Taos would destroy their entire race. This was essentially handing the fates of their races to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The rest of the Zon beasts would become their servants. This requirement is too much. We can't accept, said one of the Zon beasts, with others nodding along. This oath was binding themselves for generations to come. If the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race wanted them dead, they would be dead. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. Let me finish. In my life, I wish to live with dignity. It is precisely because of that desire that I am surrounded by enemies. No one knows better than me how important freedom is. The Zon beast's expression softened slightly. They recalled how Long Chen had truly started off in the eastern wastelands and fought against all kinds of pressure for his freedom. He had never lowered his head, and even his bloody cultivation path hadn't crushed that spirit. Hence, they listened patiently. Long Chen continued, you wish to join the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race due to the current crisis. You want them to lead you against the bloody tide, which is the dark era. In the same vein, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race needs you. Only when everyone is unified can everyone have a greater chance of survival. So, this can be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. I mentioned that you would have to swear loyalty to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, but the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race will also swear on their souls and bloodline not to betray you. Hearing that, the Zon beasts relaxed. If the oath was double-sided, then it was much more acceptable. Even though quite a few of them were still hesitant, others were already nodding along. When they had followed the Kunpeng race, they had no choice. The Kunpeng race had been extremely domineering, essentially demanding obedience or death. Others had no choice but to acquiesce if they wanted to survive. As for freedom, if they couldn't even keep their lives, then freedom was a luxury. As for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, the Zon beasts wished to join them, but seeing as they were newly rising, the Zon beasts hoped to at least have some better treatment. At the very least, they didn't wish to be used like dogs like with the Kunpeng race. When they arrived though, they found that others were still using them, and their sincerity was doubted. If the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race can swear to at least give us the appropriate respect, then my silver fox race is willing to have the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race be our emperors. We will go through water and fire for you. Quite a few races immediately expressed their loyalty. Most of them were weaker races. As a result, the stronger ones were starting to look unsightly. For powerful races like them with many experts, joining a side would require at least discussing a few requirements. But in this scenario, doing that would make them seem conceited. That probably wasn't a good look in front of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They were caught in this predicament, not willing to join so easily but also not in a spot to actually say anything. Long Chen waved his hand once more for silence. I wasn't finished talking. Don't be in such a rush. After all, this doesn't just affect your own prospects but the future of all the Zon beasts. At the very least, you must calmly discuss it before making such a big decision. Don't do something that will make your descendants curse you. That was the truth. They were the representatives of their races, so they each had to consider things for their entire race. Those hesitating Zon beasts looked at Long Chen gratefully. It seemed that Long Chen was the only other expert that had ever managed to put himself in their position when treating with them. Their belief in him grew quite a bit without them even realizing it. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is too prideful to use schemes to trick people. Race leader Yuzhu has already said that whether or not the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race becomes emperor of the Zon beasts, they will remain my most trusted allies. We will advance and retreat together. Thus, if you join the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, you will also become my allies, and I won't disappoint you. Those who join will have the myriad spirit diagram open to them so they can continue their lost inheritances and divine abilities. This is an important matter that pertains to the fates of your races, so I will give you a few days to consider it. Hearing that the myriad spirit diagram would be accessible to them, the Zon beasts couldn't even hear anything more. The reason that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race could return to their ancient glory was precisely because the myriad spirit diagram had allowed them to continue their lost inheritance. Long Chen was now saying that they could do the same. Are you really telling the truth? Asked a Zon beast, his voice trembling with emotion. The main reason for the clash between Long Chen and the Zon beasts was the myriad spirit diagram. At that time, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had declined to a miserable point that they were no longer viewed as important, and a declined race could no longer use their former splendor to scare others. The Kunpeng race had wanted the myriad spirit diagram, which had resulted in them becoming mortal enemies with Long Chen. However, they had died without having a chance to see the myriad spirit diagram. Of course it's true. Furthermore, I will not limit how much you can learn, said Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Cloud, and Cloud returned a sweet and confident smile. She was saying that it didn't matter what divine abilities they learned, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would still have the power to stand supreme. This was the pride of their race. The explosive blood-fire dragon race swears on its bloodline and soul to follow the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race through life and death. The blood-marked devil ape race swears on its bloodline and soul. The heavenly eagle race, rather than considering it for a few days like Long Chen recommended, every single Zon beast knelt and swore their allegiance to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race immediately. This move of Long Chen's was giving a slap and then giving a candy. The slap was not too light or heavy, but the candy was too much. Hence, the Zon beasts instantly swore allegiance to them. After all of them finished swearing, Kei Yuju also made her oath. As long as they didn't betray the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, they would not betray them. After her oath, the entire palace erupted into cheers. When the news was transmitted to the Zon beasts outside the palace, many of them began to rush around, crying and laughing excitedly. Long Chen held Cloud's hand with a smile. With the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race leading all the Zon beasts, he had gained yet another powerful group of allies. Chapter 2339 Planning Something Big. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had become the emperors of the Zon beasts. This news instantly spread throughout the martial heaven continent. Many people had thought that the Zon beasts would decide on a new ruler with the help of the divine families. Some had guessed that a portion of them would end up joining the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, but they hadn't expected every single Zon beast race to join them. Not one of them put out a dissenting word. Furthermore, all the Zon beasts began to leave their old territories to surge toward the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. After some investigation, people were shocked to learn that Long Chen had opened the myriad spirit diagram to the Zon beasts, letting them find their lost inheritances. By opening the myriad spirit diagram to them, Long Chen had instantly won the hearts of the Zon beasts. As a result, the territory of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was packed to the brim. Long Chen, some people have suggested moving our territory. Kei Yuju and Long Chen were talking alone. Before she finished, Long Chen said, "It should be moved to the territory of the Zon beasts, right?" "Yes, that's true. As emperor of the Zon beasts, you should be with them. As for the grand formation, many of the materials can be dismantled without damage. There won't be that much of a loss, and we have enough manpower for that. You should come with us. Without you, I always feel uneasy. Other than that, the coronation is 3 days from now. Cloud is too young for that. She is still a child. I don't want her to carry something like that, as it is also a kind of shackle. This crown can only belong to you." "Me?" Kei Yuju was startled. Right now, Cloud was the strongest expert of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. If anyone was to be crowned, it should be her. What's wrong with that? In the mortal world, kings and emperors aren't those who possess the greatest martial power, but those who have the right mind for the job. They must have greater vision. To tell the truth, even if Cloud was crowned, she wouldn't be able to take on most of the responsibilities, and she would end up coming to you for help. Don't tell her I said this, but I would guess that it wouldn't take more than a few days before she lost her temper over all of it. So you are the most suitable to be crowned. If you need martial power, then you have the entire cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. As long as you show off your resolution, you will be able to lead the various races," said Long Chen. Kei Yuju smiled bitterly. "It seems that this burden is too heavy. If you feel that this burden is heavy, then how can you have Cloud bear it? Don't worry, it won't be as difficult as you imagine. Just remember you have the Dragonblood Legion as support as well." "Alright then, I will temporarily thicken my face and accept this position." Kei Yuju sighed heavily. "Once Cloud grows up, this position will be hers." Long Chen smiled. This position might not be something that Cloud would want. She liked playing too much to care for such a thing. "Long Chen, if we're to move to the territory of the Zon beasts, you should come with us. Otherwise, I might not be able to lead them well enough," said Kei Yuju. Long Chen knew that the truth was that Kei Yuju was worried about Long Chen having some kind of prejudice against the Zon beasts, so she said this. With the Zon beasts having made their oath and in their current state, they would listen to her obediently. "Aunt Kei, we're a family. You don't need to worry about those things. Meng Qi will go with you to activate the myriad spirit diagram, and that'll be enough. During this time, I should stay in the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance." Kei Yuju nodded and returned to her work. There was a great deal of activity she had to oversee right now. The interior of the Zon beasts was not fully united. Now that a new ruler was coming, quite a few people were fawning over them, as well as a few saying some bad words, bringing up questions about history and other complex matters. However, Kei Yuju ignored them. Even if those races had once attacked the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race due to the pressure of the Kunpeng race, she didn't want to pursue it. They were just pawns in the grand scheme. They couldn't go against the Kunpeng race's orders. In the same vein, now that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was emperor, those races wouldn't dare to not follow her orders. If she wanted someone dead, She only needed to point and they would raise their weapons against them. All she did was give those troublemakers a stern warning. The things of the past would remain in the past. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would treat all the Zon beasts equally. This response placated the majority of them, as well as increasing the loyalty of the other races. As the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race began to move, Long Chen brought the Dragonblood Legion to the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. When he arrived, the disciples burst into cheers. He was the soul of the righteous path, and those disciples all wished to greet him. After that, Long Chen left the Dragonblood Legion with those disciples to talk, while he went to see Ku Jianying with Yi Lingshan. Long Chen, why are you always alone? Your girlfriends are rarely with you. Did you make them mad? Asked Yi Lingshan because she didn't see Meng Qi and the others. When Meng Qi had gone to the territory of the Zon beasts, Tang Wan Chu Yao, and Yi Ziqiu had discussed it and decided that they didn't want to be separated. Also, they didn't like the noisiness of the Martial Heaven Alliance, especially Yi Ziqiu. Although Yi Lingshan was mostly teasing, Long Chen couldn't help sighing. What is it? Did you really make them mad? I wish I had that chance, but I don't even have time for such a thing. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't even know how much time had passed since he had properly accompanied them for a while. Every day was a fight to stay alive. They didn't have a chance to relax. He was a heavenly genius that countless people admired, but he didn't admire himself at all. He felt himself to be a pitiful bug within the whirlpool of fate. Just surviving was taking all he had. Let's not talk about this. Is there any news about Tian Xiaozi and Di Feng? Asked Long Chen. He hadn't heard anything about the two of them since they had run. There's no news from Tian Xiaozi. After all, we don't have eyes in the corrupt path. But it seems that Di Feng has been looked upon favorably by the divine families and has joined them, said Yi Lingshan. He's gone to the divine families. Long Chen frowned. You might not know this yet, but it seems that the Di family has a relationship with the divine families. You remember Di Feng's little brother? Yes, that idiot whose mother wanted me to let him go because he was just a child. I remember I was so nice as to give him a chance to reincarnate, said Long Chen. He still remembered Di Xin. Di Xin and Di Feng are brothers from the same father but different mothers. Di Xin's mother was someone from the divine families, and I hear that her position isn't low. As for why she would marry Di Long, it's unknown. After Di Xin died, his mother returned to the divine families and has only come out recently. She went to the ancient family alliance and spoke to Di Long before leaving. No one knows what they talked about, but afterward, Di Feng was brought into the divine families. Ah, it seems that he was brought into the Yi family, and I heard that Di Xin's mother is also surnamed Yi. Are you saying that the reason the Yi family is targeting me is because of that old bitch? It's very likely. Yi Lingshan nodded. Fine then, although it's a bit melodramatic, at least I know why now. Long Chen was speechless. That slap from back then had ended up drawing out such a terrifying power. The two of them arrived to see Ku Jianying, the old man, Li Tianxuan, and the other elders present. Long Chen, you said that you had something important to discuss. Tell us, said the old man. Wait a bit longer. There are still more people coming, said Long Chen. Just as he said that, Baitang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu came in. Following that, Ziyan also walked in. Seeing them made Ku Jianying and the others realize just how big Long Chen's plot was. Long Chen greeted Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang. Baitang Rushuang directly asked him if he had anything good for disturbing them. Long Chen smiled and said, there's definitely something good for you, or how would I dare to disturb you? Since everyone's arrived, I'll get right to the point. Everyone is now profoundly aware of the effect of the immemorial essence blood, right? You want to attack the blood race? Asked Baitang Rushuang, surprised. Hehe, that's right, the blood race sneak attacked us, so we have to strike back. Of course, other than for moral reasons, we can conveniently get some immemorial essence blood. Is everyone interested in that? Of course we're interested, but the divine families have stationed 2 armies in front of the yin-yang world, preventing anyone from entering, said Baitang Rushuang. Just leave that to me. As long as everyone agrees, then we'll all profit. You've all helped me out, so I need to at least get some meat for you to eat, right? Long Chen had an evil smile in his eyes. He had already come up with a plot long ago. All right then, when everyone knew that Long Chen was the master of not losing out with his evil plots. Following him, there would definitely be meat to eat. The day of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's coronation is the day that we'll attack the blood race, said Long Chen, startling everyone. Chapter 2340 Pretending. The coronation of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was a matter that shook the entire martial heaven continent. It signified that the Zon beasts would be unified under their rule. Furthermore, it was Long Chen who had raised the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They were loyal to the death. In other words, from now on, the Zon beasts would be Long Chen's troops. Thinking of how Long Chen had protected the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race so fiercely back in the day, and then thinking about this result, people wondered if this had been his plan the entire time. If that was the case, then his plotting ability really was frightening. On this day, experts from all the various powers were sent over bearing gifts. Even the corrupt path sent someone, although that person was not Tian Xiaozi or Xie Wenchen. It was just some random elder. Clearly, they were only willing to send someone they didn't care about losing. That elder was just a second-step netherpassage expert that Long Chen didn't care about. Under the principles of ambassadors from different nations being allowed to travel freely, Long Chen didn't make things hard on them. Due to this, Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the others also sent people. The ancient races, Long Zhengkang came, representing the entire ancient races to swear loyalty to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. However, this time, he was met with scorn from every member of the Zon beasts. The ancient races had clearly shown that they were opportunists. But considering that even the Zon beasts had changed masters now, they didn't say anything. Kei Yuju merely gave a polite smile toward the ancient races. She didn't say anything, neither accepting nor rejecting them. That was what Long Chen had told her. Due to the ancient races, possessing the bloodlines of the human race and the Zon beasts, they had the craftiness of the humans and the brutality of the Zon beasts. They were the perfect example of someone who bullied the weak but ran from the strong. Back when the Zon beasts had formed relationships with the human race, it had been a mistake. At that time, the Zon beasts and the human race had been powerful, and they hoped to have descendants possessing the strength of the Zon beasts and the human race's closeness to the heavenly Taos. Regretfully, the results were that the ancient races weren't as they had hoped. Their physical bodies were weaker, and even their closeness to the heavenly Taos was affected. Later on, the human race declined, so the Zon beasts began to forbid those marriages, expelling those of mixed blood who eventually became the ancient races. They were cast aside and not permitted to join the Zon beasts. This resulted in a new independent power. Since the human race had declined, the ancient races didn't care about them. They began to say that they only recognized the Zon beasts' bloodline, growing colder toward the human race. Several times, they even raised their weapons against the human race. In Long Chen's opinion, it wasn't due to the bloodline of the Zon beasts affecting the ancient races but because they wanted to capitalize on their relations. They would suck up to whoever benefited them the most. That was why Kei Yuju was hanging them out to dry according to Long Chen's suggestion. Although the ancient races also possessed their own power, their forces were of a mixed lot and not easy to use. If they joined with the Zon beasts, it might lower their overall power. As for how to handle them later, she was ready to listen to Long Chen. She couldn't be bothered with such things. When it came to scheming, the Zon beasts would never be able to match the human race. She would just trust him. Let the coronation begin. All the experts present fell silent, but they were also confused. It was starting so soon. There wasn't anyone from the Dragonblood Legion present. Long Chen wasn't here and neither was Ku Jianying. Only some unimportant elders were here to represent the Martial Heaven Alliance, and many people that should be present weren't. Despite their curiosity, the coronation was starting. Kei Yuju was sitting atop a high platform, while the Zon beasts were chanting and kowtowing toward her. An ancient rite was underway. Just as the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's coronation rituals began, Long Chen led the Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Nangong family, the Baidang family, the elusive music Immortal Palace, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, and other powers. Their elites had all been gathered. Yi Lingshan, Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, and Ziyan were leading their own groups. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were leading the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. Following the Dragonblood Legion, their eyes were already shining. The two of them were well aware that as long as they followed Long Chen, there would be plenty of meat to eat. This time in particular, Long Chen definitely wouldn't disappoint them. On the Xuantian Dao sect's side, Hua Xiu was leading Zhao Ziyan, Mu Qingxian, Su Mo, and the other elite disciples. They had even greater trust in him than the others. After all, they had been from the same sect. They were all filled with anticipation for what was coming. In total, they had over 300,000 elites. These were the strongest members of their powers, and this was the first time they were bringing out their full power. "Boss, this is a bit big. Is the battlefield still up to me to command?" asked Guo Ran both nervously and excitedly. "You're the general of the Dragonblood Legion. You'll lead the battlefield of the Dragonblood Legion. But this time, you'll have to make sure to cooperate well with Rushuang, Zheyu, Ziyan, Lingshan, and the others. It's our first time working together, so come up with some steady strategies to avoid any chaos," said Long Chen. "All right boss, you just watch." Guo Ran was excited that Long Chen wasn't going to take his place this time. To the side, Baitang Rushuang's eyes widened. "Don't tell me that you didn't even come up with a strategy. Are you bringing us to attack the blood race just like this?" "Yes, is something the matter?" asked Long Chen. You really are unreliable. You didn't plan out something so big," demanded Baitang Rushuang speechlessly. "Ah, you were talking about the plan." "Yes, I have one." Long Chen nodded. "Then tell us." "We're almost there. The plan is to kill as many of the blood race as possible to get more immemorial essence blood. There's nothing else." Baitang Rushuang staggered. If it weren't for Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others standing nearby, she might have punched him. "Rushuang, you've fallen for it. He's just teasing you. He can't possibly have no plan for something so big." Nangong Zheyu covered her mouth and laughed. Long Chen also laughed. "Fairy Zheyu, this time you're wrong. To tell the truth, I really have no other plans." "Are you telling the truth or not?" Nangong Zheyu found it unbelievable. "Of course it's true." Long Chen shrugged. Behind them, the old man said, "Plans are prepared for enemies of the same power. Long Chen doesn't have a plan because he thinks he doesn't need one." "Ha ha ha, you're still the one who knows me best," said Long Chen, laughing. The Dragonblood warriors also laughed along with the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their laugh was full of confidence. Every one of them was brimming with energy. Even in the face of the upcoming battle, they didn't show any fear. Their appearance made it seem like they wished to charge into the yin-yang world immediately, something which was incomprehensible to Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang. They quickly arrived at the entrance to the yin-yang world, where an army from the divine families was guarding it tightly. The divine families had strengthened their defenses on the yin-yang world ever since the blood race had charged onto the continent and corrupted the sovereign seals. 2 heavenly dragon legions were sent, a total of 20,000 troops. Even before Long Chen's group arrived, their powerful auras had startled the heavenly dragon legions. 2 of them came out, wearing the robes of commanders. Long Chen didn't recognize either of them. One of them was tall and skinny, while the other was short and fat. The tall one had a sword on his back. His eyes were electric, and faint black and white runes revolved within them. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 3rd step of the Nether Passage realm, on the verge of reaching the 4th step. As for the short one, his face was dark, and he had a curiously large axe on his back. The axe head was as large as a table. From a distance, it looked like he had a tortoise shell on his back. The short one nodded slightly at Long Chen, startling Long Chen. He quickly realized that this person was on the side of Elder Long, or he wouldn't greet him like this. "You are Long Chen, what did you come here for?" demanded the tall one. "I'm taking a trip inside the yin-yang world," said Long Chen. Sensing the vague hostility from the tall man, he got straight to the point. "The divine families have ordered the yin-yang world to be sealed. No one may exit or enter. You can leave now," barked the tall man. Long Chen extended a hand, revealing a tablet. "This is Elder Long's tablet." Out of the way, the tablet was something he had specifically asked Elder Long for. When he had said that he wished to enter the yin-yang world, Elder Long hadn't asked anything. He directly handed him this tablet. The short one nodded and waved his hand. The people behind him opened a path. "Slow down. This tablet was given to you by Elder Long. Is there any proof?" snorted the tall man. "Who are you?" asked Long Chen. If this person wasn't from the Yi family, then he had to be someone closely related to them. "I am the commander of the 7th Legion, Yan Fei. I suspect the veracity of this tablet. I'll go and ask Elder Long for confirmation. I can only let you pass once I have that proof," said Yan Wei indifferently. Hearing that, the Dragonblood warriors and everyone else was infuriated. Just how long would that trip take? "Oh, So you're a commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Long Chen's, oh, was very long. His hand suddenly shot out, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he slapped Yan Fei. How brazen, to pretend to be one of the commanders of the divine families. You're courting death. Chapter 2341. The new 7th Commander, Yan Fei. The two of them were extremely close, and Long Chen had been nodding along when he suddenly struck. No one was able to react. Yan Fei was sent flying by Long Chen's slap, causing everyone to jump. Even the short fellow was dumbfounded. Long Chen's guess was correct. The short one was from the Long family and had received words to look after Long Chen. As for Yan Fei, based on his demand for proof, it was clear he was intentionally making things hard on Long Chen. Although Yan Fei had heard of Long Chen and knew that he could do anything, he hadn't thought that Long Chen would be so crazy as to directly slap him. The Heavenly Dragon Legion behind Yan Fei instantly exploded in fury. Weapons came flying out. This slap was a slap to the Heavenly Dragon Legion. The commander of the 7th Heavenly Dragon Legion was already killed by me. What hole did you crawl out of to dare to lie to me? Long Chen sneered at Yan Fei, ignoring the furious gazes. The truth was that Yan Fei had been sent by the Yi family to take over the 7th commander position after Yi Benchang was killed. He truly was the 7th commander. As for the short one, he was the 6th commander. They were on the same level, but he was one rank higher. Yan Fei wasn't actually viewed highly by the Yi family. As a person, he was too unbridled and aggressive. He was only given this position temporarily because there was no one else suitable. Guarding the yin-yang world during this time was actually a boring task with nothing to do day and night. When he was bored, Yan Fei would try to cause some trouble and provoke the other commander, but the short fatty had ignored him the entire time. To use Elder Long's words, he could be treated as a dog. However, today, Yan Fei had tried to bite Long Chen, and Long Chen didn't have the same attitude when it came to responding. Long Chen's slap was startling but also satisfying to the other commander. At the same time, he also realized Elder Long's intentions. Courting death, Yan Fei furiously extended a hand and an ancient sword appeared. With a stamp on the ground, he shot toward Long Chen. However, he had barely moved when he suddenly realized two black and white vines had appeared beneath his feet without him noticing. He wasn't able to escape from their hold. Yan Fei slashed his sword at those vines, only for a small figure to flash by his body. His head went flying from his neck. Everyone let out a startled cry. Dong Mingyu was holding Yan Fei's head. This time, she hadn't even bothered to conceal her body. With just her speed, she had taken his head as easy as pie. If anyone makes a move, I'll kill him. Dong Mingyu pointed her dagger at Yan Fei's head in response to the charging Heavenly Dragon Legion. The Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors all came to a stop. This seemingly pure little girl was actually so terrifying that she could take Yan Fei's head in an instant. Dong Mingyu tossed the head to Long Chen, who caught it. He directly slapped the head 36 times, causing it to swell up. Yes, Yan Fei was definitely worthy of being an expert on the verge of stepping into the 4th step of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone else's head would have exploded. As he slapped him, Long Chen cursed, "Who let you be so arrogant? Who let you try to pretend to be the 7th commander? Speak, who are you?" I'm Yan Fei. I'm the 7th commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion." With just a head, Yan Fei was shocked, enraged, and terrified at the same time. Bullshit. The 7th commander is Yi Benchang. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Your mouth's pretty tough, huh? I'll slap it some more and see if I can get the truth out of you. Long Chen continued to slap him for free. Yan Fei's head swelled up to 3 times the size. Meanwhile, Guo ran and the others retreated, afraid of being in the splash zone if his head exploded. Yan Fei's subordinates were just watching, not knowing what to do. They were afraid that if they got any closer, Long Chen would kill him. They hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful as to crush a commander. Actually, he hadn't even needed to do anything himself. They didn't even know where those vines had come from, and Dong Mingyu had simply brushed past Yan Fei to take his head. "I'm the new commander," shouted Yan Fei. Due to the swelling, his voice wasn't very clear. "I don't believe you," sneered Long Chen. "Everyone here can testify to it," shouted Yan Fei. "I won't believe their testimony. Have your people take a trip to the higher-ups. We can wait here." After saying that, Long Chen still didn't stop slapping. However, he was forced to lighten up because it really did appear like Yan Fei's head was on the verge of exploding. Commander Chu, are you just going to watch? Shouted someone from the 7th Heavenly Dragon Legion. The other commander's full name was Chu Yong. Only upon being called upon did he recover from his shock. Long Chen, this person is truly a commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. I can testify to that. Commander Chu, your testimony doesn't seem to have any use. You also testified that my tablet was from Elder Long, but someone didn't believe that. So it's very hard for me to believe your testimony, said Long Chen. Now everyone understood. This was Long Chen's revenge. Yan Fei had known the tablet belonged to Elder Long but had still tried to make things hard on him. Long Chen had now reversed things on him. Well, alright then. Chu Yong acted like he was in a difficult spot, as if he was thinking about how to settle this. Long Chen didn't respond. He continued to occasionally slap Yan Fei. His skin was violet and splitting open. People really were afraid he was about to explode. Baitang Rushuang and the others solemnly shook their heads. They had been angry at first about Yan Fei making things hard on them, but seeing him in this state, they felt a touch of sympathy for him. He could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke Long Chen. This was the recompense of a bad person targeting another bad person. I'm telling the truth, and your tablet is also the real thing. We're both telling the truth, cried Yan Fei, so we don't need any further proof. Long Chen finally stopped. Yes, there's no need for that, cried out Yan Fei immediately. Ha ha ha, good, good. It seems that we had some misunderstandings before, but now that they are settled, here, let me help you fit your head on. Long Chen smiled brightly as he put Yan Fei's head back on his neck. That sight was very odd, as his head was as thick as his shoulders now. Meng Qi and the others stifled some laughter. However, Long Chen didn't laugh. He solemnly said, we're both young and have to constantly improve our communication skills. I believe that in the future, by constantly looking to improve ourselves in that regard, our technique will steadily improve. Yan Fei's head gradually returned to normal. He could barely open his eyes, but his venomous gaze came through anyway. He had lost all his face today, and he had an urge to tear Long Chen into pieces. However, he didn't dare to. He was afraid. His life had always gone smoothly, resulting in his arrogance. But in the face of the even more arrogant Long Chen, he instantly turned into a coward. Aren't you going to get out of our way? Or do we need more proof? Asked Long Chen. Yan Fei clenched his teeth, only to find that he couldn't. At some point, his teeth had left his mouth. He waved his hand, opening a path. Long Chen smiled, cupped his fists to Chu Yong and then brought his people through. Seeing the 7th Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors glaring at him furiously, Long Chen suddenly paused and said, it would be best if you don't bare your fangs at me, as you aren't qualified to do so. If you want, you can pick out any warrior of my Dragonblood Legion to challenge. Man, woman, strong, weak, pick anyone you want. The Dragonblood warriors' eyes lit up, and their gazes swept across the Heavenly Dragon Legion like cheetahs looking at their prey. That bloodthirsty light made the Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors shiver. Their hearts plummeted. Not one of them walked out. Long Chen snorted and brought his people into the yin-yang world. Once the army was through, Yan Fei furiously cursed, Long Chen, just wait, sooner or later, you'll get a punishment worse than death for going against the divine families. Commander Yan Fei, on your own, you are unable to represent even the Yi family, let alone the divine families. Also, I'd advise you not to speak any more, because you're starting to deflate. With Chu Yang's reminder, everyone was shocked to find that Yan Fei's head was deflating like a balloon. His skin gradually fell to his chest, causing people to cry out in shock. Just how had Long Chen done this? Chapter 2342. One eye open, one eye closed. The 300,000-strong army entered the yin-yang world. As for Long Chen's beating of Yan Fei, the old man was delighted by it, while Ku Jianying was more solemn. Offending the Yi family to this extent was clearly the result of being used by Elder Long. Their two forces were fighting, while Long Chen was caught in the middle, dancing on the tip of a blade. Mingyu, what kind of movement art did you just use? Asked Tang Waner curiously. It even ignored spatial and temporal laws. None of them had ever witnessed the movement art that Dong Mingyu had used. Not even Yan Fei had been able to react to it. It's one of the Killing God's secrets techniques, the movement part of the Heavenly Desolation extinction art. I just learned it and haven't mastered it yet. Dong Mingyu laughed excitedly, very pleased. Dong Mingyu had fully integrated into the Dragonblood Legion and was no longer a cold and aloof assassin. She was acting much more like a normal girl, with her emotions on her sleeve. That's amazing. You haven't even mastered it but were still able to cut off Yan Fei's head instantly, praised Tang Wan. An assassin was truly terrifying. It was mostly thanks to big sister Ruyan's help. If she hadn't trapped him, this move might not have worked, said Dong Mingyu. Only then did the others realize that the one who had silently bound Yan Fei was Lu Ruyan. Nangong Zheyu and the others were quite startled. They had seen Lu Ruyan's fighting style before. It was a style which overwhelmed others through sheer size and scope. Her attacks filled heaven and earth. However, this time, she had been silent, striking without anyone noticing. It was a completely different style. Clearly, her cultivation base had grown even more powerful. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen had everyone stop. The Dragonblood warriors got to work, setting something up on the ground. What is this? Asked Baidang Rushwang. A transportation formation. If something unexpected happens, it'll allow us to retreat quickly, answered Long Chen. Everything had been arranged long before. It was quickly set up, with another illusion formation assembled outside it to prevent others from noticing. After the formation was set up, Guo Ran took out a tiny formation disc. There was a small pointer on it that roved around before settling in a certain direction. What's that? This is the great invention I made with Brother Sha Chen, said Guo Ran, very pleased with everyone's curiosity. The needle can sense where the blood race is. Since the needle moved a lot, it means that there are many of them in every direction. But the final direction is where there are the most. This startled them. Such a thing had never been invented on the Martial Heaven continent, but it had appeared in the Dragonblood Legion. If something like it had existed before, it must have been lost or broken. In truth, if it weren't for a certain kind of mystical ore found in the wild world, Guo Ran and Sha Chen wouldn't have been able to come up with this thing. That ore was very sensitive to bloodline auras. Sha Chen had carved a special formation onto it, and by condensing the essence blood of the blood race, he gave it the ability to sense the general direction of the blood race. They continued onward. However, they didn't see a single expert of the blood race patrolling, causing Ku Jianying to cautiously wonder, isn't this strange? The yin-yang world is oddly silent. Li Tianxuan said, Alliance head, no one could possibly know that we are coming to attack the yin-yang world. Only our few core members knew about this, with the disciples only learning about it after arriving here. Our enemies couldn't possibly calculate such a thing into their schemes. That's why Long Chen chose to attack on the day of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's coronation. That's right, why did we have to keep it so secret? Would someone have stopped us? Asked Baidang Rushwang suddenly. I don't know about someone stopping us, but I would guess that someone would have warned the blood race, said Long Chen. Warn them? You mean that the Martial Heaven continent has traitors? Long Chen nodded. There are definitely traitors, but it's hard to say who exactly. Don't you feel that the blood race's sudden sneak attack to break the sovereign seals came at far too convenient of a time? Upon hearing that, everyone's hearts plummeted. That truly was questionable. As soon as Long Chen had returned to the Martial Heaven continent from the Netherworld, he had charged into the Kunpeng race's territory to undergo his tribulation. The Martial Heaven continent's experts had all gathered there, with Yi Bencheng also leaving his post. That was what had allowed the blood race to launch a sneak attack and destroy the sovereign seals. How had the blood race known what was going on? How had they managed to attack when their defenses were at their weakest? Everything had gone flawlessly for them as if it had been planned in advance. If that was a coincidence, then it was far too coincidental. People had simply assumed that the blood race possessed the ability to keep an eye on the entrance even without being there. After seeing Yi Bencheng leave, they had decided to launch a sneak attack. However, when Long Chen brought up the possibility of traitors, a shadow fell on people's hearts. If there really were traitors, then the Martial Heaven continent was in danger. Who are the traitors? Let's sniff them out and exterminate them now, said Bao Buping hatefully. It's still just a possibility. Without any solid proof, mentioning it will only cause chaos on the continent. If there is a fox, it will reveal its tail sooner or later. To us, who the traitor is isn't important. What's important is that we increase our power. As the old man says, in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless, said Long Chen with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's definitely right, laughed the old man. In truth, that line wasn't just from him. It was a principle left behind by the founder of the heaven-splitting battle sect. The old man liked it, as did Long Chen. As they were traveling, Guo Ran suddenly took out his crossbow. However, Bai Dang Rushuang was even faster. Her arrow shot out into the distance. At the very end of people's sight, one of the blood race's experts exploded into bloody mist. That blood race expert was holding a sphere. It was most likely a communication tool, but before he could activate it, he was killed. Bai Dang Rushuang's attack was as smooth as flowing water, extremely easy. Her bow and body complemented each other perfectly. Beautiful, praised Guo Ran. That attack had been so beautiful that he forgot how to breathe. He was envious of that beauty. However, he was a man, and he didn't use a lithe bow but a giant crossbow. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to imitate such a thing. Guo Ran chortled and moved closer, saying, Fairy Rushuang, as a peerless heavenly genius, someone who swept away those in their generation, a phoenix of her time, a slayer of evil, an undefeatable heroine, someone on the same level as heaven and earth, who competes with the sun and moon. Stop, stop, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm getting goosebumps from your nonsense, ordered Bai Dang Rushuang. Ah, I just meant that after so many years, have you not found someone that your heart fancies? Asked Guo Ran. You wish to place your intentions on me? Bai Dang Rushuang looked at Guo Ran curiously. No, I know my own limits. I can't match someone like you. Guo Ran hastily waved his hand. Then what? Demanded Bai Dang Rushuang. Hee, I was just wondering, with your status, position, beauty, talent, well, how should I put it? If you found a man that you liked, and that man liked others, well, romantically, what would you do? Probed Guo Ran. At the front, Long Chen's expression darkened. That bastard Guo Ran was once more itching for a beating. Was he insulting him as unfaithful? Bai Dang Rushuang looked at Long Chen's back and smiled. Me, of course I would choose to close an eye. Really, you'd be that great about it? Asked Guo Ran, surprised. Yes, that way, I can aim accurately. Bai Dang Rushuang nodded. Guo Ran, Long Chen. Just at this moment, Bai Dang Rushuang shot another arrow. It silently pierced straight through a mountain and killed another expert of the blood race that had been hiding within. Bai Dang Rushuang's archery skill was practically divine, capable of softness and hardness. She had killed someone inside a mountain without the slightest noise. We're getting closer to the blood race's camp. Be careful. Sha Chen looked at the formation disc in his hand. Many concentrated dots of light had appeared on top of it now. There's so many. Guo Ran gasped. The number of light dots was surprising. What are you saying? If there aren't that many, there won't be enough for us to share, said Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the surrounding terrain. It was spacious. There was no need to do anything special. He turned to face everyone. In a bit, the Dragonblood Legion will charge into the center of them. Lingshan, Rushuang, Zheyu, attack from 3 different angles. Charge straight through the battlefield every time. Don't let yourselves be surrounded by us. We still don't know what kind of reinforcements they might summon, so the sooner we end it, the better. Ziyan, you're in charge of the rhythm of the battlefield. Ziyan smiled and nodded, indicating to leave it to her. Chapter 2343 Guo Ran fights an old monster. This place was originally a flourishing mountain range full of life and greenery. Now, it was barren as a shaved head. The unbroken mountain range had countless experts of the blood race crawling about like ants, and at the core of everything was a certain mountain. Many of the blood race experts were sitting around the mountain range like statues with their eyes closed. But, at the core, countless figures were bustling about. Those experts were constructing a giant sacrificial altar. Above it, the void was split open, and a giant spatial channel churned in the air. It was like the gaping maw of a fiend seeking to devour the entire world. Boss, they're constructing a formation that can cross worlds. It's a supreme formation, and based on the fluctuations, it seems to connect to formations in several other worlds, said Sha Chen heavily. Long Chen and the others slowly approached this area. It's connected to 7 worlds, said Long Chen. Boss, when did you get so proficient in formations? Asked Sha Chen with surprise. You can tell how many worlds are connected based on the runes. No, I can see 7 holes within the spatial channel, and I can see other experts of the blood race at the end of those holes. Sha Chen looked more closely at the spatial channel, but his spiritual strength was unable to penetrate so deeply into it. He could vaguely see a few of those holes Long Chen mentioned, but he couldn't tell how many of them there were. 7 whole worlds. Just how powerful is the blood race? Ji Yu Yong was speechless. What is there to be surprised about? Everyone says that the only ones capable of resisting the crazy tide of a dark era are the sovereigns. That's enough to show how dark the dark eras are. The sovereigns are peerless existences after all, said Long Chen. Last time, he had lost to Sovereign Mo Li, and he was completely convinced by his defeat. Although Long Chen had never tasted defeat by someone in the same realm, Sovereign Mo Li had personally said that his clone that had appeared was at the same cultivation base as him. Yet, the power difference between them was immense. However, the battle had not shaken his confidence. It only made his desire to fight grow. He had a new target for himself. But you're not inferior either, boss. The only one capable of surviving after fighting a sovereign is you, said Guo Ran worshipfully. Your bootlicking ability has also grown immensely. A defeat is a defeat. Guo Ran, you can start things off. I'll give you a chance to show off as you like today, said Long Chen. Alright, then just watch. Guo Ran charged out, his blood-colored armor instantly appearing. After that, his crossbow unleashed an arrow that exploded in midair, releasing bright light that drew the attention of the blood race. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. The slayer of evil, Guo Ran, has come. My divine crossbow and blood armor shake the wind and clouds. Hey, with the general of the Dragonblood Legion here, what are you waiting for? Just kill yourselves. Are you really going to force the mighty Guo Ran to personally kill you all? The blood race's experts looked at Guo Ran standing in the air with confusion. It seemed that they had yet to understand what was going on. Guo Ran waved his hand. His crossbow shot out a blood-colored arrow at the experts working on the spatial channel. The arrow exploded in their midst into countless tiny fragments. They were so sharp that they instantly pierced the bodies of those who were struck. Blood filled the air in an instant. With just one arrow, that area was completely emptied. As Guo Ran's cultivation base progressed, the explosive arrows he could make also grew more terrifying. Before this, one of his exploding arrows would only have one explosion rune embedded into it. Now, he had 3, all of a higher level. Attack. Surprisingly, the blood race's experts gave the order in the language of the human race. Perhaps they had been fighting humans for too long. Countless experts surged toward Guo Ran from every direction. At the same time, the mountain range opened up, and even more of their experts were coming out from within. Haha, this will definitely be enough. Seeing all those experts of the blood race, Guo Ran laughed. If they were all killed, then the immemorial essence blood they could get would be enough for everyone to share. Rain of flowers. Guo Ran suddenly let out a strange shout. Putting away his crossbow, he began to toss one sphere after another into the air. Those spheres exploded on contact with people, and the continuous explosions were like firecrackers. Anyone caught within the range of the spheres was blasted apart. Despite that, the blood race's experts were about to completely envelop Guo Ran. Just at that moment, rays of sword chi pierced through their midst, annihilating them. The Dragonblood Legion had come out again. Having advanced to the Nether Passage realm, they felt like they had been reborn. Here on the battlefield, they could unleash their reason for being. The void suddenly split open, and a spear pierced through the air. That spear contained intertwining life and death energy. It was the attack of a 4th-step Nether Passage expert. I'll block it. Guo Ran bravely stood right in front of the spear and took it on his chest. Guo Ran was blown back by the spear but not pierced through. An elder of the blood race appeared, staring in disbelief at Guo Ran. Ha ha ha, a 4th-step Nether Passage expert is only at this level. You can't even break my defense. Laughed Guo Ran. At this moment, a door knocker appeared on Guo Ran's chest. It was something that Long Chen had torn off of the gates of hell. The other door knocker was in Long Chen's hands, but this one had been added to Guo Ran's armor. At first, Guo Ran had been a bit worried about the attack of a 4th-step Nether Passage expert, but the result was that he wasn't injured at all. Other than being uncomfortable, it was nothing. The 4th-step Nether Passage expert snorted and shot toward Guo Ran once more, clearly unconvinced. Blood chi filled the air as he unleashed his full power. You think I can't block another? Sneered Guo Ran. He once more stepped forward, sticking out his chest. However, this time, the blood race's expert suddenly twisted his spear, causing it to snake toward Guo Ran's abdomen. Sparks flew and Guo Ran was blown back once more. The blood race expert was shocked to find that his attack had stabbed the door knocker again. His arm was numb, and his spear almost fell from his hand. Just what was going on? Idiot, my protective talisman can be freely moved around my armor. Did you think your little tricks would allow you to fight against your daddy Guo? How laughable, sneered Guo Ran. However, inside his armor, blood dripped out of his mouth. He had been too careless just now. Fortunately, the door knocker had moved automatically just as he had set it up. But the power that got through it was enough to shake his insides. Despite that, this once more proved just how amazing the door knocker that had come from the netherworld was. It was even able to receive the full strength attack of a fourth step nether passage expert. Old fellow, taste one of my attacks now. Guo Ran slashed his blood-colored saber at him. The old expert of the blood race didn't dare to tarry. His right hand was still somewhat numb, so he switched his spear to his left hand. When Guo Ran's saber slashed into the spear, he was forced back by its immense power. However, as the blood race expert retreated, a dagger silently appeared behind his head. His head then slammed into it on its own, with the sharp dagger piercing all the way through. His eyes lost their light as his life faded away. After that, a hand pulled the dagger out of his head and vanished. From start to end, no one managed to see who was holding the dagger. Standing in the air, Long Chen smiled. The heavenly desolation extinction art was truly amazing. As expected of something that Lang Yuan viewed highly, Dong Mingyu had grown even more terrifying. Even he was unable to sense her once she wished to conceal herself. Boom! A powerful explosion drew everyone's attention. Another fourth step nether passage expert had appeared, and Wild exchanged blows with him. The two of them were evenly matched and were both blown back. Just as that elder retreated, a towering willow tree appeared, binding him with its branches. At the same time, a transparent crescent moon blade slashed toward him. The elder let out a furious roar, and the branches binding him exploded off of him. However, just at that moment, the crescent moon blade reached his head. This gift that came from Lang Yuan was incomparably sharp. It instantly pierced the elder's head, killing him. Tang Waner cried out excitedly at having killed a fourth step nether passage expert while working with Lu Ruyan. Just at that moment, heaven-shaking roars came from the surroundings. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and Yi Lingshan attacked, leading three armies from three different directions. They pierced through the army of the blood race like sharp blades. Chapter 2344 Heaven-Earth Twisting Massacre. Of the three armies, the one belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance had the most people. They had over 200,000 disciples, and they were handpicked to the best of the best. Under Yi Lingshan's guidance, they charged through the blood race like an angry dragon. On the other side, Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang led the disciples of their two families through the blood race, causing chaos through their ranks. 9 Tribulation Killing Formation, called out Guo Ran. Blue light appeared on top of the Dragonblood warriors' swords. Rays of sword chi shot out, and they were like a jagged disc whirling through the blood race. The blue sword chi was bizarre. It went straight through their opponents, weapons to kill them. Careful, warned Baitang Rushuang. Guo Ran had just given the order to change formations when over 10 of the blood race's old fourth step nether passage experts appeared. It seemed that they had decided that Guo Ran was the leader, and they all bounced on him. You want to compete in numbers? A few old tortoises aren't worth sh*t in front of me. Guo Ran arrogantly laughed and crossed his sabers in front of him. The manifestations of the Dragonblood warriors shook and linked up. 10,000 streams of energy surged toward Guo Ran. This attack containing the concentrated power of the entire Dragonblood Legion crashed down upon the blood race's nether passage experts. Their expressions completely changed, and they all joined forces to defend against it. The void exploded, with life and death energy shooting out in every direction. After that, all those fourth step nether passage experts coughed up blood and were blown back. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the bright moon. How laughable. Cough. Guo Ran ended up coughing a mouthful of blood before he could finish his mocking. Just now, the combined power of the fourth step nether passage experts hadn't been able to fully cancel out the power of the Dragonblood Legion, but as the conduit, Guo Ran had suffered a certain backlash. Normally, such a backlash wasn't strong enough to make him cough up blood. However, in order to act supreme and undefeatable, Guo Ran had talked immediately after the exchange without first focusing on suppressing the backlash, resulting in his coughing. One of those fourth step nether passage experts had barely stabilized when his expression changed. A gust of wind at the back of his head made him smash his fist behind him. However, He didn't hit anything, and a wind blade slashed through his face. In that instant, he realized he had fallen for a feint, with the true killing blow coming from the front. Regretfully, even if he understood, it was meaningless. His blood splashed through the air. Endless falling wood burial. Chu Yao stabbed her black staff into the ground, and wooden thorns came flying out of it like pythons, attacking the other fourth step nether passage experts. As thorns exploded from the ground, willow branches filled the air, completely covering those nether passage experts. The thorns and branches were like a pot and a lid, slamming shut on them. Heaven-earth twisting massacre. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan shouted in unison, their minds connected. The thorns and branches twisted in one direction like wringing water from a cloth. The wooden pillar trembled. Clearly, the trapped nether passage experts were struggling with all their might. But they were unable to escape. Suddenly, a burst of blood came from one of the cracks and slowly dripped out. More and more blood appeared from various cracks in the wooden pillar, until the auras of those fourth step nether passage experts finally faded. They were all killed. How powerful! Baitang Rushuang exclaimed in amazement. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao had perfectly combined their power. This was practically a peerless killing art. Once trapped, no one could escape. Adding on the huge range that this attack covered initially, it wouldn't even give someone a chance to escape. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan exchanged a smile. This was the combination art they had come up with after advancing to Nether Passage, and it was the first time they were using it in front of others. To kill over 10 of the Blood Race's 4th step Nether Passage experts with it on their first try was surprising even to them. Chu Yao was pleasantly surprised. This staff looked unremarkable, but it contained a terrifying wood energy and was capable of instantly sucking up the energy of the earth to unleash an equally terrifying attack. Before this, her wood energy couldn't move that fast because she needed time to absorb the energy of the earth, which also gave her enemies extra warning before her attacks. However, with this staff, the speed at which she could unleash her wood energy had doubled, and best of all, this staff was growing alongside her with every passing day. It had its own life, and as it grew stronger, she could use it more efficiently. Furthermore, because she was nourishing it along with Lu Ruyan, the two of them were able to work together in ways that they hadn't been able to before. Lu Ruyan's willow branches and Chu Yao's wooden staves had become much tougher, to the point of being able to trap over 10 fourth step Nether Passage experts and kill them. Even though these two ladies had caught them off guard by unleashing their attack quickly, it was still a fact that not one of them had managed to escape. That was enough to show just how terrifying their combination technique was. Ha ha ha, 4th step Nether Passage experts are only on this level, laughed Guo Ran confidently. Don't get arrogant. These 4th step Nether Passage experts aren't on the same level as Elder Long and the others. Take care, some old monsters are charging out from below, warned Long Chen. It was unknown if it was because of their bloodline or their aptitude, but Long Chen felt that these 4th step Nether Passage experts were far weaker than Elder Long. If Elder Long wished to kill them, he could do so without any effort. Last time, in front of Devil Spirit Mountain, Long Chen had seen some clues about his power. Those 4th step Nether Passage experts that Elder Long had slain had clearly been killed in one blow each. If Guo Ran judged all 4th step Nether Passage experts to be at this level, then he would be doomed if he encountered one like Elder Long. The earth exploded. All of a sudden, the sacrificial altar at the center of the battlefield sank, and the spatial channel in the air shuddered. Damn human race, you're courting death. The world suddenly turned dark, and over 100 elders of the blood race appeared, all of them so furious that flames were about to burst from their eyes. They were led by an elder with 2 golden bull horns on his forehead. Golden light twinkled in his eyes. Ignorant humans, go to hell. Those experts looked as though their ancestral tombs had just been robbed. That was how furious they were. Their furious auras revealed them as 4th step Nether Passage experts, and they all charged at the Dragonblood Legion. Boss, they were most likely the core of the formation setting up the giant spatial channel. But they were interrupted by us, said Sha Chen. Long Chen nodded. Although he wasn't a formation master, seeing these elders look like their fathers had just been killed was enough to tell him that he had just ruined something good for them. It just so happened that I was worried about not having enough to kill. Excellent, don't move. Your daddy Guo will beat the blood out of you. Guo Ran slammed his blades against each other, causing sparks to fly. He charged out alone against those experts. Fuck off. The golden horned blood race expert actually cursed him with the human language. From his curved golden blade, a golden light infected the world. Boom! Guo Ran was sent flying back, smashing into the ground like a shooting star, startling everyone. Guo Ran himself was horrified. His whole body was covered in cracks, and her sabers had large nicks cut into them. If that saber hadn't landed on the door knocker on Guo Ran's chest in the end, that one attack might have cut him in half along with his armor. The Golden Horned Blood Race expert roared and stepped forward. Space twisted, and he appeared right in front of Guo Ran in an instant, slashing his blade once more. Boom! This time, a giant bone club blocked his saber. Wild had summoned his barbarian blood silver body, but even then, he was being forced back again and again. With one final step back, he stabilized himself, and the void behind him collapsed from the impact. A descendant of the barbarian race. I wouldn't expect one to appear here. You brainless musclehead, die. The elder smiled sinisterly. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a golden light shot out at Wild's head. Chapter 2345 Demonic Furnace. The golden light was like a sharp blade piercing toward Wild's head. It was extremely sudden and fast, catching even Long Chen off guard. Wild instinctively turned his head to the side, resulting in that light narrowly missing the center of his head. It cut by his forehead, tearing through his skin and leaving a wound so deep that they could see his skull. Silver blood slowly poured down his forehead. Wild's eyes instantly became icy with killing intent. Golden symbols appeared in his pupils. You have an aura I hate. I'll eat you. Wild suddenly swung his club again, and this time, the Golden Horned Elder was forced back. Die. Wild furiously attacked over and over again. He entered a rare berserk state and began to pressure the Golden Horned Elder with his attacks. Meanwhile, Guo Ran had finished healing and was creeping up behind the Elder, slashing his saber at his neck. Just as his attack was about to land, the Elder twisted his head, receiving Guo Ran's saber with one of his horns. Sparks flew and Guo Ran's arm turned numb. He was shocked. Just what kind of terrifying origin did this fellow have? Boss, this one's tough. Help us suppress him, shouted Guo Ran. You and Wild can handle him. Compared to Elder Long, he's still lacking. Grow up a bit. You caused this, so you deal with it, said Long Chen. Encountering this powerful opponent made Wild even braver. As for Guo Ran, after losing in 2 exchanges, he wanted to run. For the Dragonblood Legion to have such a fellow within its ranks was truly embarrassing. Fine, I'll try it. Guo Ran felt a bit more confident with Long Chen's indifference to the Golden Horned Elder. Seeing Wild continuing his berserk attacks, he joined in, disturbing the Elder when he had a chance. Wild was roaring as he attacked. The golden symbols in his pupils gradually turned the rest of his eyes golden. They were like 2 glowing lamps, giving off a frightful light. Long Chen was shocked that the Blood Race's Elder's attacks could pierce through Wild's tough skin, however, they were unable to pierce his bones. Although Wild was repeatedly injured, none of them were fatal wounds. Seeing that by fighting together, they were able to handle this Golden Horned Elder, Long Chen was reassured. Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, and the others were fighting their own opponents. There were over 100 fourth-step nether passage experts to choose from. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and Yi Lingshan were in their midst. For over 100 fourth-step nether passage experts to appear at once was stretching their limits. However, Long Chen still had no intention of joining in. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan were able to oversee the entire battlefield with their wide range of attacks. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng also joined the fray. The heaven-splitting battle sects Bao Buping and Chong Hao, the Xuantian Dao sects Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Su Mo, Mu Qingshan, and all the others charged in as well. Wooden thorns pierced through the air, and willow branches covered the sky. These heavenly geniuses rarely had to fight together with others, especially peerless heavenly geniuses like Baitang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu, who had never had anyone qualified to work with them. But now, by working together with the likes of Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan whose power was not inferior to theirs, they were slaying one powerful fourth-step nether passage expert after another. This was their first time experiencing such a thing, the delight of combining effort. When a path appeared within the endless willow branches, Baitang Rushuang didn't even think. She shot a silent arrow through the opening. The path continued far into the distance before opening up at an expert of the blood race who had just blocked Bao Buping and Chong Hao's combined attack. Just at that moment, Baitang Rushuang's arrow struck him through the back of his heart and out of his chest. Die. That opening was naturally grasped by Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Their blades fell, cutting him into 3 pieces. Even as that 4th step nether passage expert died, he didn't know where that arrow had come from. The entire battlefield was covered in wooden thorns and willow branches. The blood races experts were caught in a giant labyrinth. Even as they attacked the thorns and branches, more simply appeared. They just wasted energy by breaking them. While disturbed by the attacks of the branches and thorns, more worrisome was when Ji Yuyong and the others appeared through a wall and attacked. Baitang Rushwang's silent arrows were a bonus to the lethality of the labyrinth. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, over 20 of the 4th step nether passage experts had been killed, with the majority being helped by Baitang Rushwang. The ones still alive only heard the screams of their allies before they fell silent. None of them was aware of what was going on with the others. They were completely separated by Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan. One of the blood races experts suddenly took out a large furnace. Violet flames burned within, looking strange and demonic. Using his own essence blood, he controlled the furnace, sending the violet flames pouring over the branches and thorns. This was no ordinary flame, and the branches and thorns began to burn. Seeing that it was working, he spat more blood into the furnace. In that instant, he became like a desiccated corpse, with all his essence blood sucked away. He had sacrificed all his essence blood in order to incinerate this entire labyrinth. Regretfully, those flames had just erupted when water chi enveloped them, preventing them from further damaging the labyrinth. That expert was stunned by that, and in that brief moment, a ray of sword chi killed him. After that, the furnace clunked to the ground, the violet flames extinguished. A willow branch wrapped around it and threw it out of the labyrinth. Long Chen caught it and stared at it with surprise. A demonic furnace. There were demonic furnaces, just like there were demonic swords or demonic sabers. Their nature was to devour their masters. Compared to other item spirits, they were different. They had more freedom, and even when devouring their masters, they might do it stealthily and strike the finishing blow before their masters were even aware. Their auras were different from ordinary divine items, so they were easily recognizable. When people encountered them, despite knowing that the latter were demonic items that shouldn't be touched, they couldn't help forming a contract with their spirits. That was because demonic weapons were extremely powerful. People couldn't resist the temptation. After devouring a master, the demonic weapon would grow even stronger. The stronger it grew, the faster it would devour its next master. They were often called ominous weapons or weapons of calamity. Those who came to possess one never had good endings. Long Chen hadn't expected to find one here, and it was even a rarely seen furnace capable of refining pills. I wonder how many generations of masters this demonic furnace has gone through. Let's see. Long Chen sent his soul into the furnace. His head buzzed, and sounds of wailing filled his mind. HMPH, none of you were strong enough, yet you still forced it. What is there to be aggrieved about? Long Chen sneered at the resentment he sensed within. This furnace had gone through countless masters. His soul retreated from the furnace. He carefully examined it and saw an ancient rune located at the bottom of the furnace. That rune looked similar to a sun. Images of flames surrounded it, and at the center was a blue flower mark. He was unable to get any information from this. It should be pretty good. But that old fellow was too much of a coward to even try getting the demonic furnace to recognize him as its master. He had to use his essence blood to activate the flames. Long Chen's heart was starting to grow fiery. Originally, he was planning on putting it away for later. Now though, his hands were getting itchy. Haha, why wait? Long Chen saw that the battle was still going very well for them. The old man and the others were ready to help at any moment. Ziyan was also present, having yet to make a move. Everything was under control. Hence, Long Chen dripped a drop of his blood to the rune at the bottom of the furnace. The rune ignited and more carvings on the furnace began to light up. An ancient, vast, and terrible aura appeared. Long Chen's surroundings vanished and he entered a world of darkness. Within that darkness, a pair of large eyes emotionlessly stared at him. Chapter 2346. A liar and a scammer. Those eyes were not human. They were vertical like an alligator's, and blood-colored lines flickered within them. Being stared at by them felt like a curse of death. "Are you the demon spirit?" asked Long Chen. "I am," a reply echoed through the darkness. "Then let's set up the contract," said Long Chen. "I have gone through 3,606 masters. I've passed through 96,843 hands. Those who have touched me have been destroyed. Not one was able to die of old age. Their accumulated resentment and curse power make it so that someone like you wouldn't even be able to survive for 10 days after forming a contract with me. Are you sure you want to do this? The icy voice warned. Long Chen nodded. Yes. You realize that your fate will be infected by me with this contract. The calamity will strike at the worst time. The voice seemed a bit angry. Give up. Do you think I'm a child you can frighten? I know that you're a demonic furnace, and I know the consequences. Stop wasting time and form the contract, cursed Long Chen. I refuse. Why? Snorted Long Chen. You're too weak. You aren't qualified to form a contract with me. I won't waste your time any longer. Youngster, remember, a person shouldn't be too greedy. Too big of a step and you'll trip. The darkness vanished. The demonic furnace in Long Chen's hand shook and slipped out of his grip. I gave you too much face, huh? Long Chen snorted and grabbed the furnace again, tossing it into the primal chaos space. When the demonic furnace entered the primal chaos space, blue flames burst out of it, unleashing a terrible wave of heat. Brat, you are courting death. Do you know just how many? The primal chaos space shuddered ever so slightly. A certain divine pressure appeared, yet it also seemed to not exist as well. As a result, the demonic furnace shuddered with terror, and it swallowed its remaining words back. You forced me to do this. You wanted to scam me. You really have guts, sneered Long Chen. Although Long Chen had not encountered a demonic furnace before, he knew some of the common knowledge about them. Demonic weapons didn't need to select a certain master, nor did they care if they were weak. The weaker the master, the faster they would be killed. Hence, that was actually good news for them. With how the demonic furnace had been acting, as if he was a child, Long Chen had been suspicious from the start. I'm doing this for your own good. Forming a contract with me will only bring you horrible luck. Nothing will ever go smoothly for you again, said the demonic spirit of the furnace, its voice shuddering. It seemed afraid but was acting tough. Horrible luck, I've had that from the start, so I'm not worried about adding some more. Hurry up and form the contract, or I'll use the laws here to exterminate you, snorted Long Chen. In truth, he didn't know how to control the primal chaos space and its divine pressure. This was just a bluff. I won't form a contract with you. I refuse to spend a lifetime as a slave. I refuse. What dumbfounded Long Chen was that the demonic furnace began to cry. Furthermore, this time, it revealed the voice of a young maiden. What are you saying? A contract makes us companions. Isn't that good? Long Chen was caught off guard. If it was a fierce and sinister fellow, he was confident in scaring the crap out of them. But for the other side to reveal a weak side, Long Chen felt a bit bad. Liar. With how tough you are, how am I supposed to beat you? If you don't die, I'll be stuck as your slave. I refuse. Just kill me and end it all instead. The demonic spirit continued to wail. Hey, don't cry, come out and talk, said Long Chen. No, then you'll catch me and extract my soul. You humans are the worst. After creating me, you raised me like raising a pig so that you could slaughter me when I'm big. Don't think that you can bait me. I won't fall for it. I'd rather die than let you benefit at all from my existence. A small figure appeared on top of the furnace. It was a girl who appeared to be in her late teens. Really? Long Chen was dumbfounded. The demonic spirit was actually a cute maiden. Don't look at me. I can tell just by looking at you that you're not a good person. You've killed even more people than me. I'll give you two choices. Either kill me or release me. As for making me submit, you can give up. That's impossible, shouted the girl. Fine. Since I can't use you, it seems that I can only. I knew it. You're a bad person. You really want to kill me. You bastard, you won't even let off a little girl. Can you have some humanity? The girl began to cry once more. I was saying that I can only let you go. Long Chen sent the demonic furnace out of the primal chaos space. You can go. I was hoping to refine pills with you, but it seems that you aren't willing. Long Chen released his hold, and the demonic furnace vanished in an instant. However, just a short moment later, it flew back. Maintaining a safe distance, it asked, "What did you just say?" You can refine pills. What kind of pills? I can refine all kinds of pills. I can't classify them all, said Long Chen arrogantly. Then, do you know how to refine demonic pills? Asked the girl, her voice trembling. I haven't refined them before. Long Chen shook his head. That response disappointed her, and she was about to leave again when Long Chen added, because I didn't have a demonic furnace, I couldn't refine demonic pills. However, if you help me, I feel like it wouldn't be a problem. Then you know how to refine demonic pills. Of course, there is no pill in this world that I don't know how to refine. Right now, it's just a case of not being able to gather the right materials. You can hurry up and go. Do you not see that my side is still fighting? I'm busy and don't have time to talk with someone useless. Long Chen waved his hand in a shooing motion. In order to capture her, he had to let her go first. Just from how the furnace's spirit had started crying at such a critical time was enough to tell him that her intelligence wasn't very high. For a demonic furnace, especially one capable of refining pills was the fastest way to allow its demonic spirit to grow. This bait was extremely difficult to resist. About that, why don't we discuss it a bit more? Asked the girl after a long moment of hesitation. Discuss what? Long Chen was laughing inside. He had managed to bait her. I mean, I can help you refine pills. Yes, all for free. I feel like there's destiny between us. If you don't make things hard on me, well, I can feel good about helping you a bit. However, this will purely be a cooperation between us. There's no need for a contract. What do you think? She asked. Long Chen smiled. So she did have some wits. She was clearly trying to benefit only herself, but she made it sound so good. That's no problem. We can work together. When you don't feel like it any longer, you can leave. I won't hold you back, said Long Chen. Really? Great. I'll definitely help you refine many pills so that you can make lots and lots of money. Cried out the girl. Long Chen also smiled. She naturally wasn't a match for him. With just a few words, he had managed to hook her. By forming a spiritual connection between them, this could already be considered a kind of spiritual contract. Now the demonic furnace could enter his spiritual space. This kind of contract was a simple one without many restrictions on either party. But the rune on the bottom of the furnace was a contractual one, which would fully bind the two of them together. That was why this simple contract was acceptable to the demonic furnace. It entered his primal chaos space, and the demonic spirit was shocked to see the vast space, as well as the grand divine gate. There was also the divine gate star shining brightly within the divine gate. Moreover, there was a fiendish blade and a giant brick floating within his primal chaos space. Sensing the terrifying auras of Evilmoon in the heaven-flipping seal, the demonic spirit shuddered. Not only did Long Chen have a terrifying spiritual space, but he also had two powerful weapons. You shameless fellow, you've conned another young lady, snorted Evilmoon. Shut up, cursed Long Chen. As expected, the demonic spirit grew even more apprehensive. Fortunately, the heaven-flipping seal floated over and expressed some kindness, which could be considered a welcome for her. Speaking of which, what's your name? Asked Long Chen. Me, I have no name. Then I'll give you a name. You're the spirit of the demonic furnace. Well, I can't think of anything good. I'll call you Ling Er. Yes, simple is easier to remember, said Long Chen. The girl seemed quite delighted by her name. Long Chen was thinking about chatting with her some more and asking about her origins when rumbling came from the spatial channel above the battlefield. Long Chen hastily left the primal chaos space. He sensed a pressure from that channel that made him shudder. Ling Er equals spirit. Chapter 2347 Sacred Son of the Blood Race. 7 balls of light appeared within the spatial channel, and one of them lit up brighter than the others. It was like an exploding sun, but the explosion gave it the power to pass through spacetime to enter the yin-yang world. The ball of light burst, revealing a blood sun whose rays covered the battlefield. At this moment, the 4th step nether passage experts had been cut down to half their number thanks to Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and everyone else's cooperation. But the blood sun melted their wood domain, causing the branches and thorns to crumble like a bubble. What kind of power is this? Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan were dismayed. This blood sun was incredibly strange. It countered their wood energy. The blood race's experts seemed to go crazy upon seeing the blood sun. They were howling. The sacred sun has descended. Haha, you foolish humans, just wait for the sacred sun to reap your organs and souls. Despite having lost so many of their number, the blood race's experts were invigorated. It was like they felt that victory was already theirs. What is that? Baitang Rushwang suddenly shot another arrow, but this arrow, which had slain dozens of 4th step nether passage experts, silently vanished when it entered the blood sun. Baitang Rushwang's expression changed. That blood sun seemed to be its own world. Her own attack was consumed by it. Don't attack it, It's just a projection. The real one is in another world and is using this thing to come here, said Long Chen. According to reason, since the spatial channel had been interrupted before it was complete, it should have been impossible for the experts from those worlds to enter this one. However, it seemed that they were using some kind of secret art to force it. The blood sun expanded, growing even more resplendent. At this moment, a figure could vaguely be seen within it, growing more and more solid. That figure was a red-haired man in blood-colored robes. His outline had appeared, but his appearance was still unclear. The deepest impression that he gave off was his demon-like violet eyes. Foolish humans, you're just sheep raised by my blood race. You dare to resist, you will pay the price for your foolishness. The red-haired man's voice rang out from the blood sun without the slightest emotion. It was like an icy needle stabbing people's ears. His voice wasn't loud, and yet it echoed through the air continuously. Some of the weaker disciples felt their heads buzzing. What kind of magic trick is this? If you have guts, then come out and fight, roared Ji Yuyong, stabbing his spear at him. His ferocious attack stabbed straight through the blood run. All his power vanished into it without a trace, startling him. Ji Yuyong, don't fall for it. This fellow is baiting you to attack him. He doesn't have a corporeal body here yet, so you can't hit him. First, slaughter the rest of the blood race. Show this idiot who the real pigs are. I want all the blood race's experts here dead by the time he gets here. Old man, Ziyan, you can come out now, shouted Long Chen. Ha ha ha, it's finally time. My hands were itchy. The old man laughed and charged in. He had long since grown impatient upon seeing so many fourth-step nether passage experts. With the heaven-splitting blade, the old man unleashed a giant attack. It was like a river of stars was falling from the heavens. The old man's attack was the true eighth form of split the heavens. While Long Chen was also capable of using it, his was a deviated form due to his different cultivation technique. The 9 forms of split the heavens were a set with the heaven-splitting battle sect's unique cultivation technique. Although the 9-star hegemon body art was also capable of unleashing them, the 9-star hegemon body art was too domineering, and some of the smaller details were impossible to replicate. Long Chen's version of Split the Heavens was no longer the same as the disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect. The old man's 8th form of Split the Heavens was even more powerful than his. It struck one of the blood race's 4th-step nether passage experts and cut through his weapon. The old man then turned, cutting that expert in half. Long Chen was envious of that. The old man, Boss Bao, and the others were able to control Split the Heavens much more smoothly than he could. They had the leftover energy to use a follow-up attack. He was unable to do such a thing. He had to unleash all the power he built up for that technique in one go. If he tried to control it, it would reduce his power immensely and no longer be able to threaten his opponents. He wasn't able to be like the old man who had so easily followed up on his first attack to kill the blood race expert before the latter could recover. Once the old man entered the battlefield, Long Chen saw that he was already a 3rd-step nether passage expert. His death energy was so powerful that even the samsara power of 4th-step nether passage experts was unable to stop him. Any of them struck by his full power attack would end up losing half their life. The old man had just sent one of the blood race's experts flying and was about to unleash the following blow when the 4th boss came flying over and killed the flying enemy. The old man glared at the 4th boss for a moment. The 4th boss had just taken his kill. You have enough kills to not miss this one. The 4th boss smirked. Just at that moment, zither music resounded across the battlefield. In that instant, all the martial heaven continent's experts felt power welling up within them. The zither music was like a blessing. Even Empyreans had to take the initiative to pull in heavenly Tao energy. But the zither music made it so that heavenly Tao energy poured into their bodies on its own, filling them with strength. This was divine music capable of stimulating a person's potential. It could make a person forget their fear, their nervousness, and all the negative emotions inhibiting them. Furthermore, this blessing was not just limited to this. Everyone felt their senses grow more perceptive. Their understanding of the minute fluctuations of the battlefield and their sense of danger grew clearer. The elusive music immortal palace's zither arts are practically godly. Haha, excellent. Brothers, kill, roared Bao Buping. With power surging within him, he charged toward one of the 4th-step nether passage experts on his own. As a result, after a few exchanges, he was sent back. Although the zither music had stimulated his potential, it wasn't able to make his combat power grow to the level of being able to beat a 4th-step nether passage expert on his own. With the old man, Ziyan, and the others joining in, the martial heaven continent's side crushed the battlefield. The blood race's experts started to feel fear. They wouldn't be able to last long enough for their sacred sun to descend at this rate. My blood is the sacrifice, my soul is the altar. I use my life to forge the divine altar. One of the fourth step nether passage experts suddenly killed himself. He exploded into blood chi. The blood chi was like snakes, and they shot past the battlefield, gathering up the blood chi on the battlefield to a sacrificial altar beneath the spatial channel. The countless corpses on the battlefield exploded, their blood pouring into the altar. Before anyone could do anything, the red-haired man in the blood sun walked out of it. Humans, you can repent in hell for killing my blood race's warriors. The red-haired man's eyes shone with a demonic violet light. He held a strange sword in his hand that was as wide as a palm, but so thin that it seemed translucent. The two sides of the sword were jagged with uneven sawteeth. The cold light was so sharp that people involuntarily shivered. He raised his sword up and casually swung it toward the martial heaven continent's experts. Bang! Just as his sword chi was about to reach Ji Yuyong, it suddenly curved and flew past everyone. In the distance, mountains crumbled. Ji Yuyong and the others were startled. That attack was even stronger than the attack of a fourth step nether passage expert, but his aura didn't seem to have reached that level. The Dragonblood warriors had been prepared to join forces to receive that attack, but it suddenly swerved from their path. They then found that Long Chen was standing in front of them. Long Chen's hand was still outstretched. He had clearly been the one to slap the red-haired man's attack away. Thunderforce flickered on Long Chen's hand and slowly faded. Long Chen clasped his hands behind him and coldly said, "How could a little split body that passed through space-time have the confidence to say such arrogant bullshit?" Despite the contempt on his face, Long Chen was stretching out the hand behind him. That hand had been protected by his Thunderforce but was still numb from knocking away the red-haired man's attack. Since the red-haired man wanted to act like a badass, he would have to act like an even bigger one. "What are you looking at? I can't be bothered to kill a weakling like you. You should just kill yourself." Long Chen turned up his chin slightly at the red-haired man's shock, looking at him with disdain. Chapter 2348 Report your name. You should just kill yourself. Long Chen's voice resounded loudly across the battlefield. He appeared incredibly arrogant just by standing there. Damn, boss really is the boss. He doesn't show off lightly, but when he does, he goes all out, praised Guo Ran. The distraction resulted in him being sent flying by the golden horned elder of the blood race. With Wild being the main force and him supporting, they were able to fight on par with him. Although Wild was in his berserk state, he wasn't able to kill his opponent. As for the golden horned elder, he was shocked inside. Wild was growing stronger and stronger as he fought, as if some ancient beast was awakening within him. Guo Ran hastily flew back to support Wild, but before he could, the heaven-splitting blade slashed down on that elder. The elder's hair stood on end as a sensation of death swelled up within him. Ignoring Wild, he swung his carved blade behind him. As a result, his arm exploded. With brute power, the old man injured him. Then the heaven-splitting blade grew softer, and by sacrificing power, it seemed to flash through the air at the elder's head. Long Chen himself was stunned, amazed by the old man's saber technique. It had truly reached the point of perfection, and Long Chen was definitely lacking in comparison. The elder opened his mouth, and a blood sword shot out to strike the heaven-splitting blade. This was one of his killing moves, and he had used it on Wild right at the start. Anyone else without Wild's tough skull would have died. However, the heaven-splitting blade was not stopped by the attack. It merely paused for a moment before slicing through the blood sword in the elder's scalp, ripping it off his head. As for his horns, they came flying off as well. Golden fluid immediately gushed out of the wound, and that golden liquid made Wild go crazy. He actually tossed away his bone club, wrapped his arm around the elder's head, and began sucking on the liquid. Wild's sudden actions caught even the old man off guard, and his third blow almost landed on him. He barely managed to stop it. Ah! The elder suddenly let out a horrendous cry. That golden liquid seemed to be his life essence. As Wild sucked it up, his body rapidly withered. He transformed into a desiccated corpse in but a moment. When Wild was done, he seemed sad to have run out of that golden liquid. The golden mark in his eyes had grown clearer. A golden diamond could vaguely be seen in the space between his eyebrows. There seemed to be some images within it, but they were too vague to tell what they were. In just a breath's time, the elder was dead. Even the red-haired man didn't have time to react, as all his attention had been on Long Chen. The fact that the latter was able to receive an attack with his divine item barehanded was shocking. Now when he looked at Wild, the red-haired man's expression changed. Blood Barbarian. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be surprised. This mysterious man actually recognized Wild's true race. He himself had only learned a bit about Wild's origins from the leader of the original devil race, Yu Xian. However, even Yu Xian had only been able to say that Wild belonged to the emperor of the barbarian race, the Blood Barbarians. She didn't have any further information about them. Based on the red-haired man's reaction, it seemed that he hadn't only recognized Wild's origins but was also afraid. It seems that you know quite a bit. Since you have at least a bit of learning, maybe even a few days spent reading, I'll give you some face. Kneel and wash your neck and I'll send you on your way, said Long Chen with a hint of praise. The red-haired man's expression sank. Foolish human, do you know who you're talking to? Long Chen shook his head and pointed at the remaining experts of the blood race who were being slaughtered. I don't know who you are, nor do I care. I just want to tell you that if you keep talking, all your people will be killed. Do you really not feel the slightest urgency? Long Chen was truly a bit curious. It seemed that this red-haired man didn't particularly care about his brethren dying all around him. So, why had he put in all the effort to cross worlds? HMPH, what does their life or death have to do with me? Useless people will naturally die on the battlefield sooner or later, it makes no difference. I just came because my hands were getting itchy to slaughter some experts from your region. It seems that you and the Blood Barbarian are the strongest experts of this place. Report your name. The red-haired man recovered from his shock and sneered. My name is very simple. It's just one word. Sacred. Sacred. What a stupid name. I've never. You bastard, you dare to blaspheme me, roared the red-haired man. He was called the Sacred Son, which meant that Long Chen was calling himself his father. Blaspheme. Don't put it in such a vile way. I'm only interested in blaspheming goddesses, said Long Chen. The word blaspheme made him think of Ming Kangyu. That was his first time truly blaspheming someone. Stupid human. Beings full of greed and darkness such as yourselves shouldn't exist in this world. The red-haired man suddenly raised his arms. The blood sun behind him spread out, painting the entire world red. As the blood chi filled the world, the laws of heaven and earth changed. The red-haired man turned this world into his domain. It quickly spread like a disease, claiming every bit of the surroundings. The martial heaven continent's senior experts' expressions changed. In an ancient text, there was a recording: the blood race has fiends capable of wresting away the good fortune of heaven and earth. Their blood dyes the blue sky red. They control the laws and exterminate life. That's most likely talking about this phenomenon, said Ku Jianying gravely. Many members of the senior generation thought of that text. Legend was that the blood race's emperors possessed terrifying secret arts. It seemed that this sacred son came from the emperor race of the blood race. Don't worry, I'm here. No matter how arrogant he is, I'll kill him with a slash, said the old man, gripping the heaven-splitting blade tightly. Even he had been affected by Ziyan's music. It felt like he had returned to his younger days, and he grew even more heroic. You're learning from Long Chen. Does having the heaven-splitting blade on your shoulder feel comfortable? Ku Jianying glanced at the old man oddly. It does feel a bit off, but it definitely looks very arrogant. It's too bad that the heaven-splitting blade isn't a broadsword, or it would be more natural, chortled the old man. If Long Chen doesn't want this little fellow, I'll take him. We'll see if a sacred son can also have the crap beaten out of him. However, the old man also knew that the sacred son wouldn't be his opponent. Long Chen wouldn't miss out on this chance to exchange blows with such an expert. The blood sun rumbled, infecting the entire world, but Long Chen merely continued to watch as it happened. The blood race's experts on the battlefield were starting to crumble. They had thought that the sacred son had come to save them, but he was completely ignoring them. They began to flee. Fleeing quickened their deaths. The fourth step nether passage experts had been killed. By fleeing, they were giving up their defenses. The martial heaven continent's experts chased them down, slaughtering millions of them in the blink of an eye. After 10 breaths' time, only a very small number of them managed to escape by luck. The rest were all dead. This could be considered an absolute victory. Having gathered a huge amount of essence blood, once this battle was over, they could refine it into immemorial essence blood. Rather than hunting down the stragglers that had gotten away, they were more interested in the sacred son. Boss, This fellow looks pretty strong. We'll probably need you to personally fight. With the battle over, Guo ran and the others came over to Long Chen's side. The blood chi continued to grow. Shouldn't we interrupt his technique? He'll just get stronger like this, said Chu Yao. No need. Let him reveal his full power. I want to see just how strong he is, said Long Chen. The emperors of the blood race. Were they really so powerful? Chapter 2349. Scared to death. The world shook as the light of the blood sun continued to infect it. The red-haired man seemed to become the god of this world. Are you done yet? Tell me when you are. It's getting late, and we need to get back for dinner soon, said Long Chen impatiently. The red-haired man coldly looked at Long Chen. Red ripples whirled around him. Fine. This level is enough to kill you. The red-haired man vanished, causing everyone to jump. Long Chen's hand suddenly swung out, and the red-haired man reappeared, flying back. There was a deep handprint on his face. Idiot, you're just a split body. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Sneered Long Chen. The light of the blood sun infected this place, turning it into the red-haired man's special domain. He was able to freely teleport within it. Long Chen had long since been ready for this, as this domain was similar to his lightning domain. This blood light was a secret art of the blood race's emperors. He had been wanting to use this technique to subdue Long Chen and then soul search him to find out what was going on. The red-haired man felt that Long Chen was extremely strange. He sensed danger, but he wasn't able to sense any pressure from him. Based on his combat experience, this meant that Long Chen had some kind of supreme treasure protecting him, while his own combat power wasn't very high. But this slap woke him up from this delusion. He hadn't even been able to sense the slap. Fourth captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Yu Zifeng, here for pointers. The red-haired man was shocked and infuriated to find that before he could unleash another attack, someone he had found insignificant before stepped forward, unleashing a streak of sword chi at him. When Yu Zifeng had seen that Long Chen wasn't following up on his slap, he knew that Long Chen didn't care to fight. Not wanting to miss such a good chance, he stepped forward. Yu Zifeng's sword chi sliced through the red light domain, and the red-haired man's heart shook. The seemingly weak Yu Zifeng actually possessed such a sharp attack. With a snort, he swung his jagged sword. The teeth of that sword seemed to suck in the power of the entire world, causing the void to collapse and laws to crumble. Yu Zifeng's expression changed. He had never witnessed such a power. His intuition was telling him that he could not receive this attack. His sword flashed and he unleashed 3 more rays of sword chi. Although they came later, they perfectly merged with his first attack, combining at the exact moment that they met the jagged sword. Sword chi exploded and the red-haired man's sword shuddered. The majority of his power had been cancelled out, and due to that, he no longer had the power to unleash his strike at Yu Zifeng. Violet lightning pierces the clouds. Yu Zifeng pointed his sword at the red-haired man. With his left hand in a sword seal, he pressed his forefinger and middle finger on his sword, causing a draconic roar to come from it. A bolt of violet sword light shot out of his sword. The red-haired man was shocked. Theoretically, any attack from his enemies should be consumed by his red light domain. That was because this domain was his to command, and the laws here were under his control. He could be considered the ruler of this world. However, Yu Zifeng's attacks were able to ignore it. The sword light instantly reached him, and he hastily twisted his hand, causing the sword light to shoot past his ear, where he felt a sharp pain. His ear had been severed, but he was still stunned, unable to comprehend how such a person, who could ignore his domain, could exist in this world. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Just at this moment, golden light exploded. Up in the sky, sharp swords filled the air, pointing at the red-haired man. Yu Zifeng let out a cry, and those swords streamed toward him. Blood Sea Divine Shield. The red-haired man tore the air with his hand, causing a giant blood-colored shield to appear in front of him. Those swords smashed into his shield and tore through it. The red-haired man had never encountered someone capable of breaking this defense, even amongst the other experts of the blood race that used swords. However, none of those experts was a sword cultivator. The swords were still very sharp even after having their power reduced by his shield. He hastily retreated, tearing at the void once more to summon more shields. He summoned 3 in one go. The swords lost a great deal of power just going through the first shield. The second weakened them more, and by the third, they were no longer able to pierce any further. However, that didn't allow the red-haired man to relax at all. He sensed something off with his surroundings. His concept of spacetime was out of alignment. It felt like the surroundings had been sliced apart. Spacetime was cut apart. A cut appeared on the red-haired man's waist, slashing him in two. Even Long Chen jumped in shock. Just when did Yu Zifeng become so terrifying? His sword was able to cut through the laws of space and time. That was powerful enough to practically slay gods and devils. However, just as the world was displaced, it returned to normal, except for the two halves of the red-haired man's body. Cracks appeared in it, and there was a look of terror in his eyes. Just at that moment, the blood sun behind him wrapped him in runes and instantly healed his injuries. Yu Zifeng sighed inside. In the end, he still failed. That had been a supreme attack of the Heavenly Sword Gate, and even though he had stepped into the Nether Passage realm, he couldn't fully control it yet. Shaking his head, he slowly raised his sword in order to sheath it on his back. He no longer had the power to fight. However, just then, Long Chen shouted, "Zifeng, hold it. Be merciful. Don't kill him." Yu Zifeng stared. He had less than 20% of his energy left. If the battle continued, he would be the one to die. "I know you like to consume your prey by yourself, but as the fourth captain of the Dragonblood Legion, for you to fight him is bullying him. Leave him alone. Leave him as a dog for people to train on. After all, we haven't seen another sacred son of the blood race. Don't you think you should let others get a chance to fight him as well?" Long Chen waved his hand, not giving Yu Zifeng a chance to speak and pulling him aside. Since Yu Zifeng was used to being solitary and didn't quite understand, Ji Yuyong and the others instantly leapt forward. "I am the first captain of the Dragonblood Legion. I'm too embarrassed to even fight you. The second captain, I'm the same. The third captain is the same." Guo Ran said, "Damn, I was actually going to thicken my face and test him a bit, but now that all of you say that, as the general of the Dragonblood Legion, it would be too embarrassing for me. I'm the same as you." The martial heaven continent's expert's expressions grew odd. Baitang Rushuang was in immense pain as she tried to hold back her laughter. Everyone knew that of the four captains of the Dragonblood Legion, the strongest was actually the fourth captain, Yu Zifeng. They weren't ranked according to power. However, the red-haired man didn't know this, because when he scanned through the auras upon arriving, the only one who had given him a sense of danger was Long Chen. But Long Chen's aura was also strange, making him feel like he only had some kind of mysterious treasure and wasn't actually strong himself. The other ones capable of giving him a slight sense of pressure were Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Dong Mingyu, Baitang Rushuang, the old man, and others on their level. However, the old man was already old, and he had a secret art to use against him. As for Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, and the others, the red-haired man hadn't even cared about them. But Yu Zifeng had almost killed him in just a few blows. If he had just been a bit stronger, this body of his would have been crushed by the laws of space and time when he attempted to restore it from being cut. Yu Zifeng was already frightening by himself. When he had raised his sword, the red-haired man hadn't known that he was putting away his sword. Instead, the red-haired man thought that Yu Zifeng was preparing an even more powerful attack. There weren't any heavenly Tao fluctuations around Yu Zifeng for him to sense what his next action would be. The techniques of supreme sword cultivators were always invincible. Yu Zifeng had stated his status upon fighting. He was the fourth captain of the Dragonblood Legion. When the red-haired man learned that there was a first, second, and third captain, as well as a general, he was bewildered and frightened. Long Chen laughed in his heart. Seeing that Long Chen was capable of frightening this terrifying expert of the blood race to such an extent, Ku Jianying and the others held back smiles. It was this sacred son's misfortune to run into someone so wicked. "Child, don't make things hard on yourself. You should just suicide. I feel bad for you," said Guo Ran sympathetically. "Are you trying to scare me? I'm not going to believe this nonsense." The red-haired man's expression twisted, and he suddenly roared, swinging his jagged sword at Long Chen and the others. Chapter 2350 Fairies Drive Away the Devil. It seemed that he had sensed something from everyone's expressions. The red-haired man's sword unleashed a blaze of light that flew toward Long Chen. This one attack also encapsulated the Dragonblood Legion. "Just you aren't worthy of Long Chen fighting." Tang Wan stepped forward. Wind blades burst into existence, annihilating his attack. One small, transparent wind blade shot toward the red-haired man, with the others following its lead. "Scram!" roared the red-haired man. An explosion shook the sky. The wind blade was sent flying, with the others exploding like a waterfall. Tang Wan'er waved her hand, causing the main wind blade to return to her. As for the red-haired man, he staggered back from the impact. He hadn't expected that tiny wind blade to possess such immense power. Bitch. The red-haired man felt like he was going to cough up blood from irritation. Having his attack so easily destroyed by Tang Wan'er infuriated him. He was a sacred son of the blood race, a supreme expert. He had coincidentally seen that a battle was occurring in the yin-yang world at the end of the spatial channel, and so he had decided to come over. He had thought that he would crush his opponents beneath his feet as soon as he arrived. However, he ended up being the one crushed. A pair of blood-colored wings appeared on his back. Then his forehead split open, and his blood suddenly wriggled out like two snakes, going down to his chin. Combined, they formed a bizarre rune. In that instant, his aura ignited like oil on fire. Heaven and earth rumbled, and a horrifying pressure crashed down on the battlefield. Tang Wan'er jumped in. Fright, feeling like a viper had locked onto her. Die. Blood marks covered the red-haired man's jagged sword. When he slashed it this time, he made all the stars in the sky quiver. Tang Wan'er shot back, and wind blades poured out of her manifestation like water from a sea. Another main wind blade took the lead in guiding them. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Insignificant, sneered the red-haired man, actually using a human expression to express his contempt. Tang Wan'er's wind blades once more exploded. But just before they clashed, the sound of a zither rang out. The red-haired man's sword paused for just an instant. In that instant, Tang Wan'er flew out of his range. She called back her wind blades that had been sent flying, her face a bit pale. The red-haired man glared over in a certain direction. There, the zither fairy was seated lotus-style with the 7-string C-suppressing zither on her knees. Strands of her hair floated in a slight breeze. An air of tranquility surrounded her. The red-haired man's attack was affected by her zither music, and the power of his blood sun was suddenly interrupted. As a result, he had only managed to unleash less than half of this attack's power. Die slut. Having encountered another person that could ignore his bloodlight domain, the red-haired man felt like he was going crazy. He immediately abandoned Tang Wan'er to charge at Xian. Xian looked at the ferocious red-haired man and shook her head. Your fire is too extreme. You need to calm down and cut down on the heat. I'll cut down your head you. The red-haired man somehow stopped in the middle of his furious shout. The sky suddenly grew colder, and snowflakes began to fall. The temperature continued to sink, and his bloodlight domain was starting to lose control. It was growing unstable. He immediately stopped and looked around. Soon after, he saw Yi Ziqiu floating there like a goddess of ice and snow in her pure white dress. Yi Ziqiu's divine ice sword was already raised, and she slashed it down. A thin line streaked through the air, leaving behind a trail of blisters. The cut space was frozen and unable to repair itself. The red-haired man was startled once more. Yi Ziqiu's sword was different from Yu Zifeng's, but the sense of danger was the same. Runes revolved around his sword as he fought against the freezing effect. His bloodlight domain surged. Bloodlight met the white snow attack. As a result, the world transformed, becoming a mix of red and white. Yi Ziqiu held back a groan as she was forced back 10 steps before steadying herself. The red-haired man was covered in frost, like he had transformed into a snowman. When he opened his mouth, white mist came out and instantly turned into ice that fell to the ground. Slaughter him together. Lu Ruyan attacked with her willow branches while Chu Yao's wooden thorns also joined in. Bloodlight swallows life, roared the red-haired man. The blood sun suddenly grew larger, unleashing light that made Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao's attacks wither, confounding the two of them. His domain leans toward death and corrosion. If your attacks are scattered, his domain can wither them all, called out Long Chen. So that's the case. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao exchanged a glance. Lu Ruyan's towering willow tree vanished. In her human form, she attacked with a whip. Bang! This time, her wooden whip wasn't withered and managed to strike the red-haired man's sword. The sword left a cut in the whip but didn't sever it. As Long Chen said, as long as they condensed their wood energy, the blood domain's corrosive effect would be less effective. From beneath the earth, a wooden dragon charged out. Chu Yao also tried concentrating all her power on the wood dragon to attack the red-haired man. An arrow flew along with it, followed by a water dragon. Ziyan, Yi Ziqiu, Tang Wan'er, Lu Ruyan, Nangong Zheyu, and Baidang Rushuang attacked at the same time, unleashing a plethora of attacks on the red-haired man. Ziyan continued to play her zither. Despite this clearly being a bloody battlefield, she drew people into a wonderland. Her music rang out perfectly with everyone's attacks. It was like she knew everyone's techniques, and the tempo was perfectly controlled. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and yet there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos or disorder. Chu Yao and the others' attacks combined with the music, resulting in their attacks coming out easily in their peak form. Their spiritual yuan and heavenly Tao energy were all flowing smoothly, allowing them to unleash their most taxing techniques with ease. The assistance of Ziyan's music raised everyone's combat power, letting them unleash special attacks that they might not have dared to use in battle. Chu Yao and the others were delighted by this, while the red-haired man felt like he was about to cough up blood. The zither music was an immortal song to Chu Yao and the others, but it was the song of a life-reaping devil to him. Every note affected his mind, weakening his power and making him unable to concentrate. He had even tried closing off his ears and other senses, but it was useless. The zither music reverberated through his soul. Most terrifying of all, he found that his own attacks were starting to match Ziyan's tempo, as if even his movements were under her control. He tried to throw her rhythm off with various attacks, but he was unable to escape her hold. Suddenly, a dagger appeared behind his back. The red-haired man reacted instantly, seemingly having been waiting for it. His sword smashed into the dagger, sending it flying. However, his expression completely changed as a white hand appeared in front of his throat. There was no body, just the hand. He hastily retreated, but the hand managed to claw his throat, leaving behind 5 bloody wounds. Those seemingly cute hands were very deadly. If he had been the slightest bit slower, that hand would have pierced his throat. It was naturally Dong Mingyu, but she was still hidden in the void, with no one able to find her. She slipped away, vanishing along with the dagger as if they had never appeared. The heavenly desolation extinction art really is terrifying. Long Chen was amazed. The technique that Lang Yuan had told her about was truly amazing. Dong Mingyu being able to freely move inside the red-haired man's domain was ridiculous. It seemed that he would also have to be careful in the future. He had the utmost confidence in his lightning and flame domains, but after seeing this, he felt that he would have to be more careful of his back. If he encountered a terrifying existence like Dong Mingyu, he wouldn't be able to sense them either. The red-haired man instantly healed all his injuries, but his expression was growing uglier. The pressure that Dong Mingyu gave him in particular was immense. Even within his own domain, he was unable to find her. He had to be constantly on guard against her while fighting everyone else. As his fury soared, the blood sun quivered, while the sacrificial altar and the spatial channel rumbled. It seemed that the blood sun was receiving some kind of energy from within the channel. Zither music, ice crystals, wind blades, wood and water dragons, all kinds of attacks filled the air. Despite it being a chaotic battle, it felt delightful to watch. They were all like goddesses. This would be a good scene. Fairies drive away the devil. Long Chen announced, "Little red-haired fellow, I feel like if you still don't kill yourself, it would be failing to appreciate our kindness." Chapter 2351 being offered as sacrifice. The red-haired man was at an absolute disadvantage against everyone's attacks, especially with the pressure of Dong Mingyu's divine assassination arts. Adding on Long Chen's taunt, his nose almost bent out of shape from rage. He cursed, "Shameless human race, all you know how to do is bully others with numbers. If you have the guts, come and fight me alone. Me, give up. Fighting you would be like beating a child to me. I'd feel bad bullying you like that. If I accidentally killed you with one slap, there would be nothing to play with. You should stop chattering and unleash your strongest trump card, or you won't have a chance once you're dead," said Long Chen disdainfully. "Boss, why not kill him? If you could do a soul search, we would know more of their secrets." "This fellow must be someone important," suggested Guo Ran. "Impossible. This fellow is just a split body. If he loses, he will just be called back by his true body, or he will choose to self-destruct. This clone's purpose is to test us and learn our secrets," said Long Chen. This red-haired man had exposed his intentions by trying to attack Long Chen despite his current predicament. Theoretically, if his goal was to show off, he should first kill a few people, but his target had been Long Chen the entire time. It was clear he was testing Long Chen so that he would have an advantage when his true body came. Just a split body is so powerful. Guo Ran sucked in a cold breath of air. Normally, a clone could at most possess 80% of the power of the true body. But this clone had come from a completely different space. In other words, it was a mere projection. Such a thing could only possess 50% of the power of the true body even in the best of cases. This isn't his full power. He has yet to reveal any of his true killing moves and is trying to test our abilities, said Long Chen. The furious appearance of this fellow was fake. No matter how he appeared, there was no way he was actually on the verge of going berserk. Long Chen had secretly told Chu Yao and the others not to reveal too much against him. If they just wanted to exhaust each other, that would be fine. This place was the Yin-Yang world, while this red-haired man had come from another world. His true body was definitely using up a huge amount of energy to fight like this. Boss really is a heroic divine general. You saw through all of this, said Guo Ran worshipfully. Long Chen ignored him. If Guo Ran put the same effort into battle as he did into showing off, he'd have long since noticed all this as well. The old man and the others had seen through the red-haired man's intentions and had thus called back their disciples. They analyzed the battle from the side, paying attention to the details. The red-haired man truly did possess astounding combat experience. Even surrounded by Chu Yao and the others, he managed to remain undefeated. His grasp of the fluctuations around him was perfect. This was an extremely rare chance for the elders to point out things for their disciples. In battles, being surrounded by attacks was the most dangerous situation, and now there was an excellent example to learn from. The old man used his own combat experience to point out things to the disciples, benefiting them immensely. Those who had come here were all elites, geniuses amongst geniuses. Their comprehension skills were extremely high, and just these pointers plus the red-haired man's display were enough to allow them to understand many things that could save them on the battlefield. Intolerable bullying. The red-haired man suddenly noticed that he was being used as teaching material and could no longer endure it. His red hair stood on end. His jagged sword made a full revolution in the air. The world that had been dyed red by his blood sun instantly returned to normal. All that blood chi and energy returned to his sword. The jagged sword, which had originally been translucent, became red as blood. Every jagged edge now seemed like the fang of a demonic beast. The blood-colored sword stabbed into the air in front of him. It wasn't aiming at anyone but the void. The void exploded and formed a giant vortex. The vortex rapidly spread. The laws of space had been shattered and were unable to restore themselves. As a result, Chu Yao and the others were instantly caught within the vortex. Even Dong Mingyu was exposed now with the void destroyed. Shockingly, the red-haired man had broken the walls of this world by sacrificing all the power of his domain. The Dragonblood Legion found that they had lost their connection to the outside heavenly Tao energy. They had never encountered such a bizarre technique. Having lost their access to heavenly Tao energy, it was like their wings had been clipped. Just as they were being sucked into the center of the vortex, lightning flashed. Within that twisting space, a figure appeared in front of the red-haired man, and a hand slapped him in the face. At the same time, a scolding voice rang out. "Do you know how to follow rules? Who permitted you to destroy the training grounds?" The red-haired man was sent flying into the distance, and his technique was interrupted. The vortex vanished, restoring Chu Yao and the others freedom. Their manifestations appeared once more. Chu Yao and the others were pale. This red-haired man was actually able to separate them from heavenly Tao energy. It was terrifying. Other than Long Chen, Yu Zifeng, Wild, and a few other exceptions, they were all Empyreans who used heavenly Tao energy to unleash their greatest power. Losing the support of heavenly Tao energy left them with only a tenth of their peak power. Even Ku Jianying, Li Tianxuan, and the other members of the senior generation were shocked by that technique. They had never heard of such a terrifying ability even after so much time fighting the blood race. It was practically the bane of Empyreans. People looked back to the battlefield. Long Chen had interrupted him at that critical moment, making everyone sigh with relief. This terrifying move might be a nightmare to others, but it was useless against Long Chen. Having been slapped in the face again, the red-haired man looked like he was about to explode with rage. "You are Long Chen, correct? I'll make you beg for death. You're not the first to say such a thing to me, but I should warn you, the others who said that are all dead. I'm guessing that you'll be right behind them. My suggestion is for you to just kill yourself. It just so happens that I also have other things to do." Long Chen smiled indifferently. At the very least, they had managed to force out one trump card from this fellow. The sooner they learned about such a terrifying technique, the better equipped they would be when the time came. Otherwise, even the Dragonblood Legion would be in danger of being annihilated if such a technique struck them. The red-haired man felt like he was going to go insane. He was a supreme existence within the blood race, with no one daring to defy him. But today, Long Chen had treated him not like a worthy opponent, but like someone so weak that his advice was that he should just kill himself to get it over with. Blood sacrifice to the heavens, life returns to the netherworld, heavenly sacrifice grand art. The red-haired man's voice was hoarse with rage, but he still sheathed his sword on his back and formed hand seals. As a result, the blood sun split open. It was like the eye of a fiend now. A ray of light enveloped Long Chen as well as Chu Yao and the others who were behind him. Long Chen's heart shook. From that eye, he felt like he could see another world. At the end of that world was a throne. A god's throne. Long Chen was shocked. He had seen that kind of throne before. Although it was a bit different from Ming Kengyu's throne, the aura was very similar. At the same time, he felt like someone was looking at him as well. His blood chi surged within him. He's forcibly sacrificing us. He wants to absorb our longevity, said Ziyan. She was still playing the 7-string C-suppressing zither, unleashing waves of music that resisted the light. With her playing, the light did pause a bit, allowing Chu Yao and the others to escape. However, the red-haired man smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, then leave behind half your longevity first. His hand seal changed, and the eye of the blood sun grew larger, causing the light to shine even more intensely. Ziyan's fingers began to bleed as she resisted, but she was being forced back. Longevity, if you want it, then take it. I have as much as you want. Lu Ruyan suddenly summoned her true body. A towering willow tree protected Chu Yao and the others. Curiously, when the red light was blocked off, Chu Yao and the others instantly regained their freedom, escaping under the protection of the branches. The red-haired man's pupils shrank. His sacrifice had actually failed. He had never encountered such a thing. Longevity has no meaning to the undying race. This technique is useless against me, said Lu Ruyan coldly. The red light was trying to suck away her life energy, but she easily absorbed the energy of the yin-yang world to make up for it. Her longevity was the same as heaven and earth's. Lu Ruyan was about to pull Long Chen away as well, but he stopped her. I didn't think that I would one day become a sacrifice. I want to see who has the guts to accept such a sacrifice. Long Chen activated his 108,000 astral spaces and 6 stars, allowing the red light to meet them. Chapter 2352 Beating Up the Sacred Sun. A sacrifice naturally required an offering willing to be sacrificed, or an offering being subdued and undergoing various rites before being sacrificed. They had never heard of someone waving their hand to sacrifice a whole mass of people. As for stripping away their longevity, that was something that Long Chen wasn't afraid of either. He had the primal chaos bead. In the netherworld, he had subtly probed Ming Kengyu about the primal chaos bead, but she had told him that it was a taboo object, something that even a god couldn't investigate. As a result, Long Chen had even greater confidence in it. If it was something that even a god couldn't touch, who would dare to touch it? Someone wished to sacrifice him. Alright, then he would see who dared to accept the primal chaos bead as a sacrifice. Who had the ability to accept that offering? The red-haired man had originally been infuriated at Lu Ruyan's immunity, feeling like he was being countered in every regard, but then he saw Long Chen actually refuse her help and cooperate with the sacrifice. He didn't know what to feel about that. Stupid human race. He formed hand seals, causing all the light to condense on Long Chen. Long Chen's body turned the same color of blood. After that, Long Chen slowly walked over to the red-haired man, causing him to finally smile slightly. The sacrifice would start now. He coldly said, for the great blood race, sacrifice your life. Before he could finish his ceremonial words, Long Chen slapped him in the face. The blood light exploded, revealing Long Chen's original appearance. He sneered, what kind of sacrificial ceremony is this? I'm standing right here, but do you dare to take me? The light that had invaded his body like worms seemed to have sensed something terrifying in his body and had fled. Long Chen had tried to trap them, but they had fled too quickly. He was disappointed to have failed to learn more about the secrets of the primal chaos bead. But when he found that he had walked over to the red-haired man under the influence of the blood light, he instinctively slapped him. The eye within the blood sun slowly closed. The sacrificial ceremony was over. What is going on? The red-haired man had never encountered such a strange thing. Just as he was dumbfounded and unable to understand what was happening, Long Chen appeared in front of him. He grabbed him and started slapping him repeatedly like trying to teach a lesson to a rogue. This is your sacrificial ceremony. This is your peerless technique. This is what you rely on to be so arrogant. Are you trying to scam me? Holding his neck, Long Chen didn't kill him but crazily slapped him instead. The red-haired man tried to escape Long Chen's devil claw to no avail. He reached for the sword on his back, but before it was half out, Long Chen slapped his hand away. You dare to raise your sword against me? You really have guts. Long Chen seemed surprised and infuriated by this action of unsheathing his sword, as if it was some kind of giant insult and provocation. After sending the sword flying, Long Chen suddenly released the red-haired man's neck. Grabbing his red hair, Long Chen pulled his head into his knee, smashing his nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out along with a shriek. The red-haired man's face caved in. A supreme expert of the blood race, one called the Sacred Sun, was actually beaten into such a state. People found it hard to believe. With all his power, the red-haired man pulled back, causing his hair to be ripped out along with his scalp. Didn't Long Chen say it was just a projection? How does it have a physical body of flesh and blood? Asked one disciple. If it didn't have the true body's blood and soul as part of it, it wouldn't even be considered a proper projection clone. Condensing such a clone that possesses the same senses and reactions as the true body comes at a certain price, explained Ku Jianying. This kind of projection clone was not just an image. The true body had to send its soul and essence blood into it as well. In other words, the clone's senses were linked to the true body's. That was why it had a body of flesh, why it was able to be controlled so easily by the true body, and why the sensations of this beating were being transmitted straight to the true body. Long Chen continued to punch, kick, knee, and elbow him, beating him up to the point that he was no longer in human form. Having lost his blood-light domain, the red-haired man was unable to escape Long Chen's attacks. Long Chen also didn't give him a chance to summon his domain again. He was unable to counterattack at all. This sight made people look at each other with odd expressions. Was this really the same peerless expert that had forced even heavenly geniuses like Chu Yao and the others into desperate straits? Ah, he's not skilled in close-range combat, said Nangong Zheyu suddenly, causing everyone to understand. This made them realize why he had summoned his blood-light domain. It was because that domain covered up his lack of skill. Within that domain, he had been able to freely teleport, allowing him to maintain a safe distance from everyone. It was only his fury that had resulted in him condensing all the power of his blood-light domain to kill everyone in one blow. Perhaps it was because he had found that everyone's attacks were also long-range so that they couldn't threaten him, or perhaps his decision had simply been clouded with anger. Either way, this weakness was now fully exposed to Long Chen. The fear that everyone had felt toward this terrifying expert diminished. He had been someone capable of stripping heavenly Tao energy from them, but seeing Long Chen beating him so easily, they also felt the slightest shred of sympathy. Long Chen hadn't even summoned his divine ring or battle armor. He hadn't even used half his power. As for trying to create distance between them now, was the red-haired man really capable of such a thing in this state? Just how much battle experience had Long Chen accumulated through the years? To use Long Chen's words, when he wasn't fighting, he was always on the way to another fight. With that combat experience, would Long Chen let him escape after catching him? He didn't even have a chance to activate his blood sun. Long Chen unleashed a tempest of attacks. He didn't go lightly, but he didn't go too hard either. He was simply beating him up. Who let you be so arrogant? Do you want to shout a bit louder? Didn't you say that your daddy was amazing? Call him out then. The red-haired man roared. When did I ever bring up my dad? You dare to talk back? I'll let you talk back. Long Chen increased his beating. More of the red-haired man's scalp came flying off as Long Chen tore off more of it, leaving him hairless. Despite knowing that they shouldn't laugh, Chu Yao and the others couldn't help it. The stark contrast between when he had arrived and now was just too great. A generation's genius was turned into this state by Long Chen. The red-haired, no, the bald man from the blood race felt like he would explode. He tried multiple things, but Long Chen wasn't giving him a chance to connect to his blood domain or use his sword. As long as he could pull out his sword, he would have a chance to unleash his power and summon his blood-light domain. But Long Chen didn't give him the chance. He suddenly let out a heart-rending roar containing endless resentment. Long Chen, just wait. All of you, when my true body descends, I'll make you experience just how luxurious death is. He exploded, detonating himself. Long Chen was blown back. Blood runes surged toward the blood sun from his body. Long Chen reached out to grab them, but the explosion had blown him back too far. They entered the blood sun, which flew into the spatial channel and vanished without a trace. A furious roar shook another world. The red-haired man stood in the sky, his face twisted with fury. Beneath him were countless experts of the blood race, quivering as they knelt. Even the fourth step nether passage experts were too terrified to even look at him. Long Chen, you idiot, my projection clone only had 30% of my power. When my true body comes, I'll teach you what despair is. I'll show you the power of a merged spirit blood and spirit bone. You ant, arg. The red-haired man unleashed a wave of power in every direction, shattering mountains and causing the experts below to hack up blood. But they still didn't dare to make a sound. Chapter 2353 Waving Goodbye. Back within the yin-yang world, the blood sun was gone. The battlefield was filled with corpses, mostly of the blood race. The martial heaven continent's side had suffered very few losses. After all, the Dragonblood Legion had taken the core of the battlefield, with the martial heaven alliance, the Nangong family, and the Baidang family only cutting through. With this strategy, they had only lost fewer than 100 people in this battle. It could be considered an absolute victory. With the red-haired man having detonated himself, the battle was over. Everyone looked at Long Chen. The next step would be cleaning up the battlefield, but they would need to listen to Long Chen for this. After all, the battlefield was a fat pie to be carved up now. They didn't want to start a fight over such a thing. Such strife had occurred quite a few times on historical battlefields. There were even some records of an alliance breaking up and starting a fight right after a battle was over because of differing opinions on how the cleanup should be handled. Lingshan, send people to clean up the battlefield. Have all the treasures split evenly amongst the 5 powers, said Long Chen. It was more convenient for the Martial Heaven Alliance to do this work as they had more people. Of course, the work would have to go to the most trustworthy disciples who wouldn't get greedy. As for the 5 powers, they were the Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Nangong family, the Baidang family, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Ziyan immediately shook her head. The elusive Music Immortal Palace only sent me. Just being able to see the blood race's sacred sons' techniques was enough to benefit me. The elusive Music Immortal Palace doesn't want a share of this battlefield. Long Chen said, Fairy Ziyan, the elusive Music Immortal Palace raised you and can't be made to have sent you for nothing. Giving them a share is my duty. Looking at Long Chen's bright smile, Ziyan also smiled. Then I'll thicken my face and accept. It was true that even if she didn't care about profit, it could still be helpful to her sect. After all, the development of a sect cost money. Boss, we have too much essence blood this time. Sha Chen secretly sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. From the start of the battle, he had said that everyone could gather the essence blood as they fought. Just based on Yi Lingshan, Nangong Zheyu, and Baidang Rushuang's smiles, it was clear that they had gained an immense amount. After all, they had killed the entire army of blood race that had been stationed within the yin-yang world. They had been elites with extremely pure essence blood, giving a greater amount of immemorial essence blood. Good. Then any excess can be given to our allies, responded Long Chen. Tens of thousands of people moved along the battlefield, their progress not very fast. After all, this battlefield was extremely large, and it had been badly torn apart. Many fragments of divine items and such were buried beneath the ground. Those fragments could be reforged when they returned. They were all good things. Other than that though, there were also the corpses of the Martial Heaven Continent's experts. They had to be buried at home. Long Chen, having killed so many experts of the blood race, they might go crazy. They will very likely launch a sneak attack on the Martial Heaven Continent, said Ku Jianying. So what, it doesn't have anything to do with us. Last time, the blood race's sneak attack was essentially a slap in the face to the divine families. Now I've essentially helped the divine families win back some face. If the divine families aren't even able to handle a counterattack from the blood race, then what right do they have to say that they will lead everyone in the battle against the Dark Era? Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit worried about such a thing. The divine family's foundation was definitely not just what they had revealed so far. Boss, should we just occupy the yin-yang world and charge our way into the blood race's headquarters? Seeing how successful they had been this time, Guo Ran started to get crazy. Long Chen glared at him. Did you take a blow to the head? The reason we are able to fight the blood race in the yin-yang world is because of the connection between the martial heaven continent and the yin-yang world. The martial heaven continent's laws are still present in the yin-yang world, so all you Empyreans are able to use the heavenly Tao energy. But if you go to another world, how do you know that that world's heavenly Tao energy will still support you? Did you not see that the red-haired fellow required using the blood sun to infect this world first in order to use his power? Without it, he was just a dog I could beat. Do you want to end up like him? Oh, is that the case? Then never mind. I don't want to be beaten like that, and someone as scared of dying as me wouldn't even have the courage to kill myself. I'd be toyed with until I died. That really is a frightening thought. Without heavenly Tao energy, Guo Ran suddenly shuddered. The runes on his armor were now capable of absorbing heavenly Tao energy. Without that support, his spiritual yuan would quickly run out. The yin-yang world is a place where two worlds' laws intersect. Both sides can use their power here. But it's clear that the laws of the martial heaven continent are stronger, so we actually have an advantage. But if we leap worlds again, then it will be a completely different case. Hu Jianying nodded. The other seniors nodded as well. This place was their home territory. Going into other people's territories would suppress them. Then we have to face their attacks, but we can't attack back. Demanded Guo Ran irritably. You can't put it that way. There are people like Long Chen, Yu Zifeng, and Wild who are capable of fighting without heavenly Tao energy, said Chu Yao. That's true, but Long Chen, don't be careless. Even if you aren't affected, fighting in unfamiliar territory is still dangerous, warned Ku Jianying. She truly understood Long Chen well and didn't want him charging into the blood race's headquarters. Hee, don't worry, without absolute assurance, I won't do something random like that, promised Long Chen. Suddenly, the yin-yang world trembled. In the great distance, there were 6 locations emitting terrifying fluctuations. Sha Chen checked his formation disk. Boss, those 6 spots are connections to other worlds. The blood race is most likely sending reinforcements. Are we going to keep fighting? There were a total of 7 light spots on his formation disk. The place they were at was the largest light. Those lights indicated spatial channels. The spatial channel in front of them was the largest one, but it had not yet fully formed. The other 6 light spots were other channels in the yin-yang world, and they were a great distance from here. This place was the yang side of the yin-yang world, while those channels were on the yin side. There were different laws there, so they couldn't enter. No, the blood race knows what happened here, and so they must be confident if they're sending more people. We've already won enough. Leaving after getting enough is the right path, said Long Chen. This had been a sneak attack from the start. Now that the blood race was prepared, there was no point in forcing it. Even if they could win again, they would have to pay a bitter price. With the cleanup essentially done, Long Chen gathered everyone up. Sha Chen quickly set up a formation that could transport all of them back to the entrance. It was a one-time use formation, and moving so many people was definitely expensive, but Long Chen had plenty of wealth now and didn't care about it. All of them were enveloped by the formation once it was complete. However, they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they watched as a dark wave appeared on the horizon. 6 armies of the blood race were rushing over. Damn, there are so many. Despite being prepared for such a sight, Guo Ran and the others still jumped. At first, they had thought that the black wave was the result of their auras bursting out of them, but then they found that they were all people. They were endless. Their numbers blocked out the front, making them unable to see just how deep their army went. No wonder it took them so long to arrive. Sending so many people through the wall between worlds requires a huge amount of energy, said Long Chen. Sha Chen nodded. That's most likely the case. Sending too many people through the walls between worlds can cause spatial chaos. They must have paid quite the price to send so many of them through. As the blood race's army got closer, they gradually managed to sense several terrifying auras at the front. Long Chen announced, "All right, let's wave goodbye. We're leaving." Guo Ran and the others enthusiastically waved toward the oncoming army of the blood race. Sha Chen's formation activated, and they all vanished. Chapter 2354 Readying the Troops. Long Chen didn't know how the reinforcements of the blood race would feel when they saw the destruction of the battlefield. But he didn't care anyway. Having obtained their essence blood, they had benefited immensely. As for the blood race's reinforcements, whether or not they would attack the martial heaven continent immediately due to their rage would be a matter for the divine families. Last time, the blood race had slapped the divine families in the face. Now, Long Chen had returned the slap, and this could be considered a win for the divine families. If the blood race once more managed to break through to the continent, that would be another slap to the divine families' faces. Long Chen believed that as long as the divine families weren't idiots, they wouldn't give the blood race that chance. When Long Chen and the others reappeared, they found that they weren't far from the exit. However, after walking out a bit, Sha Chen snorted. "Boss, there's someone watching us from afar." Sha Chen had sensed a spying formation present. Although it was well hidden, it wasn't able to hide from him. That's normal. The divine families must retain full control of the big picture. They must be able to keep watch over the blood race's movements, as well as ours, said Long Chen. This formation had to have been set up just after they had entered. After the last invasion, the divine families had not just strengthened their defenses but also set up many more formations to keep an eye on the blood race. This new formation had been set up to get a better perspective on their battle just now. Long Chen didn't care about it. If he were the divine families, he would have done the same. The divine families had an easy excuse for this. "That's why you refused to join the fight?" asked Tang Wan seeming to understand something. Long Chen laughed. "It was just to avoid exposing my trump cards. That's not just for the divine families but also that little red-haired fellow. When his true body comes, I don't want to get beaten by him." Although that was what he said, inside, he truly was wary of the divine families. After all, he was still unclear about their forces. They were not worthy of his trust. After walking out of the exit, the 7th Commander Yan Fei and the short fatty were still standing outside. But it was different from when Long Chen and the others had entered. There were now mountain-sized crossbows pointed at them, their strings already knocked with giant arrows. 10,000 of them were lined up, giving off an intense murderous aura. Behind them were war chariots floating in the air. They had cannons on them, also ready to shoot. Even Long Chen felt his heart sinking after seeing such an array pointed at him. If those were all activated, they would definitely be annihilated. Haha, congratulations, brother Long Chen, on your unrivaled heroism. You've annihilated countless experts of the blood race in one move. You've truly won a great victory for the martial heaven continent. The short fatty immediately walked over and cupped his fists in congratulations. He had seen everything that had transpired. Since this fatty was on the same side as Elder Long, Long Chen also cupped his fists. It was just luck. Long Chen glanced at Yan Fei who was to the side. Yan Fei's face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to look at him, as if afraid of him. It was unknown if it was because of his previous beating or because of the battle. He had seen Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Yu Zifeng, and the others fighting. If Long Chen wanted his life, he wouldn't even have to do it personally. Chu Yao and the others could easily join forces to slay him. Then there was also the rest of the Dragonblood Legion. Of course, most importantly, there was Long Chen himself. His viciousness and ruthlessness meant that when he was angered, he might do anything regardless of the consequences. Since he didn't want to die, he naturally didn't provoke Long Chen. Since Yan Fei was no longer being arrogant, Long Chen didn't bother with him. Yan Fei was just a dog of the Yi family, someone of so little importance that killing him was insignificant. The blood race's army is coming from all directions. I may have to trouble you, said Long Chen. The fatty smiled confidently. Don't worry, we're prepared. If they dare to come, as long as they're in the Nether Passage realm, we'll slaughter them all. For him to say this, it meant that even peak 4th step Nether Passage experts would be annihilated by them. It seemed that the divine family's trump cards didn't just stop at those crossbows and chariots, or he wouldn't have claimed such a thing. That was to be expected. Without that kind of confidence, the divine families wouldn't be able to lead the upcoming battles. You just finished a large battle, so you should rest. Leave this place to us. Other than that, when you have time, you should go see Elder Long. The short fatty added his last line spiritually so only Long Chen could hear. Long Chen nodded. I'll definitely go see him later. And you know, after talking to you so much, I still don't even know your family name. That's rude of me. You can just call me Fatty Zhong. As for my name, it sounds worse than Fatty Zhong. Normally, others called him the 6th Commander or perhaps Commander Zhong. But those familiar with him, and some of the elders, called him Fatty. In truth, he wasn't particularly fat. He was a far cry from Tu Qiansheng. But due to how short he was, he appeared fatter. More accurately, He was very well built, or he wouldn't be able to use that giant axe as his weapon. Alright, then Brother Zhang, I'll be leaving now. I'm also busy tonight, so let's find another time to have a good drink, said Long Chen. He didn't feel that this fatty Zhang was a bad person. He was quite direct and refreshing actually. Long Chen liked being friends with such people. After that, a path opened between the crossbows and chariots, allowing Long Chen and the others to leave. Once they left, they didn't go to the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters but the territory of the Zon beasts. When they arrived at the new territory of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, the coronation was about to end. They barely managed to be there for the finale. Ha ha ha, we arrived just in time. We can eat right now. Long Chen brought everyone over, and Kei Yuju personally came to greet them. The various Zon beasts relaxed upon seeing them arrive. Without them being present, the Zon beasts had felt uneasy, thinking that Long Chen didn't like this turn of events. Moreover, there was shock on their faces. The murderous aura around Long Chen and the others was still extremely strong. They had clearly just undergone a bloody battle. Although they had changed clothes and wiped away the blood, their bloody battle against the blood race would leave a murderous aura on them for several days. It was only after they arrived that the news of what had happened reached the Zon beasts. They all jumped in shock, staring in disbelief. Long Chen had led the experts of the Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Nangong family, the Baidang family, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace into the Yin-Yang world. They had just wiped out the entire army of the blood race stationed there. Part of that news came from the divine families, while another part came from the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, this victory needed to be reported to the various sects. As a result, this information spread throughout the entire continent. The people attending the coronation felt like they were dreaming. The coronation hadn't even been that long. But Long Chen had wiped out the Yin-Yang world's blood race during this time. That was simply monstrous. It's too bad that I couldn't go, grumbled Cloud. Although Kei Yuju was the leader of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race and was now crowned empress, everyone knew it was temporary. That position would belong to Cloud. Cloud was the true hope of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. As for Meng Qi, she could not be called her master, but the two of them were inextricably linked. Meng Qi also had the myriad spirit diagram, and she was respected immensely amongst the Zon beasts. Cloud had wanted to go since she had the warlike blood of the Zon beasts flowing in her veins. Seeing that she wasn't happy, Dong Mingyu went over to tell her that the battle hadn't been too big. The channels to the other worlds had only been opened at the very end, and the true battle was still yet to come. Only then did she cheer up. Dong Mingyu and Cloud both looked like 14 or 15-year-old girls, filled with vitality and naivety. Hence, the two of them were particularly close. The only one closer to Cloud was Meng Qi. The feast to celebrate the coronation was tasteless as too many people were mixed in amongst the attendees. There were people from the Corrupt Path, Pill Valley, and the Ancient Family Alliance. Even if ambassadors were protected, they were still enemies. Hence, Long Chen ignored them. He wasn't in a position to do anything to them, and this was the territory of the Zon beasts. Although the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had absolute trust in Long Chen, some races amongst the Zon beasts didn't feel the same way. As Long Chen didn't want to cause difficulties here, he could only eat with everyone peacefully. After the feast, the coronation was officially over, and the various attendees left. When Ziyan rose to leave, Meng Qi pushed Long Chen. "Big sister Ziyan, are you leaving? Let Long Chen send you off." Chapter 2355 Playing Matchmaker. Ziyan's face reddened slightly and she waved her hand. "No need, no need. Long Chen rose from his seat. "Fairy Ziyan, no need to be courteous. It just so happens that I have a few words I wish to say to you." Since he had gotten up, it wasn't convenient for Ziyan to continue declining. She waved goodbye to everyone else and walked away with Long Chen. Once they were gone, Tang Waner finally said, "No need to be courteous, it just so happens that I have a few words I wish to say to you." I really look down on him. Tang Waner's mocking made Meng Qi and the others laugh. Meng Qi asked, "What, are you jealous?" Tang Waner curled her lips. "What is there to be jealous about? That bad scoundrel even needed you to remind him. It seems his skills have declined." "Really, you're not jealous?" teased Chu Yao. "Really, big sisters, trust me. I also like big sister Ziyan. Of course, I also like big sister Rushwang and big sister Ziyu." Stop, stop, this matter has nothing to do with me, exclaimed Baidang Rushuang. Although Long Chen's decent, I won't be sharing a man. She had heard the suggestion in Tang Wan Er's words. She didn't want any such misunderstanding between them. Although she did like Long Chen, she had her own pride. On her path to the top, she didn't even know how many heavenly geniuses had prostrated themselves before her. However, she had not seen one she favored, and she would not be sharing the one that she liked. She was clear on her own character. If she didn't find a suitable person, she was fine continuing to be alone. I am the same. The reason I helped Long Chen is partly because I like his loyalty and heroism, but I am only willing to listen to his orders because the sovereign favors him. The sovereigns will always be my greatest belief. The sovereigns have an even higher position in my heart than gods. For a sovereign to call him brother, I am willing to protect him with my life, but it has nothing to do with romance, added Nangong Zayu. Ah, then that's too bad, said Tang Wan Er. Seeing her disappointment, Baidang Rushuang curiously asked, why would you want us to end up together? Aren't you worried about Long Chen being pulled away by someone else? If you want him, then take him. If you join us, we'll get stronger. Long Chen, he has a lot on his shoulders. I wish for more people to share his burden, said Tang Wan Er, getting emotional toward the end. A person's character wasn't so easy to change. She remained someone of a jealous nature. But for Long Chen, she was willing to suffer. Seeing her sincerity, Baidang Rushuang was moved. She held Tang Wan Er's hand. For Long Chen to have someone like you is definitely thanks to the fortune that he had accumulated for 8 lifetimes. You all treat him better than he deserves. Nangong Zayu nodded as well. Women understood women the best. They were able to understand Tang Wan Er's heart the most, and it was that understanding that made them feel especially moved. The few of them were sitting behind a sound screen with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Er, Yi Ziqiu, Lu Ruyan, Dong Mingyu, and Cloud. On the outside, the Dragonblood Legion was eating happily without knowing what was happening on their side. Tang Wan Er began to tear up. The real fortune was for us to meet Long Chen in our lives. It is because of Long Chen that us sisters can be together. I am really happy. But Long Chen is different. He has many secrets in his heart that he has never shared because he doesn't want to burden us. He has a great deal of pain inside, but he doesn't show it, only suffering in silence. In our hearts, he is the only one. However, his heart doesn't just have us, but all those brothers out there who are willing to follow him to the death. He is a fool who is willing to risk his life for any one of us and any one of them. Others see him as a peerless hero or a vicious fiend. He is admired and feared. But he also has times of fear and indecisiveness. He is afraid of losing us, so he doesn't dare to stop his footsteps. He is constantly pushing himself onward. Although he is tired, we don't know how to help him with that burden. So when Long Chen participated in the Dongfang family's gathering of past and present heroes, I told him to do as he pleased. At that time, Tang Wan Er had told Long Chen not to have any misgivings about her, even encouraging him to do what he wanted to. Hearing that, Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zayu exchanged glances. Baidang Rushuang sighed, you feel so deeply toward Long Chen, but Long Chen feels the same way toward you. What are you talking about? Asked Tang Wan Er, not understanding. I was wondering why Long Chen seemed like he had a mental problem when he encountered me for the first time, said Baidang Rushuang with a smile. She explained their first interactions. At that time, upon encountering Nangong Zayu and Baidang Rushuang, he had meticulously maintained a certain distance, especially toward Baidang Rushuang. In particular, his repeated warning that he wouldn't give her his heart over and over again had been used perfectly, almost driving her insane with rage. Now that she thought back to it, she realized why he had been acting like that. He hadn't wanted to draw anyone else's attention, so he purposely gave them a bad first impression. In that gathering, he was essentially the weakest. Nangong Zayu and Baidang Rushuang were peerless geniuses who had suppressed their entire eras. All the ancient heavenly geniuses had come out. In his most helpless time, when even Tang Wan Er would rather suffer for Long Chen to pull in some reliable supporters, his pride had been provoked. Since when did he need to rely on seducing women to survive? That was why he didn't bother giving them a good impression when he first encountered them. It was the opposite. He was as crude as a rogue, and it had worked so well that Baidang Rushuang had almost lost control and shot him full of holes several times. Hearing Baidang Rushuang's explanation, Tang Wan Er was both happy and sad. She knew that her character wasn't too likable, which was why she was particularly afraid that Long Chen would stop loving her, creating a negative cycle. She hadn't thought that after she had given him her permission, he would intentionally pull away from peerless heavenly geniuses like Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu. Big sister Baidang, big sister Zheyu, why not be with us? Why do we have to separate? Asked Cloud. Meng Qi and the others smiled at her innocence. Although Cloud looked the same as Dong Mingyu, she was still a child and didn't understand these things. Who said that we would separate? We'll definitely be together often, especially against the Dark Era. No one knows if we'll even survive, as a sovereign candidate has yet to appear. Hence, talking about romance isn't for me. I am the heir of the Baitang family. I, Baitang Rushuang, am going to make some big moves to make sure future generations remember me forever. Baitang Rushuang stood and patted her bow. Sisters, there's not much time left. We just saw another kind of realm from that red-haired man, so I'm going into seclusion. With my comprehension from this battle, I believe I will quickly reach the second step of Nether Passage. You all have to work hard too. After saying that, Baitang Rushuang hugged the crying Tang Wan. Little sister, don't cry. Work hard on your cultivation. Within this chaotic world, power is everything. If you want to love someone, the most important thing isn't for him to know, but for him to live. Yes, I'll definitely work hard. Tang Wan wiped away her tears and nodded cutely. Nangong Zheyu also rose from her seat and said goodbye. The others hastily got up to send them off. Above a beautiful mountain range covered by an ancient forest, two figures slowly walked through the air. Actually, you don't need to send me off. You're very busy. When Ziyan looked at Long Chen, there was a faint redness on her cheeks that might just be their natural color. The Ziyan today seemed particularly bashful and was especially enchanting. Long Chen smiled. That's precisely why I am sending you off. I feel very relaxed with you. This way, I can forget all my vexations. Ziyan's blush deepened. She didn't quite dare to look into Long Chen's eyes. There was a hint of delight in her eyes but also unease. Do you remember when we first met? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Ziyan looked into the distance as if seeing through the years gone by. She covered up a smile. Of course I remember. You're definitely the person with the worst etiquette I've ever seen. I still remember how particularly amazing your answers to what the Tao, the humane Tao, and the King Tao were. Hee, at that time, I was just spouting nonsense, said Long Chen. Seeing his embarrassment, Ziyan couldn't help laughing. Long Chen also had moments when he was cute. Ziyan, seeing her smile, Long Chen's heart moved. He clutched her hand, causing her to stiffen. She looked at him nervously. Long Chen, you. Chapter 2356 The Mysteries of the Heavens Cannot Be Leaked. Ziyan trembled. In her whole life, she had never been this close to a man. She was nervous and lost. Seeing her panic, Long Chen softly said, Ziyan, there are many things that I want to say to you, but I've never had a chance. You are meticulously maintaining some kind of distance toward me, so I don't know how to face you. When we were enemies, you got in my way several times. To tell the truth, it really hurt me. Sorry. Ziyan lowered her head. Due to their different philosophies being so contrary, they had not been friends. During the dragon slaughtering convention, she had fought against him. At that time, he had also said some heartless words. Those words had filled her with pain, but she also knew that she wasn't the only one in pain. Long Chen's grip tightened on her hand. I'm very curious why I didn't know myself. When we were enemies, my heart was in constant pain. When you said that you would no longer be my enemy, a stone fell from my heart. I felt the world brighten and become colorful. At that time, I realized that I had fallen for you a long time ago. But I was always afraid that you would be my enemy, and even more frightening was the thought that I might one day have to kill you. Ziyan, how about you stay with me? I will use my life to protect you. If you're by my side, I can face the dangers of the world without fear. This declaration of love wasn't particularly flowery, but every word was true from his heart. His feelings toward Ziyan had silently appeared without him even being aware of it. Now that they had no conflict, he could say these words that he had been holding back. He instantly felt lighter. Long Chen, Ziyan's eyes grew misty. She slowly leaned her head against Long Chen's chest. Thank you. I'm so happy that you would say such a thing. But what? You don't like me. Long Chen's heart suddenly sank. Ziyan shook her head. Sorry, I am unable to live up to your feelings. I already swore in front of my ancestor's statue that my life would belong only to the elusive music immortal palace. I cannot marry. Xian's tears suddenly overflowed. The endless grief in her heart could never be put to words. Thank you, Long Chen. Xian pulled away and instantly vanished from Long Chen's sight. He was pale. He wanted to follow her, but just as he raised a foot, he put it back down. He stood there like a statue for a long time. Xian flew away a great distance. When she saw a large waterfall ahead, she threw herself inside it, finding a cave for her to weep within. She held on tightly to a stalagmite as she cried. She cried as if unleashing all her grievance. Behind her, a beautiful woman in golden imperial robes appeared. This woman looked to be in her late 20s. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she looked like an empress. She sighed at Xian, but her voice was warm. Foolish child, even when crying, you don't dare to cry loudly. Aren't you using the waterfall to cover up the sound? Senior 7 string, Xian seemed like a wrong child, and she threw herself into her embrace like she was family. The woman gently brushed her hair. Child, I told you not to agree with those people, but you refused to listen. But I had no choice. As long as I didn't have to be Long Chen's enemy, I was willing to accept any condition. Are you going to allow this promise to lock you up for a lifetime? Is that worth it? The woman shook her head. Everything I have was given to me by the elusive music immortal palace. A person needs to know how to repay kindness. This was the only way for me to stop being enemies with Long Chen and not betray the elusive music immortal palace. Xian closed her eyes, bitterly saying, I thought I was the only one. I thought it was just wishful thinking. But today, he confessed his love for me. How can I be happy and hurt at the same time? Your nature is too kind. You won't betray others, but what if others betray you? The woman shook her head with a bitter smile. Long Chen, I haven't given him anything, so how could he betray me? Xian shook her head at the implication. Long Chen is the same as you. He won't betray anyone. I was talking about, well, never mind. Long Chen is your devil star. They didn't lie to you about that. But there is one aspect that they explained wrongly. The woman's smile turned cold. Senior, what are you talking about? You don't understand because the time hasn't come yet. Child, don't cry. Your future is not as dark as you imagine. There are still many changes to come, comforted the woman. Of course. Let's go. When you get back, go into seclusion. This immemorial essence blood can make up for your lack of bloodlust. With it, you can fully awaken your manifestation. If you still don't reach that level, you'll be thrown behind by that girl called Yi Ziqiu. Senior, I'm curious, why do you want me to get closer to Yi Ziqiu? I can sense something familiar about her, said Xian suddenly. The mysteries of the heavens cannot be leaked. You'll know in the future, so you don't need to ask. I cannot see your exact future, but I know that although it's not very good, it's also not terrible. After saying that, the woman and Xian vanished together. Long Chen returned, still a bit dismayed. When Meng Qi and the others saw him, they rushed over. Long Chen, what happened? Asked Tang Wan. My pickup skills failed, sighed Long Chen. How could that be? Meng Qi and the others couldn't believe it. They had all seen the tenderness in Xian's eyes when she looked at Long Chen. Although Xian acted quiet and content, she was unable to hide her feelings from them. Meng Qi had nudged Long Chen to send Xian off to give them a chance to talk alone. Unexpectedly, Xian had refused him. Does Xian have her own secret troubles? Even a blind person can see her feelings toward you, wondered Tang Wan. Long Chen nodded. That's the most likely case. Xian said that according to the elusive music immortal palace's calculations, I am her devil star. That's absolute nonsense. Her sect definitely used it to force Xian into an oath binding her to them. To not be my enemy, she compromised with them. That damn elusive music immortal palace, are they forcing me to tear them down? HMPH, the elusive music immortal palace is said to be a protector of the martial heaven alliance, but they're so despicable, cursed Tang Wan. At first, Long Chen and Xian had always fought whenever they encountered each other. Their philosophies were complete opposites. What had made Xian's attitude change was the 7-string C suppressing zither. It had sealed her power and changed her appearance, allowing her to see another point of view within the yin-yang world. That had allowed Xian to see the ugliness that she had never seen before. For the first time, she saw the world that Long Chen saw. Most ironic of all, when she had been in danger, the only one to help her was Long Chen. After that, Ziyan learned how to see things from many different viewpoints. She had become steadier, and her feelings toward Long Chen had grown. When she thought of how she had fought against him and repeatedly tried to advise him, bringing him so much trouble, she was ashamed of herself. After that, she did her best to make up for it. Of course, she had never mentioned those things to anyone. Long Chen had no idea that the ugly girl he had randomly saved back then was her. However, he did know that those tears she had shed just now meant that he was in her heart. It was just that she was unable to accept his feelings. So his anger fell on the elusive music immortal palace. Why don't we just charge over to the elusive music immortal palace and demand them to hand her over? Said Cloud, clenching her fists. With our current power, we don't need to be afraid of them. Meng Qi shook her head, calming her down. Ziyan was raised by the elusive music immortal palace. She cares deeply about that, so she won't betray her sect. If we try to force it, it would be unjust to Ziyan. She must have her own troubles, so let's take this slowly. There will definitely be a chance in the future. Long Chen nodded along. Let's put this matter aside for now. Meng Qi is right, there's no point in rushing this. There will definitely come a solution, but the right time hasn't come yet. We should be focusing on increasing our power right now. We have the immemorial essence blood, so you can all fully activate your manifestations with your spirit blood. As our enemies gather their power, we have to raise our own strength so that we have a great chance of surviving the battles to come. Everyone went into seclusion. Meng Qi and the others had to absorb a great deal of the immemorial essence blood in order to fully activate their manifestations. The Dragon Blood warriors were also doing the same. Only Guo Ran and Sha Chen remained outside, working on refining the essence blood of the immemorial essence blood. As for Long Chen, he went to a desolate area of the Zon Beast's territory. He took out the demonic furnace. It was time for him to increase his own power as well. Chapter 2357 Grandmaster Ling Er. We're finally refining pills. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out in Long Chen's head. Who are you? Long Chen was taken aback. Ah, I'm Ling Er. Sorry, I usually like using this voice. Ling Er appeared in front of him, giggling. She had clearly been waiting for Long Chen to refine pills. Long Chen recalled that this girl had used a strange ancient voice the first time she had talked to him as well. She had even told him not to be too greedy. Hey, what are you staring at me for? I've memorized the voice, appearance, and techniques of every one of my masters. You also saw that I've had thousands of masters. I can use whatever voice I want, explained Ling Er. Was that blood race expert also your master? Asked Long Chen. If so, he might be able to learn more about them. The girl disdainfully said, him. How could he be qualified to be my master? He didn't dare to. After obtaining me, he didn't have the guts to make a contract with me. As for me, I looked down on him way too much to try and seduce him. If he gave me his essence blood, I didn't mind giving him a few demonic flames. But just 2 days after obtaining me and coming to that accord, he died. Long Chen smiled. It seems that you're very picky toward your masters. Ling Er puffed up her chest. Of course, after all, I am the spirit of the demon moon furnace. I have my own pride. Even if I can control someone and benefit myself, not everyone is qualified for that. Demonic weapons were particularly vicious. If their master wasn't strong enough, they would be controlled. When they died, all their power would be absorbed by the demonic weapon. However, people's greed could not be controlled, so when such a weapon appeared before their eyes, despite knowing that their lives would be devoured, they were like moths to the flame. Then why not form a contract with me? When I die, everything I have will be yours, asked Long Chen. You can't trick me. Demonic weapons such as myself are all very sensitive to how tough a potential master is. There's no way I can control you. If I form a contract with you, I will never be free, said the girl vigilantly. Long Chen nodded. Tough. What she sensed was most likely related to the 9-star hegemon body art. Alright, then Ling Er, have you had masters who could refine pills before? Asked Long Chen. I have, but only 3. Ah, talking is so troublesome. I'll show you. She waved her hand, revealing a scene in the air. When Long Chen saw that, he was startled. There was a strange entity with golden fur covering their entire body. They looked similar to a human, but they were covered in fur, making them seem more like an ape. Flame runes were flowing across their fur, with a surging flame within their hands. They were refining pills with the demon moon furnace, and their alchemy technique was bizarre, something that Long Chen had never seen before. This is the first master I encountered who could refine pills. He was very powerful. He died a year after obtaining me. I was very grateful to him because in his hands, I achieved sentience, said Ling Er. The scene changed. Now it was an underground room with a large scorpion. The demon moon furnace was on its back, and the flames were gushing out of the scorpion's tail. Magical beasts can refine pills. Long Chen's jaw dropped. No, the scorpion is just a housepit, while the alchemist was inside its body. He was using the scorpion's toxic flames to refine a poison pill. He was also very powerful and vicious. A sect raised him, but he betrayed his sect, bringing people to wipe it out. As a result, he encountered me. 2 months later, he tried refining pills with me for the first time. The poison ended up invading his soul, and he suffered for 49 days before dying. This fellow's alchemy arts were also quite strong, but before he could refine many pills with me, he died, said Ling Er somewhat irritably. The image changed again. There was a human this time using the demon moon furnace to refine pills. As a result, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and exploded. A heart devil invasion, said Long Chen. Yes, I even warned him not to refine such a powerful pill when his technique was so shoddy, but he was too greedy. When the pill formed, the pill devil drew out his heart devil and he died, said Ling Er, once more irritated at the disappointing quality of her past masters. When those 3 died, it meant missing out on an alchemist. That was a huge loss to her. Not forming a contract with you is also for your own good. I don't need to listen to your orders if they're wrong, so I might be able to interrupt you in the middle of doing something stupid like that and save your life, said Ling Er. Long Chen's lip curled. You should stop trying to scam me. First, you say that I'm tough, and now you say that you can save me. Ling Er blushed slightly, but she stuck out her tongue at him. Fine, count yourself smart. Let's start refining. Let me see your techniques. If they're not good enough, I can teach you a few things. Do I need you to teach me alchemy? Long Chen's gaze grew odd. This girl really did dare to say anything. Of course, as a demonic furnace, refining demonic pills requires my guidance. Demonic pills are very different from ordinary medicinal pills, said Ling Er confidently. All right, then please, Grandmaster Ling Er, guide me. Long Chen cupped his fists, intentionally acting solemn. As a result, she didn't realize that he was just teasing her. Long Chen thought about it and chose the simplest Life Star pill. It was the pill he had refined the most of, and he was very familiar with it. A flame burst into existence in Long Chen's hand. He was about to start warming the furnace when Ling Er exclaimed, "Hey, it would be best if you used my flame to refine a demonic pill. Your flame is too much on the yang side and will impair my demonic qi." Long Chen stared at her. Are you demanding that I give my spiritual strength for you to control? You don't trust me? Asked Ling Er nervously. That's not it. Since you could go into my spiritual space, it means I have no defense against you. It's just that my spiritual strength isn't so easy to control. TCH, you're looking down on me too much. No matter how great your spiritual strength is, I can control it easily. Alright, then try it. Long Chen didn't bother convincing her. Sitting down on a stone, he passed a portion of his spiritual strength to Ling Er. The demonic furnace shuddered, and the runes on it slowly lit up. Following that, a bewitching blue flame sprout ignited. Long Chen nodded slightly. Ling Er definitely did have some alchemy experience. Her technique for warming the furnace was normal. Although there were some aspects she did differently than him, it was all within the norms. As if to prove it to Long Chen, Ling Er began to control his spiritual strength, using it as fuel for the flame. Her flame control was quite precise. Of course, that precision was only good to other alchemists. In front of Long Chen, it could be called ordinary, extremely ordinary. He didn't say anything though. He found that Ling Er's intelligence wasn't that high, and she lacked the viciousness of most demonic weapons. That was why Long Chen dared to accept her into his spiritual space without any contract. How's that? My flame control arts are pretty good, right? Said Ling Er proudly. Yes, they're alright I suppose. What's that supposed to mean? You mean just barely, demanded Ling Er. Oh, you heard that. You bully. You're looking down on me. Let's just focus on our first cooperation. I will pass on the technique to refine this pill to you. I'll be in charge of the merger, and you maintain the flame. Rather than arguing with a child, Long Chen began to take out medicinal powders. Seeing that, Ling Er also became serious. The lid automatically opened, and one precious medicinal powder entered after another. Increase the heat, said Long Chen. I can't go stronger, or two of the ingredients will have their medicinal effect drop. Weaken it, shouted Long Chen. I can't, or the merger won't be complete. It will reduce the quality of the final pill. Quick, change the flame. Long Chen's expression began to grow ugly. It's too soon. Wait a bit more. Don't worry, I have more experience than you. You, Long Chen's face darkened. If Ling Er wasn't a girl, he'd have definitely cursed her. He wanted her to go east, so she went west. She wasn't following his directions at all. It seemed that she had the utmost confidence in her own alchemy experience. To set up a good impression, Long Chen chose not to say anything further. He had told Ling Er what she needed to do, so she could do what she pleased. He wanted to see what level she could mess around to. Eventually, the pill refining process came to an end. The furnace's light slowly faded. Has it succeeded? Hee, let's see, sneered Long Chen. Ah, about that, it seems. The lid slowly opened. Long Chen looked inside to see a long black entity. He smiled. Congratulations, Grandmaster Ling Er. You've managed to refine a giant turd. Chapter 2358 Activating the Runes. Seeing that long oval-shaped result, Ling Er was dumbfounded. That was different from her predictions. Long Chen took a deep breath. He praised her. In all my life, it's my first time refining such a divine pill. Haha, if my enemies knew of it, they would probably die from laughing. I've gained another killer trump card. Even Ling Er could now hear his anger. She awkwardly said, I don't know what's going on. Based on my experience, this pill, well, maybe my experience was wrong. She hastily changed her tone when she saw his expression sink. But she said, you can't blame me entirely. It's those three masters who were garbage. The possessor of the pill sovereign memories who controlled unparalleled alchemy arts had just refined a giant turd. If the pill sovereign were to learn of this, perhaps she would wipe him out of existence for shaming her. Big brother Long Chen, don't be angry. Your face is quite scary like that. Here, I'll let you control my spirit instead, said Ling Er pleadingly. Letting Long Chen control her spirit would be giving all the responsibility of the alchemy to him. It also meant that if he wished for it, he could control her into forming a contract. Hearing that, Long Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Getting angry with a foolish girl was meaningless. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to gentle his tone. Let me tell you, those previous masters of yours were just some dabblers. Their alchemy arts were worse than crap. If you want to learn alchemy, you should learn from me. Now stop causing trouble, understand? Yes. Like a child who realized she had made a mistake, Ling Er became extremely obedient, nodding like a chicken pecking at corn. Here, although I haven't refined a demonic pill before, I know the technique. I'll take the lead, and you support me. Long Chen started a new refinement. This time, his full spiritual strength entered the pill furnace. Sensing her nervousness, he said, don't worry. I'm not that kind of despicable person. With his soul merged into the demon moon furnace, he found that it really was different from normal pill furnaces. The runes on it were absorbing a very strange energy from the world. That energy was a bit sinister, lying on the inside. That energy contained qualities that were the opposite of what was required during normal refining processes. Ling Er, concentrate on remembering this process, said Long Chen. Medicinal powders began to merge within the furnace. Under Long Chen's control, everything went very smoothly. The refinement was quickly completed. The lid opened, revealing 7 bright pills. Ling Er clapped her hands excitedly. They're round and not strung together like the last turd. Ling Er trailed off when she saw Long Chen glaring at her. She stuck out her tongue and shut her mouth. Long Chen took out one of those pills. He couldn't help frowning. It can barely count as high grade. There aren't even pill rings. He didn't even know how many Life Star pills he had refined in the past. He was able to refine them into top-grade pills with his eyes closed. But these were barely even high-grade. Long Chen swallowed one of them. The pill's energy exploded like a volcano, filling his mouth with a burning sensation. The Life Star pill was originally a very gentle pill, but after being refined into a demonic pill, it became so intense. Although it's only high-grade, the effect is several times greater than an ordinary high-grade pill. It might even reach the level of a top-grade pill. Demonic pills really are strange. If it was refined into top grade, then a normal person wouldn't even be able to consume one, praised Long Chen. Demonic pills were extremely particular. They were able to grasp a trace of strange energy within the world, giving the medicinal effect its own life. As for top-grade pills, in order for them to gain a spirit, they needed to undergo tribulation first, just like the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill that he had given Meng Qi. However, these demonic pills had their own spiritual fluctuations even without a tribulation. Those fluctuations definitely contained something sinister and violent. It was due to this that its medicinal effect was so explosive. If the body could endure it, then the effect would be 10 times greater than a corresponding normal pill. Demonic pills could only be refined by a demonic furnace. Demonic furnaces were the rarest of all demonic weapons, and demonic weapons were existences that only existed in stories on the Martial Heaven continent. No one had ever seen one, let alone forged one. The Martial Heaven continent didn't have techniques to create such a weapon. Guo Ran had flipped through the ancient records, with even the Huayan sect helping him find information on it, only to end up empty-handed. Just a little high-grade pill possessed such a powerful effect. If it was top-grade, then it would be amazing. Ling this time you refine it, said Long Chen. Me, I don't think I can. Your flame changes occurred too quickly for me to understand. Ling was apprehensive. After seeing him refine pills, she understood why Long Chen turned his nose up at her 3 previous alchemist masters. His alchemy arts could not be compared to theirs. Even after focusing on memorizing his technique, there were still areas she hadn't managed to remember. Don't be afraid, we have as many ingredients as you need, comforted Long Chen. Hearing that, under his encouragement, she tried to refine the same pill. Her memory was actually quite amazing. She perfectly replicated the order of adding the medicinal powders, the timing, and the merger times. He was delighted by this inside. If he could raise her into an alchemist master, wouldn't he no longer need to refine pills himself? As she refined, Long Chen examined the demon moon furnace. He also spread his senses toward the subtle changes in heaven and earth. He found that there were several runes activating when she refined pills, drawing in that strange energy within the world. The strange thing was that those runes would only flicker slightly before going dark again. They didn't seem to be fully activated. The lid popped open, and 3 balls appeared. They looked like rabbit poop. Big brother Long Chen, am I too dumb? Long Chen smiled and comforted her. You're already very amazing. You weren't wrong in any aspect of the merger process, even in the 197 steps. You messed up 7 of the 2,621 flame changes, and that's after only watching me once. By the Martial Heaven continent standards, you are an absolute genius. Really? Ling grew excited again. Ling why are those runes still not fully activated? They are demonic runes used for absorbing the demonic energy within heaven and earth. I've never had the power to fully activate them, answered Ling No wonder. Long Chen suddenly understood. Even if it had been his first time refining demonic pills, the results shouldn't have been what they were. Ling can you fully trust me? Yes, you are the person I trust the most in this world. Ling nodded sincerely. Through the exchange between their souls during this time, she had been able to sense his true heart more and more. Then I will leave a rune within your soul, and it will allow our souls to fully merge. That way, I can use my spiritual strength to help you fully activate those runes. Is that all right? Yes. Ling agreed without hesitation. Long Chen smiled and rubbed her head. Thank you for your trust in me. Let's start. A rune appeared on Long Chen's forehead, and it slowly entered Ling forehead. The divine gate star within his divine gate shook. A sea of spiritual strength gushed into Ling As the demon moon furnace rumbled, the dark runes began to light up, growing brighter and brighter. Don't suppress it, fully unleash it. You need to activate all your runes, or we won't be able to refine higher-level pills, shouted Long Chen. Ling gave up on controlling the speed of things. She allowed Long Chen's spiritual strength to pour into the demon moon furnace. As more and more of his spiritual strength entered, a bewitching divine light blazed out of the demon moon furnace. As a result, the surrounding mountains began to collapse. A wave of light suddenly shot out, shattering the mountains and turning the rubble to nothingness. This demon moon furnace isn't just capable of refining pills. It's also a powerful killing weapon. Long Chen hadn't expected it to suddenly unleash such immense power after its runes were activated. He also found that there were thousands and thousands of runes on the furnace, and only 70% of them were shining with the help of his spiritual strength. Some runes were still dim. Ling cried out excitedly. She felt like her shackles had been removed. After an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen managed to activate over 80% of the Demon Moon Furnace's runes, but he had exhausted his spiritual strength in the process. Stars were spinning in his head. He couldn't activate the remaining runes in this state. Big brother Long Chen, I feel much stronger than before. Let's keep refining pills. Ling grabbed Long Chen's hand and cried out excitedly. Wait a moment, I need to rest. Long Chen sat on his butt, resting for 6 full hours before getting back up. Alright, let's see the results this time. Long Chen was full of anticipation. Chapter 2359 Refining a Giant Pill. By exhausting almost all his spiritual strength, Long Chen had managed to activate 80% of the runes on the Demon Moon Furnace. As a result, Ling was now able to control her body much easier. When they started refining again, it was much smoother. The refinement was quickly finished, with 9 high-grade pills forming. Furthermore, 3 of them had pill rings. The higher the quality of the refinement, the more it benefited her. It was a slow improvement. A furnace that had managed to go through 10,000 refinements only continued to improve as it aged. Ling let me demonstrate again. There were a few parts where your flame control wasn't good enough. Otherwise, we would have a 60% chance of refining top-grade pills. Here, follow along, said Long Chen. Yes, Ling nodded enthusiastically. She already viewed Long Chen like a god. His alchemy arts were so amazing that she felt like her future was full of light now. Blue flames ignited within the pill furnace. The temperature slowly climbed. Long Chen explained, what I taught you before were just some middling techniques. You've grasped the fundamentals and are just lacking experience in this regard. To save time, I'll pass on some higher-tier techniques. They have more stringent requirements. Hence, there can't be the slightest error when using them or the result will be garbage. Long Chen's flame energy suddenly rose to a new level. He was no longer using small flames. The pill furnace began to rumble. This kind of flame can increase the refining speed, as well as seal more of the medicinal energy inside the pills. That will give the resulting pills greater spirituality. As Long Chen explained, he gave a demonstration as well. He was just like a master chef, perfectly controlling the heat and ingredients as they merged together. Ling was dazzled. In just a few breaths' time, the refinement was complete. Long Chen smiled. After activating the runes, the Demon Moon Furnace is much more effective. It sounded like monsters were trying to charge out of the furnace. Ling was delighted by this because she could already tell what grade the pills inside were. As expected, when the lid opened, it revealed 9 top-grade Life Star pills. They were smashing around the furnace, trying to break through it. When the lid opened, they charged toward Long Chen and Ling as if wanting to murder them. I made you, and you want to kill me? Rude. Let's see just how strong you are. Long Chen waved his hand, and lightning blasted into them. The 9 Life Star pills were enveloped by lightning, and their auras exploded. They transformed into giant tree demons larger than magical beasts. Their branches twined around Long Chen and then pulled, trying to tear him apart. Creaking sounds rang out from how hard they pulled, but suddenly, the branches were blown apart. The tree demons vanished from the impact and reverted to medicinal pills. They were blown back, but they didn't flee. Instead, they charged back. Long Chen reached out and stuffed one of them into his mouth. The pill actually exploded in his mouth. Although Long Chen had been prepared for how ferocious these pills would be, his mouth was now numb, with his tongue feeling too swollen to use. Wipe them out. Long Chen called out to Ling The Demon Moon Furnace's runes lit up, and blue light swords shot out, destroying the pills. As he had thought, the Demon Moon Furnace wasn't just capable of refining pills. It was also a frightening demonic weapon. Big brother Long Chen, you're amazing. Just from those 9 top-grade pills, I definitely felt my power increase slightly. Ling was incredibly excited. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for her not to talk now. He was still sensing the power of the pill he had consumed. After a moment, he spat out black mist. That demonic pill was pretty strong. Its energy was definitely 10 times greater than the normal variant. But it's also not something that just anyone can eat, sighed Long Chen. Just now, he had intentionally unleashed his lightning to stimulate their spirits, increasing their power to the maximum by turning them into tribulation pills. However, the result of consuming the pill was something that only he was able to endure. Even a dragonblood warrior would be blasted apart. This was just a life star pill, something that was very gentle, and its main ingredient was just a plant's flowering fruit. If it had been something like a magical beast's crystal core, then it would be even more violent. Life star pills were useless to him now, but since he was most familiar with them, he used them as an experiment to gain some fundamental knowledge of the power of demonic pills. This would also serve as Ling Er's foundation for refining other pills. Again, Ling Er, focus yourself. I'm going to refine a top-grade giant pill, said Long Chen. Long Chen took out new medicinal powders. A flame rose, even more intense than the last time. Heaven and earth began to quiver. Ling Er was watching with rapt attention, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. One medicinal powder after another entered. The energy of heaven and earth poured into the demon moon furnace crazily, creating a giant whirlpool in the air. Ling Er, control the demonic runes, reminded Long Chen. This phenomenon was astonishing. Ling Er was nervous as she had never seen such a thing. Suddenly, a powerful explosion blew the lid off. A pillar of light soared into the clouds, blasting away the giant whirlpool. The furnace was empty. All the energy was unleashed in that one blow. Sorry, Ling Er was uneasy. She had been focused on controlling the demonic runes, not expecting the medicinal merger to suddenly explode from the inside and break out of the lid. It had all vanished. Ling Er almost wept from the loss. Long Chen patted her head. You did well, or I should say, we did well. A failure isn't to be feared. All successes are built upon failures. This is a law of the world. We also haven't refined it before, so failures are natural. Don't worry, this is the first failure, but it won't be the last. Ling Er was extremely moved by Long Chen's comfort. Big brother Long Chen, you are really great. All my past masters didn't view me as a person. As a demonic weapon, she was enslaved by her past masters. At the start, she hadn't been very powerful. She hadn't had the power to choose her own masters, so she had also experienced quite a bit of torment. Her past masters always felt immense pressure since they knew how disaster followed the master of a demonic weapon. Not knowing when that disaster would strike, some of them would use her to slaughter countless people to unleash the darkness in their hearts. Even after passing through thousands of hands, she had never encountered someone like Long Chen. Even when she made a mistake, he didn't blame her, instead he drew the responsibility onto himself. Don't think about those things. Here, let's challenge our next mistake. Don't worry, every mistake is another step to success. Seeing her eyes redden as if she were about to cry, Long Chen hastily comforted her. They failed the refinement 3 times in a row that day. Eventually Long Chen had to rest. Not only because his own energy was lacking, but because they had taken in too much heavenly Tao energy from the surroundings. This time, he was attempting to refine a nethergate pill, and a giant pill at that. If he used the moon and star refining furnace, it would be much simpler. It had refined countless pills throughout the years, and the memories of those refinements were locked within its runes. However, the demon moon furnace hadn't refined many pills at all. Long Chen was opening it up to a new world. He was also refining demonic pills, so the difficulty was much greater. 7 days later, after many failures, there finally came a moment when the pill furnace suddenly grew heavy. Long Chen shouted, Ling Er, stay steady. The earth collapsed and the heavens turned dark as endless tribulation clouds filled the sky. Chapter 2360 Good things come in pairs. The lid hasn't even been opened yet, but the pill tribulation has locked onto it. Demonic pills really are special. Long Chen was surprised to see the tribulation clouds suddenly appear. Normally, pill tribulation only came when the lid to the furnace was opened. That was when the pill would be sensed. But the demonic pill had yet to fully form and it had already been sensed. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the furnace was shaking violently. Fortunately, Ling Er's skills had grown, and the lid didn't budge. The pill had yet to fully form, so if it charged out now, its quality would plummet. Bang! Finally, a loud sound came from within the furnace that made Ling Er cry out in delight. It's done, Long Chen said, release it. The lid opened, and a large pill shot out. It had 7 bright rings on top of it. This was a giant pill that had condensed the energy of 9 pills inside of it. It was the size of a baby's fist. When it shot out of the furnace, the first thing it did was charge at Long Chen. Long Chen slapped the pill away, but he was forced back a step from the impact, his arm trembling. What power is that? Why is it so familiar? Long Chen was startled. Lightning suddenly fell from the sky, striking the giant pill. The might of the pill then erupted to another level, and it began to absorb the lightning. With the lightning coursing through it, Long Chen saw its black and white core. Life and death energy. It's the energy of the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit. All on its own, the giant pill began to absorb the lightning, stimulating its own potential. With the life and death energy flowing through it, it really was like a cultivator. Big brother Long Chen, the giant pill you refined is actually capable of cultivating, exclaimed Ling Er. Long Chen smiled. This was a nethergate pill. How could it not be strong? The stronger it was, the happier he would be. The giant pill suddenly shuddered. It transformed into a giant python that attacked him, and its scales flashed with light. The heavenly Qilin horn python. This was one of the main ingredients of the nethergate pill. The heavenly Qilin horn python opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of golden flames at him. Long Chen allowed the flames to envelop his body. Feeling the familiar heat, he nodded. It really is amazing. The heavenly Qilin horn python's flame was boosted by the power of the demonic pill to the point of rivaling the heaven incinerating flame. The heavenly Qilin horn python was a flame attribute magical beast but was only of the 11th rank. Its flame wasn't supposed to be this powerful, but the demonic pill allowed it to compare to the existence that was third on the earth flame rankings. Suddenly, a tail whipped through the flames at Long Chen. A sharp whistling sound made his hair stand on end. Long Chen's fist smashed into the tail, but he was still blown out of the flames. Good. Long Chen wiped some blood from his mouth, his eyes shining. A demonic pill was truly worthy of being a legendary existence. It was capable of injuring him. The heavenly Qilin horn python suddenly roared and twisted, transforming into a wild lion that sent a claw toward him. The earth-splitting wild lion's essence blood. Hee, pretty good. This giant pill was actually able to control the attributes of the precious ingredients that had gone into it. It was even able to unleash the divine abilities they had possessed when they were alive. Long Chen repeatedly blocked, with the pill constantly transforming. Sometimes it would be a giant python, sometimes it would be a wild lion. Sometimes it summoned various bewitching phenomena to bewilder him. What shocked him the most was that as its life and death energy circulated, it began to copy Long Chen's abilities. It was like it was gaining battle experience from him. Moreover, its power continuously rose as it absorbed the lightning. It seemed that it was completely fearless toward this pill tribulation. As its power grew, Long Chen had no choice but to take out his divine ring so that he could fight evenly against it. Big brother Long Chen, do you want me to suppress it? Asked Ling Er. No need. Let it continue growing stronger. I want to see its limit. This giant pill was like a cultivator going through tribulation. After 2 hours, the tribulation clouds scattered. Long Chen forgot to even attack the tribulation. Once the tribulation ended, a strange mark appeared on the demonic pill. A heavenly Tao rune. It has been acknowledged by the heavenly Taos. Long Chen was startled. Was it really so simple? For other pills, the chances of surviving were dismal. They were not permitted to exist within the heavenly Taos, which was why the outside world had almost no tribulation pills in existence. But this demonic pill had been let off. After obtaining the heavenly Tao rune, the demonic pill's aura grew once more. Based on Long Chen's estimate, its aura was comparable to a third-step nether passage expert. But its actual power was even greater. It seemed that the giant pill had set its sights on Long Chen, as though he was the one who had killed its father. It refused to allow him to live. Long Chen knew how to refine a demonic pill, but he didn't know much else. Ling Er knew even less. Long Chen was knocked back. Even with the divine ring, he was unable to suppress it. The giant pill transformed into a lion and pounced over. A fist covered in dragon scales smashed the lion apart, revealing the true form of the giant pill. Long Chen had been forced to summon the Azure Dragon battle armor. Only in this state could he suppress this giant pill. The giant pill shuddered and manifested its lion form again, attacking once more. Long Chen frowned. This demonic pill had a spirit, but it was too violent. It lacked any intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Ling Er, put it away, called out Long Chen. The demon moon furnace shuddered. The world turned dark for just an instant before becoming bright once more. That moment felt like the demon moon furnace had sucked in all of heaven and earth. The demonic pill was gone. Be suppressed. Ling Er controlled the demon moon furnace, having it forcibly suppress the demonic pill that was struggling crazy inside of it. The demonic pill came flying out. Now, another rune had appeared on it. It was a sealing rune. Big brother Long Chen, here. Ling Er passed it to Long Chen. Her eyes were like two shining stars when she looked at him now. Long Chen had gained another worshipper. Ling Er, help protect me. Long Chen sat lotus style and consumed the pill. When it entered his stomach, he made sure to activate the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability that Evilmoon had taught him. Only then did he unleash the seal. When the seal was undone, the pill didn't try to transform into a magical beast. Instead, it instantly exploded. Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the divine ability, that detonation might have blown him apart. This fucking pill, did it think I was its mortal enemy? The demonic pill didn't have the slightest reasoning. It had a spirit but no intelligence. Hence, Long Chen's hopes of raising an army of demonic pills were dashed. The swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability activated, absorbing the violent medicinal energy. It then surged toward the Nethergate star. The Nethergate star sucked in that energy greedily. It grew at a visible rate from that energy. A single pill was actually able to grow the Nethergate star to such an extent. Based on that, just 10 of these will be enough for it to enter the second star transformation. Long Chen's heart pounded with joy. This demonic pill might be too violent to control, but the medicinal effect was amazing. It's too bad that they can't be used as fighters. Long Chen sighed. Demonic pills can be subdued. Just at this moment, a voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. He jumped in shock. Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Is that you? The Moon and Star Refining Furnace replied. The voice was ancient and was indistinguishable as male or female. You said that demonic pills can be subdued, exclaimed Long Chen excitedly. Yes, I've awoken and can help a bit. Thank you for your help, or I'd have died. Then my master's wishes would never be fulfilled, said the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Long Chen wanted to ask who its master was, but thinking about how the Moon and Star Refining Furnace had fought in a battle alongside a sovereign, he held his curiosity back. Sometimes, rashly asking questions wasn't a good thing. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace continued, when you refine demonic pills in the future, I can create a formation at the core to suppress its evil tenor, resulting in it having a pure spirit. However, I am still in a weak state, and to subdue a demonic pill will take a certain amount of time. As long as it's possible, it's good. Senior, now that you're awake, does that mean that you can automatically refine pills to recover yourself? Asked Long Chen. I can't be called senior by you. You saved me, and you are my current master. You can just call me Moon Refiner. Haha, in my life, this is my first time experiencing good things that come in pairs. With your help and Ling Er's help, I won't need to worry about refining pills again. Long Chen laughed almost maniacally. The awakening of the Moon and Star Refining Furnace had come at a perfect time. With its help, he could refine 12th tier medicinal pills. Thinking of that, a fire blazed in his heart. He placed the Demon Moon Furnace in the primal chaos space. He had taught her some pill formulas and had her trained for now. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace went in to help as well. After arranging that, Long Chen returned to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. When he arrived, Kei Yuzhu immediately said, Long Chen, we were looking for you. The divine families sent word that they wish for you to take a trip to see them. Long Chen smiled. It seems that the Starfield Divine World is about to be opened. Chapter 2361 Confidence. No need. The messenger from the divine families departed after saying that. But they left behind a jade talisman. Kei Yuzhu handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen saw that it was a soul jade talisman. Entering it with his spiritual strength, he saw a map. The entrance to the divine families is actually near the ancient battlefield. Long Chen was startled. The ancient battlefield was what separated the eastern Zan region and the southern Zan region. However, most people chose to go around the martial heaven sea ring if they wanted to travel between the two regions. When Long Chen had gone to attend the Skywood Divine Palace's Jade Lake pageant, he had passed through that region. But that path was very dangerous, and if he hadn't been pressed for time, he wouldn't have gone that route. Long Chen had been thinking about going to the divine families to see Elder Long and ask about the Starfield Divine World. Currently, the Dragonblood Legion was in seclusion refining the immemorial essence blood. Only he was free. After saying goodbye, Long Chen set off. However, he didn't go to the southern Zan region immediately and went to see Zheng Wenlong instead. When he arrived, Zheng Wenlong handed him 17 precious medicinal ingredients that he had asked for. He also gave Long Chen some news. Pill Valley had started to sell 12th tier medicinal pills. This news wasn't particularly surprising to Long Chen. Pill Valley had always been a mysterious existence that had never revealed their full power. Yu Xiaoyun was a crafty schemer. Pill Valley's foundation had been built up over countless years, and now they were only starting to expose what was beneath the surface. Now that they were selling 12th-tier pills, which were priceless commodities, they intentionally spread the word as a show of power. Of all the people Long Chen had met in Pill Valley, the only one he believed had the power to refine 12th-tier pills was the Pill Fairy. But Long Chen judged that those pills were not personally refined by her. As Pill Valley's #1 expert, she should be entirely focused on increasing her cultivation base, not wasting her precious time on refining pills. These pills were most likely from their ancient stock, and their quantity should be limited. The Pill Valley only spread word of this to prove that they were supreme when it came to medicinal pills. Long Chen, if you hadn't mentioned them, I wouldn't have even believed that 12th-tier medicinal ingredients existed in this world. They are all extremely rare. I did my best, but I could only gather this much, said Zheng Wenlong. It wasn't that Zheng Wenlong wasn't powerful enough, but simply that medicinal ingredients on this level had long since vanished from the Martial Heaven continent. The ones that he had found came from the treasuries of some extremely ancient sects, and some of those sects hadn't even known about them. They had flipped through their treasuries in order to find these ingredients. Fortunately, Long Chen had told Zheng Wenlong the characteristics of the ingredients, resulting in him finding an extra 2. However, whether those were really the right ingredients remained to be determined. If not, he could only accept the loss. Of course, Long Chen had said to accept anything Zheng Wenlong deemed believable. If they were fake, Long Chen would be the one losing money. He would rather Zheng Wenlong didn't waste his time on that kind of thing. Right now, money wasn't important as time was of the essence. Long Chen said his thanks and accepted the ingredients. Although there was still not a single 12th-tier pill he could refine, as time passed and he gathered more ingredients, he would eventually be able to refine a few. If he really couldn't wait any longer, he would have to think of some way of substituting some of the ingredients. Although the medicinal effect would plummet, it was better than nothing. From Zheng Wenlong's place, Long Chen sat through transportation formations to the southern Zan region. During this time, he found that the Martial Heaven continent's atmosphere was dead. People had become depressed. A sovereign had yet to appear, so they felt that their hopes of surviving the Dark Era were extremely low. Some had even lost the motivation to keep living. They weren't interested in doing anything. Chaos had erupted in some places from the pressure, but it had quickly been suppressed by the large powers. People were growing crazy from the stress. Quite a few people ran over when they saw Long Chen passing. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, do you feel like we will be able to pass this dark era? The fact that Long Chen had appeared in a transportation formation drew quite a disturbance. Countless experts ran over, surrounding him. Their eyes were all locked onto him, flickering with hope. More and more people surrounded him until the transportation formations were blocked. Long Chen couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Why would you ask me this? Asked Long Chen with a smile. We want to know if there's any point in trying. After all, a disciple only in the Life Star realm sighed. You truly don't need to work hard any longer, said Long Chen. His reply extinguished the spark of hope within them. Was there no hope for the Martial Heaven continent? All of you have lost the heart of a martial artist. When the fighting starts, you won't even be qualified to enter the battlefield. The Martial Heaven continent's victory or defeat will have nothing to do with you, so you can all do whatever you want until you die, said Long Chen. He began to making shooing motions with his hands to open a path. One person asked, do you mean that there's still hope for the continent? Of course there is, otherwise, why wouldn't I be lazing at home instead of rushing around like this? I'm busy working, so get out of the way. You can all just give up, because in this world, you can only live for yourselves. I have other people counting on me, so I have no choice but to work. Long Chen pushed his way through the crowd. Long Chen's words were like a wake-up call. During this time, some pessimists had been constantly spreading fake news around to draw people down, casting a shadow on their hearts. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what should we do? A young woman suddenly planted herself in Long Chen's way, looking at him with hardened eyes. Either work hard on cultivating so that you can fight alongside us, making you one of the nameless heroes who sacrifices themselves for the Martial Heaven continent, or just wait for others to decide your fate for you. If we win, You can tell your descendants that their ancestor was trash who was either a coward who feared death or someone too weak to even step foot on the battlefield, said Long Chen. For a moment, everyone was silent. Even powerful people could become ordinary people under the immense pressure that they were under. But Long Chen's words struck many of them in their weakest parts. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I will definitely work hard on cultivating so that I can fight alongside you one day. Even if I die, I won't frown, said the young woman decisively. Long Chen looked at her cultivation base. She had reached the Nether Passage realm, but her foundation was shaky. She was definitely a wild cultivator, the poorest of all cultivators. Her combat power was very ordinary. She almost looked like a tomboy. Long Chen patted her on the shoulder. A low cultivation base can be cultivated. Bad talent can be made up for. But bravery is something impossible to be gained. It can be the foundation upon which a peerless expert is built. I have a medicinal pill here for you that can change your fate. But whether that would be a good thing or not, no one knows. Long Chen gave the woman a tribulation pill. Quite a few startled cries rang out amongst those with great learning of medicinal pills. Top-grade tribulation pills were things that could drive people crazy during these turbulent times. Many people grew greedy, but with Long Chen present, they didn't dare to move. The tomboyish girl was a wild cultivator who didn't recognize the grade of this pill. Seeing as it was a gift from Long Chen, she took it preciously. Eat it, otherwise, after I leave, you won't live longer than 3 breaths, said Long Chen. For something so precious, people would definitely go crazy from greed. With the dark era about to descend, everyone had become crazier. Killing people for treasures was surprisingly common during this time. The young woman swallowed the pill. In that instant, heavenly Tao energy whirled around her, and a manifestation appeared behind her. Empyrean. She was just a rank 8 celestial. Now, she became an Empyrean, and with a manifestation starting to awaken. Heavens, what kind of pill was that? Startled cries rang out. They felt like they were going crazy. This girl who hadn't seemed particularly outstanding or lucky had actually won Long Chen's favor and instantly soared. The young woman was also dumbfounded. She had thought that it would just be a pill to stabilize her foundation, but it instantly promoted her into an Empyrean. Her mind was blank. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The girl knelt but Long Chen grabbed her. No need to thank me. Without this pill, you might have been able to survive. But now, once you step into the battlefield, your chances of surviving are very low. I'm not afraid. Even if I have to die, I have to die on the battlefield. If I kill one invader, I'll break even. Killing 2 would be a profit, said the woman. Hearing that, quite a few people were impressed by her bravery. Many of the large men lacked the bravery of this one woman. Long Chen patted her on the shoulder and stepped onto his next transportation formation. Senior apprentice brother, do you have any confidence toward the battle of the Dark Era? Cried out someone suddenly. Confidence? No, I never need such a thing. I feel like instead of worrying about me, you should worry about my enemies. Long Chen vanished, but his confident words hung in the air. Some of the experts present felt like they had finally seen some light in these dark times. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen must win. Chapter 2362 Giving Proof. Looking at those lost experts, Long Chen had no thoughts of mocking them. The heights they were standing at were different, so the things they saw were different as well. If he were standing in the same position as them, perhaps he wouldn't be much better than them. These people were fated to not be the main characters of this era, so they could only watch. Victory meant that they had borne witness to history. Defeat meant vanishing like a wisp of smoke. After a few more transportation formations, Long Chen arrived in the southern Zan region, but he was still quite far from his target. Hence, he got into a flying boat. A spatial barrier appeared ahead soon, with experts of the divine families standing in front of it. They were wearing robes different from the armor of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. It lacked some grandeur but seemed more scholarly in exchange. Hold it, who are you? Report your name or be executed, ordered someone amongst the guards of the divine families. You are Long Chen. That person looked Long Chen up and down and asked, do you have any proof? Long Chen slapped him, sending his teeth flying. Weapons came flying out of their sheaths. Those experts instantly entered a battle-ready state. What are you all so nervous about? This senior wished for proof, so I gave it to him. This technique of mine is something no one else can imitate. Across the entire martial heaven continent, only I possess this divine ability. This is definitely the best proof, said Long Chen nonchalantly. Long Chen refused to believe that these people didn't recognize him. First, they demanded him to state who he was, then they asked for proof. That was clearly making things hard on him intentionally. The divine families had sent word that he would be coming, so how could they not tell the guards? Hence, Long Chen could tell that these people were trying to give a blow to him, but regretfully, that was the wrong choice. The expert that had been struck pointed at Long Chen, his finger trembling. He wanted to attack with the sword in his hand, but he didn't dare to. At the same time, he refused to just accept things as they were. He glared at Long Chen, not knowing what to do. Oh, do you need more proof? If you still feel that you can't be sure that I'm Long Chen, then... Evilmoon suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. In that instant, a murderous aura locked onto that expert. It felt like the gates of hell had been opened. The air became saturated with a feeling of death. If you don't believe me, I can show you one of my saber techniques. It just so happens that those techniques are also unique to me. Long Chen slowly raised Evilmoon, his aura condensing. That expert, with a third step nether passage cultivation base, could not remain standing in the face of Long Chen's saber. His knees struck the ground. Only after his knees struck the ground did he recover slightly, and he hastily twisted to the side, resulting in him sitting instead of kneeling toward Long Chen. Are you prepared? I'll give you your proof. No, no need. I believe that you are Long Chen. You can enter, cried that expert. You don't want proof? Asked Long Chen, seemingly confused. How about I give you some anyway? I wouldn't want the divine families to look down on me for not following the rules. I don't mind giving you a show of my saber techniques, said Long Chen. That expert turned green. If that saber fell toward him, would he have any chance of surviving? The barrier suddenly opened, revealing a path through. Long Chen smiled and put Evilmoon away. Many thanks. Long Chen patted his butt and walked through the opening. Within a palace, Elder Long watched the scene playing out on the wall. This Long Chen has no taboos. Even if he wants to beat a dog, he has to see who the master is first. Does he not know this? Other than Elder Long, there was another old man who was a heaven elder. Long Chen's smart. He realized long ago that we were using him against the Yi family. If he made a concession here, he would have to make more concessions in the future. If that happened, there would also be no value in using him. Now, he has the support of the Long family no matter what he does. If he causes trouble, the Long family will help him clean it up, said Elder Long. Are you not afraid of being unable to control him? The other elder frowned. Control? Why would we have to control him? This is a mutually beneficial cooperation with no one controlling the other. Long Chen is quite extreme in this regard. He will not allow anyone to control him. How outlandish. He came from some little secular empire and somehow reached this level without his character changing at all. That kind of character is rare. It makes me think of another person, but he was even more marvelous than Long Chen. Unfortunately, the heavens toy with people. If it weren't for him, our Long family wouldn't have been forced into such a state. Pay attention to your words. Elder Shui, that is taboo, barked Elder Long, his expression sinking. Elder Shui nodded. I know, I only said it because there's only the two of us here. If it weren't for that matter, would our Long family have to be so passive? Now, it seems that the way the head handled it. Elder Long waved his hand, interrupting him. That's enough. Do not bring up this matter again. It is a taboo of our Long family, and if the head hears it, it will be disastrous for you. After so many years, there's no point in placing blame. The important thing is whether or not we can return to the throne as the leaders of the four divine families. This will be our last chance. Aocean is our greatest hope, but the other three families are also watching like tigers. Right now, the best thing is to divert as much of their attention away, with Long Chen being the best target. That's why we have to do our best to raise him. The stronger he is, the more beneficial it is to us. Elder Long continued looking at the scene portrayed before him and clenched his fists. He trusted his vision. Space twisted around Long Chen, and he found himself in a world of abundant spiritual qi. Faint mist hung on the flowers along the path. The most shocking thing was that the laws of the heavenly Taos were a bit different here than in the martial heaven continent. However, he wasn't able to tell what aspect was different about them. The laws of the heavenly Taos are comparatively more complete in this place. If you refine pills here, it will be twice as fast with half the effort, said the moon and star refining furnace. So that's the case. Long Chen suddenly realized that it was true. It seemed that the laws here were a bit stronger. Wait, what do you mean more complete? Are you saying that the laws on the martial heaven continent are incomplete? The martial heaven continent has been badly damaged, including the heavenly Taos. Even here, the heavenly Taos are still damaged. It's just that they're a bit better off than on the martial heaven continent, explained the moon and star refining furnace. Long Chen suddenly asked Evilmoon, did you know as well? Why didn't you say anything? I am not so stupid, snorted Evilmoon. The moon and star refining furnace fell silent. Clearly, Evilmoon was saying that it was too talkative. Evilmoon had known about this matter and hadn't told Long Chen to avoid adding any extraneous karma. For Long Chen to know such matters was meaningless at this time. It would only bring more variables into his future. The moon and star refining furnace had just awoken, so it didn't know there were so many taboos, resulting in it directly saying these things. After Evilmoon's indirect scolding, it also fell silent. Moon refiner, sorry, if there's anything restricted like this in the future, you don't have to tell me, said Long Chen. Even item spirits had feelings, and the moon and star refining furnace had only told him because of good intentions. It wasn't good for Evilmoon to chide it so harshly. However, Evilmoon's character leaned very much to the vicious and sinister side, so it was natural for it to not care about other people's feelings. Long Chen could only comfort the moon and star refining furnace himself. It's fine, Senior Evilmoon's teachings are correct. I don't know much about karma, said the moon and star refining furnace. For it to call Evilmoon Senior, it seemed that the latter was still a level above it in terms of quality. In fact, even the demon moon furnace was a bit afraid of Evilmoon. Evilmoon's origins were not so simple. Evilmoon had never said where it came from, and Long Chen had never asked. Asking would be useless as Evilmoon wouldn't tell him. After just a few steps within this world, another barrier appeared, with another batch of experts guarding it. Long Chen, you've arrived. Who are you? Asked Long Chen, not recognizing this person. Haha, I'm from the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. You don't know me, but I know you, said that person. He wasn't wearing the armor of the Heavenly Dragon Legion at the moment. Cough, based on the rules, please display a token of your identity so that you can pass this checkpoint, he said apologetically. Long Chen took out the tablet that Elder Long had given him. That person confirmed it, and after a few words with the other guards, he said, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, this is your first time here, so let me guide you. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists, and the two walked through the opening of this barrier. They then arrived at the peak of a large mountain. That opening was actually a transportation formation. Looking around, Long Chen had yet to get a clear look at his surroundings when he noticed that everyone around him was on one knee. You don't need to be so courteous. Long Chen was startled. Idiot, Senior Feng Fei is coming out. Kneel and get out of the way. Suddenly, an exasperated voice rang out. A whip crackled, aiming for his face. Chapter 2363 Feng Fei. Long Chen was enraged. Was there no end to this nonsense? Did the divine families have nothing better to do? Long Chen grabbed the whip with his hand. It was made of metal and covered in tiny barbs. If it did strike someone, it would tear off a layer of flesh. A person who can make me kneel and get out of their way has yet to be born in this world, sneered Long Chen. He pulled, causing the master of the whip to come flying out. It was a man wearing white robes. He looked young but was already at the third step of Nether Passage. The white-robed man hadn't expected the black-robed man in their way to be so brazen as to actually attack. Courting death. As he was pulled in, he unleashed a kick at Long Chen's face. His previous attack with the whip was not a killing blow, but this kick clearly showed that he didn't care if Long Chen lived or died. Long Chen, don't, he, shouted the warrior of the Heavenly Dragon Legion accompanying him. He had a knee on the ground just like everyone else. Long Chen didn't wait for him to finish talking. His left foot was in axis as his right foot whipped through the air at that person's jaw. Despite moving second, his attack landed first. The white-robed man was startled and hastily blocked with his hand. As a result, he was sent flying. However, the surprising thing to Long Chen was that he was so powerful that his arm wasn't broken as Long Chen had expected. The whip left the white-robed man's hand, and Long Chen actually swung it at him while holding the tip. His expression didn't change, but the power of his astral spaces began to circulate into the whip. The white-robed man felt a mix of shock and anger. Long Chen was attacking his face just like how he had aimed for Long Chen's face at the start. This was clearly intentional. His expression sank, and he grabbed his weapon. Having his weapon taken was a humiliation. However, when he grabbed the handle of his whip, he felt some energy explode within it. His arm trembled, his sleeve exploded, while his palm became bloody, with several of his fingers broken. They were identical attacks, but Long Chen had received his attack so easily. Brazen interloper, you must want to die. The white-robed man's manifestation suddenly appeared behind him, and a powerful pressure cascaded down. That pressure was even greater than what the 7th commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion could unleash. That startled Long Chen inside. This person looked so young, but his cultivation base and combat power were so powerful. You're the one courting death. If you still don't appreciate my kindness, I don't mind helping you achieve your dream of dying. Long Chen tossed the whip to the side and clasped his hands behind his back. He stared coldly at the white-robed man. As long as the latter dared to attack, Long Chen would kill him. That gaze made the white-robed man's heart shiver. His intuition was telling him that he was in danger. However, in the end, his whip lit up and attacked once more. Long Chen smiled coldly. The divine families were truly powerful. Even such a powerful third-step netherpassage expert could be sacrificed for him to play with. Just as Long Chen was about to take Evilmoon out, an icy woman's voice rang out, and that made the white-robed man instantly halt. The voice was as beautiful as birdsong, but it also contained an icy arrogance of someone far above others. Senior, this person was so arrogant and ignorant as to block your great carriage. Please permit me to execute him as a warning to others. The white-robed man turned and bowed toward the distance. At this moment, Long Chen saw a golden chariot appear behind the white-robed man. It looked incredibly luxurious. The curtains were drawn, so he couldn't see who was inside. But there were hundreds of experts around it like attendants, and he saw 3 other white-robed men, most likely on the same level as the one he was fighting. Senior Feng Fei, please. Long Chen is from the martial heaven continent and is unfamiliar with the customs of the divine families, said the Heavenly Dragon Legion warrior. You are Long Chen. The woman inside the carriage ignored the warrior, directly asking Long Chen. Why ask a question when you already know the answer? Long Chen frowned. Just what was wrong with the people of the divine families? Was there a point in asking such a question? Impudence. When Senior Feng Fei asks you a question, you better answer properly. Shouted one of the white-robed men standing beside the carriage. Don't shout at me. My temper's not very good. Even a dog should learn how to judge others, or once they're turned into stew, not even their master will be able to save them, understood? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen was most irritated with dogs like this who shouted from the side before their masters could even say anything. It gave him an urge to slap them all to death. Everyone's expressions changed. The attendants of the carriage were all filled with killing intent. As long as the woman gave the order, they would pounce and tear him to pieces. Just as the rumors say, you really are a dung-covered rock, irritating and hard. Since this is your first time in the divine families and you don't know the rules, I won't quibble with you. Let's go. I have more important matters. The white-robed man glared at Long Chen, indicating to him to just wait, before returning to his procession and leaving. When the carriage passed by Long Chen, through the window's light muslin, he saw a faint figure. He just saw an outline, but it still gave off a feeling of immense beauty. That entire procession entered the transportation formation. The fluctuations of the transportation were particularly intense. From how intense they were, it seemed that they weren't going to the martial heaven continent. The procession vanished to an unknown location. Only once they were gone did the surrounding experts stand. The heavenly dragon warrior was covered in sweat. That had clearly given him a bad fright. It's my life, and I wasn't afraid. So what were you so afraid of? Asked Long Chen. The warrior bitterly smiled. You don't know, but Senior Feng Fei is an extremely terrifying existence. If you give her a bad impression, don't expect to have a good time in the divine families. Let's go see Elder Long. The two of them left. Only when there was no one else around did he whisper, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, are you aware that people are split into 4 ranks amongst the divine families? What 4 ranks? The first rank is the main bloodlines. The second is the collateral relatives, the third is the branch families, and the fourth are those outer branches hidden within the martial heaven continent. Although we heavenly dragon warriors might look mighty to the outside world, in truth, we're only from the 3rd rank, sighed the heavenly dragon warrior. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, you cannot tell anyone that I told you this. Don't worry, I'm not so talkative. So people like you are only of the 3rd rank. I don't understand, why do the divine families have to split people up like this? Is that really something good? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen truly didn't quite understand. Weren't such classifications only going to breed resentment and conflict? For third rankers like us, we are from the branch relatives and have impure bloodlines. As for the outer branches, they aren't even related. They just have the name. The second rankers have pure bloodlines, but it is the main bloodlines that are the purest. And the people you just encountered were from there. Those experts all have the power of commanders. As for the one inside the carriage, that was Feng Fei. She is exceptional even amongst the main bloodlines. They are going hunting within the forbidden region of the ancient battlefield, and only experts on Feng Fei's level are qualified to go there. Anyone else would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Even the heavenly dragon warrior had an expression of worship when he spoke about Feng Fei. Long Chen had an urge to ask what she looked like, but he swallowed that back down. Asking that wasn't important. The two of them walked for an incense stick's worth of time before arriving at another transportation formation, one that was even larger and had 4 gates to the north, east, west and south. The heavenly dragon warrior led him through the south gate. The divine families are composed of 4 powers, while we of the 8th Legion belong to the Long family. As for the Yi family, I don't need to explain much. The 2 families are constantly fighting. As for the other 2, it's not for me to say. You can discuss it with Elder Long, said the heavenly dragon warrior. Long Chen nodded to express his thanks. It seemed that this person was one of Shen Chengfeng's trusted aides, or he wouldn't have exposed so much about the divine families to him. Space twisted, and they appeared in a new place once more. This time, Long Chen saw a familiar face. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, we meet again. It was the 8th commander, Shen Chengfeng. He appeared worn out, but he smiled when he saw Long Chen. Come, Elder Long had me wait for you. Shen Chengfeng took the place of the heavenly dragon warrior, bringing Long Chen away on a flying boat deep within a mountain range. Chapter 2364 Deputy Elder. The world of the divine families is probably the same as the entire martial heaven continent. Seeing how big it is, I even suspected that this is the major world, while the martial heaven continent is just a minor world, said Long Chen deliberately as he watched endless mountains pass by them. As expected, Shen Chengfeng said, this world of the divine families is still a minor world. You only think that the martial heaven continent is small because it is damaged. So you're saying that it is incomplete? Asked Long Chen. Yes, the martial heaven continent is no longer a complete star. It is less than 1/100th of its original size, said Shen Chengfeng, seemingly unaware of Long Chen's probing for information. Then that battle from the immortal era must have been one that could destroy heaven and earth, said Long Chen. It was called the Battle of the Gods, and it had caused the martial heaven continent to become incomplete. After that battle, the martial heaven continent had started to recover, but then the first dark era had come. Then the second, and the third. Every dark era caused immense damage to the continent. Countless ancient tomes and inheritances were destroyed, lost to time. History became muddled. Now, there was no longer any way to confirm anything that had happened back then. People could only make their own judgments as to what was fiction and what was real. However, Long Chen believed that the divine families had managed to retain a complete history of what had happened, so he was probing Shen Chengfeng. Yes, the Battle of the Gods was apocalyptic. They were the true experts, said Shen Chengfeng. However, Shen Chengfeng didn't say anything further about those gods. Theoretically, people who knew such history would like to tell a bit of it to others to prove their own learning, but Shen Chengfeng didn't. It was unknown if he didn't know, or if it was taboo to mention it. Just as Long Chen was pondering how he could extract more information from him, a range of giant mountains appeared ahead of them. They were steep and tall, looking like swords stabbing into the sky. These mountains were made of tough stone, and there were many caves built into them. Those caves all looked ancient and mysterious. The 2 of them were sitting in a large flying boat, but in the face of these mountains, they appeared especially small. There are a total of 99 heaven spirit peaks. Every one of them is supported by formations to make cultivating inside much faster than on the martial heaven continent. The energy of the heavenly Taos is also concentrated to make comprehension easier. This is why I feel great admiration for the geniuses on the continent. You're all born at a starting line so much further back than us, but within that bitter environment, you still managed to claw yourselves out. You're the real geniuses. If you were born in the divine families and had these resources, your accomplishments would be far greater, said Shen Chengfeng. Shen Chengfeng had only reached his current level thanks to these superior conditions. The difference was immense. Long Chen smiled. I've never believed in that starting line thing. Cultivation is a marathon with no end. You run until you die. Running quickly and being ahead of others isn't necessarily a good thing. Although it makes others envious, it makes you a target as well. If you're slower, it's much more stable. You'll understand what it means to accumulate resources for success and have the power to go all out later. Such a person can soar with just one opportunity. This made Long Chen think of Ling Yunzi. He was a typical case of how a flash of insight could cause someone to soar. Long Chen, that vision and wisdom is truly admirable. Haha, you must be joking, right? Everyone knows that when my head gets hot, I'll jump into laughably childish traps. Shen Chengfeng laughed along with Long Chen. That was true. When provoked, Long Chen would easily jump into other people's traps. After laughing, he gradually grew solemn. The interior of the divine families has a very strict bloodline ranking. Long Chen, if you wish to obtain more from the divine families, you have to learn how to endure. The divine families do not like outsiders. You fought with one of Senior Feng Fei's guards, but she didn't wish to quibble with you. If she had, you would be in trouble. What kind of trouble? Would the divine families go back on their promise to me? Worse, you would be defeated and very likely killed. Shen Chengfeng sighed. You might not be able to accept it when it's just me saying that, but you will slowly come to understand just how deep the foundation of the divine families is. Feng Fei comes from the Zhang family. If it was one of the other families, the Long family would be able to support you. But the Zhang family is something even the Long family cannot provoke. That's why I felt like I should warn you. I feel like your best shot at soaring is by working together with the Long family. Just at this moment, the flying boat arrived halfway up a giant mountain. There was a terrace there. Long Chen, Elder Long is inside. I was planning on going after bringing you here, but I feel like I'll probably be leaving with you, said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen didn't know what he was referring to. They walked into a large cave with a palace built inside it. Long Chen, you've been busy. You only arrived at this time. Long Chen heard Elder Long's voice as soon as he walked inside. He saw Elder Long and another elder sitting to the side, facing the central seat inside the palace. A very lean old man was sitting there. The man looked like an ancient scholar. Although he saw him right there, Long Chen was unable to sense his existence. It felt like he was one with heaven and earth. Above Nether Passage, Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, the divine families had existences above the Nether Passage realm. This old man's eyes were turbid, but in the instant that their eyes met, Long Chen felt like he had been seen through completely. This was a terrifying expert, someone who had reached a height that Long Chen could not comprehend. Long Chen, is it? Excellent. In a place with so few resources like the Martial Heaven continent, you were able to walk to this point with your own efforts. Even throughout all of history, there haven't been many capable of doing such a thing. No wonder even a sovereign favors you, said the old man. Many thanks, Senior, for your praise. This junior was only able to reach this point through luck, said Long Chen modestly. Even he had to be a bit reserved in the face of such an expert. Luck, based on what I know, your luck has never been good. Youngsters don't need to suppress their own light. If you waste your youth on the conservativeness of the old, it's not a good thing. Sharpness should be unleashed, or it signifies the end of your martial path is drawing near. The elder smiled kindly. Many thanks for Senior's teachings. Long Chen cupped his fists. Long Chen, let me introduce you. This is our Long family's deputy elder. Other than the head of the family, he is the one with the greatest authority in the Long family, said Elder Long. Other than the family head, there were 4 deputy elders with the greatest authority. If the 4 of them were united, they could even overrule the family head. This particular deputy elder was the leader of the 4 of them, having an extremely high status. Long Chen, I know of your past. I very much like your character and how you act. With the Dark Era coming, it is time to be united against invading races. The Long family is willing to give you some help. I would like to tell you that the Starfield Divine World is to be opened soon. If we're fast, it should be open in half a month, but it could take up to a month. You and your Dragonblood Legion should prepare yourselves, said the deputy elder. Other than that, I also wanted to see you personally. Elder Long has told me much about your excellence, and I also find you very satisfactory. Due to Elder Long praising you as a powerful force in your own right and as a leader, I would like to ask you to go to the ancient battlefield. Things have been difficult there recently. Shen Chengfeng returned to request reinforcements, and it just so happens that you are here as well. I would like to ask you to go with Shen Chengfeng there. As for what to do, I'm sure you understand. You wish for me to command the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. Isn't that too much? I'm not familiar with the fighters or environment or even the enemies. How am I supposed to lead them? Asked Long Chen. It seemed that the deputy elder was probing his commanding skills. After all, Elder Long had said that if he did well, the divine families would consider letting him direct the battle against the Dark Era. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, only difficult things are worth doing. Go, we will quietly wait for your good news, said the deputy elder. Long Chen left, still stunned. This had come out of nowhere. He hadn't even had a chance to ask what was inside the star-field divine world before being given this task. Outside, Shen Chengfeng was waiting for him. Once the two of them were gone, Elder Long asked, "How is this child?" His eyes made me think of another wild and uncontrollable fellow. It's a pity, the deputy elder sighed, a bitter light filling his turbid eyes. Elder Long and the other elder exchanged a glance, also thinking of that person. Chapter 2365 The Ancient Battlefield. Haha, my prediction was right. It seems that we'll get to fight alongside each other. Seeing Long Chen come out, Shen Chengfeng laughed, having already predicted this result. The deputy elder must have a high opinion of me. If even you couldn't resolve the problem, what am I supposed to do? Long Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. You can't put it like that. To tell the truth, I really admire your leadership skills. When I came to ask for reinforcements, I wanted the divine families to send some experts to help me reclaim lost territory, but they wanted me to handle it myself. However, due to guarding the Yin-Yang world back then, the 8th Legion's defenses weakened to the point that our enemies charged through, which I don't think can be blamed on us. Now we have to handle the result, so I'm quite unhappy with that. This is already the 3rd time I've come to bother the divine families for help, and it seems that I've found a solution. I think that you're even better than those experts. We don't like their irritating faces, said Shen Chengfeng as he brought Long Chen away. You have such confidence in me. You should know that I have no confidence at all in this, said Long Chen. Actually, it's not as difficult as you imagine. If the 8th Legion wished to reclaim that territory, we'd definitely be able to do it. But it would come at a terrible price. Don't you think having a sacrifice so much for something that wasn't our fault is difficult to bear? Would you do it? That's true. Whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences, said Long Chen. Exactly. If the divine families had sent reinforcements, we could have taken back our territory easily. But the other 3 families might cause trouble if the Long family interfered in the so-called fair competition. So this matter has stalled until now. It's a nice surprise for me that you're the one I ended up getting as help after all this time, said Shen Chengfeng with a laugh. The two of them arrived at the transportation formation that Feng Fei had gone through as well. Shen Chengfeng took out a jade tablet to activate the formation. Are we going to the same place as Feng Fei? As soon as Long Chen mentioned Feng Fei, the surrounding experts of the divine families glared at him furiously, unable to accept that he had called her directly by her name. No, Senior Feng Fei went into the depths of the ancient battlefield, while we're just going to the outer edges, said Shen Chengfeng. Space shuddered. Long Chen felt like his body was being wrung. Space continued to whirl around them until he was dizzy. This transportation formation is always like this. Building any kind of transportation formation through the ancient battlefield is difficult as the spatial laws there are broken. There's no way to make it steady like other transportation formations, said Shen Chengfeng. They were within the twisting space for a full incense stick's worth of time before Long Chen found himself in a desolate world. Long Chen's hair instantly stood on end. Not that far from where they came out was a giant spatial crack. The space around the crack was twisting violently. It looked like a gaping maw. From within that spatial crack, he sensed the aura of a terrifying sword Dao. This sword Dao intent remains after so many years. Long Chen was shocked. This spatial crack was clearly left from a sword but had yet to be healed even after the cleansing of the river of time. Shen Chengfeng nodded. It's pretty amazing that you can look at it directly. The first time I arrived, just looking at it left me with a headache for 3 months. Even now, I can't look at it directly. The rumor is that this was an attack left behind by a human master of the sword Dao right before his death, and it contains his entire sword Dao. The reason the transportation formation is set up here is to temper the wills of the disciples. All the disciples who come here for the first time receive a shock to their souls from looking at it. But it is said that the worse the impact is, the greater it will benefit them. I don't know if that's a lie or not because I didn't feel any significant improvement after that headache. Long Chen smiled. It's not a lie. The will behind this sword is a kind of inheritance. This senior left behind the pride and tenacity of his sword Dao, showing off the unyielding purity of his existence as a sword cultivator. To be injured by this will is to be infected by it. Although it won't increase your combat power, it will cleanse your heart, allowing you to more easily abandon your distracting thoughts and desires. Now that you say that, it seems that it's true. I was just a middling existence when I first joined the Heavenly Dragon Legion, and I was quite competitive and jealous of those above us. I almost got kicked out several times. But after coming here, it seems that I did grow calmer. I thought it was just the headache making me focus on recuperating, but I kept that focus on cultivation afterward too. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Long Chen was right. He had thought that he was being punished and forced to look at it, but it was only afterward that he had started to feel great reverence for the ancient battlefield and those who had fought on it. Oh, isn't that Commander Shen? I hear you went back to ask for reinforcements again. Did you end up coming back with nothing again? Just as Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng were talking, the transportation formation behind them lit up. Two experts walked out. One of them had quite the cutting mouth. The fact that the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion had lost their territory and been forced to the second line of defense was known by the entirety of the Heavenly Dragon Legions. Before this, Long Chen hadn't noticed it, but Shen Chengfeng had a small immortal character within the embroidered design on his chest. These two also had similar characters. There were 4 different colors of this character: bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold. Bronze was for the ordinary warriors, silver was for the squad leaders, and gold was for vice commanders. Dark gold was reserved for the commanders. These two both had the number 3 on their chests, indicating that they came from the 3rd Heavenly Dragon Legion. The gold color indicated that they were vice commanders. The two of them were clearly intent on causing trouble for Shen Chengfeng. The other vice commander looked at Long Chen with surprise. Little fellow, don't tell me that you're the reinforcements. You just entered the Nether Passage realm. Ha ha ha, it seems that the Long family has truly declined. Shen Chengfeng's expression finally sank. He had no choice but to accept it when others mocked him because the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion had become a laughingstock for losing its territory. He walked away, ignoring them. However, Long Chen looked at him oddly. Do the divine families also have a lot of such idiots? Yes, as many as on the Martial Heaven continent. Shen Chengfeng shrugged helplessly. All right then. Long Chen curled his mouth. People remained the same no matter where he went. The two of them didn't get on a flying boat. Flying boats were impacted by the unstable space and were much slower. The two of them traveled on their own, walking past the desolate surroundings. Everything was a mess. There were collapsed mountains and rubble everywhere. There wasn't the slightest air of vitality. Occasionally, spatial cracks would appear along with black holes. Suddenly, a roar came from within one of those black holes, causing Long Chen to jump. Shen Chengfeng explained, no need to panic. That sound was left behind by the ancient battle. The master of it has long since died. The battle from back then destroyed the laws of space and time, so some strange things pop up. Even the sounds ended up passing through the river of time. It's truly worthy of being called a battlefield of gods, said Long Chen. Actually, strange phenomena will appear quite often. Sometimes, you'll hear shouting or bestial roaring. There have been times where people see strange things. To put it bluntly, you will encounter countless unimaginable things here. The experts of that time are not existences we can comprehend. Although there are countless dangers here, there are also countless opportunities. Hehe. You should understand how important the ancient battlefield is just based on the fact that the entrance has always been kept under the control of the divine families. It can be said that one reason for the divine family's success is due to the ancient battlefield. Shen Chengfeng smiled mysteriously. So the divine families are treating this battlefield as a big piece of meat. After being gnawed on for so many years, there's probably not much left, said Long Chen. Hehe, that's where you're wrong. The ancient battlefield continues to give us countless surprises. Sometimes, experts will leave their inheritances within a minor world right before dying. If you can find the entrance, you can receive that inheritance. Such things are littered throughout the ancient battlefield, but they can only be found by luck. Even after all these years, the divine families have only managed to explore a portion of this place. There is also the demon race blocking us from going deeper. They are a constant disturbance. So this ancient battlefield can be considered a treasure house, but we don't have the ability to take all the treasures out. My guess is that after the Starfield Divine World is opened, the next step will be to open the ancient battlefield to the continent. Suddenly, rumbling erupted ahead of them. A cloud of dust soared. Shen Chengfeng's expression instantly changed. That's the camp of the 8th Legion. They're being attacked. Chapter 2366 Bazaar Blood Ignition Pill. Shen Chengfeng and Long Chen hastily rushed over, and countless large figures quickly appeared within their vision. They were fighting the Heavenly Dragon Legion. What surprised Long Chen was that while these beasts didn't look different from magical beasts, their auras were completely different. They instead seemed a bit similar to the sea demon race. Those beasts were gigantic and seemed to be pressing down on the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Giant arrow towers were set up in a defensive line, unleashing huge arrows. A streak of light sliced through the demonic beasts, blasting apart those struck. Suddenly, one of the demonic beasts avoided the layers of blockades to reach one of the arrow towers. Its sharp claw then slammed into the tower, almost bending it in half. Over 10 of the crossbows were destroyed in one blow. That demonic beast didn't have time to unleash another attack before a dozen rays of sword light slew it. However, the destruction of that tower had created an opening within the defenses. The demonic beast seemed to have sensed it and rushed that opening. 7 of the 18 arrow towers have been destroyed. If this continues, the second defensive line will be broken as well. Long Chen, we have to stop them. Shen Chengfeng was already charging into the battlefield. Brothers, stand steady, reduce the defensive line and protect the arrow towers. With a single blow of his sword, Shen Chengfeng killed one of the powerful demonic beasts. The Heavenly Dragon warriors finally had a chance to breathe. A figure charged through the battlefield, with black saber light flashing. With every flash of light, one of the sea demons fell. The Heavenly Dragon warriors were unable to believe their eyes. How was Long Chen here? Lightning flickered beneath Long Chen's feet as he passed through the battlefield, targeting the regions where the warriors seemed to be in the most danger. Every time Evilmoon flashed through the air, more demonic beasts fell. Either they exploded in a burst of blood, or they were badly mutilated. Long Chen has also come. Haha, now we're really fine. The Heavenly Dragon warriors laughed delightedly. Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng didn't cause an instant reversal of the battlefield. Instead, they supported everyone's defenses, protecting the arrow towers. Those arrow towers were treasures of the divine families, and they required a huge amount of manpower to build. They were the true killing weapons of the battlefield. However, their repair cost would have to come out of the pocket of the legion guarding them. Hence, the Heavenly Dragon Legion did their best to slay demonic beasts to accumulate merit points, and if they had to spend those few points on fixing the arrow towers, they would have to go hungry. With all the warriors protecting the arrow towers, a quick defensive formation quickly stabilized. Xie Feng, what happened here? Only now did Shen Chengfeng have a chance to call out toward a dark-faced man. Xie Feng was the vice commander of the 8th Legion. He hatefully said, "We were facing our enemies with no problem when suddenly a new batch came from the side, completely messing up our tempo. We didn't have time to set up any defenses. It was definitely the 3rd Legion. The sudden group of enemies came from their direction. Those bastards." Shen Chengfeng gnashed his teeth. The 3rd Legion had conned them here, wanting to make them lose even this second defensive line. We can talk about that later. Let's stabilize our defenses first. We can't allow any further arrow towers to be damaged, or we'll have to go hungry this month. Ordinary warriors, focus on defense. Squad leaders, come with me. We'll slaughter as many of these demonic beasts as possible to make up for our losses, ordered Shen Chengfeng. As long as they killed enough demonic beasts and took their Nidans, they could exchange them for the merit points required to fix the arrow towers. Brother Long, do you have any ideas? Shen Chengfeng didn't forget to look for Long Chen's opinion. Long Chen shook his head. In this kind of chaotic battle, there's no need for such a thing. Just kill them. Long Chen didn't know much about demonic beasts, so he wanted to observe more. These demonic beasts weren't that powerful. Even the strongest was only on the level of a second-step nether passage expert. The most threatening thing about them was their numbers and their tough physical bodies. As for divine abilities or magical arts, they weren't powerful in that regard. Oh, Those powerful fellows in the distance, why didn't they come over? Asked Long Chen suddenly while he was in the midst of killing the demonic beasts. He sensed several powerful auras just watching from the other side. They're afraid of our arrow towers. Those stronger demonic beasts would naturally be targeted first. If one of the towers concentrates hundreds of god-breaking arrows on one of them, then even a peak 12th rank demonic beast would be killed. Those arrow towers are our greatest protection. As long as we have them, they don't dare to come close, answered Shen Chengfeng. Alright, then I'll go take a look. Long Chen suddenly charged through the battlefield in the direction of those powerful auras. Long Chen, that's too dangerous, shouted Shen Chengfeng. That place was the land of the demonic beasts. But Long Chen was too fast, and he couldn't stop him. Shen Chengfeng immediately gave the order to point the arrow towers in that direction. Once Long Chen retreated to their range, they could assist him. Shen Chengfeng had a strange feeling of expectation. Having advanced to the Nether Passage realm, Long Chen should be able to retreat alive even in the face of a demon king. Long Chen passed through countless demonic beasts. He didn't bother getting tangled up with them. Shen Chengfeng said that the arrow towers have an effective range of 8,000 miles. Past that range, their power weakens. Long Chen began calculating things as he passed through the demonic beasts. The range of those arrow towers was half as far as Guo Ran's crossbow attacks. However, they were focused on killing power in exchange for some range. There were some qualitative differences between the two. Outside the range of the arrow towers, Long Chen saw thousands of powerful demonic beasts with auras so terrifying that even he didn't dare to get close. Based on their auras, they were all peak 12th rank existences. Although their bloodlines weren't pure, their combat power was definitely above ordinary 4th step nether passage experts. Although Long Chen no longer cared about ordinary 4th step nether passage experts, these thousands of demonic beasts were so powerful that if he went over, he would be throwing his life away. These demonic beasts seemed to be from the same species. They had a pair of giant wings each and the heads of a bull. However, their arms were that of a human's and they were holding giant bone spears. Their eyeballs were bigger than a room. Even existences as powerful as them didn't dare to enter the effective range of the arrow towers. They were waiting for the arrows to be destroyed before attacking. However, since Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng had returned, that plan had been ruined. The demonic beasts that had charged in were no longer able to break the Heavenly Dragon Legion's defenses and destroy those arrow towers. Commander Shen, what are these bull-headed monsters called? Shouted Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng shouted back, they're from the demon race, the ignorant brat, you don't even know about our mighty Titan blood bull race. Suddenly, one of those bull-headed monsters opened its mouth. Oh, you can speak. Long Chen stared in surprise. HMPH, inferior human race, you're making too big of a fuss about nothing, sneered another one of them, an expression of disdain appearing on its bull face. Damn, how demonic. So even a bull can grow a brain. Long Chen was amazed. Wait, I've got an idea. Long Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, ha ha ha, I remember now. Doesn't your Titan blood bull race produce bezoars? The bezoar of the Titan blood bull race was one of the main ingredients in certain 12th tier medicinal pills. Long Chen instantly thought of the bezoar blood ignition pill. That was one of the best pills for purifying essence blood. The dragon blood warriors were in the midst of absorbing the immemorial essence blood to stimulate their spirit blood. That on its own was great, but even then, the immemorial essence blood came from the blood race's essence blood. Even once it was purified and 99% of the impurities were extracted, there would still be the slightest bit left over with no way to remove it normally. Although everyone knew it would have an effect in the future, the benefits outweighed that. However, the bezoar blood ignition pill could resolve the problem. It could cause the blood to ignite and automatically remove impurities. That was what he needed most at this time. Yes, every part of the Titan blood bull race is a treasure. Their demonic Nidin, horns, blood, pizzle, balls, they're all priceless treasures. Actually, that bezoar you mentioned is their balls, shouted Shen Chengfeng. The pizzle and balls were particularly valuable parts of the Titan blood bull race. They were treasures that powerful cultivators wished to obtain, but money couldn't buy them. It's their balls. Don't try to scam me just because I don't read many books. Long Chen wanted to believe Shen Chengfeng, but he had never heard this before. Bastard human race, you're courting death. The demonic beasts roared furiously. It seemed that mentioning how valuable their body parts were was taboo to them. Haha, So the bazaar is located there. Well then, old bulls, listen well. I'm going to beat your balls out. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly appeared. As the heavenly dragon warriors cried out in shock, he shot toward those Titan blood bull demons. Chapter 2367 I want bull balls. Those Titan blood bull demons roared furiously. A few of them wanted to fight, but the one that seemed to be their leader shouted, "The human race is crafty. Don't get into the range of their arrow towers. If we stay here, he won't necessarily dare to come over." However, he had barely said this before Evilmoon stabbed into the sky. A giant saber image slashed toward them. Boom, over 10 of them blocked together, resulting in them being blown back miserably. What power! Shen Chengfeng had been keeping an eye the entire time and was startled. Long Chen only had his divine ring out. His battle armor had yet to make an appearance. Despite that, he was able to force back over 10 of the Titan blood bull demons, each of whom had extremely powerful physical bodies. Having fought with them for so many years, the heavenly dragon warriors were well aware that competing with them in power was suicide. Seeing Long Chen really did dare to come into their territory, those demonic beasts roared. They actually surrounded him, trapping him in their midst. Foolish little human, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Don't even think about drawing us into the range of the arrow towers. Now that you've used yourself as bait, don't think about escaping alive, ha 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 ha. One of the demonic beasts was in the midst of laughing when he suddenly let out a shriek. Long Chen was holding a round leathery object bigger than a house. It looked similar to a giant coconut. Damn, what big balls. In that moment of carelessness, Long Chen had suddenly struck, cutting off that demon's balls. Only now that he was holding one did he realize just how powerful the essence blood inside it was. It was like raging lava. It was definitely the correct aura based on his pill sovereign memories. Now he finally believed that their bazaar wasn't part of their digestive tract. The world really was full of marvels. The demon that Long Chen had struck fell from the sky and wailed on the ground, constantly rolling about and holding the wound. Cutting off their balls was apparently so painful that it made them lose their ability to fight. Blood Bull Press. Suddenly, their leader gave an order that caused all of the Titan Blood Bull demons to join forces. Their blood chi erupted, forming a giant sphere compressing on Long Chen. Long Chen's hair suddenly stood on end. The pressure was causing space to crumble and collapse. This unified attack contained all their power and was definitely enough to crush him. He immediately formed hand seals, and golden light appeared behind him. 72 sharp golden dragon teeth appeared, shooting out at 72 different targets. Ever since obtaining the golden dragon teeth, he had rarely used them. Although they were incredibly sharp, they were easily damaged against powerful divine items. Once broken, they would lose their sharp nature. Without that, they were essentially useless. Long Chen hadn't used them in combat because it would be too painful to his heart to have them broken. But against these enemies with no divine items to protect them, he could finally use the teeth. The dragon teeth instantly pierced their defenses, and their aim was naturally their balls. They were instantly pierced. To increase the teeth's sharpness, Long Chen made them shrink to a foot in length. In that state, they could easily pierce the bull demon's tough hides, especially around their balls. Miserable shrieks rang out as 72 bull demons fell to the ground. The sphere compressing him instantly fell out of balance. The others quickly stabilized it, causing the space inside to once more crumble. However, Long Chen had already flown out of the opening. He shot through their midst. Of course, he wouldn't go for free. Evilmoon smoothly swept out, cutting off a dozen balls. Those powerful demonic beasts fell to the ground, wailing. Their leader was infuriated. Reduce your sizes. Their huge bodies allowed them to unleash their greatest power, but now it was a disadvantageous thing. It was like a group of giants trying to swat a fly. Furthermore, Long Chen had found a way to break their combination technique, and without being able to catch him off guard again, they had to switch tactics. Thousands of bull demons quickly shrank down until they were only 3 meters tall. Holding bone spears, they shot at Long Chen. Battle armor. Stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and Evilmoon danced through the air. The closest bull demon was killed with one slash. A head soared into the air before being blown apart by a kick from Long Chen. This was the first one he killed. Previously, he had only cut off their balls, making them temporarily lose the ability to fight. The strange thing was that after a certain amount of time, their balls would regrow. Their life force was quite amazing. However, A head wouldn't regrow after it was blown apart. The first death of their comrades made these bull demons go berserk. Die! Their leader roared and charged past its subordinates, striking Long Chen on its own. Long Chen blocked its spear with Evilmoon. He felt his blood flip inside of him and was knocked back. As Long Chen fell back, a dozen bone spears pierced toward him. He dodged repeatedly, but one pierced his shoulder blade, causing sharp pain to suddenly rack his upper body. Long Chen swung his blade, cutting the one who had struck him in half. Blood burst out of his shoulder. That blood seemed to stimulate the bull demons, and they charged over. Long Chen roared and began to fight with his life on the line, but he was quickly submerged by their numbers. "Commander, they've entered our shooting range. Long Chen needs our help." One of the vice commanders sent a message to Shen Chengfeng. In their rage, the bull demons had ended up being drawn closer to the battlefield without even realizing it. They had just entered the edge of their range. Not yet. Shen Chengfeng shook his head, continuing to keep an eye as he fought. "Long Chen is in crisis. We can't wait," cried the vice commander. "What do you know?" "Shut up," Shen Chengfeng roared back. Long Chen had yet to even summon his white dragon scales. Hence, it was clear that he hadn't used his full power, and his vice commander couldn't even see that. In the distance, Long Chen tried to charge through the blockade of the bull demons multiple times, but was unable to get past them. Long Chen was covered in blood. During this time, he had managed to kill a dozen of them. What a monster! Shen Chengfeng couldn't help feeling amazed. Long Chen not only had the power to kill a few of the bull demons while surrounded by thousands of them, but he was clearly constantly antagonizing them to make them lose their minds even more. "Commander, they've fully entered our attack range. This is the best chance," said the vice commander who had just been scolded. He couldn't help it. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. "The time is not fully ripe yet. Long Chen is allowing himself to be injured to draw them over." "That's definitely not just to kill a few of them. He's putting in this much effort to get them all. If we attack now, one wave of attacks will only kill a third of them, and they'll be gone by the second wave. Just keep an eye. When Long Chen gives the signal or the bull demons realize something is off, unleash the arrows. Kill them all." The vice commander was startled. "Heavens, if that works, wouldn't we have profited even counting the loss of the arrow towers?" "Stay calm. Long Chen always likes to play big. Hee, that's why I'm the happiest of all that he's come here. Damn, he's really starting to go big." Shen Chengfeng suddenly saw Long Chen summon a domain of flames. The golden flames filled the battlefield. It looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. The bull demons had gone berserk. He had repeatedly killed their comrades, but every time they were about to kill him, he would manage to slip away by just the slightest bit, driving them crazy. The flames set them on fire but didn't scare them. Instead, it made them think that Long Chen was on his last legs. They were unaware that the flames were blocking their vision and sense of direction. They were getting closer to the center of the battlefield. The flames also drowned out sounds. Some of the demonic beasts tried to warn them, but they were unable to hear them. "Shen Chengfeng, it's your turn. I don't want anything but the balls," Long Chen suddenly shouted. Thunder rumbled, and Long Chen suddenly shot into the sky, leaving the battlefield. "Fire!" Shen Chengfeng gave the order immediately. Rays of divine light shot out of the arrow towers, shooting through the Titan blood bull demons. Chapter 2368. Want to play? I'll play. The flames vanished and were replaced by a blinding clap of lightning. The Titan blood bull demons were not only blinded, but their bodies were temporarily paralyzed, not listening to their orders. They were unable to see anything, but they did hear a whistling sound that made their hair stand on end. They realized something. Run! Ah! A god-destroying arrow pierced through that demon's head, instantly silencing him. Countless arrows flew out of the towers, cutting through the demonic beasts. Those Titan blood bull demons once more summoned their true bodies and tried to flee. Even though they had wings, flying wasn't their specialty. It was faster for them to run. But as they tried to flee, lightning suddenly paralyzed them. Some of them stumbled and tripped others. With their huge bodies, as long as they weren't shot in their head or balls, they should be fine. With their butts facing the arrows and their arms covering their heads, they fled. However, after 3 waves of arrows, only a few dozen of them managed to escape with their lives. Seeing that, Long Chen shook his head. If Guo Ran saw this, he would definitely curse the archers who had missed so many shots. Just as Shen Chengfeng was preparing to give the order for the 4th wave, space shuddered. Arrows rained down from a different direction. Those fish that had escaped were slaughtered. Shen Chengfeng's expression changed. He shouted, "Yi Lingfeng, what do you think you're doing?" At this moment, there was no need to defend the arrow towers any longer. The heavenly dragon warriors had all charged out as all the ordinary demonic beasts fled along with the Titan blood bull demons. However, it was at this moment that a group of flying magical beasts appeared in the sky. They were bound by thick chains, and they were pulling giant war chariots. Those war chariots had dozens of golden crossbows set up along them, with hundreds of other heavenly dragon warriors on them. Long Chen instantly recognized the two vice commanders that had previously taunted him and Shen Chengfeng. However, now, those two were standing behind a tall and muscular man. Shen Chengfeng's gaze was locked onto that person. Even without looking at the mark on his chest, Long Chen knew that he was definitely the commander of the 3rd Heavenly Dragon Legion. Yi Lingfeng smiled at Shen Chengfeng's gloomy expression. "Commander Shen, what are you talking about? My 3rd Legion came rushing over from a great distance to reinforce you, but instead of thanking us, you act so hostile. It truly makes a person's heart cold." Shen Chengfeng directly burst into curses. "Yi Lingfeng, don't give me that crap. I'm already well aware of what kind of garbage person you are. You think others don't know your sinister plots. Last time, it was your fault that we lost our territory, and this time you intentionally created an opening to allow the Titan Blood Bull race to come here, almost causing us to lose more ground. Now you even dare to come here and try to take advantage of our work. You shameless trash, you're the disgrace of the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Ha ha ha, you're getting so angry over something so small. You really aren't fit to be a commander. No wonder you've always remained the bottom-ranking existence and never managed to climb up. Shen Chengfeng, you're too unskilled. Go back and cultivate for a few more years. However, based on my vision, you'll only be able to remain at this level for the rest of your lifetime," said Yi Lingfeng without the slightest anger at Shen Chengfeng's insults. The enmity between the two of them was not a matter of 1 or 2 days. He waved his hand to his people. "Go take back the prey that we killed. These are our spoils of battle. Do you want to try touching them?" The 8th Legion's warriors immediately charged forward, raging. All the arrow towers locked onto Yi Lingfeng and the others. These spoils were earned with their blood and their comrades' lives. In the face of those arrow towers, Yi Lingfeng sneered, "The corpses that have the arrows of my 3rd Legion belong to us. Those are the rules. If you want to try it, then try it. Let me see if you dare to actually fire at me." A few of the 3rd Legion's warriors began to pick up the corpses right in front of the 8th Legion's warriors. Although they didn't touch the ones that had only been slain by the 8th Legion, the 8th Legion's warriors were all enraged. They clenched their teeth furiously but didn't actually attack. Those were the rules of the divine families. Whoever killed the prey was who the prey would belong to. "Hey, this prey is mine. You're going to take them." Long Chen had been watching this going on, and he finally spoke up. "Yours? Do they have your name written on them?" sneered Yi Lingfeng. "Oh, you mean without my name on them, they aren't mine?" sneered back Long Chen. "You must be Long Chen. The rumors say that you're quite tough, but now I wonder if your head is broken to argue with me over such a meaningless question," said Yi Lingfeng disdainfully. "Oh no, this question is quite meaningful. But since you've answered me, it's fine. I should just warn you, my things aren't so easy to take," advised Long Chen kindly. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Little fellow, I'd take care not to get yourself killed without even realizing it." Yi Lingfeng laughed and waved his hand, bringing his people away. As the magical beasts roared and dragged the chariots away, Yi Lingfeng's mocking voice rang out once more. "Does he really think he's someone important? What a joke." The laughter of other people followed. "That bastard, I really want to kill him." Shen Chengfeng smashed a nearby stone, blowing it to smithereens. If he didn't vent, he felt like he might explode. The other warriors of the 8th Legion were ashen. Their joy at their prophet had vanished, and they were now filled with rage with no way to release it. They had clearly been plotted against and had taken heavy losses. In the end, those people had even plucked some profits from them before leaving. How could they accept this? "Alright, don't just stare. Hurry and clean up the battlefield. Remember to leave the Bezors to Brother Long," ordered Shen Chengfeng. This had been a crushing victory for them with thousands of the Titan Blood Bull race's corpses to go through, so having lost a few dozen was nothing. It was just the feeling that was vile. It was like they were happily eating a delicacy only to find a bug in the final bite. Shen Chengfeng could barely contain his rage. He knew that Yi Lingfeng had schemed against them. If things had gone as Yi Lingfeng had planned, then the 8th Legion might have been routed and forced to retreat even further. Long Chen's arrival had been something he hadn't expected, so he hadn't managed to get everything that he had wanted. But even though he hadn't managed to swoop in and take all the profit in the end, he had still managed to piss off the 8th Legion. Shen Chengfeng suppressed his fury and walked over to Long Chen. "Brother Long, I'm sorry for this. How about we give you half of everything in addition to the Bezors?" Every part of the Titan Blood Bull race was important. The pizzle in particular was a great supplement for men, one capable of increasing their fertility. The higher the cultivation base, the lower the fertility of a cultivator. This was a suppression of the heavenly Taoes. The stronger they were, the stronger their descendants were. This was also why it was very difficult for two peerless experts to have children. Many of them would be unable to bear a child their entire lives. However, if they did have one, there would be a high chance of that child inheriting their father and mother's strongest bloodlines, giving the child a huge head start on everyone else when it came to cultivation. The pizzle was quite popular amongst those who had reached the Life Star realm and beyond. However, it was a rare treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Even if they split half of everything with Long Chen, that would still be enough to make up for the 8th Legion's losses today. Also, Shen Chengfeng was quite bold to offer Long Chen that much. Most people wouldn't have been capable of it. "I don't want anything else other than the Bezors. I wouldn't have been able to kill so many of them on my own, so everyone contributed. To take all those Bezors for myself is already very shameless of me," said Long Chen. "Brother Long, if it weren't for you." Long Chen shook his head. "Let's not argue. After cleaning up the battlefield, I have something I want to say to everyone." "Do you want revenge? You have a way." Shen Chengfeng's eyes lit up. "How refreshing. Did you think I didn't have a way to handle this?" Long Chen smiled wickedly. Yi Lingfeng wished to play. He would play. Chapter 2369. Do you want to gamble? After cleaning up the battlefield and hearing that Long Chen only wanted the Bezors, refusing the other spoils, the Heavenly Dragon warriors felt even greater reverence for him. He was truly worthy of being the boss of the Dragonblood Legion. He had refused all those treasures. Even if he himself didn't have a use for them, he could exchange them for merit points and buy other treasures. Long Chen came from poor origins but was actually willing to leave this wealth to them. That was very admirable of him. Hence, they all gathered up to listen intently to his vengeance plan. Long Chen said, "Look at yourselves. Are you even cultivators? Did you cultivate to resign yourselves to fate? To be other people's stepping stones? To be humiliated by others? If that's the case, you can just stop cultivating and achieve the same result. To put it frankly, this is a result of you being pushovers. If it was the Dragonblood Legion, do you think that what was his name again? Yi Lingfeng, complimented Shen Chengfeng. Yes, that Yi Lingfeng, if he dared to act this way in front of my Dragonblood Legion, we'd have taken his balls instead. I would write my name backward if even one person from his group could leave alive after taking the Dragonblood Legion's spoils. But look at yourselves. Does gnashing your teeth count as revenge? To tell the truth, if we didn't have a little bit of a relationship, seeing you like this would make me leave." "I don't like cowards," said Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng's expression was ugly. He sighed, "It's my fault. I am the weakest of the 8 commanders. We wouldn't be forced to act like this if it weren't for me. This has nothing to do with your power. If I wasn't present in the Dragonblood Legion, they still wouldn't accept this. You're still enduring and making concessions after people bully you like this. Let me tell you what the law of the cultivation world is. For every step back you take, others will take another step forward until you have nowhere to go. At that time, you will find that due to taking so many steps backward, you no longer have any chance to counterattack. In the end, you won't be able to do anything but despair. So tell me, do you want revenge? Do you want to strike back? Do you want to take back the dignity that you lost?" demanded Long Chen. "Of course, but we can't beat the 3rd Legion. The difference in power is too great," Shen Chengfeng bitterly smiled. The rankings of the legions were based not only on the power of the commanders but also on the actual legions. In the last competition for the rankings, Shen Chengfeng had lost narrowly to Yi Benchang. After that, he had worked hard and had surpassed his level. However, just that wasn't enough. He also needed to raise everyone's collective power. That didn't just refer to each warrior's power, but also the weapons, armor, steeds, housepets, and other things that the Legion possessed. Due to the 8th Legion being the weakest, they also won the least spoils on the battlefield. They were unable to accumulate many merit points, which were the important wealth of the Legion. As a result, they grew weaker and weaker, with their courage shrinking along with them. They could only kill a few of the weaker demonic beast races. The cycle had continued to this point. The strong grew stronger, while the weak grew weaker. It was now very difficult to reverse this situation. They used to have over 20 arrow towers, but some had been damaged last time and had yet to be repaired before more were damaged. If they hadn't killed so many of the Titan Blood Bull demons this time, the next few months would have been difficult for them to get through. As for the 3rd Legion, they had 180 arrow towers and 3 mobile chariots, with almost every member possessing a powerful magical beast steed. Their equipment was top-notch individually as well. The 8th Legion was like beggars trying to get by in comparison to the 3rd Legion. That was why Shen Chengfeng couldn't help sighing. The power difference was too immense. Other than humiliating themselves, nothing would be gained from going against the 3rd Legion. Of the 8 legions, the only one that they could compete with in terms of combat resources was the 7th Legion. But the 7th and 6th Legions had been sent to stand guard over the Yin-Yang world. The 7th Legion's territory had been temporarily handed to the 3rd Legion to watch over. Although the 3rd Legion had only sent a small portion of their warriors over to this side, it was still too much pressure for the 8th Legion. This was a very important time for the 8th Legion. Right now, everyone was rotating through guarding the Yin-Yang world. That didn't bring them any real benefits. Last time, they had basically made nothing from guarding it. The time to gather points was crucial, but the 3rd Legion was intentionally making things hard on them. Who said that you have to fight against them directly? Furthermore, the divine families would not permit such a thing. I simply wish to know if you have the determination to truly go against them. Battle is like a gamble. You've lost your underpants, so your only gambling chip is your life. I'm asking if you dare to gamble. If you do, then I have a plan. If you don't, then there's no need for me to stay here, said Long Chen. I don't quite understand, said Shen Chengfeng. He didn't know what Long Chen was planning. Long Chen waved his hand. I just want to know your attitude. Do you have that determination? If things work, you'll end up getting a big fish and the 8th Legion will no longer need to bear other people's insults. If you fail though, the 8th Legion will be so badly damaged that it won't ever recover again. I'm asking if you're willing to gamble. For a moment, everyone was silent. Suddenly, one warrior shouted, Commander, let's gamble. We cannot continue suffering like this. Everyone's morale has plummeted. We've lost everything we could lose, so what's the worst case if we lose again? Are people with nothing afraid of losing? Yes, they've pushed us too far. Our cultivation is being slowed down by them. How are we supposed to survive on the battlefield like this? Let's gamble now, or there won't be a chance in the future. I believe that senior apprentice brother Long Chen will definitely lead us to a big victory, said another warrior. Long Chen shook his head. No, when gambling, there will definitely be losses along with the wins. There are no sure bets, or it wouldn't be gambling. Whether you wish to gamble or not is up to you. Think it over well. Let's gamble. Commander, we already don't have anything to lose. If we don't strike back now, we won't even be qualified to fight the 7th Legion. Exactly. Being ground down like this is miserable. It's better to gamble. The Heavenly Dragon warriors didn't know what Long Chen was planning, but they knew it would be something big. Their target was the 3rd Legion which had bullied them intolerably these days. The flames of rage were still strong in their hearts. Some of them were even willing to not get anything as long as it meant that the 3rd Legion paid a price. They had had enough of the 3rd Legion's arrogance and taunting. After being forced into such desperate straits, even a rabbit would bite, let alone a human. Seeing that everyone supported this, Shen Chengfeng nodded. All right, then we'll entrust our fates to you. We'll do what you say. Shen Chengfeng knew what kind of person Long Chen was. He was someone who did not fear anything within heaven and earth. No one knew what he would do. Moreover, Shen Chengfeng had also grown sick of this. In the worst case, they would be expelled from the divine families. Since everyone had made their choice, as commander, he couldn't be cowardly. All right, then let's reorganize ourselves. Tally up the results of this battle. Long Chen didn't treat them as outsiders, instead directly giving orders. He called over Shen Chengfeng to a place where they could speak alone. He smiled at him. Don't look like you're going onto the executioner's platform. I'm not going to get you all killed. Long Chen saw that Shen Chengfeng was worried he would do something that would implicate the entire 8th Legion and get them punished. That wasn't what he was planning. Shen Chengfeng was embarrassed at being read so easily and having such thoughts. Get me a map of this place with various strongholds, defensive lines, and powerful forces labeled. I also need to see what kind of trump cards you have accumulated, and what kind of things your merit points can be traded for, said Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng began to explain in detail how the 8 defensive lines were spread throughout the ancient battlefield, as well as the general camps of the demon race. At this time, Long Chen realized that the ancient battlefield had many natural strongholds. The Heavenly Dragon Legion relied on those strongholds for their defensive lines. Alright, I have a general understanding. Let me see what kind of cards you have right now. This is very important, said Long Chen solemnly. This was the crux of the problem. This time, Long Chen wasn't planning on using his own power. This was the trial that the Deputy Elder had given him. Chapter 2370 Staking everything on one throw. Right now, we have 11 arrow towers left. Those are our strongest trump cards. The battle damaged 7 arrow towers and 437 warriors died. If we hadn't arrived in time, the 8th Legion would have taken even worse losses. Shen Chengfeng. The arrow towers could be fixed. It just required some points. But when people died, they wouldn't come back. The divine families would send new blood to maintain the original 10,000 spots. But those newcomers weren't true warriors. They needed to be slowly tempered to reach the same tempo as the others. The biggest headache for Shen Chengfeng was that some of the strong newcomers would rather wait until they had a chance to join the other legions instead of the 8th Legion. They all felt that there was no room for advancement within the 8th Legion. Those talented people were waiting for deaths amongst the other legions to fight over those spots. As a result, the people that the 8th Legion managed to get were all rather ordinary. Shen Chengfeng no longer knew how to reverse this cycle. He could only watch as his legion grew weaker and weaker, and the only thing they could do was bitterly endure. He had tried countless times to change this, but after meeting setback after setback, failure after failure, his will had silently been ground down. 11 arrow towers. Alright, then what about the gains from this battle? They can be exchanged for useful things, right? Asked Long Chen. Yes, other than financial support for the families of the dead warriors, there's enough to repair the broken arrow towers and buy 5 new ones. What about other than the arrow towers? There's a lot. Take a look at the list. Shen Chengfeng handed a jade tablet to Long Chen. It lit up, and a mass of characters appeared in the air. It was a catalog containing dazzling treasures. There were armor, weapons, tools of battle, magical beast steeds, housepet eggs, formation materials, pills, medicinal ingredients, etc. When Long Chen saw those medicinal ingredients, his heartbeat quickened. The divine families must have large stores of medicinal ingredients. They had to have 12th tier ones and maybe even higher ones. However, he didn't look at the medicinal ingredients right now. He looked at the formations. After reaching the end, he finally saw an existence amongst the illusion formations called the mirror image formation. Buy some of these, said Long Chen. Mirror image formations. They're soul-bewildering formations. What would we use them for? Asked Shen Chengfeng. They rarely used formations on the battlefield because the cost was so great that any profit was lost. Buy 300 of them. I have a use for them. 300, each one is 1,000 points. 300,000 points is half of our gains from this battle, said Shen Chengfeng with alarm. They're so expensive. Long Chen was surprised. In the Dragonblood Legion, Sha Chen was the one who made their formation discs, and he seemed to have an endless number of them. Long Chen hadn't been aware that they were so precious. Carving formation discs was extremely complicated, with a high chance of failure. That was why each formation disc was very precious. Even if they're expensive, we have to buy them. Sonic light bombs, I want 10 of them, and I suppose 8,000 explosive arrowheads. Long Chen began to list things. The things he wanted turned Shen Chengfeng's face green. Long Chen, the 8th Legion, doesn't have so many points. It's alright, go talk to your brothers and have them contribute the points they have. After this operation, return it to them double, said Long Chen. That's too far. Every warrior was given 10 points by the divine families every month. Those points were basically their life. Those points were what they used to buy items that they needed for cultivation. Those 10 points weren't even enough. The other legions gave rewards to their warriors from their successful battles. But in the past few months, the 8th Legion hadn't gained any points to distribute, and now Shen Chengfeng was to demand others give up their points instead. Are you too embarrassed to do it? Alright, I'll do it. Long Chen stood. No, I'll do it. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. Even if it was embarrassing, he had to do it himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be their commander. An hour later, Shen Chengfeng returned. Seeing his slightly red eyes, Long Chen smiled. How was it? Were you surprised? Shen Chengfeng nodded, his voice emotional. It really was surprising. I didn't think that they would support me so much. I suddenly feel like I've failed to live up to their expectations. When he had gone about asking for points, they had given him everything they had. Those sincere faces had almost made him cry. With no one else watching, Shen Chengfeng really did cry now. This was partly from emotion but also shame. I'm not a good commander, but every one of them is a good warrior, said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen patted his shoulder. The reason they are willing to risk this with you is because of your charisma. Being negative to yourself is being negative to them. Sorry, I've made you laugh at me. No, who said men can't cry? I don't know how many times I've cried myself. It's those damn fellows that are too damn moving. You and I are the same. Their futures are on our shoulders. Why else would I risk my life? Not because I'm a fool but because there's no other choice, right? I'm so much older than you, but I feel so young in front of you. Well, I won't say too much about that. This life of mine is yours for now. We just barely managed to buy everything that you listed. Now what? Asked Shen Chengfeng. Now, all you have to do is listen to me. Long Chen's wicked laughter rang out once more. 3 days passed silently. On this day, Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng snuck to the front of the battlefield. Within a giant boulder, Long Chen looked out from a crack to examine the ruins before him. This is where you set up your defensive line before? Asked Long Chen. The boulder they were in was a special tool designed to conceal their auras and prevent others from noticing them. The 8th Legion only had this one, and it was only capable of holding a few people. Yes, all the defenses we set up here have been destroyed, said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen continued examining things and then suddenly chortled, truly not bad. Other than the Titan Blood Bull race, there's also the Long-Arm Demon Ape and Wind-Stepping Demon races. With so many demonic beasts here, there's no way for us to take back this territory, said Shen Chengfeng. It would be a crazy man's dream to win back this territory with just the 8th Legion's power. If my Dragonblood Legion came, I would directly charge through them. But this time, I have to use my head to resolve this problem. To tell the truth, I rarely bother with such a thing. Long Chen curled his lips. Continuing to examine things, he asked, are things prepared on that side? Everything was set up 6 hours ago. I made them check things one last time just now to confirm that nothing was off. Now they're just waiting, said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen nodded. Being a bit cautious was best. In truth, he was sure that the Heavenly Dragon warriors wouldn't leave any holes. This related to their lives and fates. Very quickly, Shen Chengfeng received word that they had gone over everything again and found nothing off. Now what? Asked Shen Chengfeng. Even now, he didn't know Long Chen's plan. Now it's simple. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. The boulder they were in slowly retreated. The camp of the 3rd Heavenly Dragon Legion was located between a giant spatial crack and a bottomless hole. Between these two natural strongholds were 30,000 warriors. They all belonged to the 3rd Legion. Their armor was bright, and their weapons were of the highest quality. Outside their camp were hundreds of giant magical beasts patrolling, keeping a vigilant eye on the demonic beasts. If any of them approached, these magical beasts would immediately sense them and sound the alarm. With the magical beasts patrolling, the other warriors didn't need to. Things looked very lax. Report. Suddenly, a person came flying over to the center of the camp. Yi Lingfeng was standing in the war chariot and asked him, what is it? Reporting to the commander, the 8th Legion has surrounded a group of elites of the demonic beasts at the Ghost King pit to the front right. It seems that they'll fully exterminate them in less than an incense stick's time. Oh, it seems that Long Chen has some ability. Let's go take a look and see if he can piss them off some more. Yi Lingfeng's eyes brightened. He immediately led a portion of his people away. Chapter 2371 Falling into the Con. The 8th Legion's warriors were about to slaughter all the demonic beasts that they were surrounding until someone shouted. Without hesitation, everyone flew away. Their bodies suddenly vanished mysteriously as if space had enveloped them. Those warriors had entered an illusion formation that had been activated from near a spatial crack. Without getting close, there was no way to tell. At this moment, a war chariot came racing over. Yi Lingfeng was standing atop it, only to see a mass of corpses from the demonic beasts. There were still some straggling demonic beasts fleeing. Curious, where are they? They retreated without even cleaning up the battlefield. The person who had reported this in the first place couldn't understand it. Something seems off, said one of the vice commanders. But he was unable to say what was off. The 8th Legion was famous for their poverty. When they cleaned up the battlefield, they wouldn't leave a single thing. But now they had run off without even picking up a corpse. Suddenly, space exploded. Runes filled the air, causing them all to jump. Upon seeing those runes, Yi Lingfeng's gaze turned cold. Mirror image runes. Yi Lingfeng instantly recognized them. No wonder he had felt it was odd. What they had been seeing was just a mirror image. Those runes exploded and roaring filled the air. A massive Titan blood bull. Demons came charging over. They had been here the whole time, and upon seeing a lone chariot rushing over, they had first been dumbfounded. But then seeing it was all alone, they didn't overthink it and attacked. How stupid. They spent this much money just to give us some food. Yi Lingfeng sneered. A group of Titan blood bull demons was nothing to him. However, he had yet to finish talking when another mirror image formation appeared behind them, splintering apart to reveal a group of black four-legged lizards. Those lizards spat out black mist that surged toward them. Activate the chariot's defenses to block the poison mist, ordered Yi Lingfeng. The most terrifying aspect of those lizards was their poison. Even armor could be corroded by it. It wasn't the actual armor itself, but the runes that gave it its power that would be corroded. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the distance. Someone cried, "Arrow bone rats." Giant rats with bone spurs coming out of their backs were rushing over. Those bone spurs were just as sharp as arrows. As soon as they appeared, those bone spurs came shooting over. They exploded on contact with the chariot, and although the chariot was not damaged, it was shaking intensely. The magical beasts carrying it were wiped out. Yi Lingfeng was infuriated. Everyone other than him was forced to hide within the chariot. The chariot's runes lit up, unleashing runic swords that killed the closest Titan blood bull demons. The unfortunate thing was that the lizards' poison mist was extremely effective against human flesh and armor, but other demonic beasts didn't seem to mind. The most terrifying opponents for them were the arrow bone rats. Their bone arrows were almost equivalent to the attack of the arrow towers. Through a formation disc, Long Chen watched everything going on. He couldn't help smacking his lips. Those arrow bone rats are so powerful. Beside him, Shen Chengfeng said, "Of course. They're very terrifying existences that we have never dared to get close to. When we see them, we immediately retreat to focus on defense. They're the only ones that can wipe us out instantly if we're not careful. Fortunately, their range isn't that great. That's why it was possible to lure them over here. Long Chen, I'm pretty amazed you managed to calculate everything so perfectly." To lure the demonic beasts over so accurately, Long Chen had used multiple mirror image formations, making them come here without even noticing it. These are just some meaningless tricks. I don't like using them because they're so childish, but sometimes they can be fun to play around with. Hiding here while watching the fish get lured in bit by bit, hee, it really feels quite good, laughed Long Chen. It had been a while since he had played some schemes. Hiding while conning others, if the old man were to learn of this, he would definitely curse him to death. But Long Chen did feel quite successful inside. Yi Lingfeng's group was being thrown about within the carriage from the attacks of the arrow bone rats. "Bastard, do you think this is enough to make things hard on me? You're too immature." Yi Lingfeng roared and slammed the core of the chariot's formation. He was going to unleash the full power of the chariot. However, just at that moment, a jade plate on his waist began to rapidly blink, causing his expression to change. "Our defensive line has been attacked." The chariot tumbled away, wretchedly managing to get away from the attacks of the demonic beasts. However, those demonic beasts followed. Their intelligence wasn't very high, and seeing one lonely war chariot, they felt that this was a chance they might not get again. The chariot sped through the air, with 3 groups of demonic beasts in hot pursuit. As the chariot fled, more groups of demonic beasts appeared in their way, and when they saw the chariot, they immediately attacked. "Bastards, they definitely did something here," raged Yi Lingfeng. Their retreat path had also been set up. He didn't even know where these demonic beasts were coming from. More and more of them were appearing, causing him to panic. If their defensive line was lost, taking it back would be very difficult. Long Chen, you little bastard, just wait. Once I settle things here, don't even think about leaving the ancient battlefield alive. With his understanding of Shen Chengfeng, Yi Lingfeng was sure that he couldn't come up with such a scheme. One reason was because Shen Chengfeng didn't have the head for it, while the other was because he didn't have the guts. This was definitely Long Chen's idea. More and more demonic beasts appeared, but fortunately they had the war chariot. If they hadn't, they would have been doomed. Yi Lingfeng didn't dare to tarry. If they were trapped in a battle against these demonic beasts, once the chariot's energy was all used up, it would become a scrap of useless metal. Perhaps he himself would be able to escape with his power, but everyone else would die. Countless runic swords were shooting out of the chariots, forcibly carving a bloody path through the demonic beasts. They didn't even have time to pick up the corpses. It was like Yi Lingfeng had angered a hornet's nest, except it wasn't hornets but millions of demonic beasts. From a distance, Long Chen saw a line of dust appear in the sky as Yi Lingfeng fled. He sighed. Shen Chengfeng also sighed. This was a sigh that represented the slightest relief from years of resentment. The heavenly dragon warriors were starting to clean up the battlefield. One of them excitedly said, "The 3rd Legion's flying dragon war chariots are really powerful. If we had one as well, wouldn't we be able to reclaim our lost territory? If we had such a thing, we would never have lost our territory. Don't dream. Such a treasure couldn't be bought even if we saved all our points for 3 years. Be more realistic and clean up the battlefield. Hehe, it seems that we'll not only get back our investment but also make some profit." All the heavenly dragon warriors felt great satisfaction looking at Yi Lingfeng's wretched sight. Not only that, but they were also picking up the corpses of powerful demonic beasts that could be exchanged for enough points to make up for what they had spent. "Long Chen, that's about enough. If we get any closer to the 7th Legion's camp, the formation will sense us," said Shen Chengfeng. Right now, they were still on the edge of the region that the 7th Legion's camp could sense. The divine families had rules, and taking corpses that they hadn't killed would be considered stealing. Of course, if no one saw, then rules became powerless. It would be troublesome though if they were noticed. Based on our current profit, we haven't lost out at all. We even profited a bit. "We can leave now," said Shen Chengfeng. "Leave now? Do you think that when I go out, I'm satisfied with so little? It seems you really have gotten used to your poor days." Long Chen looked at Shen Chengfeng with surprise. "Brother Long, what did you plan to do?" Long Chen was speechless. How refreshing. This is just the start, and the good show has yet to begin. How could we stop now? We still haven't used quite a few of the things that we bought. Ah, then what's next? Next, we can just watch the fun. At this time, Yi Lingfeng should have returned to his camp. Yi Lingfeng truly had returned. However, when he did, he saw that there were no demonic beasts attacking. Everything was still calm. The warriors stationed there stared at him in shock. Behind him was an army of demonic beasts charging over. Yi Lingfeng's expression changed. He knew he had been scammed again. Activate all the defenses. The arrow towers, war chariots, divine crossbows, and the dragon cannons must be unleashed. Roared Yi Lingfeng. Chapter 2372 Saving Enemies. The 3rd Legion's warriors that were within the camp were all shocked. Just what had happened? Why had their commander drawn over so many demonic beasts? There was no need for Yi Lingfeng to give orders. They instantly entered their combat state. Arrows shot out of the camp, and the sound of cannons resounded through the air. Giant corpses piled up as the demonic beasts at the front were slain. However, no one smiled. "There's too many demonic beasts. We can't stop them." Even after using all their weapons, they were unable to stop the advance of the demonic beasts. They were too fast, and even if the ones at the front were slain, their corpses protected the ones behind them from most of the attacks. The worst thing to occur in a battle against demonic beasts was to encounter such a wave. Once the demonic beasts began congregating for such an assault, they needed to be interrupted. However, today, things had come too suddenly. These demonic beasts attacked from right behind Yi Lingfeng. The exploding formations set up underground that were normally used to stop the charges of demonic beasts would blow up Yi Lingfeng if activated. That moment of hesitation allowed the demonic beasts to close the gap. As soon as Yi Lingfeng's chariot entered the camp, He shouted, "Detonate all the lightning partitions." Explosions shook the land. Lightning mixed with flames blasted apart the demonic beasts. After just over 10 explosions, things fell silent again. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened. "What are you hesitating for? Detonate them all. Commander, this is the camp of the 7th Legion, not ours." There were only 16 lightning partitions. In the 3rd Legion's camp, there were over 300 of those bombs laid underground. If they were there, then these demonic beasts would have been wiped out instantly. Unfortunately, Yi Lingfeng had forgotten that this wasn't his camp. They had only come as a temporary garrison for this spot. "Stop wasting words and focus on defense. We cannot allow them to enter." Yi Lingfeng was so enraged that his face alternated between black and green. He personally stepped forward, summoning his manifestation and taking the vanguard position. It went without saying that Yi Lingfeng was extremely powerful. His armor enveloped him in light, and his sword danced through the air, killing a powerful demonic beast with each slash. Although Long Chen disliked this fellow, he had no choice but to admit that he was powerful. Yi Lingfeng led his warriors into battle, with the arrow towers, war chariots, divine crossbows, and dragon cannons all shooting from the rear. The demonic beasts were being slaughtered in waves. Seeing how powerful the 3rd Legion was, Shen Chengfeng sighed. "They really are far stronger than us. If it was the 8th Legion facing this assault, running would be their only option. Rather than saying that they're strong, it's more accurate to say that they're wealthy. They are essentially created from money, but they also have a fatal flaw," said Long Chen. "What fatal flaw?" Shen Chengfeng hastily asked. "They're too prideful. They think a powerful costume makes them unbeatable. From their movements, you can see that they're not accustomed to this kind of battle. In other words, in the past, they always crushed their opponents directly. To put it frankly, they're a group of adults who have only beaten children. They have no idea how to work together in combat. Although their attacks look sharp, they're just randomly shooting. They have no control over the tempo of the battle. I guarantee that in less than an incense stick's worth of time, holes will appear in their defense," said Long Chen confidently. "Really, it looks to me that they're definitely going to win. After all, their equipment is so strong," said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen smiled and pointed at a formation disc. When Shen Chengfeng saw the information on it, his eyes almost popped out. "You drew over the demonic beasts from 3 surrounding regions." The formation disc showed countless demonic beasts rushing over to the 7th Legion's camp. Their numbers were several times greater than the current demonic beasts attacking. "Long Chen, did we go too far? If the 3rd Legion is destroyed, Shen Chengfeng's voice shuddered. If Long Chen conned Yi Lingfeng to death, that would not be playing around. If the 3rd Legion over here was destroyed, it would be a catastrophe. "Don't worry, everything is under control," promised Long Chen. "This battle will naturally draw the attention of the surrounding demonic beasts. When the other legions see that the demonic beasts are about to break through this defensive line, they'll naturally come to reinforce it. That's precisely why we'll be able to profit the most. I don't like doing small things. Even if a piece of meat were to jump into my mouth on its own, I'd be too lazy to eat it if it was too small." As expected, when the reinforcements of the demonic beasts arrived, the 3rd Legion was no longer able to endure and was starting to show signs of crumbling. Yi Lingfeng went all out, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defend the entire line. He could only suppress one region, but the others were unable to endure. "Commander, we must retreat," shouted one of the vice-commanders. The demonic beasts were like a growing tide, and they were about to force the 3rd Legion to the point of no return. If they still didn't retreat, they would be surrounded and doomed. The space within the ancient battlefield was not stable enough to set up long-distance transportation formations. By this point, even if they requested help, it couldn't possibly arrive in time. Furthermore, the closest group to them was the 8th Legion. With how weak they were, their reinforcements would be useless. That was not mentioning whether or not the 8th Legion would even want to help them. Have the large equipment pull back for now and unleash the full power of the arrow towers. "There's no need to consider the lifespan of the arrow towers," ordered Yi Lingfeng furiously. The arrow towers were stationary equipment that could not be moved freely. Once they lost this defensive line, those arrow towers would definitely be broken. Hence, upon hearing his order, the runes on the arrow towers ignited. Their arrows doubled in power. With dozens of arrow towers unleashing a crazy rain of arrows, the demonic beasts were forced back. Those arrow towers are ruined. They won't even have any value now, said Shen Chengfeng. To the 8th Legion, every arrow tower was an important trump card to protect their lives. Seeing Yi Lingfeng sacrifice over 60 of them at once, he didn't know what to feel. It's not like they're your arrow towers. Long Chen smiled. But we want them. Shen Chengfeng shrugged. Well, as long as this play finishes, I guarantee you'll have more than enough arrow towers, said Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng was so poor that he'd feel bad for his enemies over this. The arrow towers began to explode one by one, crumbling into rubble. However, they had accomplished their mission. The 3rd Legion had gained the time to pull back all the mobile weaponry they had. Without the arrow towers, they no longer had the power to stop this tide of demonic beasts. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand, and the last batch of warriors flew into the 3 war chariots. The war chariots had immense offensive and defensive power. They were also extremely fast. They were treasures that Shen Chengfeng and the others dreamed of having. With the war chariots, they could safely retreat. This was the power of money. The defensive line was broken, and the demonic beasts seemed to feel like they had won, charging inside. They quickly destroyed all the buildings that had been set up as they chased after Yi Lingfeng. The 3rd Legion quickly retreated, with the space growing narrower. There were giant spatial cracks to the side. Half an incense stick's worth of time later, another camp appeared. That was the 7th Legion's second line of defense. Once they had retreated to that second line, Yi Lingfeng jumped off his chariot and sneered at the demonic beasts. He waved his hand. Explosions suddenly occurred from underground. It was unknown what was hidden there, but thick smoke had enveloped the demonic beasts. The smoke seemed to terrify the demonic beasts. They fled, with those behind also wanting to retreat when they saw it. Demonic beasts began to collapse onto the ground, powerless. Idiot demon race, I'll be using your corpses to make up for our losses. Brothers, Yi Lingfeng was suddenly interrupted by consecutive explosions occurring amongst the demonic beasts. Blinding light filled the sky. As they covered their eyes, a voice he hated rang out in their ears. Brothers of the 3rd Legion, don't be afraid. The 8th Legion is here to save you. Brothers, take the kill the demonic beasts. Chapter 2373 Coughing up blood from anger. Its sound explosion light bombs. Yi Lingfeng roared furiously when he recognized what the blinding light was, as well as recognizing that the hateful voice came from Long Chen. He had given up the first line in order to draw the demonic beasts into a narrow opening between 2 spatial cracks. Those spatial cracks contained the terrifying wills of 2 experts who had once fought to the death here. Despite the time that had passed, their wills remained. Thanks to the erosion of those 2 wills, this place had a special effect on other people's wills. By putting bewitching smoke here, it was possible to make even powerful demonic beasts collapse. Bastards, you're stealing our spoils of war. Everyone from the 3rd Legion was enraged. The sound explosion light bombs were especially effective in this place. The demonic beasts would lose their hearing and sight temporarily, and their souls would become sluggish for just a breath's time. But that effect was amplified by the smoke. Clearly, Long Chen had included it all in his calculations. As for the 3rd Legion, the smoke continued to block their path, making Yi Lingfeng so furious that he felt like he might explode. Those bastards! Kill them all! Use our long-range attacks to clear out the battlefield, roared Yi Lingfeng. Commander, we can't. How are we supposed to explain ourselves if we kill them? The vice-commanders and the others all jumped. Although it was possible for them to bully the 8th Legion, they definitely couldn't kill them. The killer would definitely be executed. After all, this was a competition amongst members of the divine families, and it had restrictions. Killing each other was not permitted. Yi Lingfeng simply continued to curse. They had lost their first line of defense, sacrificed their arrow towers, exposed their secret trump card, and the moment for them to reap the harvest had been taken by others. The bewitching smoke had yet to scatter, so he didn't dare to go over. Most hateful of all, he heard the voices coming from the other side. Our 8th Legion will not sit by while our comrades are killed. We will fight together for the divine families. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it doesn't matter. When our brothers are in trouble, we must assist them. This is our duty. Although some people are inhuman, would we be so petty as to quarrel with such little people? We will show everyone what it means to repay enmity with kindness. Brothers of the 3rd Legion, don't worry. We'll risk our lives to hold back your enemies. You must flee. These were all phrases that Long Chen had come up and rehearsed with the 8th Legion. Yes, they were extremely moving. Yi Lingfeng's vision darkened. He almost fainted. The warriors around him cried out in shock. "Commander, are you all right?" Yi Lingfeng's face was twisted into a frightening expression. He was hysterical. "Long Chen, you'll pay the price for your foolish actions." "Aiya, Commander Yi Lingfeng, why are you shouting like a rabid dog? We risked our lives to come help you, but instead of thanking us, you act so hostile. It truly makes a person's heart cold." Long Chen's voice came from within the smoke, and Yi Lingfeng didn't even have the power to retort. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Commander, Aiya, Commander Yi, your moral character is far too narrow. How could someone with so little ability and such a bad temperament be a commander? It really is inconceivable." Long Chen's voice rang out once more. Yi Lingfeng began to spasm. "Quick, place the commander in the chariot and block out all sounds." The vice commanders were pale. Yi Lingfeng was showing signs of becoming bedeviled. If Long Chen said any more, he might just die from anger. One of the commanders clapped Yi Lingfeng in the back of his head, causing him to faint. They brought him into the carriage and isolated him from the sounds of the outside world. "Long Chen, you son of a bitch, you are openly stealing our spoils. We'll report this to the Heaven Executioner. In the 8th Legion, you really are idiots. Are you not afraid of our reprisal?" cursed the vice commander that had previously taunted Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen had truly been vicious this time. Even with their powerful fortifications, they had still lost over 70 warriors, as well as the arrow towers in the camp. If Long Chen hadn't come, then killing these demonic beasts would have allowed them to make up for some of their losses. But Long Chen had actually come to take their painfully won fruit. Long Chen didn't respond. Instead, Shen Chengfeng sneered, "How laughable. Your reprisal? When did the 8th Legion provoke you into causing us to lose our camp? Why weren't you afraid of our reprisal? Now that you forced us to the point of no return, why aren't we allowed our vengeance?" Cough. "This isn't vengeance. Yes, we are in no way admitting to that. We came to save you." "Yes, that's it," corrected Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng had slipped up due to his anger. Sometimes rules really were a case of burying one's head in the sand, but there was still no choice. Long Chen's meaning was clear. Yes, they had come for vengeance, but they weren't admitting to it. What could you do about that? "Brothers, kill, protect our brothers of the 3rd Legion. Even if we have to fight to the death, we won't hesitate," shouted Long Chen. Arrows rained down on those demonic beasts that were lying powerless on the ground from the bewilderment smoke and sound explosion light bombs. The 8th Legion's warriors were holding giant crossbows. It took over 10 people to carry each one, but they were shooting crazily. The ones who had charged to the front were amongst the strongest members of the demon race. As for the ones at the rear, they had fled. As a result, the only things to shoot were essentially live targets. They were quickly killed. Although these crossbows had been taken out of the arrow towers and so they weren't as powerful without it as a base, the good thing was that they were mobile and still possessed enough power to kill the demonic beasts. The 8th Legion's warriors had never had such a successful operation. Some of them were tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, and they quickly picked up the corpses. After all, those corpses were money. A torrent of money was entering their pockets with every blink. "Hurry, the effect of the sound explosion light bombs is about to fade," urged Long Chen. The problem wasn't that the demonic beasts would awaken. The problem was that the bewildering smoke would return while they were in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield. Then they would also be affected. "Those corpses aren't yours," demanded one of the vice commanders. Based on the rules, they couldn't take what they hadn't killed. "Who said that they weren't ours? Any corpse with one of our arrows on it is ours," said Long Chen innocently. The 8th Legion's warriors' eyes brightened. That was true. Even if they didn't kill the corpse, they just had to make it look like they had. "Hurry, hurry," pressed Long Chen. If Long Chen gave them a medicinal pill to eat, it would have been possible for them to resist the effect of the smoke. But he didn't want to use his own power. He wanted to use the power of the 8th Legion to con Yi Lingfeng. "Ah, there's no need to be miserly. Let's go." When the battlefield was essentially cleaned up and Long Chen saw some of them looking for pieces of corpses in the ground, he shook his head. Long Chen was truly experiencing just how poor the 8th Legion was in their habits. "Brothers of the 3rd Legion, through our bloody battle, our tenacious effort, the spilling of our blood, we've finally managed to help you stop your enemies. You're safe now and can come out of hiding. There's no need to thank us with a meal, as we'll be going now." The 8th Legion's warriors cried out in unison and then left. An hour later, the the bewildering smoke faded. The Third Legion's warriors charged through the narrow pass. Up to a certain point, there were still a few corpses left behind for them. But eventually, it was like the battlefield had been severed with a knife, and everything on the other side was gone. Damn Long Chen, damn Shen Chengfeng. Just wait, Yi Lingfeng had just woken up. He saw that fewer than a tenth of the corpses remained. 90% of the spoils had fallen into Long Chen's hands. He was so furious that he once more coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2374 Treating People the Way They Treat Others. Long Chen and the others had only just returned to the 8th Legion's camp when Yi Lingfeng came charging over with his people. Long Chen, Shen Chengfeng, hand over our spoils or I will annihilate the 8th Legion today. Yi Lingfeng's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. His voice was full of hatred and resentment. Through this one battle, they had lost so much, but had only gotten less than a tenth of the spoils. Tens of thousands of experts from the 3rd Legion were now standing in the 8th Legion's camp. They were so angry it looked like they might spontaneously combust at any moment. Aya, aren't you that Commander Yi? Why did you come over here so ferociously? Long Chen walked out, looking at him like a kindly elder. The act almost made him laugh, but he managed to keep up his appearance. Why, hand over our things, roared Yi Lingfeng. Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. Commander Yi, this time you're wrong. We came rushing over to the 3rd Legion from such a great distance to help you, but instead of being grateful, you come here looking like you want to kill people. It truly makes a person's heart cold. Some of the people beside Yi Lingfeng felt these words to be so familiar, but the 8th Legion's people all knew that this was how Yi Lingfeng had treated them before when taking their spoils. Bullshit. This was your scheme. Hand over the spoils right now, demanded Yi Lingfeng, also noticing that imitation. Your spoils, did they have your name on them? What have you forgotten how arrogant and domineering you were when you took our spoils? Let me tell you, the demonic beasts that we killed have our arrows in them. That's the proof. Whoever killed the prey gets it. Didn't you say that last time? It's your own crap, returned to you untouched, right? Sneered Long Chen. Yi Lingfeng had taken the 8th Legion's spoils in a similar way, infuriating the warriors. Now the wheel had turned, and spitting back Yi Lingfeng's words right at him was a cathartic release for Shen Chengfeng and the others. That's completely different. You were the ones who drew the demonic beasts over to our side maliciously. HMPH, as long as this is reported to the Heaven Executioner, just a few searches through some souls will show the truth. Did you really think your scheme was seamless? Shouted Yi Lingfeng. Shen Chengfeng's expression changed slightly when the Heaven Executioner was mentioned. The Heaven Executioner was someone who handled big things in the divine families. If this matter ended up growing any bigger, it would be troublesome. The truth, isn't it already very clear? Our actions were all open and above board. If you want to say something, then say it, urged Long Chen. Yi Lingfeng switched targets. Shen Chengfeng, Long Chen doesn't care if you live or die. He can just leave whenever he wants. But as for you, are you willing to throw your lives away? Shen Chengfeng put on a calm exterior, but he was a bit panicked inside. He didn't have Long Chen's guts. He had the entire 8th Legion to consider. This truly wasn't a good thing. Quite a few people of the 3rd Legion had died. If this matter was further investigated, it wouldn't be good. Just as Shen Chengfeng was dwelling in his fear, Long Chen suddenly laughed. Yi Lingfeng, playing this game with me is stupid. I can use my left foot to outthink you. You want to use the Heaven Executioner to suppress others. It doesn't matter who you bring this up to. Yes, this was arranged by me, but I was arranging for the demonic beasts to be drawn over to our camp so that we could exterminate them. You suddenly charged into our plans, completely messing things up. You were the ones who drew the demonic beasts away. When you lost your camp, we clearly had no chance of victory, but we still took the risk to come save you. So tell me, just who is afraid of who? This entire battle plan was drawn up by me, and even Commander Shen had to listen to my orders, let alone the other warriors. If I say something is black, then it's black. If I want it to be white the next instant, then it's automatically white. Who can say anything? So I'll tell you what the truth is. This is the consequence of maliciously ruining our plans. If you have to blame anyone, blame yourself, understand? Hearing Long Chen put it this way, Shen Chengfeng and the others almost prostrated themselves before him. This whole thing had been set up by Long Chen, and it seemed that the only reason he hadn't told them the plan was precisely to counter this play by Yi Lingfeng. After thinking about it, this result was due to Yi Lingfeng charging into their battlefield. All the consequences would have to be borne by him. As long as Long Chen didn't admit he was intentionally conning him, no one could do anything about it. Now their backs straightened. So, he wished to tell the Heaven Executioner. Then go ahead, it was all his own fault anyway. Yi Lingfeng was finally at a loss for words. This had truly started because he wanted to ruin the 8th Legion's plans and take their spoils. Now he had been burned from touching the fire. No one would be able to blame Long Chen for this. In other words, Long Chen hadn't left them anything to use against him. I don't care. Hand over our things or I'll wipe you out right here and now, barked Yi Lingfeng. If loud voices were what ruled things, donkeys would be in command of this world. You want to wipe us out? Then just try it. Let's see if you have the guts, sneered Long Chen contemptuously. Yi Lingfeng ground his teeth to the point that they were about to splinter. He didn't dare to attack. Amongst the legions, friction was only natural, but open slaughter was absolutely not permitted. If he killed even one of them, he wouldn't be escaping alive either. What are you glaring at me for? Shouldn't you fuck off now? Are you waiting for us to treat you to a meal? Sorry, but we don't have the money. We haven't counted our spoils from the last battle, so you should scram. Long Chen flapped his hand at Yi Lingfeng's furious glare like shooing away a bug. Fine, Long Chen, Shen Chengfeng, just wait. My things aren't so easy to take. I'll make you regret this. Yi Lingfeng's voice came from between the cracks in his teeth. He brought his people away. Once he was gone, the 8th Legion's warriors erupted into cheers. Amazing, Yi Lingfeng looked like his dad had just died. I suddenly realized how blessed we are. Fuck, we finally got to vent. I feel like my next bottleneck has even weakened. The feeling of revenge is about to burst out of my chest. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen actually conned Yi Lingfeng to this point. The 8th Legion's warriors were so excited that it couldn't be described with words. They were still floating in the clouds. The resentment that had been accumulating for years was finally released. That feeling wasn't something an outsider could understand. Brother Long, I really admire you. This scheming is something I'll never be able to learn, praised Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen shook his head. This little trick is practically shameful. If it was taken out in the secular world's empires, people would laugh at you for trying such things. But it's enough for Yi Lingfeng. A higher level scheme might not even work on that idiot. Long Chen, aren't you saying that we're also idiots? Shen Chengfeng bitterly smiled. You were born in the cultivation world and live off of martial power, so you don't need schemes. But I was born in the secular world in a noble family that was about to be crushed. I grew experienced with these schemes from a young age. In the secular world, individual power doesn't vary much. When two people are equally powerful, then schemes can show their usefulness. But in your world, it's a joke, because as long as you can crush your opponents with power, no scheme will make up for it. Tell me, if I was in the Shantian realm and possessed unparalleled intelligence, do you think I could beat you? No, that would be impossible. Exactly. Just remember that fish and bears have different skills, and you can't have both. If you waste your time scheming, your cultivation speed will definitely be slowed. For me, playing these kinds of games is just for some occasional fun. Don't fall for it, warned Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng's heart shook, and he hastily said, I understand. Good. Has everything been counted up yet? We have enough to reclaim our first defensive line. Just half our points should be enough for that. We also have enough to reward the warriors and equip them better. Shen Chengfeng's eyes shone with excitement. Why would taking back your territory require points? Asked Long Chen. I don't understand. If we don't use the points for various besieging apparatus, how are we supposed to take back our camp? Isn't there still Yi Lingfeng and the others? Chapter 2375. The goal is to play you to death. As soon as Yi Lingfeng returned to his camp, he smashed apart a stone platform. His face was frightening. The others didn't dare to say a word. He wants to play with me. Fine, I'll play with you. I'll play you to death, raged Yi Lingfeng. Thinking of how the 8th Legion was definitely counting their money with delight in deciding how to use their new wealth, Yi Lingfeng felt like he might burst. He turned around. Second Commander, go to our camp and bring the Divine Dragon Tyrant crossbow. The Vice Commander's expression instantly changed. Commander, that's a killing weapon. Without it, our own camp would be in danger. What are you afraid of? Just do it secretly. Our camp is solid, and demonic beasts haven't attacked it in forever. It's always us going hunting. It's not like we have any demonic beast spies amongst us. Just don't go telling them. How would they know? Said Yi Lingfeng coldly. No buts. I will bear responsibility for it, so hurry up. It takes a long time to dismantle and set the divine dragon tyrant crossbow up, so do it quickly. I want to use it while Long Chen and the others are trying to take back their first defensive line, said Yi Lingfeng. The vice commander helplessly listened to his orders. Third commander, go back and use all our points for heaven concealing stones, heaven exploding lightning, and killing formation discs. Yi Lingfeng turned to another vice commander. All our points. The vice commander jumped in shock. Yes, all. I'm going to go big this time. Fuck, Long Chen dares to scheme against me. Then I'll scheme him to death. When they try to reclaim their territory, we'll launch a sneak attack on the surrounding 9 large demonic beast races and draw them all over. Commander, the 8th Legion will be completely wiped out if that happens. Even in the best case, half of them will die. Do you really want to do this? Asked the vice commander. If the higher-ups were to learn of this, there would definitely be executions. If we don't do this, how am I supposed to resolve my fury? Demanded Yi Lingfeng. But this is too much. It will definitely startle the higher-ups. What are you afraid of? What do you think Long Chen came here for? The Long family is clearly trying to restrict us. Putting it bluntly, we represent the Yi family, and he represents the Long family. We're the chess pieces of these two families, and now we have to see which one of us beats the other. Since Long Chen was the one to not care about the rules first, he can't blame us for being vicious. Do you think the higher-ups don't know about our fight with the 8th Legion? They are well aware. As long as we don't personally kill anyone, what can they say? A sinister smile appeared on Yi Lingfeng's face. But if it's further investigated, we, the vice commander, did not want to end up becoming a scapegoat over this matter. That kind of death would be far too sullen. Perhaps the commander would be spared, but he and the other vice commander would be in danger. After all, a scapegoat had to be a perfect fit that wasn't too big to be important but not too small to seem inconsequential. The vice commander position was a perfect fit for such a thing. Yi Lingfeng sneered, do you have a problem with your head? Don't you remember how Long Chen just conned us? Even if it's investigated, we will say that the heavy losses we took meant that we had to take some drastic measures to make up for it. We launched a large sneak attack while our enemies were paralyzed. There were no problems around our strategy, but suddenly some unexpected things occurred, resulting in some of the demonic beasts breaking out of the encirclement and charging into the 8th Legion's camp. Who can guarantee that a battle will go according to plan? Who can guarantee that no accidents will occur? Since that's the case, who can say anything? At worst, we'll just have to give some compensation. No matter how much that compensation is, do you think the Yi family won't support us in secret? The vice commander immediately said, the commander is wise. Hurry up. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand, sending him off. He clenched his fists. Long Chen, I'll teach you what regret is. The demonic beasts had grown in number over the past few days. The battle last time had made them wary. Shen Chengfeng had found that there were even more demonic beasts guarding their old camp. Clearly, they also knew that the 8th Legion might want to reclaim it. Chengfeng, isn't this strange? You've killed so many demonic beasts. Why haven't any of the stronger members of the demonic beasts come? Asked Long Chen. Due to the immense battle that occurred here, the laws have created a suppression so that even existences that surpass the Nether Passage realm are suppressed back to the level of the Nether Passage realm. That's why we won't encounter any experts on that level. The human race is the same. Those above the Nether Passage realm will also be suppressed. If they came, it would be dangerous for them. For example, if it was you and you were suppressed to the Shantian realm, wouldn't you feel wronged if you then died to a group of Shantian rookies? Explained Shen Chengfeng. Ah, I see. Long Chen nodded. That's not all. The ancient battlefield has countless mystical places. Some regions will strip a person of their spiritual strength, and some are cut off from the heavenly Taos. Some places will essentially turn you into a mortal. To sum up, there are far too many unknowns about this place, and the demonic beasts are in our way if we want to go deeper. As a result, this battle has continued for countless years. The demonic beasts prevent us from exploring the entire ancient battlefield. Only those on the level of Senior Feng Fei dare to enter its depths, sighed Shen Chenfeng. Is Feng Fei truly so powerful? Long Chen frowned. Based on Shen Chengfeng's tone, it was like Feng Fei was a god. It's not just that she's powerful, it's that she's so powerful that it brings forth despair. You've never seen her fight, so you don't know. But based on my understanding of the two of you, I still feel like she's above you. Your chances of winning would be less than 20%, said Shen Chengfeng sincerely. It seems that she really is powerful, said Long Chen. For someone as steady as Shen Chengfeng to say such a thing after seeing him fight meant that she was truly powerful. Shen Chengfeng suddenly looked at him so oddly that Long Chen started to get goosebumps. What are you looking at me like that for? Shen Chengfeng looked around, and seeing no one around, he whispered, I've heard that Brother Long is unparalleled at picking up girls. Let me tell you, if you could seduce, if you could move her heart, you would no longer have any enemies. What? Where did you hear that from? Long Chen almost spat. When had he earned the title of unparalleled at picking up girls? Whoever had come up with that definitely wanted him to be beaten up. Hee, does this need to be said? You have so many heavenly fairies by your side who love you so deeply. Who else has that ability? Senior Feng Fei is very prideful, so most people aren't qualified to even enter her sight. If you could obtain her heart, you would truly be a tiger with wings. In my eyes, your talent isn't inferior to hers. You are only lacking her support. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen, don't need to do such a thing, right? I've managed to keep my integrity until now even if I have nothing else. I won't lower my head like that. Sorry, I wasn't trying to put it that way. Shen Chengfeng apologized. Long Chen had his own pride. To rely on seducing a woman to climb was practically an insult to him. It was true that whoever obtained Feng Fei's favor would instantly become a dragon, but Long Chen disdained doing such a thing. Despite Shen Chengfeng's good intentions, the atmosphere was now a bit awkward. Long Chen said, it's fine. Let's discuss how we'll take back our camp. Yes, let's talk about real matters. Shen Chengfeng hastily nodded, trying to forget about that awkward topic. Have you bought everything that I asked for? Asked Long Che. Yes, but are those things really capable of taking back our territory? Asked Shen Chengfeng curiously. The list that Long Chen had given him was full of nonsense to Shen Chengfeng. There were some random medicines, sulfur powder, lime dust, and most incomprehensible of all, gongs, drums, and firecrackers. Even though he had questions, he had still bought them all. The divine families had everything except the firecrackers, so he had been forced to go to the martial heaven continent to buy those. Alright, then I'll teach you one more move today. Remember, those with powerful martial force don't need to use their heads. There are only two reasons to do such a thing. One is if two sides are equally matched in power, so you need to use your head to increase your chances of victory. The other reason is to use the smallest price to make the greatest gains, said Long Chen. Then we're doing the latter this time. No, we're doing neither. I want to piss off Yi Lingfeng to the point that he simply dies from rage. I want Yi Lingfeng to know that the goal isn't to play with him. The goal is to play him to death, said Long Chen sinisterly. Alright, let's talk to our brothers about the plan. Tomorrow, we will reclaim our land. Get excited. I'll bring you to play a game that will definitely stimulate you. Chapter 2376 Reclaiming the Camp. The next day, the 8th Legion moved out in high spirits. The warriors were completely different from before. Their broken-down armor had been replaced, and their weapons were also new. Their eyes were full of new confidence, which stemmed from their heavy pockets. Following Long Chen's suggestion, the Legion itself had only kept a tenth of their gains from the last operation. The rest had been split between every individual warrior. With their pockets full, their backs naturally straightened. They had equipped themselves and bought some helpful talismans and other items that could potentially save their lives. They had had high expectations for Long Chen from the start, and he hadn't disappointed them. Now that Long Chen was leading them on another expedition, they felt their blood heating up. It could be said that the entire 8th Legion had undergone a transformation. When they were getting close to their original camp, Long Chen waved his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. Brothers, our camp is right ahead. That is the place where we once spilled our blood. That place is our pride and our humiliation. Countless brothers died in battle there, and we lost it. We've disappointed those brothers. Today, we will reclaim it and wipe away our humiliation. We'll use the heads of the demonic beasts as an offering to our fallen brothers, use their blood to carve our brilliance, use their corpses as proof to everyone that the 8th Legion is rising. Everyone who looks down on us will know that our fortunes have changed. Brothers, We fight for our honor. For honor. The voices of the 8th Legion's warriors shook the land. Shen Chengfeng also clenched his fists. The 8th Legion had always been full of potential, but he had never been able to draw it out. With just one battle, Long Chen had completely transformed them. He was ashamed of himself but also filled with anticipation for what was next. He saw many things that he didn't possess within Long Chen. He also saw a quality that none of the commanders of the Heavenly Dragon Legion possessed. It was the confidence that was built up within Long Chen's bones that made it seem like there was nothing he couldn't solve. That posed a fatal charisma to others. Excellent, this is precisely the state required to grasp victory from danger. Everyone, I'll give you an hour to reach your peak state. Look over your bodies and your equipment. Send scouts to keep an eye on the surroundings. If there's anything suspicious, report it immediately, ordered Long Chen. Everyone made their final checks before the battle. Some went out to scout the surroundings, and they quickly returned to report that there was nothing off. Shen Chengfeng secretly said, "The tripwire we said before has been triggered." Long Chen smiled and didn't say anything. An incense stick's worth of time later, he waved his hand. "Move out. Didn't you say to wait an hour?" asked Shen Chengfeng. "That was just for others to hear. Did you believe it? Why would we need an hour to prepare for battle?" said Long Chen. Reclaiming their camp would not be playing house. It would be a bloody battle. Who would really be so careless as to not check their equipment before coming? Such a lie would have been instantly seen through in the secular world. Not even a child would believe it. However, in the cultivation world, where power was everything, it seemed that such a lie was believable. Since even Shen Chengfeng had believed it, Long Chen was no longer worried about his enemies not believing it. They quickly arrived at a narrow pass. On one side, space was constantly warping, with a frightening black hole at the center. On the other side was a giant mountain covered in ice. The icy air coming off of it made people feel like their souls would freeze if they even looked at it. That was also a place that no one could approach. Between them was the camp of the 8th Legion. However, all the buildings had been torn down. Countless demonic beasts were residing within the camp now. This camp was a checkpoint that had to be passed in order to enter deeper into the ancient battlefield. Just defending it before had been taxing for the 8th Legion. Now that they were forced to be the attackers, they would have to pay a terrible price considering how much of an advantage the terrain gave to the defenders. Suddenly, a roar came from within the camp. Following that, the demonic beasts began to pour out. "Little human race, coming here is sending yourselves to die. You should scram," shouted one of the Titan Blood Bull demons. "Long Chen, something's wrong. It seems like there are fewer demonic beasts here than before. Furthermore, they're telling us to scram instead of directly attacking," said Shen Chengfeng. After the last sneak attack, the demonic beasts here had increased in number, but now they had decreased again. "They're baiting us. Even demonic beasts play these kinds of schemes. But their intelligence is far too low. Use the formation disc to check the surrounding space and see if there's anything hiding," said Long Chen. "Commander, there are countless terrifying auras in the surroundings. They are dozens of times greater than what they appear on the surface," exclaimed one of the vice commanders suddenly. With their new wealth, Long Chen had had them by a powerful sensing formation that now managed to sense countless powerful auras hiding. Long Chen waved his hand. "Everything is within expectations. We aren't hiding that we are going to reclaim our land. Weren't we shouting over there as well just so that they could prepare themselves? But this little scheme of theirs is excellent. They're practically cooperating with us. We don't have to waste as many of the things as we have prepared. The time's about right, so we can attack." Shen Chengfeng immediately gave the order. He summoned his manifestation and charged into the army of the demonic beasts. As soon as Shen Chengfeng moved, the various crossbows set up at the rear unleashed long-distance attacks, tearing a path through the demonic beasts all the way into the camp. Shen Chengfeng charged into the camp, only to find that the demonic beasts here were extremely weak, unable to bear a single blow from him. Those demonic beasts began to flee when he entered. "Commander, the surrounding demonic beasts are starting to surround us," shouted the vice commander with the sensor apparatus. "No need to bother with them. Have the people at the rear slow down a bit. We'll just all enter and follow the plan," said Long Chen. The 8th Legion's warriors slowly entered their old camp. The first wave immediately began setting up a tower. This tower wasn't an arrow tower. It was specially set up for extremely long-range shots. Normally, it shot out distress signals asking for aid. After all, nothing was guaranteed on the battlefield, and other items used for sending messages might end up losing effect right when they were needed. This long-range tower could save someone's life at such a time. This tower was able to shoot arrows with special runes for breaking through space, and that allowed them to shoot extremely far. But unfortunately, that was all. Its arrows didn't possess killing power. After it was set up, Long Chen stood on top of it and looked into the distance. At this time, those hidden demonic beasts were starting to surround them secretly. As long as all the 8th Legion entered their camp, they would instantly pounce. Why are they so slow? Yi Lingfeng, you better not disappoint me. Long Chen looked into the distance, his confidence starting to flag. He couldn't have run into something unexpected, right? Have the warriors slow down and stall for more time, ordered Long Chen. A moment later, Shen Chengfeng's expression changed. The demonic beasts seemed to be losing patience. They're not waiting any longer. Fuck, what is Yi Lingfeng doing? He can't even do something so small. Have everyone get in, said Long Chen helplessly. Just at that moment, the surrounding demonic beasts came out from their hiding places and attacked from every direction. Ha ha ha, good, good, they also came. Suddenly, Long Chen saw the space in the distance collapse. Countless demonic beasts were chasing a group of people over. Seeing Yi Lingfeng, Long Chen was delighted. Chapter 2377 Who is conning who? Has Yi Lingfeng gone mad? If we all die here, he won't be getting out alive either. Shen Chengfeng was shocked and enraged that Yi Lingfeng would do such a thing. They saw Yi Lingfeng dragging a giant dragon-shaped flying boat with his 3 war chariots. This flying boat was the Divine Family's supreme killing item, the Divine Dragon Tyrant Crossbow. The body of the boat was the body of the crossbow, while the 2 wings were the arms. The string was dozens of meters thick. There were giant arrows constantly being fired. Every time the string quivered, a giant arrow would pierce through the void. It didn't matter what cultivation base the demonic beasts had, they would still be blasted apart. This was a weapon capable of even killing heaven elders. It was an extremely important treasure and also the strongest trump card of the 3rd Legion. But it was so huge that it required 3 war chariots just to move it. Every shot of it was incredibly expensive. Even if the 8th Legion had one, they couldn't afford to use it. It was the sight of the Divine Dragon Tyrant crossbow that infuriated Shen Chengfeng the most. Yi Lingfeng actually wanted them all dead. Yi Lingfeng sneered. He saw Long Chen and the others surrounded by the demonic beasts. Stop shooting, there's no need to waste more arrows. Suddenly, the earth exploded and a giant bubble of light appeared in a certain spot. The chariots pulled into the bubble and space began to twist. This was actually a giant transportation formation capable of being set up within the ancient battlefield. Yi Lingfeng had clearly come prepared. Due to the size of the Divine Dragon Tyrant crossbow, they couldn't move that far with the formation, but it would definitely be enough to get out of sight. Despite the short range, just this one formation had come at an incredible price. Yi Lingfeng had truly put down the capital to eliminate Long Chen and the 8th Legion. Long Chen, just let me properly enjoy the sight of you dying, sneered Yi Lingfeng. What is that? Suddenly, the 2nd commander pointed out the tower that Long Chen was on. It's used for sending messages. Who are they trying to message? No, it's pointed right at us. The tower lit up, and an arrow tore through space. As it got close to them, it suddenly exploded into multicolored powder like a beautiful firework. It seems different from the fluctuations of a distress signal. What are they doing? Ignore them. Activate the transportation formation, ordered Yi Lingfeng. He also felt that something was a bit off. Commander, the surrounding spatial fluctuations have changed. The formation is unable to activate, cried the 2nd commander suddenly. The transportation formation quivered a few times when he tried to activate it, but nothing else happened. Long Chen must have set this up. He broke our transportation formation. We dug our own graves. The 3rd commander quickly fell into despair. This meant that they were doomed. The 2nd commander kept trying, roaring, that arrow contained spatial chaos dust. We won't be able to use the transportation formation temporarily. How long? Demanded Yi Lingfeng. At least an hour. But the demonic beasts we drew over will arrive within a minute. Then the formation will still be useless as their attacks will disrupt space. The 2nd commander also fell into despair. At this moment, furious roars suddenly rang out. Yi Lingfeng was shocked to find that somehow, Long Chen and the 8th Legion had vanished. As for the demonic beasts that had surrounded them, having lost their target, they now cut the 3rd Legion off at the rear. Bastards, They definitely used the hidden transportation formation set up underground. Raged Yi Lingfeng. The camps had secret formations set up underground. Those formations had been built up for hundreds of years. Even if the camp was lost, the demonic beasts wouldn't know the secret entrance to those formations, so they could only destroy the buildings above ground. There was a secret transportation formation underground, but it was not to be used unless there was no other choice. If it was activated, it would expose the secret of the formations underground. However, today, Shen Chengfeng had activated it, bringing everyone away. They had also destroyed the entrance. The demonic beasts hadn't even understood what was happening. They had just felt a powerful explosion that had killed the ones closest to the camp before Long Chen, and the others had vanished without a trace. A strange scent hung in the air after the explosion. Any demonic beast that smelled it would start becoming violent. Their eyes reddened, and without any considerations, they charged over at Yi Lingfeng and the others. Have the 3 chariots surround the divine dragon tyrant crossbow. We'll set up our defenses here. Send out distress calls for aid, shouted Yi Lingfeng. It was too late to run. If the divine dragon tyrant crossbow was pointed in the direction of the camp, then by using its power, he was 80% confident in being able to charge through. Unfortunately, it was pointing in the wrong direction, and with its giant body, turning it around would take more than the few seconds that they had before their enemies arrived. They had no choice but to endure here and hope for reinforcements. Yi Lingfeng quickly gave orders. Transfer the divine dragon tyrant crossbow's power to the war chariots. It's no longer useful. The divine dragon tyrant crossbow began to blaze with light. That light poured into the 3 chariots. The chariots rumbled. Runic swords shot out, slaughtering the approaching demonic beasts. Using the chariots, they formed a domain of death for the demonic beasts. However, there were still cracks between the chariots that were covered by the 3rd Legion's warriors. They couldn't allow the demonic beasts to charge through to the divine dragon tyrant crossbow. The divine dragon tyrant crossbow was currently their greatest source of power. If it was broken, then just the 3 chariots alone would not last even an incense stick's worth of time before running out of energy. Brothers, endure. The distress signal has been sent out, and we've received a reply that people will come save us, shouted Yi Lingfeng. The divine families would send word to the other experts in the ancient battlefield to come assist them as soon as they received the distress signal. They only had to endure until those reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, enduring until then was not easy. These demonic beasts were attacking crazily without fear for their own lives. These demonic beasts, did they take the wrong medicine? Why are they so crazy? The 3rd Legion's warriors were all green with fright due to the crazy demonic beasts. It feels off. They've become far more violent than they usually are. These demonic beasts were just foolishly charging up to the chariots, completely ignoring the runic swords blasting out of them. After the first wave died, the second wave would take its place. There was no end to them. Fuck, it's definitely something Long Chen did. Yi Lingfeng clenched his teeth furiously. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was sure that he had been schemed against by Long Chen again. Commander, Long Chen and the others have returned. Through the cracks between the tide of demonic beasts, the 3rd Legion could see the camp. What they saw made their heads almost explode. Long Chen and the 8th Legion were currently in the process of setting up their defenses. Once everything was set up there, they could reactivate the formations to restore the camp to the way it was before. Then the demonic beasts would find it extremely difficult to break through again. The reason that it had been broken through last time was because Shen Chengfeng and the majority of the 8th Legion's warriors had been forced to guard the Yin-Yang world, while someone else had lured a mass of demonic beasts over. In truth, the 8th Legion's camp was stronger than the 7th Legion's because the 8th Legion was so weak. As a result, the defensive camp was their trump card that protected their lives. That was also why they had become such a joke after losing it. For them to lose even with such a powerful defensive trump card was a humiliation. Now, Long Chen was standing on top of the new buildings with a bright smile. Beside him Shen Chengfeng said, I never imagined that we could take back our camp without spilling a single drop of blood. All they had done was charge into the camp, unleash an arrow, charge underground, set off an explosion, and then use the formation to return to their second camp. When they returned, the demonic beasts were ignoring them and crazily attacking Yi Lingfeng. They could enjoy that sight as they rebuilt their camp. They've spotted us, said Shen Chengfeng. It's curious, said Long Chen. What's curious? Their gazes don't seem too friendly. It's so puzzling. Yes, It really is puzzling. Shen Chengfeng and Long Chen exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Chapter 2378. No choice but to save them. The warriors of the 8th Legion quickly set up their constructions. Once it was complete, the underground formation would turn their camp into a powerful stronghold once more. They were well prepared, quickly setting up everything. One giant building after another was built. As they did that, the demonic beasts on the battlefield didn't even look at them. They were still busy assaulting Yi Lingfeng and the others in a crazy assault. Is this the effect of the bewitching medicine? Shen Chengfeng suddenly came to a realization. Yes, it definitely is. After all, they aren't humans, so it's easy to stimulate their desires. They're so crazy that they're even killing some of their comrades. Do the divine families not know this? Asked Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. Perhaps the senior generation might know more about it, but I never knew. Even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't using that medicine against them just be conning myself? That's not entirely true. In this berserk state, they'll follow you wherever you led them. As long as you have a trap set up, the demonic beasts will come charging in. It can greatly increase your efficiency. You get to decide how to best use the tools at your disposal, said Long Chen. Reporting, the formation platforms have been built. Are the defenses to be set up? Reported one warrior. The 36 formation platforms were the connections to the underground formation. It could summon a powerful barrier that would prove that they had taken back their camp. Shen Chengfeng was about to give the order to activate it when he looked toward Long Chen. Brother Long, are we activating it? Long Chen shook his head. Not yet. Activating the formation first will make it more time-consuming to set up the other formation platforms. There's no threat to us yet, so we should get the most out of it. Set up the offensive formation platforms. There are the arrow towers and such that need to be set up. Just have the necessary people standing by to activate the defensive formation at a moment's notice. Shen Chengfeng nodded and had that warrior follow those instructions. In just these few days, he had learned many things from Long Chen. Long Chen, Shen Chengfeng, neither one of you will have a good death. Suddenly, a hoarse and hysterical voice rang out from within the crazed roaring of the demonic beasts. It seems that he's cursing us. Long Chen shrugged. Reporting to the commander, a portion of the offensive platforms has also been set up. Another warrior came running over. Long Chen smiled. While the formation wasn't active, it was very quick to set up the formation platforms. Activate it. The earth trembled and one platform after another lit up. A light blue curtain of light gradually condensed in the sky. It started off frail looking, as if it might tear with the slightest touch, but as the energy of the platforms entered it, it quickly strengthened. Following that, countless runes began to appear within it, strengthening it even further. The grand formation had been summoned. Shen Chengfeng finally felt a weight fall off his shoulders. All the heavenly dragon warriors cheered. What are you shouting for? If you want to celebrate, then go all out. Brothers, start the drums and gongs. Light the firecrackers and sing. Long Chen waved his hand. Only at that moment did Shen Chengfeng understand why Long Chen had wanted those things. A loud clamor began to ring out of the camp. It was like beating the drums and making noise was unburdening them of their resentment. Damn, Long Chen felt his ears and soul shaking. These fellows really knew how to make noise. It was so bad that he himself was in pain. However, the warriors were immersed in their delight and almost seemed to be competing with each other to see who could make the most noise. Some drums and gongs were broken in their excitement from a bad hit. Even if they didn't have an instrument, they would start banging their weapons together. Shen Chengfeng shouted, "Is there a need for us to suffer like this?" However, he couldn't even hear himself. "What did you say?" transmitted Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng repeated himself through a spiritual transmission. "Of course, those fellows will definitely be feeling 10 times worse than us." Long Chen snickered. "This really is tough to endure," grumbled Shen Chengfeng. "Well, we're not professional musicians. As long as it makes them happy, even farting can become beautiful." As the 8th Legion unleashed a clamor, Yi Lingfeng almost coughed up blood. Long Chen had used him to reclaim the 8th Legion's camp without spilling a drop of blood. He saw that the formation had been set up. The clamor coming from their celebration wasn't even drowned out by the roars of the demonic beasts. As a result, he really coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Long Chen, if I don't tear your corpse to pieces, I won't be surnamed Yi," roared Yi Lingfeng. His hatred for Long Chen had reached an indescribable level. "Commander, the demonic beasts are attacking too fiercely. The energy of the divine dragon tyrant crossbow will only last for half an incense stick's worth of time. Our reinforcements are still in our way, it doesn't seem like they'll make it, said the vice commander. Although they had been a bit panicked at the beginning, they had calmed back down after the distress signal had been sent out and they received a reply. The thing that had caught them off guard was how fierce these demonic beasts were. They were charging forward so recklessly that they were rapidly draining the Third Legion's energy reserves. Even a Heaven Elder would be unable to endure such a terrifying assault. Commander, our only option is to beg Long Chen for help, said that vice commander. You're dreaming, I'd rather die, roared Yi Lingfeng. Commander, as long as people are alive, they have a chance at vengeance, replied the vice commander. Yi Lingfeng ground his teeth. Seeing the endless army of demonic beasts as well as the runes of the divine dragon tyrant crossbow starting to fade, he smashed his fist against the ground. Long Chen, I have something to say to you, shouted Yi Lingfeng, transmitting his voice far into the distance. However, even after shouting 3 times, he didn't receive a reply. This made him feel so angry that his face turned purple. They want us to die. Yi Lingfeng's teeth almost broke from how hard he was grinding them. No, they can't. They clearly have the power to save us. If they refuse to help, that would go against the rules of the divine families. Shen, Chengfeng and the others would be executed, with only the regular warriors getting off with stern punishment. They wouldn't dare to do that. Long Chen is intentionally making noise to drown out our requests for aid. That way, he has an excuse to ignore us. We have to use a distress signal so that he has no excuse, said the vice commander. Fine, release the distress signal. An arrow shot out toward the camp, but the distance between them was too great. It exploded midway, unleashing a dazzle of light. Long Chen waved his hand to get the warriors to quieten down, but they seemed to be enraptured in their noise-making. Only when the people beside them kicked them did they stop. When everyone stopped, Shen Chengfeng sighed with relief. He suddenly felt that having the world be quiet was an exceptionally wonderful thing. If this had continued, he probably would have vomited. Long Chen, we are surrounded by danger. Do you dare to just watch without helping? Roared Yi Lingfeng. This is how he begs for help. Long Chen's expression became odd. These are the rules of the divine families. If you have the power to help but just watch, the leaders will be executed, while the others will be expelled. Even if Yi Lingfeng remains this arrogant, we have no choice, said Shen Chengfeng. What about when they were conning you? Since they dared to do that, it meant that they were confident in escaping from the consequences. All rules have loopholes within them. Just listen to me and I guarantee that there won't be any mishaps, said Long Chen. He then shouted toward the battlefield. Yi Lingfeng, are you begging me for help? It seems that your attitude doesn't fit that. Long Chen, don't give me that crap. If we die, you'll also meet a miserable fate. Roared Yi Lingfeng. Fine, you've won. We'll save you right now. Brothers, fire your arrows. Long Chen waved his hand. A rain of arrows fell that made Yi Lingfeng tremble with rage. Chapter 2379 Weeping from Being Conned. Following Long Chen's order, a rain of arrows fell. But the arrow towers weren't touched at all. Instead, the warriors of the 8th Legion had shot directly with bows. What kind of range did those bows have? Well, the arrows didn't even manage to fly outside the barrier before landing on the ground. Did you all not eat before coming? You don't have the slightest power. How are you supposed to save them like this? Shouted Long Chen. One of the warriors grumbled. It's not our fault. We worked our butts off setting up the formation platforms. We're exhausted. Don't talk nonsense. Why not shoot the long-range cannons? Shouted Long Chen. We haven't set them all up yet. We can't use them. It'll take at least 2 hours to prepare them, said that warrior. Why would it take that long? Demanded Long Chen. We were too nervous and made a few mistakes with our initial setup, so we'll need to fix those issues first. Alright, then we have no choice but to keep shooting arrows. Just show that you're putting in your full effort. Humans can only do their best. The results are up to fate, declared Long Chen helplessly. Long Chen made sure his words were transmitted far enough for Yi Lingfeng to hear. He wanted to save them, but he simply didn't have enough time. But not to worry, as long as Yi Lingfeng lasted another 2 hours, Long Chen would be able to save them. Long Chen, what? I can't do anything. For people to be nervous during such a large battle is natural. The divine family's rules are very clear. As long as you can guarantee your own safety, it is the death penalty not to save your comrades. But we are clearly not in that situation. You can't expect us to throw away our lives for nothing. Commander Yi, I'm sorry. But don't worry, once you die, we'll make sure to burn some extra paper money for you so that you'll be worry-free underground, said Long Chen. Go in peace, shouted the warriors of the 8th Legion in unison. The vein on Yi Lingfeng's forehead looked like it might explode. Their defenses were growing weaker as more of them were killed. With their morale shattered, their defenses might instantly crack at any moment. Long Chen, what do you want to save us? Yi Lingfeng had to admit that he had lost. With his understanding of the 8th Legion's camp, he knew that Long Chen definitely had the power to save them. But it seemed that Long Chen didn't want to save him and didn't care about the possible consequences. He could escape without blame, which worried Yi Lingfeng. These demonic beasts were drawn over by you in order to screw us over. Now you've screwed yourself. You spun your web and are now caught in it. No one would blame us for not wanting to save you. But due to your service to the divine families, I can give you a way to live. I don't have many conditions. If we save you, then all the demonic beast corpses on this battlefield belong to us, said Long Chen. Impossible. We have paid so much, and so many of our brothers have fallen. What are we supposed to do if we give everything to you? Howled Yi Lingfeng. This was an ocean's worth of points. Long Chen ignored him and shouted, brothers, have the weapons been repaired? Soon. There is still 3 incense sticks worth of time, and then we can fight. Long Chen nodded. Not bad, it's even faster than expected. Keep working hard. Turning around, he announced, Commander Yi, although you've declined, I still wish to help you, so don't worry. As long as you can last another 3 incense sticks worth of time, we will immediately activate the formation to save you. Endure. I look favorably upon you. Even half an incense stick's worth of time seemed unlikely in this scenario. They were like a flickering candle in the wind. You win. Everything will belong to you. Yi Lingfeng finally submitted. Brothers, how are the repairs now? Asked Long Chen. Reporting, we found that our initial setup wasn't wrong actually, and after a few minor adjustments, things have been fixed. The formation can be activated. Haha, excellent. Brothers, our allies are in danger. Can we just watch as those merciless demonic beasts slaughter them? Activate the killing formation and wipe them out, shouted Long Chen. The land began to shine. Arrows shot through the air at the distant battlefield. At the same time, one particular arrow exploded in the sky, causing purple powder to scatter throughout the battlefield. The originally crazy demonic beast suddenly weakened. Their attacks slowed as well. What's going on? Asked Shen Chengfeng. How could a single arrow affect millions of demonic beasts? What is there to be surprised about? It's the antidote. It's just like someone who used medicine to push himself over their limits and then instantly withers when the effect fades, said Long Chen. These demonic beasts had been attacking so fiercely because of the bewitching medicine, which caused them to overdraft their energy. That was why their assault had been enough to pressure Yi Lingfeng. After fighting for so long, they had run out of energy. With the antidote removing the effects of the medicine, these demonic beasts could barely remain standing. Arrows rained down across the battlefield. Those arrows then transformed into pillars sealing the battlefield. Long Chen shouted, Commander Yi, bring your people away. Yi Lingfeng's 3 war chariots rumbled. The demonic beasts couldn't stop them and were blown out of the way. The chariots easily escaped. However, their original 30,000 troops had lost 5,000 of its members. That was a huge loss to the 3rd Legion. More and more arrows rained down, transforming into runic chains that completely locked up the battlefield. The demonic beasts inside were powerless to break free, and Yi Lingfeng's eyes turned green. These demonic beasts would all belong to Long Chen. Just at this moment, a luxurious carriage broke through the void and rushed over. Senior Feng Fei. There was no one within the divine families who wouldn't recognize this carriage. It was the personal property of Feng Fei. No one had expected her to come. At the same time, they noticed that the carriage was dragging a giant corpse. It was a humanoid giant with a pair of blood-colored bat wings. There was a golden chain around its neck dragging it. That corpse gave off a chilling feeling. It was enough to strike terror into their hearts. Even the trapped demonic beast suddenly became still, not daring to make a noise. A blood-winged demon king. Heavens, Senior Feng Fei actually killed a blood-winged demon king and brought back its corpse. Exclaimed Shen Chengfeng. That corpse is very powerful. Long Chen also felt the immense pressure of the corpse. It gave off a threatening feeling. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful it was when it was still alive. Of course, The Blood-Winged Demon Kings are existences that not even the Heaven Elders can do anything about. They come from the Emperor bloodline of the demon race. Only those with exceptionally pure bloodlines can reach the level of Demon Kings, and they all have exceptional statuses within the demon race. Just think about how many servants they must have to protect them. However, Senior Feng Fei was able to kill one and even bring back its intact corpse. Within this entire world, perhaps only an expert on her level can do such a thing, said Shen Chengfeng worshipfully, his voice even shuddering a bit. What is going on here? Senior Feng Fei received word that someone was in trouble. Were you lying? One of the bodyguards overlooked the battlefield, and seeing everything was under control, he was angry. Yi Lingfeng suddenly felt like the world was spinning around him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and had an urge to kill himself. Why hadn't he been able to endure just a few more seconds? Just a few more seconds, and there would have been no need for Long Chen to save them. Senior Feng Fei would have done it. Yi Lingfeng knelt on the ground and sobbed. Senior Feng Fei, please get justice for me. Long Chen conned us and made us lose over 5,000 warriors. He even swindled us of our spoils for this battle. This murdering scoundrel cannot have a good death. Toward the end, the mighty commander of the glorious Heavenly Dragon Legion began to simply weep. Long Chen, the bodyguard's expression twitched. He looked at the distant figure within the barrier, and a vein jumped on his forehead. This was the same bodyguard who had tried to strike Long Chen with his whip before. As a result, Long Chen had taken his whip and returned the strike. Long Chen, shouldn't you get the hell out here and explain? Shouted the bodyguard. Who do you think you are? Understand that you're a dog, and I don't eat dog meat. Don't force me to be a butcher, said Long Chen coldly. This person was a pig who didn't remember his beatings. It seemed like his last lesson hadn't left a deep enough impression. Suddenly, all the 3rd Legion's warriors came out of their chariots and knelt on the ground, crying. Senior Feng Fei, please get justice for us. Chapter 2380. Going back on one's word. The 3rd Legion's warriors were all kneeling in front of Feng Fei's carriage, looking like the very image of a grieved people. The curtain to the carriage was pulled open, and a tall woman walked out. Her face was icy but attractive. This Feng Fei, she's not as beautiful as I imagined, whispered Long Chen. That's her servant, replied Shen Chengfeng. Damn, even the servant is so arrogant. Then what of the master? Long Chen's lips curled. This maid was already seemingly looking down on everyone, to the point that Long Chen had thought that she was Feng Fei. The servant pulled open the curtain, and out walked a woman in a red dress. As soon as she appeared, an invisible pressure unfurled. That woman was definitely far more beautiful but also colder. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, with a golden phoenix pin as an accessory. Her beauty was enough to make others collapse, but that beauty wasn't something that others could enjoy. It felt like looking at her was committing a sin. She also had many ornaments on her. Her slender fingers had rings, her wrists had bracelets, her neck had a necklace, and even the string binding her hair was a divine item. Seeing those various ornaments, Long Chen's eyes widened. He had previously thought that he had money, but no, this was true money. His vision was sharp enough to recognize that the golden threads weaving through her hair were a divine material that Guo Ran had looked far and wide for. The Tao-seeking spirit gold. Guo Ran disliked cultivating, so he was always looking for other things that could strengthen himself. Other than his armor, he had thought of a cultivation suit, something that could passively increase his cultivation base even while sleeping. However, although he had designed such a suit, he was lacking many things. One of them was the Tao-seeking spirit gold, something that could not be bought on the martial heaven continent. Feng Fei walked out of the carriage with 4 female attendants standing behind her. Her gaze didn't even glance at Yi Lingfeng. Instead, she looked at Long Chen. Greetings, Senior Feng Fei. Shen Chengfeng and the others hastily went down to one knee. Only Long Chen continued to stand there, becoming extremely conspicuous. Brazen. One of Feng Fei's attendants began to shout. Feng Fei raised her hand, stopping her. She said, I hear that you can count as quite the figure on the martial heaven continent. I didn't expect you to be so shameful. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, what have I done that is so shameful? Feng Fei had clearly received some information in the distress signal or had noticed something from the battlefield. Your glib mouth makes people look down on you even more. Haha, I've never needed others to not look down on me. I don't live for others to watch me, laughed Long Chen. Senior Feng Fei, I know you're very busy, right? You are in the heavens, and I am on the earth. There's nothing for us to discuss. There's also a communication problem between two people from such different places. Let's both get back to our own work. We still have many things to do. This little home of ours is unworthy for a goddess like yourself, so we won't invite you in for a stay. Other than that, we just took back our camp, so we have a lot of work to do. I hope you'll forgive us for our poor hospitality. Long Chen turned back to the people behind him. What are you all kneeling foolishly for? Shouldn't you get to work? You shameless fellows, all you know how to do is goof off. If the demonic beasts come back, what are we going to do? Clean up the battlefield and repair the camp. We have work to do. Frost appeared on Feng Fei's face. Within all the divine families, only a few people dared to speak to her like this. Long Chen was turning her away. He was essentially telling her to leave. You can't take them. Those are ours, roared Yi Lingfeng, getting in their way. Damn, you're this shameless. Long Chen stared in shock at Yi Lingfeng. Just now, you swore in front of everyone that as long as we helped, the spoils would be ours. That was coerced and can't count, declared Yi Lingfeng. Although backing out was an extreme loss of face, compared to the huge losses he had taken, he didn't care. Without these spoils of war, he and the rest of the Third Legion would have to go through many bitter days. The fallen warriors would have their families compensated partly by the divine families in the Legion. If the Legion didn't have the money, the divine families would cover that payment and the Legion would have to make up for it later. The 8th Legion didn't dare to make any big moves partly because they couldn't afford to lose any more members. This time, the 3rd Legion had lost thousands of warriors, and ignoring their other losses, just the compensation for their deaths would bankrupt them. If they didn't have these corpses to make up for those losses, they might even have to sell their chariots and the divine dragon tyrant crossbow to pay for it all. Without those weapons, they would just be like the 8th Legion. It was unknown just how many years it would be before they could recover. Those huge losses made Yi Lingfeng not care about his face. The points were more important. By borrowing Feng Fei's pressure, he wanted to force Long Chen and Shen Chengfeng to spit out those spoils. Coercion. Ha ha ha, Commander Yi, from the start, you've been using schemes. We wanted to take back our camp, so you drew over many demonic beasts to harm us. When we realized this, we fled, and you were ensnared in your own trap. You begged us for help, so we risked our lives to save you. Now you say it was coercion. Ha ha ha, so these are the teachings of the divine families. You want Senior Feng Fei to settle things for you. Alright, then let me see how Senior Feng Fei decides on this matter, said Long Chen. Feng Fei's expression sank. The information she had received was that Long Chen had harmed the 3rd Legion by using demonic beasts to trap them. But now she understood that things weren't so simple. She was angered by this. Yi Lingfeng actually dared to send out a false report. If she had directly suppressed Long Chen, she would have been used by Yi Lingfeng. Senior Feng Fei, don't listen to his nonsense. We were suddenly attacked by demonic beasts and unable to handle them. This is a coincidence, explained Yi Lingfeng in a panic upon seeing killing intent within Feng Fei's eyes. Feng Fei coldly said, "You're safe now, so my responsibility is done. For anything else, you should find the Heaven Executioner to deal with it. I don't have time for this nonsense. If you dare to lie to me again, don't blame me for being vicious." Feng Fei turned and entered her carriage. It quickly vanished beyond the horizon. With Feng Fei gone, Yi Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Long Chen clapped his hands. "Commander Yi, you've really opened my eyes to the world. I've never seen such shamelessness. But even so, it's just embarrassing to you. Scram, you only conned yourself. I'll wait for you to report us to the Heaven Executioner if you wish." "Long Chen, just wait. The Yi family won't let you off," roared Yi Lingfeng before leaving. The 3 war chariots were now a bit broken down, and they tottered slightly as they flew through the air. The divine dragon tyrant crossbow was also moving slowly in such a way that people were worried that it might fall. The 8th Legion's warriors cheered. They had never seen tactics played like this. They had taken back their camp and gained countless corpses without spilling a single drop of blood. Upon cleaning up the battlefield, they realized why Yi Lingfeng would be so shameless as to go back on his word. There really were enough corpses here for him to do that. There was also a line of corpses that stretched far into the distance as a result of Yi Lingfeng shooting the divine dragon tyrant crossbow on his way here. Reporting to the commander, in the distance, the corpses suddenly vanish. Yi Lingfeng must have secretly taken them. Let him, we can just treat it as charity to a beggar. The 8th Legion is now rich enough not to be so petty, laughed Long Chen. Going through the battlefield took a full day. Once everything was tallied up, Shen Chengfeng almost jumped. The points that they could be exchanged for could strengthen the overall power of the 8th Legion by 10 times. However, just at that moment, the higher-ups from the divine families sent orders requesting Long Chen and everyone from the 8th Legion to return for an investigation. Their camp would temporarily be left to the 2nd Legion. This will probably be trouble, sighed Shen Chengfeng. It'll be fine, I'm used to this kind of thing. Long Chen patted Shen Chengfeng's shoulder with a smile. After passing the camp to the 2nd Legion, they returned to the divine families. This time, he should be able to learn more about the interior of the divine families. Chapter 2381 Put on Trial. Long Chen and the others had just returned to the divine families when they were gathered up. Follow us to the joint hearing. Long Chen frowned. He asked Shen Chengfeng, they don't want us to release information to others. Shut up, who said you could talk? Shouted one of the guards guiding the way. These guards were wearing violet robes. Long Chen directly slapped him, cursing, idiot, who do you think you're talking to? Without waiting for a response, Long Chen kicked him in the abdomen so hard that his head met Long Chen's knee. He tumbled back, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The other guards furiously activated the chains in their hands. Those chains lit up, and barbs grew out of them like poisonous fangs. Just try to touch me, and you won't see tomorrow's sun. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back. There were a total of 18 guards who had come to lead them, and with one unconscious, there were 17 left. These were disciples of the torture chamber with special statuses. Most importantly, attacking one of them would double someone's punishment. That was why these disciples themselves weren't particularly powerful but could basically run rampant throughout the divine families. No one wished to offend them because no one knew when they might fall into their hands. They did their best to ignore them. However, Long Chen didn't care about them. He didn't mind if others were arrogant, but they just couldn't be more arrogant than him. Despite their fury, Long Chen's killing intent locked them in place. Their chains didn't move. First, I'm not a member of the divine families, so you'd best be more polite when talking to me. Second, none of us have committed any sins, so don't act like executioners in front of us. Third, my mood isn't always so good. Don't think that having a backer is enough to be arrogant. In this world, some people don't look at backgrounds before killing, snorted Long Chen. These little jailers had so much arrogance that Long Chen felt like it would be wrong not to slap them. It seemed that these disciples had never encountered a vicious character like Long Chen. They didn't say a word. One of them carried their fainted comrade away. The others started to lead the way again. They didn't say anything, but Long Chen had also lost interest in talking. The 8th Legion's warriors saw all this and felt even greater reverence for him. Who cared about these disciples of the torture chamber? This was true dominance. Shen Chengfeng sighed inside. He knew the difference between him and Long Chen. It was that courage and confidence that led him to not fear heaven or earth. As the commander of the 8th Legion, he had never truly possessed the mannerisms of a commander. He had also not possessed the confidence and domineering nature of a commander. Just at that moment, Long Chen clapped his shoulder, as if reading his thoughts. As a commander, don't just look at other people's strong points but also at yourself. Some people are born with things that can't be imitated, so don't force it. There's no need to imitate others. Develop according to your own strong points. Why walk someone else's path? But I feel like compared to you and the other commanders, I'm just lacking, said Shen Chengfeng. If you are the most lacking, why are these brothers all so loyal to you? Quite a few of them have enough talent to join a different legion but still stayed, right? Long Chen turned behind him. Why did you all stay? Because the commander always treats us as true brothers. He's always the first to charge out and the last to retreat on the battlefield. He's the only one that treats our lives as important as his own, so we're willing to follow him to death. Shouted one of the warriors. That's right, although our commander isn't the strongest, he treats us sincerely. He's willing to leave his life to us. What's that called? Heroism. Yes, even if the 8th Legion has to remain in last place forever, we're willing to follow Commander Shen. The 8th Legion's warriors began to shout loudly. It was supposed to be forbidden to be loud here, but the guards didn't dare to say anything. They only warned them with their eyes. Shen Chengfeng was surprised. He hadn't thought that his position was so high in their eyes. Do you see, every person has their own strong points. Don't reject yourself, or you will be rejecting all these brothers. That would be a betrayal in and of itself. Do you know why you lack confidence? Asked Long Chen. Look closely at my mouth. Follow my lips. Because you were poor, very poor. The 8th Legion's warriors laughed and Shen Chengfeng smiled. Long Chen waved his hand. This is serious. You weren't confident because you were poor. You had too few chips, so you didn't dare to lose any. That's why you were so cautious. But you must realize that sometimes opportunities are fleeting. When you hesitate, that opportunity will slip away. Due to your fear of failure, you hesitate and so you fail. Seeing one opportunity after another, you'll naturally blame yourself and lose confidence. It becomes a vicious cycle that is difficult to break. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Shen Chengfeng was startled. What do you mean? Long Chen twisted his neck and stretched. All things are double-sided. The good things you see aren't necessarily good, and bad things aren't necessarily bad. You might have missed out on countless chances to get stronger, with people leaving your side because they didn't like things. But the ones who stayed are all worthy of trust. Trust is the most valuable wealth and the greatest power. Your camaraderie has been tested through fire and blood. You were only missing one chance to soar, and now the chance has come. You have the chips you need to play as you wish. I trust that you will definitely soar overnight. I'm quite confident in my vision. Shen Chengfeng and the rest of the 8th Legion felt their blood heating up. Long Chen was right. They had endured their bitter days to this point. The gains from the last 2 battles would be the foundation for their rise. Long Chen had pointed them in a direction, and the rest would be up to them. He was truly worthy of being the creator of the Dragonblood Legion. He had managed to turn a group of weak disciples into the continent's #1 legion. Someone capable of shaking the world had to have world-shaking methods. They were convinced. Other than that, I should warn you that you shouldn't just close your eyes and charge forward. See more, hear more, and think more. This time, Long Chen sent a direct message to Shen Chengfeng. What are you saying? Asked Shen Chengfeng, confused. What am I saying? You were the one who said that we are chess pieces. I thought that you understood, but it seems that I misunderstood you. As the Long and Yi families compete, you are a chess piece of the Long family. However, all you did was develop normally without doing anything. That's why you've never received any true support. When thinking about things, don't just consider them from your own point of view. Look from the point of view of the Long family. You understand that you're a chess piece. A chess piece that only knows how to charge forward is just a pawn. It will charge until it dies. But if you know more variations, you can become a knight. Within the rules, there is still plenty of space to play around. Do well, and the Long family will naturally give you more help. How much the Long family gives you is based on how much value you have to the Long family. Politics are always merciless. Don't talk about emotions. Just loyalty with no power is useless, understand? Understood. Many thanks for this pointer. Shen Chengfeng suddenly had an insight. Elder Long had been constantly hinting at this kind of thing to him, but now he got it. As they talked, they arrived at a large palace hall. The 8th Legion's warriors entered and it was so huge that they still didn't fill it. Suddenly, a bang rang out through the hall. An icy voice rang out. Brazen Long Chen, kneel. Chapter 2382 Don't fuss. Hurry and take your medicine. So, this was an interrogation against him. Long Chen looked forward and saw 9 platforms at the front of the palace, each with an elder seated upon it. On the 3rd platform to the left, he saw Elder Long who smiled and nodded toward him. As for the others, he didn't recognize a single one. The one who had shouted was a fierce-looking elder with triangular eyes and pockmarks on his face. His chin was sharp like a shovel. Looking around, Long Chen saw hundreds of disciples of the torture chamber. They had staves in their hands, looking coldly at them like they were convicts. He also saw a giant mirror reflecting all of them very clearly up on the roof. That mirror seemed to reflect their hearts. Looking at that mirror, Long Chen felt very odd. Brazen Long Chen, you're still in the mood to look around. You caused thousands of heavenly dragon warriors to die to the claws of the demonic beasts, and you're still not kneeling and accepting your punishment. Shouted the pockmarked elder sternly. Are you talking to me? Long Chen pointed to himself in surprise. Elder Long almost laughed. Long Chen was truly skilled at acting stupid. Who else would I be talking to? Everyone else. Shouldn't you kneel already? Shouted the pockmarked elder. Shen Chengfeng and the others helplessly knelt. These were the rules of the joint hearing. However, Long Chen said, "Hold it." Long Chen stepped forward. He looked left and right, and then right at the elder. "I didn't clearly hear what you said just now. You want me to kneel? Did I mishear?" "You didn't mishear. Kneel and face your punishment," barked the elder. "Oh, I understand." Long Chen nodded. He suddenly laughed. "Arrogance. You are looking down on the joint hearing. Capture him." The pockmarked elder waved his hand, causing the hundreds of disciples to prepare to attack. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. "All right, don't fuss. Hurry and take your medicine. Your illness is getting worse." He took out a ball of medicine and looked at the elder worriedly. The disciples stared at him oddly, their staves still in the air, not knowing what to do. You're the one with the illness," raged the elder. Long Chen suddenly became angry. "You mean you don't have a mental illness? How is that possible? Then why would you want me to kneel? It seems that your illness has grown worse. I, Long Chen, will only ever kneel to my father or mother. I don't kneel to the heavens, so who do you think you are to dare tell me to kneel? All people in this world must kneel to the sovereigns, but both Sovereign Mo Li and Sovereign Yun Sheng call me brother. Who the fuck do you are to ask me to kneel? Count yourself lucky that this place isn't the Martial Heaven continent, or I'd have beaten the crap out of you." Everyone, from the disciples to the elders, simply stared in shock as Long Chen cursed him. Was he planning on flipping the very heavens? The pockmarked elder stood up furiously. What you? Interrupted Long Chen. "I came here due to a collaboration with the divine families. I am not your dog. What right do you have to interrogate me? As for the people behind me, they have not done anything wrong, so why should they kneel? Even if you were a person of great moral repute, great virtue, and the wisdom of age, then people would only kneel due to your character. But a piece of trash like you wants to order people to kneel. This so-called joint hearing hasn't even reached a conclusion, yet you want people to kneel. Go fuck yourself. Why not just directly say our punishment and have it be over with if you're going to be like that?" Shen Chengfeng and the others were too shocked to react. Long Chen was absolutely wild. It was forbidden to even make loud sounds here, yet he was directly cursing one of the elders. "Brazen," roared the elder. Long Chen shrugged. "I've always been brazen." The elder suddenly grabbed a red signboard on his platform. "Come, have him." "Slow down," Elder Long suddenly spoke up. "Don't you think that your actions are against the laws of the divine families? You would directly give the order for an execution just to vent your personal rage. This joint hearing is not just under your purview. It is overseen by the Zhang, Long, Yi, and Zhao families. Can you please not act like we don't exist?" Long Chen smiled and spoke spiritually to Shen Chengfeng. "Do you see? You can be arrogant if you're qualified. If that idiot wasn't too far away, I would be slapping him. Even then, I guarantee they would be helpless to touch me. Look at your own trump cards and not just the ones in your hands. You can look at your backers as well." Shen Chengfeng suddenly understood. Long Chen could be so fearless because he knew that Elder Long would stand up for him. Long Chen wasn't a member of the divine families, and he hadn't left any evidence to be used against him. Adding on the support of the Long family, he naturally didn't fear anything. Shen Chengfeng thought of himself. He had always been cautious, careful not to cause any trouble for the Long family. Now he realized that he had been wrong. What the Long family wanted was a chess piece with vision, a chess piece that was not just a simple pawn. As long as he showed enough power, the Long family would do everything they could to protect and support him. It just depended on what you could offer the Long family as well. Through his own actions, Long Chen had shown Shen Chengfeng many things. He had always disappointed the Long family, and the only reason they hadn't replaced him was probably because of his loyalty. Or perhaps there just wasn't a more suitable candidate. Long Chen has shouted and cursed. "The members of the joint hearing. This great disrespect toward the divine families must be punished, or what about our dignity?" demanded the pockmarked elder. "Can killing people display the dignity of the divine families? That doesn't seem right. The joint hearing hasn't even started yet. Things are still unclear, yet you want to kill people. If that were to spread, how would people view the divine families? By using the execution order without any hesitation, are you ignoring the opinions of the other elders present?" asked Elder Long lightly. These sharp words that contained no fury left the pockmarked elder without words. In the past few years, he had always been the one overseeing and making the decisions in this room. It had been a long time since the last joint hearing. Hence, Long Chen's arrogance had made him want to have a show of power to subdue him, but that came back to bite him instead. That was not in accordance with the rules of a joint hearing, and Elder Long had caught that. For a moment, his face was simply red as he had no idea what to say. Elder Long, Long Chen is the one who spoke so rudely to the overseer. The overseer is a human with his own feelings. Although just now he was a bit impetuous, it was still caused by Long Chen. Don't you think you're showing bias by blaming the overseer? Said a dark-faced elder to the right. At first, Long Chen hadn't noticed, but upon hearing his voice, he exclaimed, "Aren't you Yi Yaochen? What happened to you? Did you go coal digging?" "Shut up, my life and death energy is constantly circulating, so my face sometimes becomes dark," said the elder who was precisely Yi Yaochen. Killing intent raged in his eyes. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Due to a slight slip in his cultivation the past few days, his death energy had surged, and he had yet to balance it with his life energy. His face was normally never this dark. "Ah, so that's the case. But don't feel bad, although my face is white, my heart is as black as yours. For you to express that openly shows the difference between us. I must learn from senior," comforted Long Chen. Yi Yaochen clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. "Let us proceed with the actual joint hearing. If this continues, won't the disciples laugh at us?" Another elder spoke up, frowning. This white-haired elder managed to subdue the tense atmosphere. The pockmarked elder sat down. As the overseer, the pockmarked elder started things off. "Are you Long Chen, Shen Chengfeng, and the rest of the 8th Legion?" This was the formal start of the joint hearing. He was now following the exact rules to avoid Elder Long causing trouble for him. Under the normal flow, Long Chen and the others would bow and respond in the affirmative. But Long Chen didn't do so. "Are you blind? Can you not see for yourself?" Chapter 2383 A Battle of Words. The elder beside Elder Long couldn't hold back a laugh. Elder Long glared at him. "My apologies." That elder belonged to the Long family and hastily apologized. Although the others also felt it was funny, they had greater restraint. "Long Chen, this is the joint hearing hall, and you are facing the overseer. You must show the appropriate respect. The elders of the 4 great families are present to judge this matter, so you don't need to worry. We will definitely not falsely accuse an innocent person. But you must follow the proceedings," said Elder Long. He himself had almost laughed. It was his first time hearing someone talk to the overseer in such a manner. The overseer was ashen, with his teeth about to shatter from how hard he was clenching them. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid of him. How was he supposed to interrogate him? "All right, since Elder Long has said this, I'll accept your investigation, but I want to make things clear. The 8th Legion and I have not done anything wrong, so you have to show us the appropriate respect as well. Don't give me this crap about kneeling. I've seen my share of blood, and I'm not afraid. If you want respect, you have to treat us with respect as well. Don't look at me with your nose and try threatening me," said Long Chen. The overseer's face was twitching. In all his life, he had never been insulted like this. He wanted to leave, but then he would just be replaced by another overseer. But then wouldn't he be known as a laughingstock who had been run out by Long Chen? He took a deep breath and suppressed his rage. "The 3rd Legion's commander, Yi Lingfeng, has accused you of deliberately harming him. What do you have to say about that?" "I didn't." "Then why did you immediately leave after attacking the camp?" demanded the overseer. "It was our strategy." "You wouldn't understand," said Long Chen. "Nonsense. You clearly saw Yi Lingfeng coming to assist you and wanted to harm them," shouted the overseer. Long Chen furiously cursed. "You really must have an illness. How do you know that they came to assist us? How do you know that we harmed them? Since you're so knowledgeable about everything, why not just directly say that we're guilty? Aren't you supposed to be neutral?" "Long Chen, pay attention to your tone," barked Elder Long. But from inside his sleeve, he gave him a thumbs up. "Elder Long, has this fellow been bought by Yi Lingfeng? Or is he a relative of his? Why is he always on his side?" demanded Long Chen. Seeing the expressions of the elders twitch slightly, he exclaimed, "Is it true?" Cough. Elder Yi Shan is a member of the Yi family, but he is well known for being an upright person who does not allow anything to affect his judgments. "Don't get any crazy ideas, Long Chen," said Elder Long. Long Chen's jaw dropped. He looked at the pockmarked elder. "Overseer, is this your normal behavior? I remember that you always asked for the entire sequence of events before making judgments. Why are things so messy today? If this continues, we will have no choice but to put a halt to this and move things up to the sage," said the white-haired elder who had previously spoken. The overseer's expression changed. It seemed he was rather afraid of the white-haired elder's status. My apologies. I am too emotional due to the meaningless sacrifices of thousands of heavenly dragon warriors. I was anxious to get to the bottom of things. Let me continue, said the overseer. Elder Long suddenly said, Elder Yi, to use spiritual transmissions at this time is a bit unsuitable, don't you think? Elder Long's gaze was locked onto Yi Yaochen. It was forbidden to send spiritual messages in this room. That was in order to keep things as just as possible. The runes on their platforms could easily sense such a thing. Yi Yaochen had forgotten that fact in his panic. He turned red. I was merely telling the overseer to calm down. I was used to using spiritual transmissions, so my apologies. I can let it off this time, but if it occurs a second time, this hearing is over, said the white-haired elder coldly. This white-haired elder seemed to possess great authority even within this room of elders. The overseer nodded. After this warning, he became much calmer. He switched targets. Shen Chengfeng, how did you come up with the strategy for the 8th Legion to take back your old camp? Shen Chengfeng said, the strategy was made by Long Chen. He did not allow us to participate in the specifics. The overseer's expression sank. You are the commander. How can you not know the strategy in advance? Are you not neglecting your duty? Long Chen was sent to reinforce us, and he was given absolute authority over commanding us. Even I can only listen to his orders, said Shen Chengfeng. Perhaps he had been affected by Long Chen, but there was some anger in his voice. Did they view him as a softer target after failing to intimidate Long Chen? That is correct. Long Chen was sent by us. It was the order of the deputy elder, and the Lord Venerate was informed of it. If you have any questions about it, you can ask the Lord Venerate, added Elder Long. The overseer didn't dare to continue on that topic with the mention of the Lord Venerate. He continued to question Shen Chengfeng. Why did you immediately retreat after entering your camp? Why not activate your formation to handle the demonic beasts? Having entered your camp, you could have stood guard over one region and slowly reclaimed the rest. Instead, you instantly vanished after entering. Was that not to Kan Yi Lingfeng and the others? Shen Chengfeng shook his head. I am not clear on that. I only listened to Long Chen's orders. Long Chen did not allow us to learn his plans, so I had to respect his orders. Shen Chengfeng was too lazy to come up with anything. He simply pushed them to Long Chen. If they wanted answers, they could go pester him. The overseer helplessly turned to Long Chen. How do you explain it? Explain what? You aren't a strategist, so you won't understand anyway. Long Chen shrugged. Long Chen, you must answer my questions here. The overseer's suppressed anger flared up once more. Fine, since you are forcing me. After entering the camp, I found that the demonic beasts had laid a trap for us. A large mass of demonic beasts were hiding in the surroundings. If we had done as you said and hunkered down, over 1,000 of us would have died, even if we did manage to reclaim the camp. That victory would have come at too great of a cost, so I chose to cut our losses and leave to rethink our strategy. We wished to make the greatest gains with the smallest price, understand? Any other questions? Asked Long Chen. Then why did you shoot an arrow in Yi Lingfeng's direction before leaving? Demanded the overseer. Because we were kind and I decided to warn him that it was a trap. There were too many demonic beasts, so he had to run. Is there a problem with that? Then why did those demonic beasts become enraged after the arrow's explosion and start attacking Yi Lingfeng? You have to ask those demonic beasts. I'm not sure either. I was testing some new methods to handle demonic beasts, and I'm still in the experimental stage. But my goal has always been to kill as many demonic beasts for the divine families as possible. Any more questions? The overseer's anger was starting to grow out of control. Just who was interrogating who? Let me ask you. First, let me ask you this. What are you doing? This is clearly a matter between two legions, so why are you only asking us instead of them? Interrupted Long Chen. They had so many of their members die. Why would we interrogate them? Why does that sound so laughable? Because more of your people died, can you escape any responsibility? If you want to make things clear, you should call over everyone present at that time. We can make things clear while facing each other, said Long Chen. This suggestion is good, said Elder Long suddenly. The white-haired elder nodded. If we want to get to the root of things, both sides must be present. Just a one-sided story is biased. The overseer had no choice but to give the order. Have Yi Lingfeng and the others come here. Chapter 2384 Brothers, perform. Yi Lingfeng quickly arrived with over 20,000 heavenly dragon warriors. This hall was big enough to fit them all. Yi Lingfeng glared at Long Chen. The rest of the warriors of the Third Legion were about the same. When Yi Lingfeng reached Long Chen, he pointed at him and was about to say something when Long Chen slapped him. How brazen! Kneel! At the same time, Long Chen kicked Yi Lingfeng's knee, forcing him to kneel. Instead of greeting the Lord Overseer, you point at others. That great disrespect is unacceptable, even to me. Speak, do you want to die? Long Chen grabbed hold of Yi Lingfeng's hair and conveniently slapped him a dozen more times. Long Chen, stop, shouted Elder Long. Shen Chengfeng hastily separated Long Chen and Yi Lingfeng, but Yi Lingfeng's face was still badly swollen. The pockmarked elder slammed a wooden seal repeatedly. The sound was so loud that it shook people's ears. Long Chen, what are you doing? It is forbidden to injure people in this hall. Come, capture him. Hold it. On what grounds? Demanded Long Chen. Yi Lingfeng crawled up from the ground. He was dizzy from the slapping and still didn't know what was happening. Not even in his dreams would he imagine that Long Chen would dare to strike him here. Please get justice for this little one, cried Yi Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, his acting skills were not bad. He could cry so easily. Shut up, you're crying here, cursed the pockmarked elder. Yi Lingfeng shut his mouth, leaving the hall silent. Everyone was looking at Long Chen. The elder coldly said, do you need to ask on what grounds? It's based on the grounds that you attacked and injured someone here in this hall. Just this is enough to punish you. Bullshit. When we entered, you were the one roaring about how we needed to kneel. But you didn't say a thing when they came in. In fact, Yi Lingfeng ignored you rudely, so I taught him a lesson. After all, you were the very one who said that this is to protect the dignity of the divine families and the order of this court of law. This is to protect the world's peace and maintain the civilization of the cultivation world. Did I say anything wrong? Asked Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng and the other warriors of the 8th Legion looked at each other in amazement. Long Chen wasn't just skilled at fighting. His mouth was not one whit less sharp. He had clearly beaten someone simply because he disliked them, but he could still come up with such a grand reason to make this beating just, as if not beating Yi Lingfeng would be against the laws of the heavens. Elder Long lowered his head, not daring to look at Long Chen for fear of laughing. The elder beside him was trembling, on the verge of losing control. The pockmarked elder was also trembling but from rage instead. You are spouting nonsense. Even if a lesson needed to be taught, it would be a matter for the law enforcement disciples. You have overstepped your responsibilities. Come, have. I slapped him because of an above-board reason. Everyone saw it. He came in rushing at me to attack me, so why couldn't I defend? Is reasonable self-defense a crime? Sneered Long Chen. More nonsense. Everyone here has eyes, and I saw that he never attacked you. Raged the pockmarked elder. You didn't see it because you are blind, but everyone else saw it. He came rushing at me as soon as he saw me, and when he was less than 10 feet away, he suddenly pointed his finger at me. At that distance, if he wanted to attack, he would instantly take my life. His left foot was forward, his right foot was back. His mouth was open, his eyes were circular. That was clearly the posture of the long-lost technique, the teeth grimacing life-ripping finger. I also felt a sharp killing intent that chilled me from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. Even my shoes turned cold. To protect myself in that situation is the natural instinct of a cultivator. I attacked to prevent him from killing me. It really is frightening just thinking about the teeth grimacing life-ripping finger. It actually contains fierce curse energy. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. Quick, I need support, I'm dizzy, I'm falling. Long Chen started to totter, so Shen Chengfeng came to support him. Long Chen groaned, how insidious. My elbow, ow, my hips, my waist, it's doomed. This wound, there's no way for me to recover without 550,000 points. Elder Long, please, get justice for me. I was helping you when I was injured, so this is a work injury. You have to support me. Seeing Long Chen fake being injured, the pockmarked elder's face was twitching. He had never seen such a shameless person. He had clearly been the one to beat someone else and was now acting like the injured party. Both the heaven elders and the disciples were dumbfounded. Their eyes had been opened to the world. Elder Long's mouth opened several times, but no words came out. Every time he opened his mouth he felt like laughter would come out, so he could only close his mouth and nod. Alright, this matter can end here. Long Chen, We've held 8 joint hearings in the past, and we only seek the truth. Thousands of warriors have lost their lives this time, and that is no small matter. This matter must be investigated to give an explanation to the dead. You don't need to worry about us accusing someone innocent. So, I hope you can be cooperative. After all, the Starfield Divine World is about to be opened, and the Dark Era will be following. Time is very precious to all of us, so wasting time is killing ourselves. The white-haired elder finally spoke up. Although his face was icy without the slightest air of a smile, his tone was not forceful. Long Chen immediately stood straight and gave him a thumbs up. Senior is wise. These words are correct. Suddenly, I feel like my injuries have healed quite a bit. If others could speak like you, then we would definitely be able to discuss things properly. The white-haired elder smiled ever so slightly and looked at the pockmarked elder. The pockmarked elder looked from Long Chen to Yi Lingfeng. Although Yi Lingfeng's face was too swollen for the others to see his expression, it was definitely not a good one. Yi Lingfeng, why did you go to the 8th Legion's camp? Asked the pockmarked elder. Reporting to Senior, we had just taken some losses and were in a rush to make up for them. In our carelessness, we were suddenly surrounded by demonic beasts. When we heard that the 8th Legion was making an attempt to reclaim their camp, we were trapped near them. We wanted to warn them about the mass numbers of demonic beasts nearby so that they could retreat, but who would have thought, Long Chen actually betrayed us? Cried Yi Lingfeng. Long Chen sneered at him. Can you use your brain when lying? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Why were you surrounded by demonic beasts in the first place? Wasn't it because you were intentionally drawing them over? It was an accident. We didn't realize we were surrounded until it was too late, said Yi Lingfeng firmly. Then tell me, what were those 9 tracks of bloody corpses nearby there for? Was it not because you attacked 9 regions of demonic beasts to draw them over? Although you tried to clean it up afterward, there were definitely 9 tracks. I've already had people record them. Here, I'll show everyone. Long Chen activated a photographic jade, revealing 9 bloody marks left on the ground. They were like 9 rivers of blood, all pointed toward the 8th Legion's camp. Yi Lingfeng's expression changed. Although he had tidied up afterward, it wasn't possible to cover it all up. The blood that soaked into the ground couldn't be instantly cleaned up. A hole had just been poked in his story. Yi Lingfeng, how brazen. You dared to lure demonic beasts to harm others. Shouted the pockmarked elder. It's not my fault. Long Chen was the one who harmed me first. I was forced to counterattack. Yi Lingfeng had no choice but to do his best to drag Long Chen down with him. Hey, what are you saying? Is there proof? Asked Long Chen. Yi Lingfeng was speechless. Long Chen had done things so cleanly that there was no proof to be used against him. Going crazy, Yi Lingfeng declared, the 8th Legion has broken the laws of the divine families. When we were in crisis, you refused to help us. You even banged drums and gongs to celebrate your own success instead of helping us. As the leader, you must be executed. Having been the one to draw so many demonic beasts over and have so many warriors die, he was definitely dead. He could only grasp onto this one weak point of Long Chen's to have the slightest hope of living. Was there such a thing? Demanded the pockmarked elder. Everyone from the 3rd Legion can testify to it. Declared Yi Lingfeng. The 3rd Legion's warriors began to give testimony about how Long Chen had started banging drums, playing gongs, and lighting firecrackers. Long Chen, do you have an explanation? Asked the pockmarked elder, a glimmer once more appearing in his eyes. What is there to explain? I told you that I was testing ways to fight demonic beasts. I was doing my best to drive the demonic beasts away from you this way, said Long Chen indifferently. What nonsense. That is impossible. The pockmarked elder shook his head. You don't believe me. All right, I'll give you a demonstration. Brothers, perform. Long Chen waved his hand. The 8th Legion's warriors immediately took out their instruments, creating such a loud clamor that it felt like the entire hall would explode. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. Chapter 2385. What is most important? Stop, stop. The pockmarked elder banged his wooden seal, but the sound was drowned out by the clamor that he himself couldn't hear it. The elder furiously activated his cultivation base, resulting in his stone platform shattering. A chi wave spread throughout the hall. Only then did Long Chen and the others stop. The world fell silent, but there was still rumbling in people's ears. It was as if rats were running around in their ears. Quite a few law enforcement disciples were unable to endure it and ended up vomiting. They knew that they couldn't vomit here, so they ran outside. But in their dizziness, quite a few of them ended up crashing into each other and couldn't make it out. The law enforcement disciples rarely fought in battles. Although their cultivation bases weren't low, their endurance wasn't high enough to handle this. Long Chen pointed at those disciples. Do you see? I was testing using sound waves to drive away demonic beasts. I have secretly learned some tips from the elusive music immortal palace's zither fairy. I'm not bragging. This is just the start. I believe that with my talent and the hardworking nature of my brothers, I can use sound waves on the battlefield and drive away demonic beasts without spilling a single drop of blood. At that time, my name would go down in history. Who would dare to look down on me? I would have made a great contribution to the human race. I was using these sound waves to help the Third Legion. If it weren't for us, would they still be standing here? They would probably have turned into beast dung if it weren't for us. What nonsense. This is a random clamor. What use can it have? Raged the pockmarked elder. It has no use. Alright, brothers, work a bit harder. This time we'll show our true skills. 3, 2, 1, Long Chen waved his hand like a conductor. Stop, stop. This time, even the white-haired elder couldn't endure it any longer. We admit that it has some use. Although he wasn't afraid of such sound waves, it was truly irritating to listen to. This was a sacred place not suited for such things. He realized that Long Chen was a crafty fox who had prepared a way out for himself. No one could do anything to him over this. Elder Zhang, you, the pockmarked elder's expression sank. It is meaningless to stay on this topic. Even if Long Chen's sound waves were unable to harm the demonic beasts, they were able to draw some of their attention. It cannot be said that he just watched as they suffered. The white-haired elder sighed. Seeing that, Long Chen felt some praise for him. This elder was quite smart. He had seen through this play of his. If the pockmarked elder continued to argue about the sound waves, Long Chen could play him to his death. In the end, his final excuse was that even if the sound waves weren't an attack, they could lessen the pressure of the Third Legion. That was better than nothing. If he declared that he hadn't just watched, what could they do? The white-haired elder didn't want to waste time on this, so he stated it directly. He knew that the pockmarked elder was unable to beat Long Chen. There was no way to place this criminal charge on Long Chen. The pockmarked elder asked a few more questions, and Long Chen answered them perfectly. He even had proof to back himself up. Alright, this meeting can end here. You can all leave. The white-haired elder finally ended things. The pockmarked elder had tried to find holes in Long Chen's story several times, but Long Chen hadn't given him a chance, causing him to get angry again. There was nothing of value to be gained from continuing. Helplessly, the pockmarked elder could only announce the end of the meeting. Everyone left. When everyone was outside, Long Chen saw Yi Lingfeng and patted him on the shoulder. Let me express my sympathy for you. I was going to advise you not to do things to harm others with no benefit to yourself in the future, but it doesn't look like you'll have a future. You should prepare your will. Find a place with feng shui and dig a hole. It won't be long before you'll be able to use it. Long Chen, I won't let you off. Yi Lingfeng's face twisted into a sinister expression. You won't let me off as a ghost. In terms of power, you aren't a match for me. In terms of intelligence, well, you don't have any. In your next life, remember to reincarnate with a brain, said Long Chen. He then left with Shen Chengfeng and the others. They returned to the Long family's territory. The warriors erupted into cheers. Seeing Yi Lingfeng's twisted expression really was satisfying. Those bastards have always bullied us. Now we've landed a strike back. Hee, do you think he's going to die? He tried to draw demonic beasts over to kill us and instead it resulted in thousands of his people dying. If he doesn't get executed, it won't be able to placate the people's anger. Thinking of how Yi Lingfeng was going to be executed soon, they were all excited. That fellow was hated by all of them. He had constantly bullied them as much as he could. You're overthinking it. Yi Lingfeng is most likely not going to be executed, said Long Chen. What? After something so big, how can they not execute him? Asked Shen Chengfeng. If he had been the one to do such a thing, he would definitely be executed. Let me put it to you this way. Normally, Yi Lingfeng would definitely be dead. What he did this time was so stupid that there is no cure. The Yi family has no need to protect him. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, said Shen Chengfeng. However, you haven't considered how this is a competition between the Long and Yi families. If Yi Lingfeng is executed while fighting for the Yi family, it would be considered the Long family's victory. That would be a blow to the Yi family's morale. Those in the same position as Yi Lingfeng would probably be afraid for themselves. To make them feel at ease, the Yi family will definitely make sure that Yi Lingfeng survives. They won't let the Long family's victory seem too apparent. I only told him that he would die to anger him. Of course, if he dies from fright, that would be best, said Long Chen. No way, everyone was disappointed. He wasn't going to die. That made them feel uneasy. That fellow was like a viper that might strike at any moment. However, they recognized that this was reality. Their excitement faded. What are you so dejected for? It's not a bad thing that Yi Lingfeng isn't dying. Long Chen smiled. What do you mean? Shen Chengfeng asked hastily. Since he's not dead, we can keep playing with him. We can play him to death. Think about your current value. Do you need to be afraid of Yi Lingfeng? That's right, we have plenty of points now to equip ourselves. We don't need to be afraid of the Third Legion. We are also more united and know how to fight with our lives on the line. We don't need to be afraid of them. Every one of the warriors now had a stunning amount of wealth in their hands. Since the investigation had reached this point, it was already their victory. Even if Yi Lingfeng didn't die, they didn't have to give back those points. Despite not being amazingly talented, they had always been fighting with their lives on the line and knew how to work hard. The 8th Legion was about to soar to the point that they no longer needed to fear the 3rd Legion. Elder Long. Just as they were talking, Elder Long and the other elder walked over. Shen Chengfeng and the others hastily bowed. Elder Long said, the parliament's conclusion is more or less done. Yi Lingfeng didn't make any mistakes with his strategy. Instead, it was a vice commander whose orders were wrong, resulting in a calamity for the 3rd Legion. The warriors looked at each other with bitter smiles. Long Chen was right. The Yi family had pushed all the responsibility onto a vice commander to save Yi Lingfeng. Elder Long continued, Yi Lingfeng is to be punished with 300 flogs and imprisoned for 3 days. He will be demoted to vice commander. Long Chen smiled. Elder Long, I don't care about his death. What I want to know is, will there be a reward for the 8th Legion after fighting so bravely and gaining so much merit despite the danger to their own lives? Shen Chengfeng and the others looked down in embarrassment. They hadn't done anything during this time, let alone risking their lives. Of course, it is definitely going to be a bountiful reward. I will give it to you all directly. Long Chen, the deputy elder wishes to see you, so you should go, said Elder Long with a smile. Long Chen followed the path that Elder Long indicated, and he arrived at the peak of a spirit mountain. The deputy elder was sitting all alone, looking at a distant mountain range as if in deep thought. Long Chen, what is most important in your heart? The deputy elder sighed without looking back. Chapter 2386 The Probing of the Deputy Elder. Long Chen hadn't expected the deputy elder to suddenly ask him such a question. It was incomprehensible, feeling to be both a random and a serious question. In my heart, the most important thing is my family, said Long Chen. Oh, and what is this family of yours? Asked the deputy elder. My father, my mother, my brothers, and my sisters, said Long Chen. Then if there was a conflict between them, and you could only stand on one side, how would you choose? The deputy elder finally turned to look at Long Chen. Such a thing cannot occur. Why not? Things are always changing. Who can guarantee what might happen in the future? If they end up fighting like water and fire, how would you choose? Asked the deputy elder once more with a smile. Long Chen also smiled. It is impossible. Even if anything might happen in the future, our hearts won't change. My family is tied to me. As long as I don't die, those ties will not be destroyed. That is why I am sure that such a conflict will not occur, because I am me. Ha ha ha, a nice phrase. You are you. Those words are truly arrogant. I remember someone else who said such things, but regretfully, the deputy elder sighed. Long Chen's heart started pounding hard. He asked, regretfully, what? Did that person end up in a bad place? The deputy elder shook his head. We've gone off topic. It's just that you really give off a similar feeling to him. We should get back to reality. This time, you did very well. However, your moves, can you not be more above board? The deputy elder looked at Long Chen with a mixed expression. His original goal was for Long Chen to display superior strategy and tactics to prove that he was capable of leading an army. However, Long Chen had instead used little tricks to con someone. That wasn't honorable. A victory was a victory, but it would definitely be denounced by others. It wouldn't be able to convince them of his skills. Long Chen shook his head. My father taught me that the battlefield is not for games. All techniques and tricks are allowed as long as they lead to victory. To win with the fewest sacrifices is the true way of a commander. Those who sacrifice their people are second-rate. True experts have a group of brothers around them to share their victory. They aren't aloof people who enjoy the glory won from their brother's blood. Those people are trash. The deputy elder was moved. Your father's words are quite correct. Hearing the deputy elder praise his father felt better to Long Chen than being praised himself. Long Tianxiao had been his idol from childhood. In his heart, Long Tianxiao was a hero on the same level as a sovereign. Although Long Tianxiao's cultivation base wasn't high, he had his own comprehension. In the Wine God Palace, his insight and wisdom had always been something that Long Chen admired. Many thanks for senior's praise. My father has been a great influence on me, and I would never dare to forget one bit of his teachings. A lion of a father will not raise a dog of a son. For a little marquis from the secular world to raise a genius capable of shaking heaven and earth is surprising. Although it was naturally thanks to your own effort, I believe that your father's influence cannot be overstated. No wonder I hear that you rarely encountered bottlenecks on your cultivation path. Your heart has long since entered the realm of nether passage, praised the deputy elder. Yes, my father is not a true cultivator, but his wisdom has greatly aided me. Even after I stepped into the cultivation world, I have to listen to his teachings, said Long Chen humbly. I have heard rumors that your parents did not birth you. With their aptitude, it would be impossible to give birth to a genius like you. But those people don't know that while natural talent is important, the quality of the heart is even more important. Talent can be made up for, and a person's heart can create miracles. There have been such cases throughout history. I'm amazed to see one of them in person, said the deputy elder. However, in that moment, Long Chen felt a strange sensation as if some energy was peering into his body. It had come. Long Chen knew that the deputy elder was testing him. After all, his origins were truly suspicious. A dragon could only be born from a dragon. A marquis in the secular world with a cultivation base only in the tendon transformation realm and a secular woman with no understanding of talent could not possibly give birth to a genius like Long Chen. As his cultivation base grew, more people were suspicious of his origins. Things could not be as simple as they appeared. But they could only guess, as there was no proof. For the deputy elder to bring up something like this meant that he was probing him. Long Chen shook his head. In truth, my talent was mediocre. I was born premature and weak. It wasn't easy just to survive. As a child, I was plagued with illness and bullied. But at the very least, that tempered my will. My lucky break came in the Julie's secret realm where I coincidentally obtained a bead that changed my life. That heavenly bead changed my constitution, completely changing my fate. However, without my father's teachings, the sudden increase in power very likely would have made me lose myself, so his wisdom has immensely benefited me. After finishing, Long Chen clearly felt that strange sensation fade. The deputy elder had clearly been wanting to see if Long Chen was lying. With his cultivation base, sensing Long Chen's spiritual fluctuations, the quickening of his blood, the rhythm of his breathing, and other factors was easy. Theoretically, Long Chen shouldn't have been able to sense this probe, but the 9-star hegemon body art was extremely sensitive to such things. Perhaps the deputy elder had concluded that Long Chen wasn't lying, so he retracted his probing. You are correct, talent can be changed, but the right mindset is difficult to cultivate. As your cultivation base grows, the yardstick upon which you judge the world changes. You find errors in your past judgments. Theories and conclusions are constantly being overthrown in the cultivation world as a result. The more you learn, the less you know, said the deputy elder. Senior is wise, praised Long Chen. Ignoring whether the deputy elder was a friend or foe, this viewpoint was truly admirable. The deputy elder laughed. At such a young age, you possess such a cultivation base and yet are not consumed by arrogance. That is also admirable. I have no other choice. Without a powerful backer, I can't be arrogant. Otherwise, I might also be consumed, said Long Chen humbly. The deputy elder smiled. Let us speak of the star-field divine world. The connection has been formed and a path can be opened in 3 days. The Long family promised that you would be able to bring the entire Dragonblood Legion inside, however, things have changed. Long Chen's expression instantly sank. What was going on? Was the Long family going back on their word? Don't misunderstand. The Dragonblood Legion will still be allowed in, said the deputy elder hastily. Then what changed? Originally, just creating a path to the star-field divine world was very difficult. However, perhaps it is because of the dark era coming, but the spatial walls have started to weaken. It was much easier to create the connection this time. We have found that we no longer need to limit the number of people entering. That is why I must apologize to you, said the deputy elder. Originally, the plan was that a single sect or power could have at most 500 spots to enter the star-field divine world. That was why people had been jealous that the entire Dragonblood Legion could enter. That matter had caused quite the fuss even within the divine families. Several meetings had been held, with the Yi family in particular opposing this plan. However, now there was no need to limit people. This accident caught them off guard. For the Long family, it meant that asking Long Chen to guard against the Yin Yang world on his own for 3 days had been for nothing. Even if he hadn't, he still would have gotten the award that they had promised him. That truly felt like a scam, but this was something that they hadn't expected. Hence, Long Chen could only helplessly accept. Fine, I'll just treat it as the heavens playing a joke on me. It really is a bad joke. But no one could have predicted this. Since this matter was started by the Long family, we are going to give you a crystal card with 300,000 points on it. You can go to the treasury to buy what you want. It can count as a bit of compensation. The deputy elder handed Long Chen a crystal card. It was an accident. How could I accept? Although that was what came out of Long Chen's mouth, the crystal card had entered his pocket. 300,000 points. That was a shocking amount. It just so happened that Long Chen was interested in what the divine families had. You can go now. The star-field divine world has its own dangers. You'll definitely find things that can help you in the treasury, said the deputy elder. Long Chen nodded and left. One of the Long family's disciples guided him, and he entered a transportation formation. After the transportation formation activated and he walked out, he just so happened to see a group of people walking by. Seeing one of them, with almost no hesitation at all, Long Chen raised his hand and slapped him. Did I say you could not wear a hat? Chapter 2387 Yi Zhiqing. That person was the son of the head of the ancient family alliance, Di Feng. He had just walked over to the transportation formation and was talking with the people beside him when someone came out of the transportation formation. Before he could even see who that person was, his face stung and he was sent flying. Seeing that Long Chen was the one who had just come out of the transportation formation, Di Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected to encounter him here. Haha, it's been a long time, Di Feng. Even after so long, I see that your cultivation base hasn't grown, but your face has certainly thickened. My hand hurts. Long Chen shook his head, staring at Di Feng in amazement. This transportation formation was one of the central formations connected to various transportation formations throughout the divine families. Hence, there were quite a few people nearby, and they looked over at the disturbance, staring in shock at them. Long Chen, how dare you run rampant amongst the divine families? Are you looking down on the divine families? Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out of the group that was with Di Feng. Just this is called running rampant. That means that you don't understand me. You don't even know how amazing I look when I really run rampant, said Long Chen. Long Chen, you killed my son and still dare to run over to the divine families. Let me see just how long you can stay alive here. Cursed the woman. Your son, who are you? Asked Long Chen. You. The woman's face twisted. She was Di Long's wife, as well as Di Xin's mother. Back then, Long Chen had killed Di Xin right in front of her. Now that he was acting like he didn't recognize her, her fury soared. My son was Di Xin. Long Chen, I will not permit you to live in this world. As long as I, Yi Zhiqing, exist amongst the divine families, I swear you will not have a peaceful day. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram back to the martial heaven continent. Then you might live a bit longer. Long Chen now understood why the Yi family was so against him. It seemed that it was caused by this woman. But then when he thought about it further, that didn't make sense either. How could a woman who had married out into one of the martial heaven continent's families have any status amongst the Yi family? How could she influence her entire family's position? Long Chen shook his head. I'm not smart, so I think I'll stay here and see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Long Chen felt that it was odd that Di Feng would appear here and that Di Xin's mother would be with him. In terms of names, Di Feng had to call her mother as well. Di Feng had great restraint and most likely curried this woman's favor. Had he really managed to enter the Yi family thanks to playing on Di Xin's mother's hatred for Long Chen? If that was the case, then there really would be something to play with. Who was causing a ruckus here and being disrespectful to Senior Zhiqing? Just at this moment, a large man walked in, wearing golden armor. That was the armor of the Heavenly Dragon Legion, and the number 2 was marked on it. He was the vice commander of the 2nd Legion. This man actually bowed slightly to Di Xin's mother before turning to Long Chen and frowning. Are you that newcomer who likes to cause trouble, Long Chen? Do you have any teachings? Asked Long Chen. I am warning you, this is the divine families, not the martial heaven continent. Having come here, you had best follow the rules. Don't provoke a calamity. Many people already don't like you, understand? I don't care if people don't like me. If people don't like me, why are they constantly coming to me? Did they have an illness? Sneered Long Chen. Ignoring the large man, he walked away. When passing Di Feng, he coldly said, my mood's pretty good today, so I'll leave your head on your neck. When my mood isn't good, or maybe when it's too good, I'll remove it for you. Today, his time was precious. Long Chen walked off, wanting to maintain his good mood from getting to look at the divine family's treasury. You are too arrogant. The large man's expression sank, and he suddenly grabbed Long Chen's chest. He was surprised to find that Long Chen didn't dodge, allowing him to grab his collar. Sneering and assuming that Long Chen didn't even have the ability to dodge, he was about to pull him down when a hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the air. With a grip on his wrist, Long Chen slammed him into the ground. The hard bricks were supported by a formation, but this smash still left cracks in them. The large man hacked up blood. He hadn't started circulating his spiritual yuan or summoned his manifestation. After all, this wasn't the place for a big fight. He had just wanted to teach Long Chen a little lesson. As a result, he was injured from the impact due to having no protection. I've been arrogant for a while now. So what? You don't like me, so you want to put me in my place. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so, sneered Long Chen. Those who wished to fight in close range with him had to be unafraid of death. His combat experience had been built up through fighting on the battlefield, but this vice commander's power was also not bad. After all, someone who could become the vice commander of the 2nd Legion had to be powerful. However, the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion were used to fighting enemies of other races. As a result, their experience against human opponents was a far cry from Long Chen's. In one move, he was subdued. The surrounding people's jaws dropped. This sudden turn had caught them by surprise. Things looked to be over before the fight even started. The vice commander was lying on the ground, still hacking up blood. Although he wasn't dead, his injuries did not seem light. Long Chen patted his hands a few times as if he had just done something insignificant. He was about to leave when a mass of heavenly dragon warriors surrounded him. There were hundreds of them. You dare to humiliate our 2nd Legion? Do you really think you can leave just like this? Barked one of the warriors. What, are you going to treat me to a meal? Or are you trying to extort money from me? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. Someone helped up the vice commander. With his breath back, he began circulating his spiritual yuan, quickly healing. Long Chen, you are looking down on the divine families. Do you think no one can control you here? Shouted Yi Zhiqing. The surrounding experts of the divine families twitched. Yi Zhiqing was quite insidious to try creating hostility between Long Chen and the divine families. Long Chen looked at her and shook his head. Don't play this game with me. I'm here to look at the treasury. As for the person I slapped, he's not a member of the divine families. How did this end up becoming me provoking the divine families? As expected, it must be thanks to you that Di Xin was raised into an idiot. Long Chen didn't know her status, but he knew she was nothing good. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Also, fighting with an old vixen put him at a loss no matter what happened. However, as he tried to leave, swords came out of their sheaths. The heavenly dragon warriors pointed their weapons at Long Chen. Long Chen's expression sank. Those who have pointed their weapons at me have all died. If you're in a rush, I can do the same for you. Long Chen's killing intent began to leak out. Without realizing it, his blood was heating up. After his last tribulation, Long Chen definitely felt a subtle change in his body. He was becoming easier to anger and wanted to kill more and more. His control was slipping. With people pointing their swords at him, he felt his killing intent ignite. He didn't know if it was his own anger or the Pill Sovereign's will. In any case, his killing intent started to spread. These warriors that had fought on the battlefield for years suddenly felt themselves turn ice cold. They felt that what they were facing was not a man, but a death god. Furthermore, this death god was in the midst of raising his scythe to reap all their lives. Their nerves tightened, and sweat dripped down their foreheads and backs. Their swords began to shudder. In all their lives, they had never seen someone with such strong killing intent. It was like Long Chen was an envoy from hell who had come to take people's souls. Yi Zhiqing watched as Long Chen suppressed everyone just like this. She sneered, "Long Chen, who do you think you're trying to scare? Do you think a little bit of killing intent is enough to frighten the warriors of the divine families? I refuse to believe that you would dare to kill someone within the territory of the divine families. With your cultivation base, you're just a speck of dust to the divine families, someone who can be wiped out with the wave of a hand. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Legion are true men who have fought through blood and fire. Give up your intimidation tactic. That's right, you can't scare us. Today, if you don't admit your mistake here, don't even think about leaving." Those warriors toughened up. If someone wanted to die, no one could stop them. Long Chen snorted inside. Evilmoon appeared in his hand. Seeing that, Yi Zhiqing smiled sinisterly. Chapter 2388 The High-Spirited Shen Chengfeng. Since you all want to die, don't blame me. Despite knowing it was a trap, and an extremely childish and simple one at that, Long Chen jumped in, regardless of knowing that it would make him a brainless idiot. The will inside him refused to allow him to avoid this. He had to charge through it. Evilmoon slowly collected power. "Are you competing in numbers here?" Just at this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Shen Chengfeng and the entire 8th Legion came rushing over. One sword after another came out of their sheaths as they surrounded the warriors of the 2nd Legion. After consecutive victories, the 8th Legion was no longer spiritless. They were like honed blades shining with their own light. "Shen Chengfeng, what are you intending?" demanded the vice commander of the 2nd Legion. "What am I intending? Can you not tell? We're intending the same thing as the swords in your hands. Long Chen is the current general of my 8th Legion, and even I as the commander have to listen to him. You want to assault my general and then ask me what I'm intending?" said Shen Chengfeng without a care. Shen Chengfeng seemed to have completely transformed from his past cautious self. Now his words contained powerful confidence. After Long Chen had gone to see the deputy elder, Elder Long had spoken to Shen Chengfeng alone. He had asked him if he now understood. Shen Chengfeng had nodded, and Elder Long patted his shoulder, saying that the Long family needed people who were useful. Although loyalty was precious, someone loyal but useless wasn't worth the Long family spending a great deal of effort on raising. Through Long Chen's display and Elder Long's direct advice this time, Shen Chengfeng now understood what he needed to do. He also understood his own trump card. Long Chen was disrespectful to Senior Zhiqing, and I am asking him to apologize. "What is wrong with that?" shouted the vice commander. Inside, he was surprised by Shen Chengfeng's change. The Shen Chengfeng he was familiar with would never talk like this. Even if Long Chen was wrong to be disrespectful to Senior Zhiqing, it would be a matter for the Heaven Executioner. When did a little vice commander gain the authority to punish others? Asked Shen Chengfeng. He turned to Long Chen. "Brother Long, don't bother yourself with people like them. You'd just bring down your own mood. It just so happens I need your help with something." Long Chen smiled and put away Evilmoon. He left with Shen Chengfeng. The 2nd Legion didn't dare to stop them. With the swords of the 8th Legion pointing at them, their hearts were uneasy. Di Feng and Yi Zhiqing could only watch as they left. Yi Zhiqing's eyes were full of rancor. Just now, she had just been a bit away from getting Long Chen killed. If Long Chen had killed someone here, then not even the Long family would be able to protect him. But it had been ruined by Shen Chengfeng. Mom, don't be angry. I swear that I will definitely kill Long Chen and avenge Brother Shin. Long Chen will definitely die to my hands in the future, comforted Di Feng. Feng you're a good child. Don't worry, my Yi family will fully support you. With your talent and the Yi family's financial power, killing Long Chen isn't something difficult, said Yi Zhiqing. Di Feng nodded, a sneer deep within his eyes. He held Yi Zhiqing's arm and left. Yi Zhiqing didn't even look at the vice commander. That vice commander could only bring his people away with a dark expression. "Just who is that woman? Why do you have to call her senior?" asked Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng said, "Amongst the divine family's main bloodline are those born with exceptionally pure bloodlines, and they are all called senior. As for Senior Zhiqing, she was truly talented with a strong bloodline. However, due to her willful character, she had no heart to cultivate, wasting all that potential. The Yi family's higher-ups were extremely angry about that. They tried to force her to cultivate, only for Senior Zhiqing to run off to the martial heaven continent in a rage. Somehow, she ended up falling for Di Long. The ancient family alliance originally had a certain connection to the Yi family, and later it was learned that Senior Zhiqing was pregnant. The Yi family's higher-ups almost executed her in a rage. However, they are family in the end, so they couldn't do it. The matter ended up passing just like that, with Senior Zhiqing staying on the continent the whole time. This scandal ended up slowly forgotten. However, one day, Senior Zhiqing came back. Her son was killed by Yu, so she wanted the Yi family to get justice for her son. But that still wasn't the time for the divine families to enter the continent, so it was set aside. This is why the Yi family is targeting Yu. Long Chen nodded. So that's the case. Hey, wait, you said they were family. Just how close of a family? Senior Zhiqing is the great-granddaughter of the Yi family's head. Her cultivation base isn't high, but her status isn't low. Ah, that Yi Yaochen, he is her older half-brother from her father's side, said Shen Chengfeng. No wonder she has so much influence. Di Long really has some abilities to pull in such a large backer. Then the ancient family alliance has received the Yi family's support starting from many years ago. Is that why the Mo family was forced out of the ancient family alliance? Asked Long Chen. The Mo family had once followed the Blood Emperor along with the Di family. Later, after the Blood Emperor died, it was originally the Mo family who had taken over looking after the ancient family alliance. But the Di family had suddenly brought up false charges against the Mo family, uniting with the descendants of the Blood Emperor to expel the Mo family. The Mo family was almost destroyed overnight. Was it possible that it was after the Blood Emperor died that the Yi family had started to infiltrate the ancient family alliance and try to take control? Perhaps this was related to how Yi Zhiqing had ended up falling for someone like Di Long when the martial heaven continent was filled with other men. Perhaps the ancient family alliance could be considered a branch of the Yi family. I don't know. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. Something on that level was confidential. He wasn't qualified to know. Within the divine families, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. All right then, didn't you already leave? Why are you back? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, we were looking for you. We have quite a few points, but the items within the treasury are too dazzling. When we were poor, we wanted money. Now that we have money, we don't know how to spend it. There are all kinds of things to buy, but we don't know what the best ones are. We don't want to waste it on something that won't strengthen us, said Shen Chengfeng. The 8th Legion had gained a huge amount of wealth, but they wanted to stretch each point that they had earned. When they had entered the treasury, they had been too dazzled to even decide on what they wanted. That was why they wanted to hear Long Chen's opinion, resulting in them coming to look for him and seeing him surrounded by the 2nd Legion. Shen Chengfeng had immediately interrupted them. If Long Chen killed someone here, that would be extremely troublesome. That would be a slap in the divine family's faces. Even if the Long family wanted to protect him, they wouldn't have a good excuse to do so. How many points do you have? Asked Long Chen. We've exchanged everything we gained in the last battle for points, resulting in 1,200,000 points. The Long family also rewarded us with 300,000 points, so we have a total of 1,500,000 points. The 8th Legion has never before seen such wealth, laughed Shen Chengfeng. The entire 8th Legion had been rewarded 300,000 points, while Long Chen had also been awarded 300,000 points. It seemed that this reward really wasn't small. Let's go take a look then, said Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng had the warriors stand guard outside. He only brought in his 2 vice commanders along with Long Chen. They followed the path forward. Next, they stepped onto a bridge leading into the center of a giant stone mountain. The entire mountain was adorned with runes across every speck of it. There were guards standing on the bridge, keeping a watch over them. This is the only treasury inside of the divine families. All the divine families' experts come here to buy things that they need. This is an important place, so Long Chen, try to reserve yourself a bit, warned Shen Chengfeng. After knowing Long Chen for so long, he had gained an understanding of his temper. When he was calm, he could toy with his enemies. When he lost that calm, he became a madman, and any intelligence decided to cut its ties with him. Just now, the matter with Yi Zhiqing had been very dangerous. Shen Chengfeng was somewhat unable to understand what Long Chen was thinking by jumping into that trap. Don't worry, I won't easily attack, promised Long Chen. Unless I can't hold back. Chapter 2389 The Divine Family's Treasury. As they walked across the bridge, quite a few people looked toward Long Chen. It was surprising to see someone who wasn't wearing the robes of the divine families here. Outsiders were rarely allowed to enter this place. Those gazes weren't very friendly, but neither were they hostile. Perhaps these people didn't know who he was. Shen Chengfeng and the two vice commanders stuck close to Long Chen, afraid of him doing something. Long Chen sighed inside at what he saw. This place was truly worthy of being the treasury of the divine families. The inside of the mountain had been fully excavated and turned into a tower with dozens of levels. The inside was like a shop in the secular world. However, it wasn't as noisy as in the secular world's markets. The people inside were all minding their own business, walking hurriedly with their heads down. These people weren't here for sightseeing. They immediately left after buying what they wanted. Large items like war chariots are found on the lowest level. Do you want to go take a look and help give us ideas? Probed Shen Chengfeng. Alright, let's take a look. Long Chen nodded. Since Shen Chengfeng and the others had asked him to come here, he would put aside his own matters temporarily. They arrived at the bottom level. This place was no different from above. It still looked like a giant store, except on a larger scale. Every item was hundreds of meters in size. There was one area with giant stone platforms, and war chariots were displayed on each of them. Those war chariots were not just models. They were true war chariots. The formations on the stone platforms shrank them from their original size. There was no introduction written on top of the stone platforms. There were attendants around, but they were all icy. They didn't even look at the customers. Only when someone needed them would they do their duty of exchanging their points and give them a certificate for the warehouse to bring out an item. There was no such thing as bargaining here, nor was there any chance of anyone stealing something. These people were merely in charge of exchanging the points. They were apathetic. Long Chen, this model is the one that Yi Lingfeng had. The price is 100,000 points. It is a flexible item capable of offense and defense. Chariots like this that can fly through space are absolute treasures. They aren't just a powerful killing weapon but also proof of status and power. Let's look at the others. Long Chen didn't reply directly. Long Chen looked through the wares, seeing many war chariots, ballistas, and cannons. He even saw the divine dragon tyrant crossbow. Every item he saw was a supreme killing item with terrifying power. There was not one person who wouldn't want them. However, after looking through them all, Long Chen asked, "Why don't you tell me your own thoughts? We are thinking of getting 8 chariots. We have 8 large fighting squads, so each of them can have one. We have another 2 squads, and I'm preparing to get them a god-slaying cannon and a heavenly shield formation. That will multiply the power of the 8th Legion. Even compared to the 3rd Legion, our power would not be lacking," said Shen Chengfeng confidently. "However, using these tools will increase the costs of each fight," said Long Chen. "We've considered this. Only a large investment can bring the greatest rewards. We can increase our hunting range and kill more demonic beasts," said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen nodded. "Yes, you've factored in the battle costs. But there is one cost that you did not factor in." "What factor?" "The cost to the people." Shen Chengfeng looked at him oddly. "What do you mean?" Long Chen hesitated. Looking around and seeing no one else around, he said, "Fine, since you've taken me as a brother, I'll tell you. After obtaining such a powerful support, will the 8th Legion's warriors still possess the same courage to face death as they have now? Money can be a double-sided blade. If you master it, it can be used as a sharp weapon and allow you to soar. But if you can't control it, you become a puppet to it. You become reliant on it, and your will is slowly ground down. Normally, going from poor to rich takes a long time, and you will get used to it. But people with overnight success haven't gone through that process. Their wealth pulls them into a bottomless abyss. None of your ideas are wrong, but you have not taken into account how it will affect yourselves. Once things are comfortable and easy, the 8th Legion's power will soon collapse." This, Shen Chengfeng began to sweat. The vice commanders also felt a chill. They truly had felt like the newly rich. They wanted to quicken their pace, but now they thought about where this money had come from. Had not it been the result of Long Chen bringing them along in a con? They had money now, but what about in the future? What about when Long Chen wasn't here? Would things go so smoothly all the time? Long Chen solemnly said, there is something else. No matter who you're working for, make sure to think about yourself as well. Even if you have to be a chess piece, you have to consider the entire board and leave yourself a way out. Suddenly soaring in power will turn you into a sharp blade to be used, but no matter how sharp the blade, if struck too many times, it can still shatter. Don't wait until you're too damaged to do anything to realize this, because then it will be too late. Another blade will replace you. If you don't want to be abandoned, maintain your sharpness. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I don't quite understand. Can you explain it more directly? Asked one of the vice commanders. Long Chen was speechless. Was he supposed to directly say that the Long family was using them, and if they weren't useful enough, they could easily be discarded? It was just like Yi Lingfeng's vice commander who had been sacrificed. It was because he didn't bring them enough value. Shen Chengfeng understood. These words had surpassed the scope of a friend. If the Long family were to learn that Long Chen was telling them these things, they wouldn't like it. However, Long Chen had still told them, treating them as brothers. This warning contained great meaning and was an alarm to him. I understand. Long Chen, what should we do then? Asked Shen Chengfeng. Buy one chariot. That thing can save your lives at a critical moment. The rest should be spent on raising each person's individual power. Don't let our brothers get so arrogant that their tails raise all the way into the heavens. Otherwise, the next time someone's slapped in the face, it will be you. The 8th Legion's current strongest point is your cohesiveness and the spirit to refuse to admit defeat. If they have nothing stopping their arrogance, you'll have to set up something yourself. It's not always a good thing for your steps to be big. Steadiness while maintaining everyone's passion will allow you to stay sharp, said Long Chen. Shen Chengfeng nodded. I understand. We'll buy one war chariot. Half will be spent on pills, weapons, and armor, while the remaining half can be saved for a reward system for the brothers that do outstanding work. Haha, if they do well enough, I might just give them my commander spot. Long Chen smiled. Shen Chengfeng had finally understood. Long Chen hoped that he would remember these words, as they might be able to save his life one day. After all, the interior of the divine families was extremely complicated. Shen Chengfeng quickly went to buy his items. Furthermore, he only bought the armor that was one level higher than the warrior's current armor. He would raise his legion one step at a time. Long Chen didn't follow him when he went to buy the weapons and armor. Instead, he went for his own stroll. He wasn't interested in these large items. Although they were powerful, they weren't too useful. The war chariot required hundreds or even thousands of people to use. They were too awkward to use properly. The Dragonblood Legion wouldn't play with something like that. However, as he strolled through the treasury, he activated a photographic jade from inside the primal chaos space. Although there was no way to see the secrets in the core, just what was present on the surface was definitely enough to benefit Guo Ran and Sha Chen. No one bothered him as he strolled through the wares. After spending around an hour in the area of the large-scale weapons, Long Chen went up to the floor with the medicinal pills. It was packed with people unlike the bottom floor. As expected, the divine families have alchemists capable of refining top-grade 11th tier pills. Based on their auras, they were refined within the last 3 years. Long Chen saw a medicinal pill on a sales counter that showed off the power of the divine families. On the Martial Heaven continent, each top-grade pill was something countless people fought for but were still unable to buy. But here, there were counters filled with them. That was a bit frightening. Was this to say that the divine families were even more skilled in alchemy than Pill Valley? Long Chen squeezed through the crowds. He found that the area ahead was much emptier. That was because this was the area for 12th tier pills. Damn, one pill is over 30,000 points. Seeing a Star Cloud Soul Nourishing pill, a top-grade 12th tier pill, Long Chen was gobsmacked. 3 pills were equivalent to a war chariot. No wonder there were so few people here. The 7-star soul fixing pill. This is also to nourish the soul. Divinity Star Raising pill. This is used for strengthening astral spaces. That's quite rare. Long Chen saw quite a few 12th tier pills on display. Those pills were non-existent on the Martial Heaven continent. Perhaps Pill Valley did possess them, but they were hidden. The various pills amazed Long Chen. There were hundreds of kinds. At the end was the area for medicinal ingredients. That was his real target. But he had just arrived and started to appraise the medicinal ingredients present when a quivering voice rang out. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.